Chapter 1291 The First Supreme Being. The Great Unification of Jiuzhou. From now on, the only voice left in Jiuzhou is Lao Mo Yang. Countless people exclaimed. There are so many Nirvana strongmen. Why can't they control such a demon Yang? A leader of a second-tier sect lamented. After the news spread, countless sect forces were shocked. After all, in the eyes of everyone, no matter how powerful Yang Muqing's methods are, there is no way he can control the powerful Nirvana man. Moreover, what he faced was not one or two Nirvana experts, but dozens of them, with so many powerful Nirvana men attacking at the same time. No matter who you are, you will die on the spot. But in fact, these people not only surrendered, but also willingly. Are these ancestors willing to be Yang Muqing's servants? Could it be that they have never resisted? Following Yang Muqing, you can certainly get some benefits. But if you kill Yang Muqing, you will not only get many benefits, but you will not be controlled by others. It can be said that it is 100 no harm at all. Some people lamented that those Nirvana strongmen were too cowardly, and they were willing to surrender to Yang Muqing just for some heavenly and earthly treasures and magical weapons. But, after some news came out from Wandao Sword Sect, these people immediately shut up. Resist? How to resist? Demon Yang is so powerful that almost no one can suppress him. Ancestor Yi Bei was the first to break through the Nirvana realm, and he was also the first to prepare to fight against Yang Muqing. But unfortunately, he was not even within 1 foot of Yang Muqing. Unable to get close, he was killed by Yang Muqing with one finger. Not only did he die, but his sect was also razed to the ground by Yang Muqing. Is there no way to fight against old Demon Yang? The sect leaders of some second-tier sects wailed. After all, once the Kyushu is unified, they, the local emperors, will not be able to be as carefree as before, and it is equivalent to being under a tight curse. Some people also began to deduce how to kill Yang Muqing. If one Nirvana strongman can't do it, then let's count a few. That is, a dozen. With so many strong men taking action at the same time, I don't believe that Yang Muqing can't be killed. A warrior who knew the inside story sneered. The ancestors have done everything you can think of. After Ancestor Yi Bei was killed, a total of 19 ancestors who had reached Nirvana took action against Yang Muqing. What happened? None of these 19 people came close to Yang Muqing. Qualifications. Yang Muqing crushed them into pieces with just one press of his right hand. Hearing this, a certain sect leader felt his scalp numb. In the entire Jiuzhou, there are only more than 70 ancestors. Yang Muqing actually killed nearly 30% of them with one palm. Who else dares to confront him? Many people couldn't believe it after learning about it. However, there are still some people who believe that Yang Muqing controls these ancestors because he uses some special methods. The crowd was noisy. After all, only the ancestors at that time could understand what methods Yang Muqing used. Others can only rely on speculation. The Life and Death Talisman, I Ching Pill, and 3 Corpse Pills rely on elixirs to control people. The Soul Talisman, the Sleeping Divine Finger, these are methods that use spiritual thoughts and the body. Unless the body is abandoned, there is no way to escape. I wonder what method Yan Lama used. A certain evil sect leader speculated. Stop joking. Master Yang didn't use any methods. Finally, an ancestor came forward and was ready to refute the rumors. No method was used. So why did you surrender to old Demon Yang? I remember that you vowed to kill old Demon Yang after you broke through the Nirvana cultivation level. Someone asked secretly. After all, this is since the news of the Great Unification came out, and some ancestors came out to answer it in person. Naturally, those people wanted to know what happened. Indeed, Master Yan did not use any means. At the beginning, we also thought that Master Yan would use means such as the Soul Talisman and the Divine Finger of Trap. Therefore, we were just in a wait-and-see state at the beginning. If Master Yang really used it, then we would also you could only find another way or give up this opportunity for promotion. The ancestor continued, but Master Yang didn't use anything. This is because he didn't need to use these methods at all, because he was strong enough. These dirty methods were simply unnecessary for him. Why? Many people are puzzled. But this ancestor stopped talking and refused to say a word no matter how others asked. However, some smart people have already guessed it. Yes, old Demon Yang doesn't need any other means. His own strength is his biggest support. He dares to let more than 70 half-step Nirvana experts break through the shackles and reach the Nirvana state, instead of using certain means to control them. How confident is he in his own strength? He is not afraid of the early stage of nirvana. He may not even be his opponent in the middle stage of nirvana. As soon as these words came out, Gyozho was speechless. He is not even his opponent in the middle stage of nirvana. What is the concept? The highest cultivation level in the entire Kyushu has just reached the nirvana stage. But Yang Machung is already proud of everything. Invincible. Many people know this. In the vast 9 states, there is no one who can compete with Yang Machung. But some people don't think so. If you want to kill Yang Machung, you don't need to find an opponent with the same cultivation level. You can introduce him into some remaining killing formations in Gyozho, and you can still kill him. I remember that there was such a killing formation in the remnant domain. This formation was called the Ju Immortal Valley. Even if the gods entered, they would not be able to survive. There is a stone tablet left outside the Ju Immortal Valley, which records the number of people who broke into the valley. The Nirvana strongman was trapped to death. Can Yang Machung be killed in this formation? But soon, some news came out, which shocked countless people. What? During the Immortal Sect trial, old demon Yang even killed the celestial demon and serpent in the middle stage of Nirvana? There were not hundreds, but thousands of celestial demons and Nirvana celestials who died in his hands. After hearing the news, some people did not believe it. No matter how powerful old demon Yang is, he is only halfway to Nirvana. How can he kill the mid-stage Nirvana celestial demon? That's right. Even if you can kill the heavenly demon. So what? The formation in the Immortal Valley is known as it is impossible for gods to escape. Even if he, old demon Yang, enters, he will definitely die. Many people were dissatisfied and looked for ways to fight against Yang Machung. However, after thinking about it, he discovered that only this Ju Immortal Valley in the 9 provinces could kill Yang Machung. But just when Gyozho was thinking wildly, an even more shocking news came out. Old demon Yang wants to break into the Immortal Valley. Chapter 1292 Immortal Valley. When the entire Gyozho was extremely shocked, Yang Machung had already arrived at the Immortal Valley. Master Yang. Hua Yue now followed Yang Machung, looking puzzled. This Immortal Valley is one of the largest remaining restrictions in the entire Kyushu. No matter who you are, there is absolutely no way to survive after entering. Thousands of years ago, an ancestor once believed that there was a transcendent immortal gate in this valley. They traveled together, but after leaving, there was no information and they never came back alive. Master Yang, you are the most powerful person in the world. You don't need to take risks to seek the art of transcending the immortal sect. Hua Yue now advised. No one wants to take risks. Those ancestors are about to expire and have no way to survive. So they want to go to Juexamen to find out. But Yang Machung doesn't need it. He has entered the immortal sect and can transcend at any time. There is no need to venture into the Immortal Valley. You do not understand. Yang Machung glanced at Hua Yue now indifferently and said, Nowadays, all the warriors in Gyozho are seeking my life gate and exploring ways to kill me. Now, this Juexian Valley is the last desperate situation. If I can successfully break into Juexian Valley, these people will definitely not do it in the future. I have other thoughts. I am going to CMN for 3 years. And I must eliminate all future troubles. Call! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, several escaping lights quickly came from the distance. Master Yang. The person who came was the ancestor of the immortal sect. After he arrived, he bowed respectfully to Yang Machung. Master Yang. Master Yang. Others also admired him at the same time. Yang Machung nodded slightly. These are all Nirvana strongmen. Those who have taken his heavenly and earthly treasures in the 10,000 Dao Sword sect and have broken through the limits of their cultivation. In addition to these people, there are also many powerful people from the Divine Sea who are rushing here. After all, no one has dared to break into Juexian Valley for countless years. Now Yang Machung is ready to break in. Coupled with what he has done before, it will naturally attract Kyushu. On the one hand, these warriors who came here wanted to verify with their own eyes whether Yang Machung had really entered the Immortal Valley. On the other hand, they also wanted to see if the last remaining killing formation in the 9 provinces could kill Yang Machung. Yang Machung didn't know what these people were thinking. So since the arrival of several Nirvana powerhouses, he stopped paying attention and instead cast his gaze towards the Immortal Valley ahead. The huge Immortal Valley has a radius of thousands of miles. On weekdays, it is shrouded in fairy clouds. It is only open for 1 hour every day. Outside this hour, the Immortal Valley is closed. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot enter the valley. On the Misty Valley, fairy clouds roll, sometimes turning into a flying crane, sometimes turning into a majestic soaring dragon, giving people a sense of wonder and unpredictability. The gate to Juetian Valley is open. At this time, someone suddenly shouted. Immediately, everyone's attention was attracted. Yang Mucheng also looked forward. But see! The sunshine at noon fell like a piece of golden powder, and the fairy clouds covering the outside of the Immortal Valley melted away like the scorching sun of spring snow. And among the melting fairy clouds, a long and narrow cloud path was slowly revealed, leading straight into the valley. At the same time, with the emergence of this immortal way, a surging spiritual energy also emerged like a tide. No wonder those strong men who have reached nirvana will put their last hope in this immortal valley. The concentration of this spiritual energy is no less than the stars I tested. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. But, at this time, what surprised and shocked him was not the spiritual energy in the immortal valley, but the corpses outside the immortal path. It is unknown how long these corpses have been dead, but they still maintain a lifelike appearance. Yang Mucheng looked closely, and saw that the fatal wounds on the corpses were holes the size of a thumb. It was this hole and scar that ruined their last lifespan. Third senior brother, an ancestor spied a corpse in the immortal path, knelt down and cried. 800 years ago, you said you went out to look for the immortal sect, but you never came back. I always thought you were trapped somewhere, but I didn't expect you to be buried here. But when he saw the corpse lying halfway, there was a hole between his eyebrows that couldn't be concealed. The hole seemed to have been shot out by a sharp arrow, or pierced by a beam of light. Although Juetian Valley has a bad reputation, but there were still many warriors who came to try their luck. But unfortunately, they couldn't even step into the Immortal Valley. When everyone heard this, they felt sad in their hearts. The opponent was a half-step Nirvana expert, but he couldn't even enter the Immortal Valley and died on this halfway to immortality. Just a road is so dangerous. How terrifying is it in the Immortal Valley? Master Yang, the Immortal Way of the Immortal Valley can only be activated for 1 hour every day, someone in the crowd urged. Apparently, they wanted to see if this Immortal Valley of Immortals and Gods of Death could kill Yang Mucheng. I will definitely go in. Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and glanced at the urging Master Shanhai, with a sneer on his lips. You don't have to remind me of my actions. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng flicked his finger. The Shanhai Grandmaster didn't even have time to react before his head exploded and blood splattered. When everyone around saw the scene, they were filled with shock and did not dare to speak out. You guys wait here for 7 days. I will come back after 7 days. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands and strode towards the Immortal Valley. Inside, he really went in. This immortal path is the first threshold. I don't know if he can cross it safely. The warriors present all widened their eyes. Snapped. But Yang Mucheng didn't stop, and he was already on the immortal path in 1 step. There was almost no gap. The warriors around him, including the Nirvana Masters, all dispersed like a tide. In an instant, a vacuum appeared around Yang Mucheng. At the same time, in the depths of the immortal Tao, waves of strange fluctuations also erupted. That powerful force makes people feel inexplicable palpitations and fear. Ding dong! Quietly, a crisp sound resounded. The sound of death. At this moment, Hua Yuanao's expression changed drastically. What is the sound of death? Someone asked in confusion. This is the first level in the Immortal Way. I have only heard people mention it. Whenever this sound is heard, someone will be killed. Therefore, this sound is also called the sound of death. Hua Yuanao clenched his fists and stared at Yang Mucheng walking on the immortal path. His muscles all tensed up. After the sound of death sounds, someone will be killed within 12 breaths. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of extreme light burst out from the depths of the immortal Tao and shot towards Yang Mucheng Cave. Chapter 1293 The Immortal Formation in the Immortal Valley. The terrifying glancing light swept through the void, bringing up a white wave. The vacuum penetrated by the glancing light was clearly visible in the void. Seeing the power of this grazing light, the warriors around them changed their colors in horror. Although they know the horror of Juetian Valley, they have not seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw just a glancing light, they realized that the evil name of Juetian Valley was not just a casual name. However, it is precisely because of this that the warriors present are increasingly convinced that Yang Mucheng can be buried here in this immortal valley. For a moment, all the warriors looked towards Yang Mucheng. Huh? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Yang Muchung grabbed his right hand forward. This casual grab was like taking something out of a bag. But this white jade palm brought out an extremely skillful phantom in the void, grabbing forward as if it had mastered everything. Boom! There was a loud crackling sound like a burst of rolling thunder. A cloud of mist suddenly burst out in Yang Muchung's palm. And even at this moment, cracks could clearly be seen in the space around him. Is he looking for death? Seeing Yang Muchung's actions, there was a cry from the crowd. They didn't know what was going on when Yang Muchung reached out. But if they don't understand now, they would be idiots. He actually wants to catch that glancing light? Is this something he can catch? This explosion, even if it doesn't kill him on the spot, will blow off his right arm. Looking at the ring of air waves, many warriors thought to themselves. But there are also some Nirvana strong men who remain silent. Even they were able to easily avoid this glaring bombardment. How could Yang Muchung not be able to do it? Really? When the air wave clouds dispersed, Yang Muchung stood there, unscathed, with the ball of grazing light still lying quietly in his hand. It's just a drop of water! Yang Muchung squeezed it into pieces and glanced at it, and a drop of water appeared in his palm. This Ju Immortal Valley is really interesting. Could it be that it is still the 5 elements formation? However, no matter what kind of formation it is, it can make an ordinary drop of water bear such power. It seems that this Ju Immortal Valley is really scary. Although Yang Muchung secretly thought in his heart, his footsteps did not mean to stop at all, but quickly walked forward. This scene shocked the warriors watching the battle around. Water? In this Immortal Valley? Just a drop of water can explode with such power? A drop of water can kill a powerful man in Nirvana? Almost no one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Why not? Old Demon Yang can kill a powerful Nirvana man with just a snap of his fingers. An ancestor shook his head and said secretly, I'm afraid this Immortal Valley won't be able to stop him either. A certain sect master who knew the secrets of the Immortal Valley said coldly, This is not necessarily true. There are thousands of immortals in the Immortal Valley. Even the true immortals will be buried here if they enter this valley. This immortal path. But it's just an appetizer. The real horror is inside the valley. While everyone was looking at him in shock, surprise, worry, or expectation, Yang Muchung's figure was already deeper and deeper into the immortal path. And the water droplets wrapped in the glancing light did not stop at all, but instead exploded with more ferocity. Boom! 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 At first, Yang Muchung was still interested in picking him up. But later, he simply relied on his physical body to resist. Those water droplets that were enough to pierce through a strong man, who was half-stepped into Nirvana, had almost no power at all when they fell on him. As gentle as rain. That's all. Under the gaze of one after another, Yang Muchung gradually penetrated deep into it. At the same time, the fairy cloud that had originally dissipated slowly came in and enveloped the Immortal Valley again. The Immortal Path is sealed. Yang Muchung has entered the depths of the Immortal Valley. I don't know if he can come out alive. Whether we can make it out alive or not depends on what happens after 7 days. This moment, everyone's eyes were on Jueshian Valley. They wanted to see if Yang Muchung could be killed in this last desperate situation in Kyushu. Right now, Yang Muchung has entered the Immortal Valley. Sure enough, just as he imagined, the entire Immortal Valley was made up of a large array of metal. Wood, water, fire, and earth. Boom! As soon as he entered the valley, his whole body immediately felt like he had entered a furnace. Infinite flames erupted throughout the Immortal Valley, and countless wild dragons composed entirely of flames continued to sweep in from all directions. When these flame dragons appeared, they completely blocked the road behind Yang Muchung. Not only did they completely cut off his escape, but they also formed a huge killing array. A flaming dragon whose size is not inferior to that of the heavenly demon serpent is like a chain that can lock the sky, spanning the entire void, and a warrior who is halfway to Nirvana will be burned into a vacuum by the high temperature before he gets close. Even those who are strong in Nirvana may not be able to gain benefits if they enter it. With such a powerful formation, no wonder those people couldn't get out alive after coming in, Yang Muchung thought. This Immortal Valley has existed for who knows how many years, and the spiritual energy in it has also dissipated a lot, and the power of the formation has also dropped by many levels. If he had the power at his peak, he would have narrowly escaped death even if he came in. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. His divine light exploded, and he drank softly. Cut! Boom! He grasped the void with his hand, and Ling Tian struck down with his sword. The unparalleled sword energy, with the terrifying power to destroy everything. turned into lightning that surpassed the world, and suddenly fell on the flaming dragon. In an instant, the terrifying flame dragon, that was thousands of feet tall, was cut off in the air by the sharp sword that cut off the world, and turned into endless flames scattered around. But suddenly, the wandering flames surged up, gathered together again, and turned into a terrifying sea of fire, churning again. At this moment, the entire world was completely filled with endless flames, burning the entire space with a loud crackling sound. Yang Mucheng looked around and saw the endless sea of fire, stretching for millions of miles, as if it were endless. There was already another space within the flames. At the same time, the flames in it can even isolate his spiritual thoughts. Even with Yang Mucheng's condensed spiritual thoughts, it won't take long before they are blocked and unable to move forward. Cut! 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 At this moment, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes angrily and shouted loudly. Chapter 1294 Palace? Sharp shouts resounded throughout the Immortal Valley. The fire filled the void, and the lotus roots were broken. But in the end, under Yang Mucheng's wild slashes with one sword after another, as if he had his own consciousness, a passage was carved out by Yang Mucheng. At the same time, the restriction that cut off the spiritual thoughts suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! Yang Mucheng took advantage of the flames to cover him again and directly used void transcend to leave the flames that were enough to burn gold and boil the sea. This is the most primitive 5 elements formation. I've gone through both fire and water. I don't know what's next. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him was a towering mountain. Behind, there is a land with swords hanging in the air. And at the end is a brocade garden. It turns out to be earth, metal, and wood. Okay, let me take a look at what this 5 elements formation looks like. Yang Mucheng directly put his hands behind his back and rushed towards it. The moment he stepped into the majestic mountain, a surging and terrifying force surged across the sky and covered the earth. This force is the purest power of the earth. It is extremely powerful. If it suddenly hits it, even a mountain with a height of 10,000 feet will be smashed into pieces in an instant. Even if a strong Nirvana person steps into it, it will be like walking into a swamp, struggling to move. Not only that, if the force of tens of millions of people surges down, no matter how strong you are, you will be crushed into powder in an instant. But Yang Mucheng ignored him. His Qilin body training technique has reached great perfection. Although he is not yet a perfect Qilin body, his physical body is absolutely terrifying. The tens of millions of evenly powerful forces were exerted on his body, as if there was nothing at all. And even Yang Mucheng's footsteps did not slow down much. Boom! Just after walking through the majestic mountains and stepping into this land where swords were hanging in the air, a strange force quickly passed through the field. Zhang! Countless swords were trembling and buzzing. Then, the thousands of hanging swords swept in like rain, blocking out the sky and the sun. These swords had remained in the formation for tens of millions of years, and because of their sufficient spiritual energy, they had not rusted or degraded. Instead, they were still as sharp as ever, and they burst towards Yang Mucheng with a roaring roar. Well done! If others saw the scene, they would be scared to death. But Yang Mucheng was overjoyed. What his Qilin body training technique requires is the sharp energy of weapons and magic weapons. But how can any ordinary place provide him with so many weapons and magic weapons? When he first attacked the camps of Xianhuang and Baiwuhan, he relied on the opponent's arsenal to achieve the ultimate level of Qilin body training in one fell swoop. Although he is diligent in practicing, without the supply of sharp energy, no matter how hard he practices, he will just stand still. Without stopping, he worked out a magic formula. Suddenly, the weapons and magic weapons that could penetrate the void had already turned into countless pieces of rusty iron before they reached Yang Mucheng. At the same time, the infinite sharp energy also turned into a torrent. It poured into Yang Mucheng's body, crackling. This moment, Yang Mucheng felt his muscles and bones swell suddenly, and he couldn't help but stretch out. Too little. Looking at the broken copper and iron on the ground, Yang Mucheng clicked his tongue and shook his head. The resources required for this kind of bodybuilding technique are like an inverted pyramid. You can advance with very little at first, and in the end the resources required for each level you advance to will increase hundreds to thousands of times. Although the sharp energy in this golden formation is sufficient for Yang Mucheng, it is like being hungry for 7 or 8 days. But in the end, he can only eat one mouthful of food. It is really too satisfying. The 5 elements formation is interdependent, and the cycle continues. One of them was broken, and the remaining wooden formation completely disappeared. Yang Mucheng only saw the brocade garden in front of him. The array of countless towering trees quickly withered and withered. In the blink of an eye, they turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. Boom! The 5 elements formation dispersed. Suddenly, a straight upward passage appeared under Yang Mucheng's feet, and in front of the passage was a continuous palace. Hey! These palaces? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Certainly, what surprised him the most was not the appearance of the palace, but the fact that there were 7 or 8 warriors sitting in front of that palace. The strength of each of these warriors has reached the nirvana state. When Yang Mucheng looked at them, they also looked at Yang Mucheng with shock on their faces. You actually broke the 5 elements formation? One of the long-haired men stood up and looked at Yang Mucheng as if he were seeing a ghost. You are? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Thoughtfully, the long-haired man introduced himself and found that the situation was exactly as Yang Mucheng imagined. These warriors were all ancestors who had entered the Immortal Valley to seek a way to break through. They tried their best to get through the 5 elements formation and got stuck in front of this palace. It was just because he was not strong enough to enter the palace. So he reached the nirvana state on this trail with the help of the spiritual energy in the Immortal Valley that was several times higher than the outside world. There is a sword formation in front of this. The long-haired man moved out of the way behind him and told Yang Mucheng. If you want to enter the palace, you must pass through this sword formation. Yang Mucheng looked immediately. Really? In front of the palace gate, there are 5 swords inserted upside down on a spot with a pattern of 9 palaces. 2 of the handles have cracks, and 1 is decayed, as if it will break at any time. Those of us are all beings who have entered the Immortal Valley. The long-haired man glanced at Yang Mucheng. Which sect are you from? Wadao Sword Sect. Yang Mucheng said calmly. The long-haired man's eyes lit up, and he shouted hurriedly. I am also from the Sword Sect. Who is the leader of the Sword Sect now? Is it Tianqing Sword or Long Tangi? Yang Mucheng said. It's Jin Liang. When the long-haired man heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on his face, and he immediately fell into thinking again. Yang Mucheng ignored him. The opponent didn't know how many generations of the Sword Sect's ancestor he was, so he must have entered the Immortal Valley to seek a breakthrough, because there was no hope of a breakthrough. There were tens of thousands of people who entered this Immortal Valley in the beginning, but now only these 7 or 8 people can break through the shackles and reach a higher realm. What's in the palace? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He saw that in the deepest part of the palace complex, there was one that was the most conspicuous. It just stood there, with the 7-colored glow clearly visible. It was obviously not a mortal thing. I didn't expect that there are still unexplored treasures in this Immortal Valley. Yang Mucheng's heart moved and he walked forward. Boy, be careful. However, as soon as he took a step, the long-haired man quickly warned him. Zheng! In the 9 palaces diagram, the long sword that was in a state of decay and seemed to be about to break at any time actually burst out with a burst of shocking sword energy. Chapter 1295 9 Palace Sword Formation. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be absolutely unbelievable that this sword, which was in such tatters, and could even be described as scrap metal, could be considered to be an upgraded sword, could actually emit such terrifying sword energy. Zheng! Howren's sword energy swept into the void. Even at this moment, even the surrounding space was torn apart. Then, this broken sword actually rolled up crazily, as if it was controlled by a swordsman master, and shot towards Yang Mucheng's cave quickly. This sword was extremely fast, without any flashiness, and it flew in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. When the broken sword flew up, it brought up a terrifying hurricane, causing terrifying cracks on the ground around it. Careful! Although the long-haired man reminded him, the speed of this sword was too fast, even compared to Yang Mucheng's speed sword style. When Yang Mucheng reacted, the sword was already in front of him. Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng immediately punched it. Clang! The swords and fists were fierce, and a shocking force suddenly erupted. The broken sword buzzed and trembled, drawing a parabola in midair. It inserted into the 9 palaces diagram with a clop sound. It seemed that it had never moved. Only a faint and invisible mark appeared on the cracked sword. Under this terrifying force, Yang Mucheng's body suddenly trembled, and he staggered back a few steps. You actually caught the 9 palace sword formation with your fist? This guy's physique is really terrifying. Original. The few Nirvana masters, who were sitting cross-legged in front of the sword array, and had been practicing with their eyes closed did not pay attention to Yang Mucheng's appearance. Even when Yang Muchung stepped into the Nine Palaces sword formation, they did not warn him. Now, it was all because Yang Muchung withstood the bombardment of the Nine Palace sword formation with one punch. And he opened his eyes in shock. How is this going? Yang Muchung looked surprised, obviously very confused about what the Nine Palaces sword formation was like. The long-haired man explained. There are 9 swords in this 9 palace sword array. We have to walk 9 steps from the mountain gate to the palace. Every step will wake up a sword. Now, only the last 5 swords are left. You could walk before it was too fast and triggered the 9 palace sword formation, causing one of the swords to attack. The long-haired man looked at Yang Muchung, and then at the broken sword that was swept back by the bombardment. He couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He calmed down for a while, and then said to himself, perhaps this sword was shattered by our bombardment and lost its original power. So you punched it back? Several other Nirvana experts present also looked at each other in confusion. Obviously, I very much agree with this speculation. 9 palace sword array? I see. How many years have you been trapped here? Yang Muchung asked subconsciously. We have been blocked here by the 9 palace sword formation for more than 1,000 years, and have never been able to move forward. Now that they have all upgraded to Nirvana, their strength has greatly increased, and the speed of breaking through the formation has increased. The long-haired man said. Humph. Wonko kid, you just punched back a broken sword. How dare you underestimate this 9 palace sword formation? As soon as the long-haired man finished speaking, a red-haired man stood out from the crowd. But they saw that this red-haired man was wearing coarse cloth. His red hair was dancing in the sky like a flame, and his whole body was shining with patches of flowing red glow, as if Zhu Rong was alive. The red-haired man glanced at Yang Muchung and sneered. When we broke the formation, there were more than 30 people in total, and each one of them had reached the Nirvana state. Do you know what the concept of Nirvana is? In order to break this 9 palace sword formation, only the remaining there are 8 of us now. This man is called Yuhui Yuanshi, and he lives up to his name, as he is covered in flames. Several other people also nodded secretly. Apparently, the memory left by this 9 palace sword formation for them is also extremely profound. Now that they are being despised by such a new kid, how can they endure it? Yang Muchung's face was full of weirdness. He looked at Yuhui Yuanshi and the many Nirvana experts present, and said disdainfully, a small 9 palace sword formation actually killed more than 20 Nirvana experts? Boy, don't think that just because you knocked back a broken sword, you can show off your power in front of us. None of us have lived for thousands or more than 10,000 years, and it's enough to be your ancestor. Dare to fight with us? Li, I can crush you to death with just one finger. Yuhui Yuanshi lived up to his name and had a very irritable personality, so he shouted angrily on the spot. Zheng Yifeng, the disciples of your Wandao sword sect are no longer as good as each generation. A middle-aged woman kept sitting with her heart in the sky, rolled her eyes, and glanced at Yang Muchung in an understatement. When you meet people like us, you don't know how to salute or show respect. Not only do you have no respect for your elders, but you also don't understand dignity. If I were you, I would have slapped this kid to death. Another middle-aged scholar, wearing a child's robe, glanced at Yang Muchung. The ancestor of Wandao sword sect named Zheng Yifeng was also very angry. But, before he could speak, Yang Muchung looked around with his hands behind his hands and sneered. You idiots. It took so long to break a small sword array, but so many people died. You still have the dignity to scold me? Yang Muchung snorted coldly. He was too lazy to talk to these people. You? How dare you be so rude? Little kid with a yellow mouth? It's so presumptuous. Tongue! 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 Yang Muchung's words were like poking a hornet's nest, and all the ancestors present jumped up angrily. The Yuhui Yuanshi was even more furious, and wanted to kill Yang Muchung with his palm. But Yang Muchung was as if there was nothing there. With his hands behind his back, he walked leisurely towards the palace, and the 9 palaces sword formation. What does he want to do? Breaking through the sword formation? With so many of us Nirvana strong men, it is extremely difficult to resist the sword array. Let alone this kid. He was lucky enough to resist it once. How could he resist it a second time? While talking, Yang Muchung has already stepped into the 9 palaces sword formation. Zheng! Almost instantly, the broken sword that had plunged into the ground and was silent suddenly started to tremble. At the same time, a sword intent that was even more terrifying than before suddenly spread out from the broken sword. At this moment, the faces of Yuhui Yuanshi and Zheng Yifeng all changed. Not good. The sword array is angry. This kid pissed off the sword array. Feeling this sword intent, everyone looked horrified. Even Zheng Yifeng closed his eyes and shook his head secretly. Provoking the sword array will naturally lead to death. In his opinion, Yang Mucheng is already a mortal man, and it is difficult for gods to save him. Chapter 1296 Breaking the Array. Clang. Before everyone could recover, the broken sword had already shot up into the sky, creating a terrifying gust of wind. The momentum of its rapid gliding through the sky caused it to set off a sky-shattering flame, like a meteorite striking down. Then, the sword shot fiercely towards Yang Mucheng's hole. Although, the nine-palace sword formation was aimed at Yang Mucheng, and the others present could not hide the shock in their eyes. So far, the Jiugong sword formation only got angry twice. For the first time, the 7 half-step Nirvana who broke into the formation were strangled to pieces on the spot. The second time, the 14 Nirvana warriors who broke into the formation were killed on the spot. No matter how, once the 9 palaces sword formation is enraged, its power is unrivaled in the world and shakes the entire world. Now, Yang Mucheng angered the sword array for the 3rd time. Everyone present seemed to have seen Yang Mucheng being completely strangled under the sword formation. Look! That kid has drawn his sword! This sword! Clang! A horrifying sword cry erupted from Yang Mucheng's palm. Everyone only saw the shocking sword light pouring out crazily and constantly overflowing from the fingers. An unparalleled sword power, overwhelming the world, suddenly passed by with an awe-inspiring gesture. In the eyes of everyone, the sword force, which was almost unstoppable and irresistible, was actually chopped into pieces by Yang Mucheng with a single blow, and the broken sword in the flames was cut off by Yang Mucheng's sword at this moment. Resisted? Outside the 9 palaces sword formation, there was total silence. However, this was not the only thing that shocked everyone. After Yang Mucheng smashed the broken sword with one sword, he still walked forward with unabated strength. Zheng! Zheng! 2 more shocking sword sounds resounded, and behind the 9 palaces sword formation, the last 2 long swords covered with several cracks also rose into the sky, filled with terrifying murderous intent, and carrying the billowing sword energy. They once again faced Yang Mucheng fiercely. The hard hole is coming. This time, the speed and power of the 9 palace sword formation were faster, more terrifying, and more astonishing than the speed and power of the broken sword blasted before. Snort! Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, facing the furious 9 palace sword formation. Instead of showing any fear, he stepped forward. He grasped the Xinyuan sword tightly, and in an instant, a shocking sword energy burst out from his body. When this sword energy reached its peak, Yang Mucheng pointed forward. Suddenly, the sword energy that gathered on his body poured out crazily like a tide that had found a breakthrough, rolling forward and rushing towards the 2 shocking swords. Boom! Boom! In the air, the shocking offensives of both sides collided in an instant, and the terrifying sword energy tore apart shocking cracks in the surrounding earth on the spot. At the same time, a wave of air visible to the naked eye erupted directly from the center. Where does this junior come from? How can he have such power? He can actually be on par with the Jiugong sword formation? Yuhui Yuansha retreated towards the rear with a horrified expression. A half-step to Nirvana can possess such terrifying power. If he waits until he reaches the Nirvana state, wouldn't he be invincible? A Nirvana ancestor's face was full of fear. However, he is too careless. This 9 palace sword formation is simply not something he can compete with. The people who retreated looked toward the center of the explosion. Of course, Yang Mucheng's sword energy, which surpasses the world, is frightening and terrifying. But the 2 long swords under the 9 palace sword formation were pressing hard against Yang Mucheng's sword energy with an indestructible force. Boom! The terrifying sword array and Yang Mucheng's shocking sword energy collided fiercely, and a shocking explosion suddenly broke out. However, what happened next did not happen as everyone imagined. Instead of being crushed on the spot, Yang Mucheng's sword energy exploded with even more powerful power, tearing the 2 long swords in the sword formation to pieces on the spot, completely turning them into countless broken sword fragments in an instant. What's more, the huge sweeping force of the sword energy directly suppressed the fragments of the broken sword. As for the sword energy, its speed only stagnated slightly, and then it blasted towards the 9 palaces sword formation again. Boom! The billowing sword energy swept across the ground, leaving a terrifying sword mark on the ground. The sword mark was like the mark left by a mad dragon rushing past. Under the shocked gazes of Zheng Yifeng, Yue Yuanshi, and the other 8 Nirvana experts. The sword energy surged forward fiercely and leveled 2 palaces before stopping. After a long time, everyone present was shocked. How is this possible? The power of just one sword reached such an extent that it directly shattered 3 swords. However, at this moment, someone didn't know who screamed in surprise. Look! An ancestor pointed at the 9 palaces sword formation. Everyone immediately followed his fingers and saw that the last 2 swords remaining in the 9 palace sword formation were trembling slightly. Even though they were far apart, everyone could feel that the last 2 remaining swords actually showed fear towards Yang Mucheng. Afraid? How can this be? We have been attacking for such a long time, but we have not been able to make these 2 swords fear us. Just one move, and these 2 swords started to fear him? Several ancestors couldn't believe their eyes. Every time they attack, they only dare to trigger one sword. And each time at least 6 or 7 people have to attack with all their strength to block the attack of the sword formation. Every time the sword formation is activated, there must be at least 10 days and a half month between them. And only one crack can be made each time, even if they blasted their swords to pieces. As long as they were not broken, these swords would still attack them relentlessly, never showing a word of fear. But now, Yang Mucheng only used one move to make the remaining 2 swords tremble at him. Since you are already afraid, then follow me. You are guarding this 9 palace sword formation and are not allowed to kill people. Why don't you and I go out to conquer the 4 directions? Yang Mucheng took out the sword gourd. Suddenly, in the sword formation, the remaining 2 long swords buzzed and trembled, then flew up quickly, and dived into the gourd like a swallow. If we say that Yang Mucheng's attack that shattered the 9 palaces sword formation with one sword shocked the ancestors present. Now he calmly subdued the remaining 2 swords, causing them to be nailed to the spot as if they were struck by lightning. Yang Mucheng put away the 2 swords and was in a good mood. Although, nowadays, the hidden sword gourd can no longer be of much help to him in battle, but it can still be used by Liu Yaoer. Putting away the gourd with hidden swords, Yang Mucheng glanced at the stunned ancestors behind him, rolled up his sleeves, and strode towards the palace complex. Chapter 1297 The Master of Immortal Valley. Yang Mucheng strode towards the palace. He knew that this immortal valley was anything but ordinary. It doesn't look like a secret realm. From the outside, it looks like some kind of cemetery. However, not all cemeteries are like the ancient tomb of Arsenal, full of evil spirits. There are also some extreme beings who do not want to live in the underworld environment after death. So they build their own cemetery into a fairyland on Earth. Obviously, this immortal valley is very suitable for the ranks of fairyland on Earth. Whether it is the previous 5 elements formation or the 9 palaces sword formation in front of the palace. When the spiritual energy is sufficient, it is absolutely powerful. If that were the case, Yang Mucheng would not dare to come to the immortal valley. Not long after entering the palace, there was a series of hurried footsteps behind him. Yang Mucheng didn't look back, and he could guess that it was Yue Yuanshi and Zheng Yuanfeng. They are willing to practice in this immortal valley for thousands of years, just for this deep part of the palace. How could they give up? Although he was afraid of Yang Mucheng, he still chased him, wanting to see what was inside the palace. But, in the palace, there was no fairy nectar, or fairy fruit, or sacred herb, as everyone imagined. But there was nothing there. Several Nirvana experts looked at the scene here with a bit of regret in their eyes. Do you want the treasure of the immortal valley? Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the palace in front of him, and turned back with a smile. You have come to the wrong place. This is not a secret realm of the immortal family, but the ancient tomb of a powerful man. Tomb? But, even if it's an ancient tomb, shouldn't there be some funerary objects and the like? Everyone was a little surprised when they heard Yang Mucheng's words. Zheng Yifeng was still bolder. He believed that he and Yang Mucheng were both from the Wandao sword sect, so he had the courage to speak. Besides, the ancient tomb is not like this. Yang Mucheng smiled and shook his head. That's right. The ancient tombs are indeed not like this. Most of the ancient tombs are hidden underground. There are coffins. There are tombs. What's more, the entire cemetery is like the underworld. But some ancient tombs are not like this. Some lonely and powerful beings occupied the cave heaven paradise for cultivation during their lifetime. After their death, they were unwilling to open a tomb, so they turned the cave heaven paradise into their own burial place. Obviously, this is the case in the Immortal Valley. If I am not mistaken, Whether it's the 5 elements formation before or the 9 palaces sword formation in front of the palace. They are just appetizers. The real feast is yet to come. Yang Mucheng swept through the hundreds of palaces with his spiritual thoughts. Everything in the palaces had turned into nothingness. And the tables, chairs and benches had long since decayed. Only in the center of the palace, where the rays of light surged, something seemed to be blocking his spiritual thoughts. Yang Mucheng didn't want to walk from room to room, so he simply flew into the sky and rushed towards the palace. When Zheng Yifeng and others saw this, they quickly rose into the sky and chased after him. I saw a very ordinary courtyard in the center of the palace. There were not many things in the courtyard. Only rockeries, ancient wells, pavilions, and stone benches. In the pavilion, a figure was sitting facing everyone. There was a tea set in front of him, as if he was tasting tea. Zheng Yifeng and others who had fallen behind looked at the tea drinker and suddenly looked shocked. Is he still alive? Clang, clang, clang. Many ancestors drew their swords and stood up, extremely nervous. The Yuanshi was the funniest. All the energy in his body burst out, and even his energy and blood surged to the extreme. As long as the tea drinker makes the slightest movement, he will immediately burst out all his energy, blood and longevity, killing the opponent at all costs. How is it possible that he is still alive? His breath has been cut off a long time ago. If he is still alive, how can you enter this palace group unharmed? You were killed by him as early as you stepped into the 5 elements formation. Yang Mucheng glanced at everyone sarcastically. After hearing what Yang Mucheng said, everyone came back to their senses and looked forward. Really? Although the other party's skin is shiny, delicate and rosy, he looks like a living person. But the breath has long been cut off, and the internal energy in the body has long ceased. After sensing it for a while, everyone, like frightened birds, breathed a sigh of relief. You know, they came uninvited after all. The 5 elements formation and the 9 palaces sword formation in the Immortal Valley were too powerful. Now that they encountered the terrifying existence that had set up the sword formation, how could they not be frightened? It's us, Ming Lang! A middle-aged woman smiled coquettishly at Yang Mucheng, with a flattering meaning. Yang Mucheng waved his right hand and said impatiently, You guys want to find the treasure of Juexin Valley. Go to the highest tower, which is the warehouse of Juexin Valley. However, the master of Juexin Valley has been dead for so long. His warehouse is not taken care of. There is nothing good left. I have to take a good look here. After hearing this, several people immediately looked towards the tower. In fact, they had already discovered the tower, just because they followed Yang Mucheng in. They had no right to take the entire Juexin Valley thing without Yang Mucheng saying anything. Now that Yang Mucheng spoke, they were still polite. They bowed their hands to Yang Mucheng and rushed towards the location of the tower. As for Yang Mucheng, he stayed where he was quietly. I used my spiritual thoughts to explore this place before, but I was isolated by something. There is no formation here, and there are no living creatures. Are there other existences? Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and walked around the pavilion. He found, my own spiritual thoughts can operate easily in this area. But when I want to use my spiritual thoughts to spy on the corpse of the Valley Master, I will be isolated by some kind of power. It seems that this thing is on the corpse of the Valley Master. Huh? Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and realized that the Valley Master was holding a ball in his hand. I couldn't help but take it and take a look. And suddenly a powerful force surged out of it. And the power in this ball was the most elite power of faith that had not yet been converted into divine thoughts. It seems that this Valley Master also knows how to use faith to practice. Yang Mucheng carefully poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and found that the power of faith in the ball had been polished completely, and there were no other thoughts. It was like a glass of cold water. All he had to do was drink it. Go down. With such a huge and pure power of faith, it took the Valley Master who knows how many years to polish it to this level. But in the end, his lifespan has expired, and even if he absorbs this power of faith, he can't save it, and finally chose to give up. Leaving the Immortal Valley behind, everything here remains the same as it was before his death. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. Even though the sun, moon and stars were in his palm, commanding thousands of living beings, there was still a trace of sadness at this moment. That's it. Yang Mucheng sighed, sat down cross-legged, and immediately began to absorb the power of faith in the sphere. However, while Yang Mucheng was practicing in seclusion, Zheng Yifeng and Yuhui Yuanshi had already arrived at the ancient pagoda. Chapter 1298. The situation is about to change. Zheng Yufeng. Is this kid really a junior of the Wandao sword sect? He is too strong. Come to the ancient tower. Yuhua Yuanshi glanced secretly at Yang Maicheng, who was already practicing cross-legged, and couldn't help asking with lingering fear. Each of the 8 of them had nirvana cultivation. It took more than 1,000 years to crack only half of the 9 palaces sword formation. But Yang Maicheng was good. He destroyed the 9 palace sword formation with 2 moves and even put away the remaining sword. This kind of power has completely surpassed the half-step nirvana, and is even inferior to serious nirvana experts like them. I don't know either. Zheng Yufeng smiled helplessly. If a normal half-step nirvana comes in, I can use my identity to suppress him. But he is too scary. If I piss him off, he might even kill me with a sword. Others also smiled helplessly. Hey, what is this? After searching at all levels, several people had reached the bottom of the ancient tower without even realizing it. A bronze door leading deeper was tightly closed. In front of the bronze gate, there is a terrifying statue that is 3 people tall. This statue looks like a beast, but not a beast. From the appearance, it looks a bit like a unicorn. But the only difference from Qilin is that the other party only has a single horn on its head. This is the tomb-guarding beast. A trace of vigilance flashed in Yuhua Yuanshi's eyes. I once saw this beast in an ancient book. In the world of immortals, this beast is often used to guard tombs and guard treasures. Unexpectedly, there is actually one in the Immortal Valley. When everyone heard this, their eyes showed a bit of solemnity. However, Yuhua Yuanshi continued. If we want to enter the Bronze Gate, there are only 2 ways. First, defeat this tomb-guarding beast. Second, find a way to tame this beast. A middle-aged woman shouted. I don't know how many years have passed in the Immortal Valley. Everything has turned into dust. Where can we find the magic? Otherwise, we have to wait until his training is over. Zheng Yufeng turned and looked at Yang Maicheng, who was meditating cross-legged in the small courtyard. Because, except for him, the rest of us probably don't have the strength to deal with this tomb-guarding beast. Everyone was silent. Although he is a Nirvana strongman and has the pride of a Nirvana strongman, he still has some self-awareness. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. After Yang Maicheng rushed into Juexian Valley, there was no sound for 10 days. Many people were already wondering whether Yang Maicheng had completely fallen into Juexian Valley. After all, this is the #1 killing formation in Kyushu. Did old Demon Yang die here? Someone asked. He said he would come out in 7 days, but now he has stayed for more than 10 days. Many people want to believe that Yang Maicheng has died, but more people thought of the scene of Yang Maicheng in Wandao Sword Sect, killing Yi Bei with a snap of his fingers, and killing more than a dozen Nirvana strong men with 1 palm, and suddenly felt sad in their hearts. In just 10 days, everyone had not yet dared to be sure whether Yang Maicheng really died. Wait for another month. Those Nirvana experts who had seen Yang Maicheng's strength were talking to themselves secretly. But there are also some people who sneer and laugh at the behavior of these Nirvana strong men. These Nirvana ancestors are simply scared out of their wits by old Demon Yang. 3,000 years ago, there was Li Daoyi, known as the first person under Nirvana. He tolerated the leaders of hundreds of families and practiced both good and evil magic. He was praised as he is the most likely being to reach the realm of Nirvana in the past 10,000 years. How strong is he? He is probably not much better than old Demon Yang. But it has been 3,000 years since he entered the Immortal Valley. Has he come out alive? A certain second-tier sect leader said. Yes, it's really embarrassing. They don't have the strength to deal with old Demon Yang. But they are looking for ways to restrain old Demon Yang. Now that Yang Maicheng has entered Juexian Valley, it has exceeded the previously agreed time. How can he be alive? Come back? A Shanghai Grandmaster who came back from the Immortal Valley looked disdainful. Certainly, those who laughed at these Nirvana ancestors were naturally indispensable, including those who laughed at Yang Maicheng for being so bold as to commit suicide. Lao Mo Yang's strength is already unrivaled in all 9 states. As long as he doesn't seek death, no one can kill him. But luckily for him, someone has clearly told him that the absolute immortal formation is the ultimate killer left behind when the immortal sect was not closed. He still broke into the formation. He said he would come out in 7 days. I think he might have been buried in the Immortal Valley long ago. A third-tier sect leader from the Righteous Path said sarcastically. The great country has been ruined in his own hands. Now that he dies, Kyushu will inevitably be in chaos. Originally, When those ancestors reached half-step of nirvana, they did not dare to take action easily. After all, every time they took action, they had to spend a period of time, lifespan. Now that they have broken through the shackles, they naturally have nothing to worry about. A second-tier evil sect leader speculated. Many of these ancestors are those who are determined to retaliate against others. Old Demon Yang is pressing down on them and asking them to surrender. How can they swallow this breath? Yes, when Old Demon Yang didn't enter the Immortal Valley, they naturally didn't dare to do anything. But now is a good time for revenge. Someone sneered. But, no matter what the outside world said, these Nirvana ancestors still did not dare to act rashly. Until you reach Nirvana, you still don't know how terrifying Old Demon Yang is. A Nirvana ancestor said solemnly. Only when you stand in front of him will you realize that the Nirvana strongman is just an ant under the eyes of Old Demon Yang. Without seeing the body of Old Demon Yang, I will not leave the Immortal Valley for one step in this life. That's right. If you want to see a person alive, you want to see a corpse if you die. If I don't see the body of Old Demon Yang, I will have no peace in this life. Another Nirvana ancestor said at the same time. After all, these Nirvana ancestors did not expect that Yang Machung would suddenly come out of the Immortal Valley. But they have done something irreversible. At that time, they will have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. At this time, the name of Old Demon Yang has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and has become a catastrophe for everyone. After learning about the outside discussion, Hua Yuanao sneered. A frog at the bottom of a well, an ant in a hole. You have never seen Master Yang's methods. How can you know his strength? Just like people who have never seen the ocean, they can never guess how vast and boundless the ocean is. Not to mention 7 days. It will be at 70 years. 700 years. As long as you don't see Master Yang's body with your own eyes, you can't make a decision. However, even as the external situation changed, Yang Machung was still sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard. Zheng Yifeng and Yu Hui Yuanshi guarded around the courtyard like students. At this time, Yang Muching's training is coming to an end. Chapter 1299. The Tomb Guardian Beast wakes up. The power of faith contained in this bead has greatly exceeded Yang Muching's imagination. Even, the power of faith contained in the statue of Moruo in the Moruo Tianxiang Temple is even greater. This may seem unbelievable to others, but to Yang Machung, it is actually normal. Although there are 3,000 years of incense and 3,000 years of faith gathered in the Moruo Immortal, these are just one big domain. Among all the races in the starry sky, in addition to warriors like them, there are many other cultivation techniques. One of them is incense becoming a god. The master of the Immortal Valley must have reached the ultimate level of cultivation. He wanted to use the art of incense to become a god, but found another way. But in the end, he was unable to save himself. Receive! Yang Machung condensed his hands in front of him and made a mark. Immediately, the power of faith contained in the beads gathered together and poured into his spiritual thoughts. Boom! At this time, the void shook violently. Zheng Yifeng, Yu Hui Yuanshi and others who were guarding the surroundings couldn't help but look sideways, and immediately felt a huge force crushing them. This is? In doubt, Yang Machung slowly opened his eyes. I saw that in Yang Muchung's original eyes, the stars that were as dense as the starry sky were gathering at this moment. It was as if the pupils of the eyes turned into the sun, and countless starlights merged around the pupils, finally converging into a cross-shaped silver light. Zheng Yifeng was attracted by the silver light and looked forward subconsciously. He suddenly felt a terrifying force rushing into his soul. His entire psychological defense was shattered at this moment. Facing the Yang Machung felt a sense of fear and couldn't help but kneel down. Bang! 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 Several other people did the same at the same time. When facing Yang Machung, I felt extremely fearful in my heart, just like a mortal facing a god with inherent respect. Get up! Yang Machung said lightly. He knows. His divine mind has entered another level. As for how strong it is, he is not sure yet. So he tried it on these ancestors, and he was quite satisfied with the result. Boom! The 3 faint words fell in their ears, and everyone felt a thunder in their minds. Looking at each other, everyone couldn't help but be soaked in cold sweat. Just looking at Yang Machung, he knelt down for no apparent reason. If the other party had an idea, wouldn't it be easy for them to commit suicide? What do you want from me? Yang Machung asked. That's right. We found a bronze door under the ancient tower. Zheng Yifeng stood up and said cautiously. There must be a treasure hidden behind that bronze door. Yang Muchung smiled and said, "Since there is a treasure hidden behind the door, why don't you take it?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yu Yuancher's face. "There is a guardian beast placed in front of the bronze door, and we dare not wake it up. So, I want to ask you to help me." Finished. Several people looked at Yang Muchung expectantly. As his spiritual mind advanced, Yang Muchung was in a good mood. He nodded with a smile and said, "Well, in that case, I'll go take a look." Really? As everyone came to the ancient tower, they saw the tomb-guarding beast in front of the bronze door. This beast is 3 people tall, and its entire body looks like it is made of bronze. It is covered in rust, except for the pupils of its eyes that seem to be shining with light. There is even a 7-pointed star pattern at the feet of the tomb-guardian beast, which is connected to the bronze door. Presumably, once the gate is touched, it will wake up the tomb-guardian beast. Yang Muchung stepped forward with squinted eyes. Laugh! Almost the moment he stepped into the formation, the tomb-guarding beast seemed to suddenly open its eyes. A divine light burst out from his eyes, making the air crackle, as if 2 red dragons were flying in the air and rushing directly towards Yang Muchung. Snort! Yang Muchung closed his eyes. His eyes widened with starry crosses, and a cold light hole shot out. Boom! The 2 divine thoughts collided in the air, erupting with a shocking loud noise. Yang Muchung stayed put, but the bronze tomb-guarding beast was blown to pieces, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Too strong! It took just 1 glance to destroy this tomb-guarding beast! When everyone saw this, they all exclaimed and admired. However, Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He stared at the dust in front of him, showing a hint of enlightenment. Don't be too happy. This is just an appetizer! Just when everyone was confused, they only heard a ta-da-da sound. The dust disperses. But I saw a tomb-guardian beast that was 3 people tall and covered in green and black scales standing there, staring at everyone with its red eyes. This is the real tomb-guardian beast! A middle-aged woman cried out. As soon as she finished speaking, the tomb-guardian beast looked directly at it and shot out 2 red rays of light that directly pierced her chest and sent her flying backwards, leaving 2 holes in her chest that could not be concealed. Yang Muchung looked over and saw that the woman was still lying on the ground, but her face was pale, and she was obviously traumatized. I see! Yang Muchung nodded secretly. This tomb-guarding beast sealed itself in bronze. Only by breaking the formation will it be awakened. Boom! While Yang Muchung was thinking to himself, the tomb-guarding beast was already tumbling up, and its unicorn-like hind legs stepped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble suddenly, and a large pit of several feet was sunk into the ground on the spot. And with the help of this terrifying shooting power, it shot right in front of Yang Muchung like an arrow from a string. Roar! The tomb-guard beast approached fiercely, and the man stood up, his strong hooves slamming down in shock. Boom! It missed Yang Muchung's hooves and fell heavily to the ground. Suddenly, along the tomb-guard beast's hooves, a dazzling red light surged rapidly and spread out. Wherever the red light passes, it is like an army of thousands of horses, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Whether it was palaces or buildings, they were all razed to the ground in an instant. Even this ancient tower was full of cracks. When the wind blew, it suddenly turned into a pile of ruins. The ancestors Zheng Yuanfeng and Yu Yuancher were hit by the red light on the spot, and they all vomited blood and flew out. This is too powerful! He was hit by that red light. According to such terrifying power, he must have been shaken to pieces. Right. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have awakened this tomb-guarding beast. Everyone looked forward in horror, but the area was covered in dust, and they could not see anything clearly. Only the tomb-guarding beast had its eyes widened and looked ahead with vigilance. Hiss. The next moment, the tomb-guard beast let out a roar. Its scales protruded like a cat with exploding fur, and its eyes were staring straight ahead. What? Everyone suddenly exclaimed and looked forward. Chapter 1300 Suzaku Body Building Technique. But see! The dust slowly dispersed, and a figure emerged clearly. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Muchung? But I saw him standing there, unscathed, under the invasion of that red light. All sides of him were razed to the ground, and everything within his field of vision was completely desolate. Only the ground around him remained the same. Some strength, but being a tomb-guardian beast is not enough. Yang Muchung shook his head slowly. Hisses. As soon as he finished speaking, the tomb-guardian beast seemed to hear the disdain in his words, and suddenly let out an angry roar. Both hooves suddenly lifted up again, squeezing towards the ground. But this time, the movements of the Tomb Guardian beast were not as violent as before, but instead were heavier than ever before. This is? No. This beast has communicated with the spiritual energy in the Immortal Valley. Zheng Yuanfeng and the others only felt that a powerful force seemed to be coming from the void, and they couldn't help but look towards the sky. In midair, spiritual energy poured in and turned into two huge iron hooves, suddenly crushing towards their location. Crackling. These two iron hooves seemed to be attached with the force of tens of millions of people. Under the impact, everything in the Immortal Valley exploded and turned into dust and powder under the overwhelming force. Yu Yuanshi and several others looked even more horrified. Although they were not in the center of the iron hoof, the terrifying force still pressed down on them, causing their whole bodies to scream and scream. Boom! 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 As the center of the iron hoof, Yang Mucheng could withstand dozens of times the power of everyone else. However, under this awe-inspiring power, his face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Roar! Seeing Yang Mucheng's relaxed look, the Tomb Guardian beast immediately roared again. The speed of its hooves falling slowly in midair increased suddenly, and its already terrifying power suddenly increased at this moment, dozens of times more, crushing them with overwhelming force. After over and over again, it's just this one move. It really disappoints me. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The reason why he didn't kill the Tomb Guarding beast was because he just wanted to see how strong the opponent was. But over and over again, it was the same move, without much novelty. Impatiently, I pressed the air with my right hand. Suddenly, a hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the Tomb Guarding beast, and then its body was crushed to pieces in an instant, like a dead tree twig in a torrential flood. The entire earth was crushed to pieces, and a deeply sunk five-finger palm print appeared on the shocked ground. All right. This Tomb Guarding beast has been killed. Go get the things inside the bronze door yourself, Yang Mucheng said with his hands behind his back. He had already explored it with his spiritual thoughts before. There was nothing of high value in the Immortal Valley. He didn't know whether it was destroyed by the owner of the valley, or swept away by others in advance. Although there are some heavenly and earthly treasures under the bronze door, they are not things that Yang Mucheng can take a fancy to. Senior, this is the treasure I got when I was in the Five Elements formation. At this time, Yu Yuanshi cautiously approached. Huh? It's actually a skill? Yang Mu originally thought that these people could have any good treasures. But when his mind swept away, he suddenly showed a look of surprise. I saw that the thing in Yu Yuanshi's hand was a crimson feather with countless runes and subtitles swirling around. At first glance, it looked like a magic weapon. But it was not. Yang Mucheng picked up the feather, poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and studied it carefully. And suddenly, he was surprised. It's actually the Suzaku bodybuilding technique? The Five Elements spiritual body is divided into 5 parts. Suzaku body forging technique, Qinglong body forging technique, White Tiger body forging technique, Xuanwu body forging technique, and Qilin body forging technique. They correspond to the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. Yang Mucheng only learned the Qilin body training technique, but did not find the other 4. After the trial of the stars, he also asked Mr. Elegance. But Mr. Yaya said that the 5 bodybuilding techniques of the 5 elements spirit body have long been lost. One is that it is too difficult to practice, and the other is that only after the 5 elements are united into one can the power of the 5 elements spirit body be developed to its extreme. If it's just a single one, or 2, there are still some bodybuilding techniques in the immortal sect world that are far superior to either of them. The 5 elements spiritual body and the 5 bodybuilding techniques are combined into one. Each time you practice one, you are one step closer to the 5 elements spiritual body, and your body becomes stronger. I didn't expect that I would find the Suzaku bodybuilding technique in this immortal valley. Yu Yuanshi looked at Yang Mucheng, who had a strange light in his eyes, and said quickly, Senior, if you like it, I will give this technique to you. This technique was accidentally obtained from the corpse of a Nirvana strongman when I was exploring the 5 elements formation. I have studied it for so many years, and I don't know what it is. Yang Mucheng entered it with his spiritual thoughts, and had already learned the Suzaku bodybuilding technique. Only, this kind of bodybuilding technique requires thousands of years of hard work. Even if there is a system, it cannot help you achieve it overnight and directly reach the top level. However, the essence of the technique has already entered Yang Mucheng's mind, just like the original Kirin body training technique. After hearing what Yu Yuanshi said, Yang Muchung casually crushed the flying rune subtitles on the feathers, gave him all the feathers, and said, I have unlocked the restrictions on this feather for you. I see that you are also practicing fire attribute skills. You can also practice it. The Yuancher was overjoyed to know, generally, after a martial artist obtains a skill, they will choose to keep it privately, not wanting others to learn it. Therefore, he had even made plans for Yang Muchung to monopolize this technique. But who would have thought that Yang Muchung would actually return this skill to him? He quickly injected his spiritual thoughts into it. But it didn't matter if he didn't look at it. After looking at it, he was completely stunned. This Suzaku bodybuilding technique is too difficult. It's the same as the Kirin body training technique. This Suzaku bodybuilding technique absorbs the explosive energy in the flames. If the Suzaku body training technique is practiced, the power that the body can explode will be several times or dozens of times that of normal times. This sudden burst of power is enough to completely destroy any existence. Although the Suzaku body training technique is simpler than the Qilin body training technique, the difficulty is self-evident and can be practiced by extraordinary warriors. Looking at Yue Yuanshi, Yang Muchung looked indifferent. He is willing to share the Suzaku body training technique, which is already a great opportunity for the other party. As for whether the other party can practice it, it is naturally outside his jurisdiction. Unfortunately, this 5 elements formation has been destroyed by me. Otherwise, I can use the flames and the fire formation to temper the body. Thinking in his mind, Yang Muchung was already striding towards the outside of Juishan Valley. Chapter 1301, Out of the Valley. There is no Jiazi in the mountains. The journey in and out of the valley took a full month. When I entered the valley, I only said it would take 7 days. I didn't expect that it would take a full month. As a result, the time I have left in Kyushu is getting shorter and shorter. It seems that the remaining time is getting shorter and shorter. We need to speed up the Great Unification movement. Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back, a sneer appearing on his face. In order to stabilize the Dakian dynasty, there was actually another way. Destroy all the good and evil factions, leaving no one left. But in this way, the foundation of the Dakian dynasty is too shallow, and there is no strong person sitting in charge. Once someone steps into this star, they can destroy Dakian with a wave of their hands. This was definitely not what Yang Muchung had seen, and that was why he took so much trouble. Certainly, this does not mean that Yang Muchung will indulge both good and evil without limit. If this is the case, and the other party still refuses to surrender, then the only option is to choose the path of bloodbath. Yue Yuanshi, Zheng Yifeng and others followed Yang Muchung. The group of people walked towards the outside of Juishan Valley with great fanfare. Something interesting. As he was walking, Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Outside the Immortal Valley, this place is not as lively as it was a month ago. Most of the people have gone back, except for the 50 or so Nirvana experts, who are still waiting outside the valley. Obviously, these people were unwilling to give up without seeing Yang Muchung's body with their own eyes. Ancestor! In front of one of the Nirvana strong men, a middle-aged man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes knelt. He knocked his head heavily and looked at his ancestor. Go back quickly! Han Ming Yi Lai sect has come to kill again! Our sect was originally not as strong as the other party. Now that the other party's ancestor has returned, our sect's territory has declined. If you don't go back, our sect will be completely destroyed. The inheritance will be destroyed from now on. This middle-aged man, named Lang Tong, is the sect master of Beidou Sun Moon Valley. They have a feud with the Han Ming Yi Lai sect. Originally, the two sects were equally powerful and would not easily start a war. However, for some reason, the ancestor of the Han Ming Yi Lai sect believed someone else and actually believed that Yang Muchung had died in the Immortal Valley. Not only did he return to the sect with great fanfare, but he also led the sect launched a revenge against Beidou Sun Moon Valley. No sect in Kyushu could withstand the attack of a Nirvana strongman. In just 3 days, the power was almost uprooted. Lingtone, go back. If old Demon Yang doesn't leave the valley, I will definitely not leave even half a step. Finished, the ancestor closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to speak anymore. Boom! Hearing this, Lung Tong showed a trace of despair on his face. The sect elders who followed him and came to ask for help also screamed in agony. Ancestor, whether it was 7 days or 1 month when old Demon Yang entered the Valley of Immortals, you all understand. Old Demon Yang has died in the Valley of Immortals. The Valley of Immortals is known as the place where thousands of immortals are exterminated. Who is it? There is no way to survive after entering the Immortal Valley. Even if you wait here for 10 years or 100 years, old Demon Yang will not appear again. Behind Ling Tong, another elder shouted, Yes, ancestor. There is no point in waiting. Back then, you had a total of more than 50 Nirvana warriors guarding here. How many are left now? Less than half. Those ancestors must either return to their sects or search for the heavenly and earthly treasures in the Kyushu secret realm to increase their strength. Staying here is just a waste of time. But a trace of struggle flashed in the ancestor's eyes. Before Yang Muchung left, he said he would wait for him for 7 days. However, if Yang Muchung did not show up, they would not dare to leave at all. What if he left like this and Yang Muchung walked out of the valley? At this moment, a voice suddenly came. No need to persuade him. He doesn't dare to leave. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned and looked back. But they saw a black-haired young man wearing a large black robe walking towards him with his hands behind his back. And behind him were 8 men, women and children. Who are you? Lung Tong asked subconsciously. Yang. However, the ancestor suddenly closed his eyes. The other ancestors were also shocked. On the one hand, they stayed here because they were afraid of Yang Muchung's strength. And on the other hand, they didn't feel at ease until they saw Yang Muchung's body. But in fact, I prefer that the other party has died in the Immortal Valley. But now, Yang Muchung has come out alive. How can this not shock everyone? Bang! 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 Outside Juetian Valley, more than 20 ancestors knelt down and shouted loudly. Welcome, Master Yang. Tell me, what's going on? Yang Muchung nodded and looked at Ling Tong. Only then did Ling Tong realize that the young man in front of him was the famous old demon Yang. He had previously sworn that he had died in the Immortal Valley, and he had long been frightened out of his mind. Seeing that Yang Muchung didn't blame him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and poured out the whole thing like beans. Turned out to be a few days before Yang Muchung entered the Immortal Valley. Everyone was still safe and sound. But after 7 days, people's hearts began to become impetuous. Many ancestors did not dare to conclude that Yang Muchung died in the Immortal Valley, so they did not dare to leave. But there are also some people who think that Yang Muchung will die without rebirth if he enters the Immortal Valley. Even before the 7th day, he had already left. What did these people do back home? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and said, Reporting back to Master Yang, these ancestors were born with freedom. They thought that you had fallen, so they traveled around the 9 states and enjoyed their freedom. Some of them went to fight in the east and west to expand their territory, and some of them searched for the secret realm of heaven and earth and took advantage of the heaven and earth treasure. Lung Tong fell to the ground and said cautiously, Master Yang, now that you are back, can you save our Beidou Sun Moon Valley? Unbridled, what Master Yang needs is great unity. What does Beidou Sun Moon Valley mean to him? The ancestor was shocked when he heard this, and he quickly scolded him. In his opinion, Yang Muchung didn't care about the lives of these people at all. If you ask Yang Muchung to do things like this, don't you think your life is too long? But who would have expected? After hearing Lung Tong's words, Yang Muchung not only didn't mean to be angry at all, but instead nodded thoughtfully. You're right. These people took advantage of me to enter the valley and thought that I was gone and never returned. If they are not eliminated, wouldn't it be a chill for you ancestors who have been waiting for me outside the Immortal Valley for a whole month? In that case, let's get started. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yang Muchung put down his hands behind his back, and the silver cross light in his eyes suddenly appeared. The huge spiritual thought was like an invisible transparent film, rapidly extending out, sweeping across the vast Kyushu in an instant. Here we go! Yang Muchung sneered, and suddenly grabbed the void with his right hand. Chapter 1302 Even the Blue Waters Cannot Escape. Beidou Sun and Moon Valley. The former First Line sect was burned to the ground at this moment. The crazy flames burned up to the 9th level, and the roiling anger could clearly be seen in the distant sky. Above the valley, a middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and laughed wildly. Ha! Old man, the grievances between you and our sect are completely gone. This middle-aged man is Guoquang. He is also one of the ancestors who has achieved nirvana. The day after Yang Muchung entered Juetian Valley, he returned to his sect in a grand manner. In his opinion, no matter who he is in the Immortal Valley, he will definitely die once he enters it. No matter how powerful Yang Muchung is, he will never come back alive. Therefore, he has been seeking revenge and complaining these days. Xia Yang, You have been scared out of your wits by old Demon Yang. With just one word. Old Demon Yang made you wait obediently outside the Immortal Valley for so long. How could he come back alive? Guoquang laughed wildly. Under him, countless sect disciples shouted, "Long live the ancestor." However, at this moment, Guoquang looked stunned. He felt as if a big hand was traveling through the void, grabbing him alive. What on earth is it? Boom. Then, in full view of everyone, Guoquang suddenly disappeared on the spot. Ancestor! The ancestor suddenly disappeared? Where's the ancestor? Heaven and earth are free. I let Tianxing do whatever I want in my life. When will I be controlled by others? Mountain streams, flowing water, and people's homes. An ancestor was sitting by the stream, wearing a raincoat and bamboo hat, fishing slowly under the light rain. Hey! Old Demon Yang. No matter how powerful you are still too young to be easily deceived by others and enter the Immortal Valley. Now that I am at ease, you can stay in the valley with peace of mind. While talking, the ancestor looked shocked. He felt that a huge force suddenly touched him. And then he pulled hard. Boom. Immediately, the fishing rod in the ancestor's hand fell into the water with a clatter. And the whole person completely disappeared on the spot without any warning. A secret place in heaven and earth. Ha ha! Finally found it! An ancestor holds a Ganoderma lucidum. This Ganoderma lucidum is like jade. Crystal clear. Holding it in your hand, it feels cold to the touch, giving people a sense of concentration and calmness. Jade Ganoderma. Although this heaven and earth spiritual treasure is not as good as the one given by Yang Laoma, it is still a quasi-heaven level spiritual treasure. As long as I look for it a few more times and get more spiritual treasures, I will be able to reach the middle stage of nirvana. Take the Jade Ganoderma lucidum. This ancestor was extremely proud. Old Demon Yang, if I can reach the middle stage of nirvana, even if you come back from the Immortal Valley alive, I won't be afraid anymore. But immediately, his expression suddenly changed, and his whole body seemed to be grabbed by a pair of big hands, and he suddenly disappeared on the spot. In front of the Immortal Valley, everyone looked at Yang Macheng, wondering what the other party was planning. Since he planned to clean up the door, he was naturally ready to kill everything. So why did he stay where he was? I saw Yang Macheng grab the void with his right hand. When he stretched out his hand, his palm was still empty. But when he grabbed it with his 5 fingers, he directly grabbed a person from the void. He grabbed this person from the void and slammed it to the ground. Everyone looked quickly and took a breath of air. Isn't this Guoquang? He was in the Beidou Sun and Moon Valley. Why was he suddenly captured? Seeing this scene, many people's eyes almost bulged out. Certainly, the most shocking thing is Guoquang himself. He felt dizzy for a while, and he was no longer in the Beidou Sun and Moon Valley, but in another place. He looked around. His pupils suddenly tightened to the extreme. At this moment, he felt a chill spreading crazily down his spine, extending directly to his forehead. Master Yang! Guoquang was kneeling on the ground, not daring to speak. But Yang Macheng didn't look at him, and still kept searching for things. Under Guoquang's shocked gaze, another ancestor was caught out of the void. Who is it? Court Death. The captured ancestor had a bad temper. He smashed him on the ground and howled loudly before he could get up. But before he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of himself appearing outside Juexian Valley, saw Guoquang with a shocked face, and saw the ancestors waiting outside Juexian Valley. He was suddenly filled with anger. It was like being poured directly from head to tail by a bucket of ice water, and it felt as if my soul had been completely frozen. Boom! With almost no hesitation, his knees weakened and he knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Then comes the third one. 4th place. 5th place. One by one, the ancestors were pulled out of the void by Yang Macheng and thrown to the ground with a bang. The ancestors who had been staying outside the Immortal Valley were all frightened when they saw this scene. If he had left the Immortal Valley, he would have been pulled out of the void like a dead dog, like Guoquang and others. 20th place. 21. Number 22. At this time, in Jinling Shangjuan, in an ancient formation, an ancestor took back the sound transmission stone with a stern expression. Ancestor, what's wrong? Asked a disciple outside the formation. It's over. Old Demon Yang has come out of Juexian Valley. He has now captured all the ancestors who left Juexian Valley. The ancestor named Li Wenjun looked pale. Ah! Ancestor, what are you going to do? Run away quickly. The disciple was stunned. Can't escape. In front of the immortal valley, old demon Yang reached out and grabbed an ancestor back from the void. Guoquang, Zhao Yi, Han Wen, even if they were thousands of miles apart. Old demon Yang with just a wave of his hand, he arrested them. Li Wenjun was trembling all over, as if he still couldn't believe it, and was still mumbling to himself. How is it possible? How is it possible? That is the immortal valley. How could old demon Yang come out alive? The disciples on the side had their eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Old demon Yang stood in front of the immortal valley and reached out to grab him. It was an ancestor? Doesn't this mean that even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he will be captured? Li Wenjun trembled all over. He has not forgotten that Yang Mucheng said at the beginning that as long as he took his tea on Lingbipao, he had to follow his orders. Otherwise Shangxing Balaxixing Huancan would also be killed. Now, has it really come true? This moment, Li Wenjun only felt a powerful spiritual thought quickly covering him. No! Start the formation quickly! Li Wenjun cried out. However, before he could finish his words, he was followed by divine thoughts, and a surging force emerged directly from the void, grabbing him, and then his whole person suddenly disappeared on the spot. There was no one in the empty formation. So far, the 23 ancestors who fled have all been captured and taken back to Juexian Valley. Chapter 1303 The Unification of 9 States. Between consecutive. The 23 ancestors who fled have all been captured and brought back to Juexian Valley. These ancestors who had reached the realm of nirvana were now kneeling like dogs in front of Yang Mucheng. Even when Yang Mucheng stood in front of them, they couldn't believe that they had been captured like this. In their opinion, Yang Mucheng either couldn't come out alive, or even if he came out alive, there was nothing they could do to him. After all, the sky is vast in Kyushu. If I wanted to hide, could you possibly search all over Kyushu? At this level of difficulty, you are not afraid of finding a needle in a haystack. Some of these ancestors were still drinking and eating meat, and some were still living happily in bed. But now they have all been arrested. After catching the last person, Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the people in front of him. These ancestors were stunned for a moment, feeling as if their souls were frozen. Crack! These ancestors, without even the slightest hesitation, immediately knelt down and kowtowed, hitting their heads heavily on the ground one by one. Master Yang, spare your life! Master Yang, spare your life! Master Yang, please spare my life! If they had some luck when facing Yang Mucheng before, but now they didn't even dare to think of escaping in front of Yang Mucheng. Only now do they understand what Yang Mucheng meant when he said, "The sky above is poor, and the sky is blue, and the bottom is poor in the underworld. Even if you escape to the end of the world, the other party will catch you back with just one hand from where you stand." These ancestors no longer dare to have other thoughts in their hearts. They just want to survive. Master Yang, I am willing to be your dog, but please spare my life. Guoquang almost kneeled in front of Yang Mucheng, his head smashing a hole in the ground. He didn't dare to use his inner strength to protect his body, so his head was smashed and blood splattered everywhere. The people around him couldn't bear to look at it. Well, in the end, Yang Mucheng sighed, looking at the ancestors in front of him. He slowly shook his head. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I just asked you to stay outside the immortal valley, and you dared to disobey even this little thing. If I ask you to fight with your life against the enemy in the future, wouldn't you be able to defeat your opponent? Would you betray your friends for glory without even meeting them? Don't dare. Guoquang's whole body was cold. At this moment, how can he still have the heroic and majestic appearance that he used to destroy the Beidou Sun and Moon Valley? You only have one chance. I gave it to you, but you didn't cherish it. Yang Mucheng shook his head as he looked at the more than 20 ancestors in front of him, who were grabbing the ground with their heads and constantly begging for mercy. So, go to H.L. The words just fell. A surging atmosphere emerged quickly, crushing heavily. No! More than 20 ancestors, beings who have reached the realm of nirvana, under this energy, cannot even resist, and the whole person is crushed to pieces by the pressure. I know. Of course you are still a little disobedient to me. After killing these 23 ancestors, Yang Mucheng glanced at the remaining people. But I want to tell you, there is only one chance. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. If you follow me, I will give you the opportunity to break through the shackles and surpass the limits. In the future, I will restore the entire Kyushu to its former glory. Brilliant! I will obey Master Yang's orders. These ancestors didn't dare to disobey, and kowtowed one after another. Where are you 8? Yang Mucheng looked at Zheng Yuanfeng and Yuhui Yuanshi and asked. Zheng Yuanfeng and others followed Yang Mucheng out. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Even the idiots knew the whole story. Now, Yang Mucheng asked himself, knowing that this was the opportunity of his choice. They all sighed secretly, followed the example of others, and immediately kowtowed in submission. We will obey Master Yang's order. On this day, the entire Kyushu was shaken again. On this day, 3 pieces of news spread throughout Kyushu. In one day, those ancestors who seemed like dragons swimming in the sea and tigers returning to the mountains disappeared one by one. Such strange things spread throughout Jiuzhou in just a short moment. Some people think that these ancestors have discovered some secret realm. And some people think that something happened in Jiuxian Valley. So these ancestors went together to find out. But many insiders said that these ancestors disappeared out of thin air, as if someone caught them in the void and took them to another place. These rumors have noses and eyes, and they are conclusive. Moreover, it's not just 1 or 2. What's more, disappearing under the gaze of thousands of people is naturally shocking and makes people speculate. At the same time, a piece of even more shocking news quietly spread. Old Demon Yang came back alive from the Immortal Valley. And those who disappeared were all captured by Old Demon Yang and taken to the Valley of Immortals. How can it be? Some people absolutely don't believe it. Even if Old Demon Yang is extremely powerful, he can't do this kind of thing. The Immortal Valley is far away from the location of those ancestors. And there are some ancestors who are even more interested in hiding it. Even if they find it, one person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Let alone capturing all 23 ancestors in just one day. And the second news. It is even more shocking. Thousands of years ago, people who entered the Immortal Valley came out alive. However, of the thousands of people who entered, only 8 came out alive. Moreover, these 8 people have all improved their cultivation to the realm of Nirvana in the Immortal Valley. What about Mr. Yang? Some people suddenly turned pale when they thought of certain things. Yes, Jiuxian Valley was destroyed. Did Yang Laoimo come out alive? I don't know how many years have passed since these ancestors entered the Immortal Valley. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary Nirvana. Maybe Yang Laomo was killed by them. Some people speculated. That's right. Maybe these ancestors got some magic weapon in the Immortal Valley, and they killed Old Demon Yang? Just when everyone was speculating. The third piece of news also came out at the same time. Yang Mucheng came back alive from the Immortal Valley. The 23 ancestors who disappeared from where they were caught from the void by Old Demon Yang and brought to the Immortal Valley and killed on the spot. The 8 ancestors who came out alive from Jiuxian Valley have completely surrendered to Old Demon Yang and regard him as their master. For a while, this last piece of news made everyone in Kyushu speechless. The previous rumors that Yang Mucheng was certain to die in the Immortal Valley seemed to have quietly disappeared. No one could believe that Yang Mucheng actually came out alive from the Immortal Valley that killed thousands of immortals. If we say that before he entered the Immortal Valley, everyone was still lucky. But this time he came out of Jiuxian Valley and used heaven-reaching methods to grab 23 ancestors from the void, completely shocking the 9 provinces. Since then, the 9 states have been unified, and no one dares to have second thoughts anymore. For a while, everyone knows that from then on, Jiuzhou's surname was Yang. Chapter 1304, Preaching and Preaching. While Jiuzhou was in turmoil, Yang Mucheng had returned to Dakian. After all, no matter what the outside world is like, for Yang Mucheng, the Dakian dynasty is his foundation. What he wants is to develop Dakian to its peak. Unfortunately, since Dakian entered the martial arts world, he found that some things were beyond his control. In the world of martial arts, no matter how powerful a country is, it still needs a powerful person to take charge. Otherwise, it will fall apart overnight. You are back. Although she is already the mother of the country who controls the world, she is still as tender as water when facing Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng nodded. Around him were Guanjing, Chu Youjiao, Yi Xianer, and Lu Yaoer. In addition, there are many Longtang ancestors and others. These people are almost the entire team of the Dakian dynasty. It's a blessing to you that I've been away these days, Yang Mucheng said. We are nothing. And that's all thanks to Sister Rong. During the days when you were away, she was the one who led the way, gathered us together, and maintained the stability of the entire dynasty, Guanjing said with a smile. You did very well. There was a hint of guilt in Yang Mucheng's eyes. when he traveled through time. The first person he came into contact with was Xiao Rong, and he was infinitely grateful to her. And Xiao Rong is also very confident. She has really stepped forward step by step. She is still fighting in the outside world on her own, but she has maintained the stability of the entire Dacian dynasty. It also showed the queen's style, and united the entire Dacian dynasty. I only have about a month left when I come back this time. Although I have united the 9 provinces, you are just ordinary people and cannot suppress those Nirvana powerhouses. Yang Mucheng glanced at Lu Yaoer. Lu Yaoer, although you have had the adventure of reaching nascent soul, your cultivation time is too short after all. These are 3 crimson flame mad beads, which are imbued with the 10,000 layers mountain formation. I have practiced them again, and they don't require internal energy. It can be thrown out to kill a powerful Nirvana man. Thank you, Master. Lu Yaoer naturally knew that these 3 crimson flame beads were used to intimidate those Nirvana strong men. After all, Yang Mucheng will leave for the next 3 years. If he is absent for a long time, there will always be some Nirvana strong people who will have wrong thoughts. This is a hidden sword gourd. Yang Mucheng took out the gourd from his arms and handed it to Shirong. There are 36,002 famous swords hidden in this gourd. I have set up a magic circle in it. As the mother of the country, you must have the means to intimidate the ministers. All right. Xiao Rong wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she accepted it. Yang Mucheng nodded, and then looked at everyone in Longtang. Kowtowed. Now, although Kyushu has been unified, it still needs a long period of adjustment. You can take whatever you want from the techniques of the good and evil factions. I also have some heavenly and earthly treasures here. If you practice diligently, you will definitely be able to achieve them in the future. Half a step to Nirvana, even to the state of Nirvana. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone in Long Hall knelt down in excitement. Some of these people have followed Yang Mucheng since the mortal world, and some have followed Yang Mucheng even though they were in the martial arts world. But at that time, their highest cultivation level was only at the golden elixir stage. For them, Yuaning, see, it is an extravagant hope to have a palace, let alone the elusive realm of Nirvana. Next, Yang Mucheng released the fairy mansion. This immortal mansion is the immortal family mansion that he took in before. Although the spiritual energy in it is not as good as the immortal valley, it still has the effect of gathering spirits. Yang Mucheng took out some pills, exercises, etc. Everyone in Longdang received the treasure and left excitedly. There were only 5 people left in the entire lobby: Xiao Rong, Guan Jing, Lu Yaoer, Yi Xian, and Chu Youjiao. These 5 people are also the people Yang Mucheng cares about the most. Although there are many techniques in Jiuzhou, the inheritance has been cut off, and many techniques are incomplete. I have several cultivation techniques here, which I hereby give to you. Yang Mucheng said, taking out several exercises. He deliberately collected some during the star trial, and even asked in Shaoqing for some cultivation methods. The techniques of Jiuzhou are either qi training, body training, or spirit training. They are divided into 3. So the warriors of Jiuzhou are not as good as the warriors of the Xianan sect. But now these techniques point directly to the origin. There are no shortcomings in people's cultivation, and they should be able to reach half-step Nirvana faster than others. Half-step to Nirvana. Everyone's eyes lit up. They may not have understood what half-step Nirvana is, but when Yang Mucheng faced Xuanzong's disciples at Ponglai Island, countless half-step Nirvana powerhouses came to watch the battle. Only then did they realize that half-step Nirvana was the most powerful existence in Kyushu. If he could become a half-step Nirvana, he might not be able to control those Nirvana ancestors, but it would be more than enough to suppress Jiuzhou. If I find a way to restore the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces in the future, you will be able to reach Nirvana just around the corner. Yang Mucheng said, we are too old and have passed the best age for cultivation. Guan Jing whispered softly, the Dacian dynasty had a royal academy. They naturally know that if they want to practice, the best age is 7 years old. Even some geniuses can practice at the age of 4 or 5. And now that their bones have been fixed, how can it be so easy to reach the level that Yang Mucheng said? Yes. Listen to this. Xiao Rong, who had originally bright eyes, could not help but dim. Don't worry. Since I said that you can reach half-step of Nirvana without any hindrance, I must have full confidence in means. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, took out a jade bottle from his arms, and poured out 5 pills. This is the Great Creation Divine Mind Pill, which can transform your body and bones, although it cannot allow you to achieve a higher level overnight. It can open up your meridians and let you feel the innate energy. The medicinal power will be stored in your body, allowing you to practice in the future and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Dozens of times that of others, Yang Mucheng said lightly. That must be very precious. Yi Xian'er jumped up in fright. This kind of elixir can be said to be able to change one's destiny against the heavens. Several ancient books I have collected have mentioned this elixir, and each one is worth more than an entire star. In the world of immortal sect, there will always be some people who are unable to practice at the right age due to delays due to certain things. At this time, the great creation divine thought pill came into play. Some people are willing to destroy an entire star in order to obtain these elixirs. One can imagine how precious this elixir is. However, this pill is just a piece of cake for Yang Mucheng. When he killed Bai Wuhan, he found these 5 pills in his arms. Is it precious? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and shook his head lightly. Chapter 1305 Problem. In the next month or two, Yang Mu stayed in Chengdu in the Daqian dynasty. On the one hand, he dispatches Kyushu. On the other hand, he broke up the good and evil sects and mixed them together again. Each of the sects on the front line of good and evil has a history of thousands of years, or even nearly 10,000 years, and a single move can affect the whole body. Only Yang Mucheng could be so generous and integrate all the good and evil sects at once. Of course, this is easy to say, but extremely difficult to do, because both the coordination of characters and the arrangement of laws are quite tricky. Yang Mucheng simply put the more than 30 Nirvana ancestors into the execution hall. If they dared not obey, they would be killed without fail. Although many sects were reluctant, even their own ancestors had surrendered, and they could only shed tears. The two sects of good and evil were broken up, and countless skills complemented each other. The incomplete inheritance was also integrated piece by piece, which made the ancestors, who had been questioning Yang Mu's intention to unify the 9 provinces, wake up one after another. They already had a premonition that once Kyushu would be completely unified, this forgotten star would be able to bloom with its former glory. More than a month passed in a flash. This day, Yang Mucheng was practicing when a huge fluctuation came quickly. But in the void, infinite spiritual energy gathered rapidly, like a turbine surging, turning into a huge whirlpool. This trial will only last for 3 years at most. I will definitely come back within 3 years. Yang Mucheng stood in front of the whirlpool, glanced at Jiuzhou, Shirong, Lu Yao and others, took a deep breath, and stepped into the whirlpool. The sky and the earth are fighting. The sun, the moon, the sky and the earth. Just now, Jiuzhou was still exhausted of spiritual energy. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found that he had reappeared on the trial star. In addition to him, one genius after another came through the air. In a moment, the deserted stars became lively again. Just when everyone was waiting eagerly, in the void, Mr. Elegance appeared directly on the trial star. The appearance of Mr. Elegance made countless geniuses completely excited. They knew that the second round of the competition was about to begin. The trial star, which was originally noisy, became completely quiet in an instant. Today is the second round of trials for our Shin sect to select direct disciples. When Mr. Elegance mentioned the Shinzong, all the geniuses in trial star became excited. Even in Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with a different color. When the trial and joined Shinzong, countless people clenched their fists in their hearts and their eyes sparkled. This trial lasts for a total of 3 years. After 3 years, if the genius who finds the thing of chance returns to this star, he will be considered to have passed the trial. If he does not find the thing of chance within the specified time, he will be eliminated. Mr. Elegant glanced at everyone meaningfully and said slowly, "This round of trials has no rules or limitations." Boom! The geniuses were all shocked. Although the second round of trials seemed simpler than the previous survival trials, it was actually more cruel. Because even if you find something by chance that belongs to you, it may be taken away by others. In order to become a disciple of the Shin sect, some geniuses must do anything. Looking at everyone who already understood the rules, Mr. Elegant nodded. In addition, if you die in this round of trials, you will really die. So, it's still too late for you to quit now. Quit. There was deathly silence on the entire trial star. Everyone looked at each other, or saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. But the geniuses who can reach the second round are those with great opportunities, great wisdom, and great perseverance. Yang Mucheng looked around, and saw that no one was willing to give up this round. Very good! There was a hint of appreciation in Mr. Elegant's eyes. After all, No one wants the disciple they accept in the future to be a timid person who is afraid of death. Before setting off, I will give each of you a big gift. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly formed a seal. Zheng! 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 The token rings worn by countless geniuses burst out with a burst of dazzling light at this moment. Countless rays of light rose into the void almost instantly, even leaping over the trial stars, and shot straight into the starry sky of Hengyu. These rays of light are fleeting and extremely fast. Many people even disappeared quietly before they noticed it. These lights are where the things of chance are pointing. Remember, you only have 3 years. Next, let's get started. Many people were also shocked by the beam of light that shot into the sky earlier. After hearing these words from Mr. Elegance, everyone suddenly came back to their senses. It turned out that the position pointed by those light pillars was the direction he wanted to go. My chance object isn't eased. Yang Mucheng clenched his fists, and the look in his eyes was the same. Boom! Just when he was shocked, someone had already taken action. I saw a genius who took out a small black box. After the box was opened, a ray of light flew directly out of the box and landed on the trial star. That is? Yang Mucheng looked directly. But see, after the light fell to the ground, it turned into a huge flying boat. It was dozens of times larger than the Sualing Ferry that Yang Mucheng had seen in Wandao Sword Sect. Everyone, I'm leaving first. The genius stepped onto the flying boat and picked up a seal. Suddenly, this huge ship actually flew through the air, rushing directly into the sky thousands of feet high, and headed towards the depths of Hengyu under the gaze of countless people. That's a flying boat? A magic weapon used to travel between the stars. He is a disciple of the Immortal Sect, and he has the support of the sect behind him. But we don't. There was sadness in the eyes of some geniuses. Humph. Without the magic weapon of travel, as long as one reaches the Nirvana realm, one can escape from the stars. The starry sky is vast and vast. I don't believe it. I will fall behind him. A genius, with a hint of perseverance in his eyes, actually didn't without the slightest hint of timidity. He soared into the sky at this moment, and actually left the trial star under the gaze of countless people. At this time, everyone reacted. There are only 100 of these chance things, but there are more than 10,000 geniuses present. In other words, at least 99% of the geniuses must be eliminated. If you don't race against time, you will be eliminated in this round of trials. Time! 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 For a while, countless geniuses, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, have come up with their special skills. It may be a magic weapon, or some kind of tool for traveling, or it may be a way to reach nirvana and fly with the physical body. However, in just a short moment, the geniuses on the trial star are no longer 1% of what they were before. And Yang Mucheng. It was at the beginning of the second round of trials that they encountered a problem. He neither has a magic weapon that can travel, nor has he reached nirvana. So he ignores the imprisonment of the stars and flies away directly. During the first round of trials, the most dazzling and conspicuous genius would actually fall into such an embarrassing situation at the beginning of the second round of trials. This was something no one expected. Chapter 1306 Tianqing Pavilion. Master Yang actually doesn't have a magic weapon for traveling? Then this round of trials, won't he be embarrassed? With his strength, it is easy to break through the Nirvana cultivation level. But I'm afraid that after he reaches the Nirvana cultivation level, 100 chance objects will have been robbed by others. The geniuses around him all looked sarcastic. They had all seen how terrifying Yang Mucheng was. And now, at the beginning of the second round of trials, they were able to take the lead in eliminating such a powerful opponent. This is great news for many talented people. Listening to the jeers all around, Yang Mucheng's complexion gradually turned cold. He also didn't expect this kind of thing. If you don't protect yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. It seems that I can only snatch it myself. Yang Mucheng looked at the Tianjiu around him calmly. Boom! The silver cross light bloomed in his eyes, and the intense pressure erupted from it actually caused the previous geniuses to involuntarily shoot hundreds of meters at this moment. Then, the faces of the geniuses who reacted suddenly became extremely ugly. So many of them were actually frightened by Yang Mucheng. Why do you need to know something about these people? Brother Yang, I will take you to the place where you can buy flying magic weapons. At this time, a loud sound came from one side. Seeing this person appear, the killing intent in Yang Mucheng's eyes subsided slightly. The other person was in Shaoqing, who had joined forces with him several times in the first round of trials. Can I still buy flying magic weapons? Yang Mucheng showed a hint of surprise. Of course. And Xiaoqing smiled. The distance between the stars is very large. Although the Nirvana warriors can break through the shackles of the stars, escape and fly out, and travel by themselves. But sometimes traveling through 1 or 2 stars can take as short as 3 to 5 months. Or as long as decades. So naturally, there will be flying magic weapons for sale. The inheritance of Kyushu has been interrupted for too long. So it is normal that you don't know these things. But how should I get there? Yang Mucheng frowned. Come with me. I know no place in the stars that sells flying magic weapons these days. And Xiaoqing grabbed something from his arms and threw it on the ground. The thing swelled up when it saw the wind and instantly turned into a huge eagle-shaped beast that was several kilometers long. And this giant beast has no life breath at all. It is obviously just a flying puppet. This flying puppet was several times larger than what Yang Mucheng had seen in the ancient tomb. Good. Yang Mucheng stepped forward, and Xiaoqing pinched a sealed Jew. And the lifeless beast suddenly came to life. It let out a shocking roar, spread its wings, and soared into the sky at this moment, flying towards the stars. Go! So fast. Yang Mucheng, who was sitting on the flying giant beast, felt his eyes blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he had already flown away from the trial star. On the back of the giant beast, a transparent light shield shrouded the two of them. There was no wind around, and only the shining stars could be seen. On top of this giant beast puppet, Yang Mucheng also knew a lot of information. The distance between the stars and the universe is often huge, and ordinary Nirvana experts often fly from one star to another. But it takes a long time. Although the lifespan of a strong man in the Nirvana realm is already very strong, there are always dangers in the stars. There are chaotic groups of meteorites, black holes hidden in the dark, and sky demons hiding in some uninhabited stars. The place I want to take you to this time is the Tianqing Pavilion, the largest store in this galaxy. Among the stars, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. However, this is your first time leaving the stars. I advise you should prepare an extra star chart. And Xiaoqing said, stars fall or disappear every year, but holding a star chart will at least prevent you from getting lost among the stars. You know, once you get lost in the starry sky, it will definitely lead to death, because you never know what kind of danger the stars in front of you will hold. After Xiaoqing's introduction, Yang Mucheng realized that the stars were not as beautiful as they showed when they looked up in the lower realm. Some stars have 100 times the gravity. When an ordinary warrior lands on this star, he will be crushed into powder in an instant. Some stars were once set up as formation eyes by a certain powerful person, and once they stepped into them, they would be completely strangled. Some stars will be ambushed by sky demons, waiting for some warriors passing by the stars to devour them once they appear. Some stars have countless flames, and when they enter, they are burned to ashes. Some stars and countless frosts condense into ice when they enter. In the fairy world, sometimes, even the powerful tide dare not break into the vast stars at will. I see. Yang Mucheng nodded. Although he had escaped from Kyushu, this was his first time away from the stars, and he didn't know much about the vast starry sky. If it hadn't been for Xiaoqing, I'm afraid he might have had no way to survive after rushing into the stars. Which star is Tianqing Pavilion located in? Yang Mucheng asked. It's just ahead. We'll be there in about 3 or 4 hours. And Xiaoqing pointed to the void ahead. There is a land of bright stars, and the most conspicuous one is a star that is several times smaller than the trial star, but it appears extremely conspicuous in the dim starry sky. In addition, there are hundreds of satellite-like meteorites floating around it. Each of these meteorites is as big as a mountain, even compared to this flying behemoth with wings spread several thousand meters. All very different. The deeper you go deeper into the vast stars, the more you realize how insignificant you are. Yang Mucheng sighed deeply, but immediately, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. So what if I'm small? One day, I will become the controller of this starry sky, and I will trample all the races in the starry sky under my feet. Are they the two people on that giant beast? However, just as the two of them were heading towards Tianqing Pavilion, several figures appeared behind them. They were hiding furtively among the chaotic meteorites. Within the meteorite group, huge shadows hid their figures one by one. That's the boy in black robe. He embarrassed the young master on the trial star. The young master asked us to kill him. One of the men, with a scarred face, said solemnly. Then what are you waiting for? They're just 2 young boys. Another big man accompanying him couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. The scar-faced man shouted in a deep voice. Idiot! This is the Tianqing Pavilion. You are not allowed to do anything here. After they come out, we will set up an ambush among the meteorites and stars and wait for them to come out. Chapter 1307 Chase. Star Map. Cold Eagle Beast. This is an item Yang Maicheng bought from Tianqing Pavilion. The Cold Eagle Beast is the same flying puppet as in Shaoqing. Although it is not as suitable as in Shaoqing's flying puppet, it is slightly faster. As for the star map, it is a star pattern that looks like a projection. As long as the map is unfolded, the positions of the stars in this area can be immediately displayed. There are many types of stars in this piece, and each type of star has a slightly different star pattern. And Shaoqing said, in the star chart, green stars represent safety, red stars represent danger, and the darker the color, the greater the danger. Brother Yang, the things of chance between you and me are pointing to the east. So why don't we two go together? Good. Yang Maicheng nodded. Immediately, the two of them rode their respective flying puppets and flew towards the outside of Tianqing Pavilion. Suddenly, a strange feeling came to my heart. The surrounding area was a little different from when he came, filled with a strange aura. The depth of this aura is accompanied by a strong murderous intention. Who? Yang Maicheng shouted angrily. Pa! 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 That's right. I didn't expect that you, a boy who has half-stepped into nirvana, could actually discover where I am. The sound of applause came from the gap between the meteorites and stars. Yang Maicheng and in Shaoqing quickly looked forward. I saw a skinny man in gray robes standing in the gap. The other party seemed to be a ghost, and it was difficult to feel his aura at all. If you didn't pay a little attention, you would think it was just a rag. What? And Shaoqing's face turned cold. He found that among the surrounding meteorites, a figure emerged from it. There were 7 or 8 people in total, showing an encirclement to surround them. Who are you and why do you want to attack us? And Shaoqing asked in a cold voice. Hey, you are about to die, and you still want to get some words out of me? The man in gray robes sneered with narrowed eyes. It's only my fault that you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in gray robe looked stern and shouted, Do it! In an instant, the killers all around were like poisonous snakes lurking in the dark, all attacking. And Shaoqing was shocked and turned pale. He tiptoed and flew directly into the void to avoid the attack. Compared with Shaoqing, Yang Maicheng was very calm. He had already guessed that these people must be sent by other geniuses. Facing the crowd's attack, Yang Maicheng pushed his spiritual thoughts to the extreme. In an instant, everything around him seemed to slow down under the cover of his spiritual thoughts. He used void transit on the spot to avoid the killing move. Boom! The attack that did not hit the two of them fell directly behind them. A huge meteorite with a diameter of several thousand meters. And the meteorite was instantly blown into powder. Actually escaped? Old Zhao, Lao Jin, Lao Xia, the 4 of you deal with that kid. The rest of you and I will kill him. The man in gray robe had eyes like eagles, and he immediately locked onto Yang Maicheng. No fighting is allowed in front of Tianqing Pavilion. If they are discovered by their people, we will have to walk around without food. Suddenly, these killers, like the tide, rushed towards Yang Maicheng in one wave and in Shaoqing in the other. These people were obviously not ordinary people. Even if Yang Maicheng was halfway to nirvana, they had no intention of looking down on him. On the contrary, they acted even more cruelly. Young Masterin, run away! Yang Maicheng's heart moved. These 4 people were ambushing here, and they were obviously well prepared. In this area, there are dragons and snakes mixed together. If the opponent has any killing moves, it will be very difficult. Good! And Shaoqing responded and immediately summoned the flying puppet. And Yang Maicheng also quickly summoned the cold eagle beast and flew towards the distance. Call! In the dim starry sky, 2 flying puppets brought about a burst of swift light. Damn it! We actually let them escape! Hurry up and chase! Seeing this scene, the man in gray robe jumped angrily. They had been lying in wait among the stars for so long, just to kill the 2 of them with one blow. But they didn't expect it. It was actually avoided by both of them. Wow! Immediately, the group of killers also split into 2, and quickly chased after the 2 of them. Among them, the man in gray robe led the team, and led the other 3 killers to chase Yang Maicheng. The remaining 4 people chased in Shaoqing. Let me see where you are hiding! The man in gray robe was so angry that his teeth itched with hatred. He was a warrior in the middle stage of nirvana, and he lowered his face to sneak attack a warrior who was halfway to nirvana. But the other party actually escaped. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for him. He took out a long bow in the shape of a bird's wings from his back. When he held the long bow in his hand, it actually made a crisp and shocking sound of an eagle's cry. Draw the bow and shoot the arrow. Boom, boom, boom. Each feather arrow, with dazzling internal energy, shot like a heavy rain towards Yang Muchung, who was driving the cold eagle beast in front. Bang! 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 Each of these arrows was completely condensed with internal energy. With bursts of sharp whistling, they hit the suspended meteorites, directly penetrating through the stars in the sky. The 1,000-meter-long meteorite blasted huge holes, several meters in diameter on the meteorite. He even shot through 7 or 8 meteorites in diameter one after another. Only when his internal energy was exhausted did he completely disappear. If someone is hit by this arrow, even a warrior in the middle stage of nirvana will be seriously injured. Yang Muchung, who was in the midst of a swarm of arrows that were like a torrential rain, was extremely solemn. He poured all his inner energy into the cold eagle beast, making it fly faster. He released his spiritual thoughts and directly covered hundreds of miles in radius. He was able to control all changes in the scope. Not good. If I continue to be hunted like this, my inner strength will be exhausted sooner or later. Yang Muchung was calm and collected, his thoughts spinning rapidly while he kept dodging attacks from behind. My cultivation has not reached the nirvana realm, and I cannot fight outside the stars. Therefore, I must find a star to stay beyond the stars. If the cold eagle beast was knocked down, he wouldn't even have a place to stay. I remember that thousands of miles away from here, there seems to be a place called the Star of Beasts. There is a safe green star there. Why not choose there? Yang Muchung's eyes were sharp, and his gaze was like a torch, as if he ignored the space and was directly locked on a star thousands of miles away. Good. I chose this place. If you dare to ambush me, I will make you pay an absolute price. A cold light flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes, and he immediately injected more powerful internal energy into the cold eagle beast, and quickly flew towards the location of the stars of the beasts. Chapter 1308 10,000 Beasts and Stars. That is, Beasts and Stars. This is a star with ordinary spiritual energy. The most powerful being in the realm of cultivation in this star is only in the Zifu realm. Now, all these people are staring at the sky with their mouths open. In the vast clouds, Yang Muchung appeared driving the cold eagle beast like a hidden dragon out of the sea. Behind him, the 4 men in gray robes pursued quickly. Lightning like lightsabers swept down rapidly, and each ray of light was enough to shatter a mountain. This isn't immortal! When the warriors on the 10,000 Beasts star saw this scene, they knelt down in shock. Boom! As for Yang Muchung, since he stepped into the beast star, the suppression of him by the starry sky suddenly disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel relaxed. Obviously, even if he has not reached half step of nirvana, even if his strength is incredible, he still cannot escape the pressure of the void restriction. Chase me for 1,800 miles. Breaking through the clouds and arriving among the unfamiliar stars, Yang Muchung looked back at the kneeling warrior. Before, outside the stars, I was unable to deal with you because I was under the pressure of the void restriction. But now, among the stars, I may not be your opponent. Since you want to kill me, then try my strength. Buzz! Yang Muchung made a seal, and the cold eagle beast that was thousands of meters away suddenly turned into a ray of light and was taken into his arms. Then, he landed directly on a plane. Boom! Just as he landed, 4 figures also landed rapidly at the same time. Then, the surging inner energy dissipated, revealing 4 men in gray robes. Aren't you going to run away? The man in gray robe looked at Yang Muchung and sneered. He was filled with hatred that this boy was only half a step into nirvana. Yet he actually let him chase him for such a long time, and even landed on this star. However, the man in gray robe didn't think it was too strange. After all, the young man in front of him was the same disciple chosen by the Shin sect like his young master. How could he not have much strength? The young master said, "We need to dig out this kid's eyes. It's best to catch him alive." The man in gray robe was not in a hurry anymore, folding his arms and looking at his subordinates proudly. "Which one of you will come up?" "I come," a man responded angrily. He was wearing armor. Half of his shoulders were exposed. His aura was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of nirvana. He was carrying a giant axe on his back, and every step he took caused a small earthquake. "Boss, this brat has kept us chasing for so long, so let me take action." The sturdy man looked at Yang Muchung with a sneer. However, it didn't matter what he looked at. After looking at it, he suddenly became frightened. Yang Muchung took one step and disappeared in shock. At the same time, he only felt a terrifying killing intent rushing towards him, as well as the gathering sword light. This sword light was so strong and so fast that it had already reached in front of him as soon as it passed by the corner of his eye. A sound of flesh being torn apart quietly resounded. The burly man who was fierce and ready to attack Yang Muchung was already dead on the ground in the bloody light. The headless corpse was like a felled wood pile, smashed to the ground in shock. "Want to kill me? Do you also have this ability?" Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and looked at the three people with shocked faces, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The man in gray robe was shocked. He looked at the headless corpse on the ground and the domineering Yang Muchung, and felt that his mind was in chaos. And he almost didn't respond. He never imagined that a boy who was half-stepped into nirvana could actually kill people with just a raise of his hand. And the speed was beyond their imagination. Until then. Only then did they understand why the young master reminded them to be careful of Yang Muchung. "I see. This kid is not afraid of us at all. He is because his cultivation level has not reached nirvana, and he cannot fight outside the stars. He led us to the star. And then he started taking action." Among the pursuers, a middle-aged man suddenly realized when he looked at Yang Muchung with murderous intent on his face. He understood why Yang Muchung came straight to these beasts and stars, and even dared to fight them after arriving here. So what? No matter how powerful he is, there are still three of us. Each of us has nirvana cultivation, and the boss's cultivation has reached the middle stage of nirvana. Isn't it possible to kill this kid? Another killer asked. Clang. However, it was Yang Muchung's sword that answered it. If Yang Muchung doesn't move, he will be surprised. As soon as he moved his right hand, Shin Yuan's sword immediately burst out with a dazzling sword light. There was only one piece of each sword light, but as Yang Muchung blasted out his sword, it seemed like a flower blooming, and it turned into dozens of pieces in an instant. However, what bloomed this time was the flower of death. Retreat! After all, he was a killer in the starry sky. As soon as Yang Muchung made a move, they became alert and even shouted and moved towards the rear. Boom! The man in gray robe reacted the fastest. With a movement of his eyes, his inner energy turned into two cloud wings and swept back quickly. The other two people also turned into anxious lights and stepped back. But this is the speed sword style. Although it is only a middle-grade heaven-level martial skill, its speed is absolutely astonishing. A sword light that was so gorgeous that it could hardly be described in words quickly passed by. Puff puff. For a moment, the two companions beside the gray-robed man had already been hit by hundreds of swords, and their bodies were completely torn into pieces in the sword light. Although the man in gray robe moved quickly, he was still hit by two swords uncontrollably. Two sword rays left deep visible scars on his body. The man in gray robe looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was actually hurt by a boy who was half-stepping into nirvana. Even before, he had a feeling that if Yang Muchung wanted to, he could kill him at any time. Who is your young master? If you tell me, I might consider saving your life. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the shocked man in gray robe, and asked lightly, You really want to know who my young master is? The man in gray robe recovered from the shock. What are you going to do if I tell you? Kill, of course. By the way, I defeated all the forces of your young master. Yang Muchung looked at the man in gray robe and said coldly. Boom. The expression of the man in gray robe changed. He looked at Yang Muchung. After a moment, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Boy! You? A genius who came out of the ruined stars. Want to deal with our Lung Feng Pavilion? You die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in gray robe's expression suddenly darkened. Chapter 1309 Lung Feng Pavilion and the Mysterious Forces. Tongue! The man in gray robe took action suddenly. He knew that Yang Muchung's fast sword was very terrifying, so he took action as soon as he retreated. Call out! Call out! Call out! The three feather arrows were arranged in a strange position, like a triangle. In no particular order, they shot through the air and landed in front of Yang Muchung. At first glance, these three feather arrows seemed to be shot out at the same time in no particular order. But there was a slight deviation between them, locking Yang Muchung's attack position in a strange manner. Snort! Yang Muchung slashed with Shin Yuan's sword. In an instant, one sword turned into three lights. and each sword light quickly rushed towards an arrow. Only 3 explosions were heard, and the feather arrow was torn apart. Lung Feng Pavilion? Yang Wuqing's eyes suddenly calmed down after hearing the words of the man in gray robe. I don't care how powerful your young master is behind the scenes, but he shouldn't come here to provoke me. Not only can you not escape, he will not escape death either. Is it? The man in gray robe smiled coldly. His eyes sank, and he pulled up the bowstring in his hand. Hearing a startling hawk cry, the birdwing long bow in his hand seemed to come alive. Especially the position at the nozzle that looked like a phoenix's beak. Even more like an ice phoenix swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, billowing spiritual energy surged forward, forming a cold arrow on the gray-robed man's bowstring. Collapse! Then, the moment the feather arrow formed, the man in gray robe suddenly let go, and the terrifying sharp arrow was already shooting towards Yang Muchung Cave. Boy, if you can force me to use this arrow, even if you die, you will be able to rest in peace. As expected of the genius chosen by Shinzong, he has such strength even half a step into nirvana. However, even if you are a genius, so what? In the end, he will die under my arrow. The man in gray robe is confident. His arrow was a result of gathering all the energy in his body. Although it consumed a lot of energy, its power was still fierce. He was confident that this blow would definitely kill Yang Muchung completely. Lunfeng Pavilion? I remember this name. In the future, I will become your Lunfeng Pavilion's nightmare. Look at the sharp arrows coming like lightning. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Clang. The next moment, the sounds of swords being unsheathed and being sheathed sounded simultaneously. The man in gray robe only saw a flash of sword light. This sword light had reached its extreme, and it shattered the lightning-like ice arrow in a flash. What? The man in gray robe was horrified. However, the bright sword light, after shattering the ice arrows, still struck with unabated force. Poof! As the blood fountain splashed, a huge head soared into the sky. The gray-robed man's eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe it to the point of death that he actually died in the hands of a young man who had only half a step of nirvana cultivation. But Yang Muchung sheathed his sword gracefully, as easily as crushing an ant to death. When he and Xiaoqing worked together to kill the mid-stage sky demon Orochi, he and Xiaoqing almost used all their strength. Now that Yang Muchung's strength has already changed, how could he still be unable to deal with such a mid-term warrior? Lunfeng Pavilion. If you want revenge, just come. Yang Muchung glanced coldly at the body of the man in gray robe. But next, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to make me angry. After releasing the cold eagle beast, Yang Muchung prepared to leave the Star of Beasts. After taking 2 steps, he remembered something again and groped around on the 4 of them. However, these people don't have anything valuable on them. Even the birdwing longbow from before is just an ordinary top-level weapon. Besides that, the most valuable thing is the flying magic weapon used by the opponent before. These people obviously have low status and don't have any good things. I wonder what's going on within Xiaoqing. Yang Muchung secretly moved in his heart, leaving corpses on the ground, and flew away from the stars of beasts with the cold eagle beast. Several more hours passed, accompanied by an eagle's cry. Yang Muchung returned to the place where he was previously ambushed, but he did not see Xiaoqing return. Within Xiaoqing's strength, he may not be the opponent of those people. Maybe he has left first. The chance objects of Xiaoqing and I are all pointing to the same location. If I keep walking along the east, then it will be inevitable we'll come together. Yang Muchung waited for a while, but no one came. After leaving a mark on the spot, he left angrily. This way, without Xiaoqing, Yang Muchung could only call Axianu out of Juziling. Although Axianu has been trapped in the ancient tomb for tens of thousands of years, she still knows a little more about the starry sky than Yang Muchung, and she can also give him some suggestions. For now, Yang Muchung's only choice is to keep heading toward the east according to the position pointed by the star map. The flying puppet cannot be used indefinitely. The spirit stones must be replaced every once in a while. If the spirit stones are used up, the flying puppet will become ineffective. If it happens to land on a commercial star, you may be able to buy a few spirit stones. Sure, it would be terrible if it were a deserted star. Arsenal thought for a while and gave a very vivid example. It's like an ordinary person landing on an isolated island in the ocean. However, if you wait on the isolated island for a while, you might be able to see a cruise ship. If you land on those uninhabited stars, you may be trapped for the rest of your life. I see. Yang Muchung nodded. A low-grade spiritual stone can allow a flying puppet to fly for 7 days. I still have a month's worth of it. It should be able to support me in flying to the next commercial star. After thinking about it secretly, Yang Muchung nodded secretly. Hi, quickly! At this time, Arsenal's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He knew that Xiannu would not make any random jokes. He immediately drove the cold eagle beast, and quickly hid behind a huge floating meteorite without any hesitation. Just when he was hiding, he saw a huge group of flying puppets quickly passing through the starry sky. That is? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Although Yang Muchung didn't know the origin of this group of people, but the huge flying puppets were hanging the flag of an unknown force. On each flying puppet, there are dozens of terrifying people with ferocious faces. And they are even more armed. The cultivation levels of these people are uneven. The lowest is only nascent soul. The highest is even beyond nirvana. Even Yang Muchung can't see through it. But looking at the menace and attack of these people, it is obvious that they are not a friendly force. Finally gone! It wasn't until the flying team completely disappeared from sight that Arsenal could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She looked back and saw Yang Muchung's confused eyes. Chapter 13:10 Don't meet unless you are enemies. You entered the starry sky for the first time, and you didn't know the dangers involved. Although Shaoqing introduced a lot to you, he ignored the most important point. Axiana looked at Yang Muchung and explained. This starry sky is really too big. Therefore, you don't know what a friend is, and what an enemy is. Bandits often appear in the mortal world, and there are also some bandits in this starry sky. Therefore, when you are alone, you must be careful of any forces. Unless you can be sure that the other party is a friend, you must be wary. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that one day he would be taught a lesson by others. He touched his nose awkwardly. Is it that serious? Axiana said solemnly. Of course it's serious. In my era, there were many bandits hidden in the endless starry sky. Some of these people were tycoons who controlled a party, and some were big thieves who came and went without a trace. Others specialized in plundering passing caravan wolves. Alright. Yang Muchung stopped smiling. Although being taught a lesson by Xiannu made him feel a little ashamed. He knew how dangerous it was to be in this starry sky. This starry sky looks extremely brilliant. But in fact, it is like a mushroom. The more gorgeous the appearance, the more deadly poison is hidden under it. After letting out a breath of turbid air, Yang Muchung summoned the cold eagle beast and continued moving forward after confirming that the team had left. Really, Arsenal is right. In this journey forward, this star map is not smooth. Among them, he also encountered several waves of bandits. But Yang Muchung led them one by one into the nearby stars and killed them. As he continued to advance, Yang Muchung learned about the power of Lingfeng Pavilion from a bandit who attacked him. If the forces of the 9 provinces sect such as the Wandao Sword sect were taken out and placed in this starry sky for comparison, Xuanzong can be regarded as a 3rd-tier medium force, and the 36 sects can only be regarded as 5th-tier and inferior. As for Lingfeng Pavilion, it is a quasi-4th-line force. Although it is not as good as Xuanzong, it is much more powerful than Wandao Sword sect and the entire Kyushu combined. If I have to make a comparison, Lungfinga is an elephant. In front of him, the forces of Kyushu were like ants under the feet of an elephant. I didn't expect that when I officially set foot in the world of Immortal Sect, I would get into trouble with such a behemoth. With a sneer in his heart, Yang Muchung clenched his fists. But no matter how powerful you are, I will kill you. Idiots! You idiots! In a certain branch of Lingfeng Pavilion, a young man with a gloomy face was angrily scolding the killer in front of him. I sent 8 of you to hunt down Yang Muchung and Shaoqing, but 7 of them died, and only 1 came back alive. These 2 were the 2 most eye-catching geniuses in the first round of trials. Now that they have joined forces, the second the wheel is not difficult at all for them. If Yang Muchung were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man is the young master of Lingfeng Pavilion, who was scared off by him during the star trial. Cold night. In full public view, he was actually frightened away by Yang Muchung. This incident simply became a stain on his body. Only by killing Yang Muchung could he wash away the shame. Have you found out the whereabouts of those 2 people? Lung Yi asked. And Shaoqing hasn't found out yet. But Yang Muchung has some clues. The flying puppet that was taken away from the boss happened to have the mark I left. He should be arriving at the Hengtian Galaxy soon, the killer said quickly. Oh! Lung Ye's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and shouted. Yang Maicheng has thrown himself into the trap this time. There is only one commercial star in the Hengtian galaxy, and our Lingfeng Pavilion branch happens to be there. You go and inform the branch. We must kill Yang Maicheng. Yes, the killer responded. The giant beast tears apart the clouds and covers the sky with its wings. If this situation were placed in Kyushu, he would probably be regarded as a god descending to earth. But for Yang Maicheng, he was already very familiar with it. After hanging around in this starry sky for more than 20 days, he went from a rookie who had just entered the starry sky to a seasoned veteran who seemed to have been struggling for many years. This time he landed at the commercial star in the Hengtian galaxy. In the starry sky, the territory composed of hundreds of thousands of stars is called a galaxy. And this galaxy is equivalent to a city in the mortal world. The stars in it are equivalent to villages. A territory composed of hundreds, or even thousands of galaxies is called a star field. If a Nirvana strongman wants to pass through a star field, even the smallest one, he will not be able to do it for less than 500 years. One can imagine how huge this starry sky is. Boom! As the cold eagle beast landed, small earthquakes spread quickly. Master! On the stars, the beautiful maids, who were specially responsible for receiving these people who came and went from the stars had already hurriedly greeted them. Even when they saw Yang Maicheng, a young man like him, the attendants who came to greet him did not dare to show any contempt on their faces. After all, those who are qualified to travel back and forth between the stars are either powerful beings in the Nirvana realm, or have great power behind them. Tell me what's on these stars! Yang Maicheng pinched the seal, put away the cold eagle beast, and strode towards the business district. This is the only commercial star in the Hengtian galaxy. The next commercial star will take 3 months. So Yang Maicheng plans to buy enough necessities here to prepare for the next star desert. As for the spiritual stone, the universal currency of this starry sky, Yang Maicheng naturally has nothing to worry about. During the past 20 days, he was not only on the road, but also plundered a lot of things from everywhere. In commercial stars, in addition to using spiritual stones to buy what you want, you can also exchange items for items. Master, there are elixirs, magic weapons, talismans, flying boats on these stars. The maid replied quickly. Their mission is to receive powerful beings like Yang Maicheng who come and go. If they are satisfied with their service, even if it is just a random reward, it will be equivalent to a huge sum of money for people like them. Yang Maicheng condensed for a moment and thought to himself, I got a lot of things this time. In addition to exchanging enough spirit stones to maintain the use of flying puppets, I also bought some weapons for the rest to improve my golden scale body. Thinking of this, he looked at the attendant and said in a deep voice, Is there any store on this star that has any good weapons? Reporting to the master, there are Tianbing Pavilion and Wanjianfang. The maid pondered for a moment, then added, By the way, there is also Lingfeng Pavilion. This Lingfeng Pavilion was recently opened. Hearing the last shop mentioned by the maid, a coldness flashed in Yang Maicheng's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile lightly. Lingfeng Pavilion? Take me to see it. Chapter 1311 Making Trouble. I never expected that I would meet Lingfeng Pavilion in this star. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Even if you don't go inside to buy anything, you still have to go and inquire about the situation. The maid who led the way did not guess Yang Maicheng's intention at all. She simply thought that Yang Maicheng might be interested in Lingfeng Pavilion. So she kept talking about everything along the way. Master, although Lingfeng Pavilion is a newly opened weapon shop, the weapons in it are comparable to those of Tianbing Tower and Wanjianfang. This is a rumor. Lingfeng Pavilion found a star made entirely of rare minerals in a certain uninhabited starry sky. This star has also attracted many famous blacksmiths to seek refuge. The maid noticed that the young man seemed to care about Lingfeng Pavilion, so she revealed everything she knew. A star made entirely of mineral deposits? Where is it? Yang Maicheng's eyes moved. Master, how can a humble person like me know where that star is? Lingfeng Pavilion worships the location of that star as a god, and no more than one person in the entire family knows its location. The maid smiled bitterly and shook her head. She pondered for a moment and continued. If Lingfeng Pavilion continues to develop, it may become a third-tier force in the future, or even a second-tier force. If they can find another mineral star before the resources of that star are completely exhausted, Lingfeng Pavilion's status will be stable and immortal. Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows secretly. He just lamented Lingfeng Pavilion's good luck. It is much more difficult to find a star in the starry sky that is entirely composed of mineral deposits than to find gold on the beach. If I could find that star, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Not only can it block the rise of Langfeng Pavilion, but it may also be able to achieve perfection in its unicorn body. However, for now, let's cause some trouble to Langfeng Pavilion first. Yang Mucheng thought to himself, and casually took out a spiritual treasure and handed it to the maid. Under the extremely surprised look of the maid, she stepped directly into the door of Langfeng Pavilion. With one step in. Inside and outside the door seemed to be two completely different worlds. Outside the door is a noisy and lively street. Inside the door is an arsenal of armored weapons. Once you step into it, you feel like you have stepped into a killing field. And you can feel a strong sense of killing. Looking around, rows of weapons hanging upside down shone with a cold light. Uniform cloud patterns swam over the weapon as the cold light moved from top to bottom. I didn't expect that this Langfeng Pavilion has some real materials. Yang Mucheng casually picked up a long sword. This sword is a single-edged sword. One mouth is a blade, and the other is a saw-like tooth. It can be used to attack and defend, and it is a weapon used by body-refining warriors. A warrior transcends the stars and is called a genius. These sect forces are beyond the stars. How can they be ordinary people? Yang Mucheng took a glance and found that there were some guests in Langfeng Pavilion. This is a good time to cause trouble. Looking at the long sword in his hand, a sneer appeared on Yang Mucheng's face. There was a commotion in Langfeng Pavilion, and suddenly there was a ding sound, like something breaking into two pieces, followed closely by a burst of angry shouts. Is this how Langfeng Pavilion does business? How about these scraps of metal to fool me? Everyone who was choosing weapons looked forward in surprise. I saw a young man wearing a large black robe, black hair and black eyes, holding a broken sword, was looking around with an angry look on his face. Yes, he is Yang Mucheng. At this moment, he looked like a dandy who came to buy some magical weapons and wanted to go out and show off. In Langfeng Pavilion, everyone was choosing their weapons. Yang Mucheng's voice naturally attracted everyone's attention. Several clerks showed a trace of doubt when they saw the broken sword in Yang Mucheng's hand. This sword is called E2 sword, because one end is single-edged and the other end is shaped like a saber tooth. So it got its name. This sword is suitable for wide opening and closing, and is extremely hard. How could it suddenly break? Is there anyone in the store who can breathe? Bring one to me! Yang Mucheng frowned and shouted angrily. His voice made many customers in the shop explode. Langfeng Pavilion is a rising star. Although the price of weapons is cheap, the quality is no worse than other companies. So it has the potential to rise and attract countless strong people to buy. Who would want something to go wrong with their weapon? After all, in a fight, even a 1/10,000th difference may result in their death. This guessed. Although our Langfeng Pavilion is not as good as those big-name weapons pavilions, our prices are definitely fair and we are honest. In the more than 10 years since our establishment, we have never been troubled by anyone. What are you talking about? Mean? Several waiters saw that the situation was not good and had already invited a middle-aged man from the backstage. Deacon of Langfeng Pavilion branch. Sun Chio, what happened here has already happened, and it alarmed many guests. If this matter is not suppressed today, Langfeng Pavilion's reputation will be greatly damaged by then, which will be a huge blow to their rise. As soon as he appeared, he put all the blame on Yang Mucheng. You can't be the person sent by other weapons pavilions to cause trouble. Right? Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with coldness. He had long known that if a rising power could be suppressed by his own few words, it would have been swallowed up by other wolf-like forces in the starry sky. Looking at Sun Chio's cold eyes, and the customers all around who looked like they were watching the fun, Yang Mucheng shook the broken sword in his hand. Why? Don't you understand what I said? Did you? Langfeng Pavilion. Bring out some junk to fool your customers? Yang Mucheng squinted at Sun Chio and sneered. This sword is called the Crocodile Tooth sword, and it is a top-grade weapon on the ground level. As a result, I took it in my hand and folded it gently, and it actually broke into two pieces. You say, if I fight against others, how many moves can I make with this weapon? After speaking, Yang Mucheng did nothing, just looked at the other party quietly. However, Sun Chio was panicked. Langfeng Pavilion is not the kind of short-sighted person. Every weapon they have is refined over time in order to gain a firm foothold in the starry sky. But now that something like this happened, it was tantamount to destroying his own brand. How could Sun Chio not be anxious or panic? But after all, as a branch deacon, He would not be troubled by such trivial matters. He rolled his eyes, and already had an idea. Chapter 1312 Fake. As a businessman, you will understand. If you continue to push the blame and blame others for the mistake at this time, it will only annoy customers, rather than refusing to admit it. It is better to admit your mistake openly and earn a good reputation. Guest, the crocodile tooth sword in your hand is indeed an oversight on my part. This is a sample for customers to see. So naturally it is not as good as a real weapon. How about this? In order to express my apology from Long Feng Pavilion, we can provide you with a free weapon, and you will receive a 30% discount on all weapons you purchase from Long Feng Pavilion in the starry sky. Sun Qiu said with a smile. It turns out to be a sample. What's going on? Is there any weapon that breaks into two pieces with just a flick of the force? This boy is so lucky. If you choose any weapon at random, you will get a 30% discount on future purchases of weapons in Long Feng Pavilion. Why don't I have such luck? As expected of a great store, they admitted their mistakes straightforwardly and compensated the customer. I am very satisfied with this attitude. When Sun Qiu spoke, the surrounding customers couldn't help but secretly nod, and some even began to envy Yang Muqing's luck. Saw this scene, Sun Qiu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly winked at an attendant and asked him to find out what happened to the crocodile mouth sword. While taking out a long sword from the weapon rack, he came to Yang Muqing and introduced. Little brother, this is the 8-sided Hanyun sword. It is made entirely of cold cloud steel, cutting iron like clay, and is suitable for wide open and close moves. Do you think this sword is suitable for you? At this time, the guests around were also preparing to disperse. Yang Muqing also knew that if he didn't think of a way to deal with it, not only would he fail to cause trouble in Long Feng Pavilion, but his actions would make Long Feng Pavilion famous again. If other people were facing this situation, there might really be nothing they could do. But unfortunately, it was Yang Muqing who came to cause trouble this time. I don't believe you. Long Feng Pavilion. Who knows if this 8-sided Cloud Han sword is made of scrap metal? Yang Muqing shouted in a deep voice, and his voice once again attracted all the guests present. Is this kid an idiot? Yes. There are only 1 or 2 samples in a store. Deacon Sun Qiu has already explained it clearly. Why is he still so stubborn? Many people frowned. After all, Long Feng Pavilion has already offered such favorable conditions. And if you still refuse to give in, then you are not wise enough. After all, he suffered a loss once, so it's normal for him to be worried. My relative runs a weapon shop, and I've never heard of such a thing as a sample. One customer did speak up and stood on Yang Muqing's side, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the others. What do you want? Sun Qiu listened to the sounds around him and felt less worried. If this kid continues to cause trouble, his reputation in Long Feng Pavilion will only get better and better. Yang Muqing pretended to be calm. He looked around and landed on the touchstone. Why not? Let's try it on that touchstone. That's right. Deacon Sun Qiu. Let's test the quality of the 8-sided Hanyun sword on the touchstone and make the troublemaker give up. One customer yelled. Try it with a touchstone. This is the best way. One weapon shop is 1 sample to explain it. There can't be 2 samples. Right? Another customer said. The so-called touchstone is a stone with very high hardness. There will be 1 in any weapon shop, specially used to test the hardness and sharpness of weapons. Okay, I'll give it a try myself, Sun Qiu said. His gentle and elegant gesture immediately made many guests have a greater impression of Long Feng Pavilion. But what happened next shocked everyone. I saw the 8-sided Hanyun sword, shining with uniform cloud patterns and carrying a cold light, struck the touchstone with a clang. However, this sword did not split the touchstone in half as everyone imagined. Instead, the 8-sided Hanyun sword broke into 2 pieces. Clang! The broken sword body hit the ground heavily, and the Long Feng Pavilion, which was originally bustling with activity, fell into dead silence. My worries are indeed true. Long Feng Pavilion is really using these weapons made of broken copper and iron to fool us. Deacon Sun Qiu. I think you should give us an explanation. Right? Yang Muqing looked at Sun Qiu, who was also dull. Sneered. This is all your fault. Sun Qiu froze, pointing at Yang Muqing and shouting. Me? Don't forget. When this sword was taken out from the backstage, it was always in your hand. I never touched it. Why do you think I'm a ghost? Yang Muqing said with a half smile, but not a smile. In order to give Sun Qiu another chance to make excuses, Yang Muqing never touched the 8-sided Hanyun sword from beginning to end this time. As soon as he said these words, the surrounding guests immediately exploded. It's obvious to all that no one else has even touched a weapon. If you accuse someone unjustly, that's going too far. Some people picked up the half-broken sword and looked at it, only to discover something fishy in it. Look, the center of this sword is completely corroded. No wonder when the sword was struck, instead of being able to cut off the touchstone, it actually broke itself. One customer shouted, "It's really rusted. I didn't believe Lingfeng Pavilion would do such a thing before. But now it seems really possible. It's really abominable. I wonder if the sword we bought is also like this." All the guests in Lingfeng Pavilion exploded. All the guests shouted, "After all, if you buy a fake weapon, it is no joke. If something goes wrong in battle, you will definitely lose your life." Sun Qiu stood there, sweat dripping down his forehead. He didn't know what was going on. Every weapon here has been tempered for thousands of times. How could it be rusted in the center? Although he suspected that Yang Mucheng was responsible. As Yang Mucheng said, so far his hands have not touched the 8-sided Hanyun sword once. So how could it be him? Yang Mucheng looked coldly at the noisy guests around him. All of this was naturally his fault. Under the operation of the Kirin body training technique, as long as you get close to these weapons, you can absorb the sharp energy from them. Even if you don't touch it, you can still absorb it. He had absorbed most of the sharp energy in these swords. And now they looked like gold and jade on the outside but ruined on the inside. As a result, the reputation of Lingfeng Pavilion will be severely damaged. But, in Yang Mucheng's opinion, this is not enough. He must add another fire. Chapter 1313 The Pursuit is coming. Everyone, if you don't believe in the weapons in your hands, you can all try it on the touchstone. If it's all scrap metal, you can ask Lingfeng Pavilion to refund the money. And you can also ask for compensation. Yang Mucheng's voice sounded again at the right time. In an instant, everyone reacted. Yes, I don't know whether the weapon in my hand is genuine or shoddy. So give it a try. Immediately, each customer quickly walked towards the touchstone. Sun Qiu was also confused. He had no idea why there were two swords in this situation. But after hearing Yang Mucheng's words, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah. Give it a try on the touchstone. I swear, this is just the exception and will never happen many times. After all, he had personally inspected this batch of weapons, and he didn't know why these defective items were mixed in. But he is confident that there will never be any more defective products. The words just fell. Clang! There was a clear cracking sound, and the wild goose wing ring knife in the hand of a customer actually broke into 2 pieces. As for the broken part, you can still see that the middle position is completely corroded. I'll give it a try too. Clang! Clang! Bang dang! Each weapon was broken into 2 pieces. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiu's head almost exploded. It was foreseeable that after this happened, he would inevitably face the wrath of the headquarters. As for the reputation of Lingfeng Pavilion, it will also be greatly affected. If it is not handled well, it will even fall into ruin. Go and have a look at other homes. Seeing the commotion in Lingfeng Pavilion, Yang Mucheng strode away. After the other party has dealt with the matter, sooner or later he will guess that he is causing trouble, which will only cause trouble. So it is better to leave early. Anyway, he has made a lot of money, and all the weapons in Lingfeng Pavilion have been imbued with sharp energy. However, although the number of these weapons is large, the quality is not too high. Therefore, there is not much improvement for the Qilin body. If you want to get a significant improvement, you must at least absorb all the weapons on the entire star. But Yang Mucheng is not that stupid. After all, he and Lingfeng had already developed a grudge, so it was understandable. If you offend too many forces, I'm afraid you will really have no way to go in this starry sky in the future. Sun Qiu's skills are quite strong. I think it won't take long to solve the problem. I have to speed up. Otherwise, it won't be that easy to leave after they react. Looking back at Lingfeng Pavilion, Yang Mucheng quickened his pace and walked towards another pawn shop. He planned to exchange all the loot for spiritual stones according to his previous plan. It took half an hour. Only then did Sun Qiu suppress the noisy customers in Lingfeng Pavilion. He spent a lot of money on each of them to prevent them from spreading the news. Check it out for me. What's going on? Sun Qiu's eyes almost bulged out. The new store opened and it hasn't made much money yet, but it has already lost so much. Deacon, someone is here from the headquarters. It's the eldest young master. A servant said cautiously. Why did the young master come to see me at this time? With a trace of suspicion, Sun Qiu entered the backstage. Backstage, a handsome young man sat there holding a teacup. And he was the eldest young master of Lungfeng Pavilion, Lung Yi. I have met the eldest young master. I wonder what your eldest son is doing this time. Sun Qiu asked cautiously. I want to kill someone. And this person should have already arrived at this commercial star. You send people to seal off the entire star. And you can't let him escape. Lung Yi flicked his finger. And the air in front of him exploded softly. Yang Muqing's appearance appeared. Just looking at Yang Muqing, Sun Qiu jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. And said angrily, It's this kid. Lung Yi was stunned. He's already here? Sun was so angry that he almost broke his teeth. He nodded heavily and said, Yes, it's this kid. He came to our Lingfeng Pavilion and used some means to transform all the weapons in our shop. It turned into scrap metal. I spent a lot of money to suppress the matter. When Ling Yi heard this, he almost fainted. He didn't expect that Yang Muqing would start to fight back so quickly. If this matter spread, even if his father was the head of the family, he would have to face severe punishment. We must catch this kid, and we must not let him escape from the star alive. Good. Yang Muqing walked out of the pawn shop in a good mood. He replaced everything he didn't need with spiritual stones, which were enough to allow him to travel through the stars for half a year. No matter how far apart the galaxies are, it should be half a year away. Arriving at the clearing, Yang Muqing released the cold eagle beast and was about to leave when he heard a burst of footsteps. Yang Muqing, let me see where you are going. You don't want to leave alive today. Immediately afterwards, a sharp whistling sound sounded quickly. I saw several arrows rising rapidly into the sky and struck the hanging beast that had just taken off with a horrifying attitude. Boom! A bright flame suddenly exploded in the sky above the stars, and countless fragments fell like meteorites. In the shining firelight, Yang Muqing's face fell gloomily. Yang Muqing, without the flying puppet, I'll see how you can escape. Looking at Yang Muqing falling slowly, Lung Yi stared at Yang Muqing. If looks could kill, the boy in front of him would have been killed thousands of times by him. To think that he, the dignified young master of Lingfeng Pavilion, was actually scared away by Yang Muqing in the star trial. If he didn't regain his position, this would be a lifelong shame for him. But how could he have imagined that instead of pursuing him quickly, he would stumble in front of this kid? Oh, it's you! Yang Muqing sneered when he saw Lung Yi. This kid secretly hid on the trial star almost as soon as the trial started. I don't know where he was hiding, but no monster found him until the end of the trial. Yang Muqing, how dare you cheat on me? If I don't kill you today, I won't have any enmity. Sun Qiu also stood up. He roared loudly and killed Yang Muqing directly. Before he could reach Yang Muqing, the powerful and terrifying aura formed a terrifying gust of wind, leaving traces of knives and axes on the ground around him. However, as soon as he took action, Lung Yi behind him exclaimed, Careful! Chapter 1314, Severe Suppression. Sun Qian was not allowed to tear Yang Muqing into pieces. This kid put him in such a miserable situation and cost him a lot of money. If this matter is known to the headquarters in the future, there is no telling what kind of punishment he will face. Now, he can only kill this kid to make up for his mistake. However, as soon as he took action, he heard Lung Ye's exclamation. Be careful? Why be careful? In his opinion, with his own nirvana cultivation level, wouldn't it be an easy task to kill Yang Muqing, who is only halfway to nirvana? Killing him would be just a matter of effort. However, just when Sun Qiu was confused, he saw a sudden cold light in Yang Muqing's eyes, and his pupils were like golden crows spreading their wings. The terrifying spiritual thoughts condensed into substance, and instantly turned into infinite gravity, crushing down out of thin air. While Sun Qiu was still in the air, he felt this terrifying force hit his shoulder quickly. This force came so fast that he didn't even have time to react quickly, and his whole body hit the ground from midair. At this moment, the whole body's skeleton was crushed into powder. I didn't come to kill you. It's your luck in 8 lifetimes. I didn't expect you to dare to come and attack me. Yang Muqing put his hands behind his back, looked at Sun Qiu who had been blown into powder, and said coldly, Hiss. This moment, when everyone around saw the scene, they couldn't help but gasp. It's really terrible. A half-step nirvana is weaker than a strong nirvana. This is the iron law of the starry sky. Now in the eyes of everyone, Sun Qiu, a nirvana powerhouse, was completely crushed to death without even the slightest resistance. This is completely beyond common sense. Original. The people from the Lingfeng Pavilion branch were still thinking of going forward to kill Yang Maicheng and show themselves well in front of young Master Lung. If Mr. Lung takes a fancy to him, he will have a bright future if he is transferred to the headquarters. But now, seeing Yang Maicheng calmly kill a Nirvana strongman, I was immediately frightened out of my mind. Where is the menacing attitude from before? As expected of a genius. Even if you are just a genius who stepped out of a broken star, you should still not be underestimated. At this time, among the crowd, an old man with a long beard spoke. Mr. Chow, it seems that you are the only one who can take action. Lung Yi glanced at Yang Maicheng and raised his hand to the long-bearded old man. This kid made me lose face in the trial stars. And now, he has greatly damaged the reputation of our Lingfeng Pavilion. The old man named Mr. Chow stroked his long beard, glanced at Yang Maicheng and snorted coldly. Young master, don't worry. I was originally an old slave sent by the master to follow you. This kid has caused you to lose face. Naturally, it is unforgivable. Now that Lingfeng Pavilion has suffered such losses, how can I spare him? Who is this Mr. Chow? I don't know. It should be from the headquarters. He seems to have the cultivation level of the late Nirvana. He will definitely be able to kill this kid this time. Everyone around looked at Mr. Chow walking out slowly, and couldn't help but whisper. But see you. Mr. Chow walked towards Yang Maicheng. With every step he took, his breath suddenly increased. His robes danced without any wind. He looked like a skinny old man, but his aura was extremely high. Little beast. Before he could reach Yang Maicheng, Mr. Chow shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura swept across his skinny fingers, and he fiercely grabbed at Yang Maicheng. The horrifying 5 fingers were shaped like eagle claws, tearing up the air and grabbing at Yang Maicheng's throat like lightning. Old man, you have half your foot in the coffin, and you still dare to insult me? Today, let me send you to the underworld. Yang Maicheng clenched his fists and punched the opponent's fist. Seeing that Yang Maicheng actually dared to confront him, Mr. Chow's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule, and a hidden danger was injected into his 5 fingers. He was confident that this claw would be able to crush Yang Maicheng's fist to pieces. Boom! A burst of explosions resounded loudly. Mr. Chow's eyes widened. He felt that Yang Maicheng's fist had a power that was not weaker than his own. Not only did his claws fail to break Yang Maicheng's fist, but it felt like he was catching on pig iron. The huge repulsive force made his fingers tremble. The two sides were divided at the first touch, and they immediately saw each other's superiority. Yang Maicheng took 3 steps back, but Mr. Chow took 7 or 8 steps back. All the warriors in the late Nirvana period were beaten back by this kid. How is this possible? This is a competition of complete strength. How can his body be so strong? Seeing this scene, there was a burst of exclamations from all around. Even Mr. Chow couldn't believe it. Mr. Chow, this kid once killed a giant demon snake on the trial star. Lung Yi quickly reminded him. What? A trace of shock flashed in Mr. Chow's eyes. How powerful the Sky Demon Orochi is. If this kid can kill the Sky Demon Orochi, it proves that his physique is definitely not bad. If he had known this, he should have used martial arts instead of fighting head-on. Of course, you can't blame him. In his opinion, Yang Maicheng was a genius who stepped out of the fallen stars. No matter how powerful his strength was, it was still quite limited. But the strength displayed by Yang Maicheng's punch completely exceeded his imagination. Boom! Before Mr. Chow could recover from the shock, Yang Maicheng's counterattack had already come. With a kick of his feet, he suddenly arrived in front of Mr. Chow with the help of terrifying explosive power. The right leg was lifted up suddenly, and it was slashed down like a giant axe. Before the foot fell, the fierce hurricane could already be felt on the face. Boss Chow was horrified and subconsciously raised his arms in front of him. Boom! There was a loud sound, and Mr. Chow was knocked to his knees. Both knees smashed holes into the ground, and dense cracks spread. Everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion was shocked. Lung Yi almost stared out of his eyes. They all thought that it would be easy for Mr. Chow to deal with Yang Maicheng with his late Nirvana cultivation. But in the end, Yang Maicheng kicked him and knocked him to his knees. Is this kid really just a half step into Nirvana? This is completely relying on physical strength to defeat the late stage of Nirvana. Many onlookers were shocked. Many warriors who were also in the late stage of Nirvana secretly reasoned that if they faced Yang Maicheng, they would have to retreat quickly to avoid the sharp edge. After all, Yang Maicheng's body is more terrifying than some heavenly demons. He can only find ways to distance himself and use martial arts to crush the opponent. No matter how strong he is, He will only be reduced to a sandbag to be beaten. Boom! There was another muffled sound. Mr. Chow, who was about to fight back, was directly kicked by Yang Muchung. He flew out and fell heavily to the ground. His internal organs seemed to be displaced, and he was vomiting blood. Yang Muchung walked up to Mr. Chow, knelt down, patted his face gently and asked, "Old man, who did you call a little beast just now?" Chapter 13:15 Something big happened. I'm going to kill you. Mr. Chow was in the late stage of nirvana and was considered a prominent figure in Lingfeng Pavilion. Coupled with the rise of Lingfeng Pavilion, he has become more and more unscrupulous and arrogant. He has always been the only one who bullies others. He has not dared to pat his face and question him like this. And even in full view of the public, this is for him. To put it bluntly, it is simply a naked humiliation. Mr. Chow, who fell to the ground, roared, jumped up and grabbed Yang Muchung fiercely. "Kill me! Do you have the ability?" At the same time that Mr. Chow stood up, Yang Muchung sneered and slashed down like a knife. Then, with a puff sound, Mr. Chow's right arm was cut off from the wrist by Yang Muchung. "Ah! My hands, little beast! How dare you!" The huge pain of his wrist being cut off made Mr. Chow scream loudly. The pain that stabbed his heart made him unable to stop his scalp from numbing. Only now did he understand that this young man, who always seemed to have a faint smile on his face, was not a harmless type. If you provoke him, there will be a terrible price. But unfortunately, he understood this truth too late. Seeing Mr. Chow lying on the ground wailing and crying, Yang Muchung would not have any mercy. "Mr. Chow!" Lung Yi was frightened when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the helper he found was no match for Yang Muchung. However, his sudden cry attracted Yang Muchung's attention. Yang Muchung slowly raised his head. Without even looking, he crushed Mr. Chow's head with his foot, and his slowly moving eyes fell directly on Lung Yi. These quiet eyes did not contain any warmth, which immediately made Lung Yicheng shiver involuntarily, and she couldn't help but tremble. "What are you idiots still doing? Kill this kid! If anyone kills him, I will make him a branch deacon!" Lung Yi suddenly exclaimed loudly. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward, let alone a deacon of a branch. Suddenly, the attendants in Lingfeng Pavilion quickly came to their senses and rushed towards Yang Muchung with howls. But Ling Yi, without even thinking, stood up and rushed towards Lingfeng Pavilion. "Yang Muchung, I fell into your hands this time, but I will never give up easily. If you kill someone from Lingfeng Pavilion, even if you escape to the end of the starry sky in the future, our Lingfeng Pavilion will definitely kill you." Lung Yi was filled with hatred in his heart. He knows these people couldn't stop Yang Muchung at all, but they could block his steps to some extent, and he can take advantage of this time to return to the headquarters on a flying puppet and dispatch stronger people to deal with Yang Muchung. When the masters from the headquarters arrive, no matter how powerful Yang Muchung is, he will die without a burial place. Thinking of this, Lung Yi looked back. However, it was better not to look back. When he looked back, he couldn't help but feel terrified. I saw, facing the charge of dozens and nearly 100 people, Yang Muchung stood there without moving at all. Instead, he grabbed it with his right hand. It was as if he had mastered the void in his 5 fingers. At this moment, countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered rapidly in a horrifying manner. A sword formed in his hand, and then the sword was swept out. Shang! A crisp sound of swords resounded suddenly and violently. In the void, a terrifying ripple spread rapidly. The bodies of the warriors swept by this ripple were immediately separated, and their heads fell to the ground. Heads rolled out like gourds rolling on the ground, and a pungent smell of blood suddenly filled the surrounding area. "Don't even think about leaving. Come back here." Looking at the soulless and pale Lung Yi, Yang Muchung grabbed it with his right hand. A golden giant palm formed rapidly, and then with great speed, Howling grabbed Lung Yi. Lung Yi only felt a strong force coming, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. The golden giant beast even caught him back under a hurricane. The strong wind brought by the giant palm blew everyone around and staggered around. "Still want to kill me?" With his hands behind his back, Yang Muchung looked at Lung Yi with a smile. He killed more than 100 people in an instant, and his eyes remained indifferent. The butcher kills people and still feels regret. But to the gods, mortals are just a bunch of ants. Half a quarter of an hour ago, everyone thought that this young man would definitely die. But now it is exactly the opposite. It is the young man of Lingfeng Pavilion who is trampled under his feet. "I don't dare anymore." Lung Yi was beaten to pieces, and his internal organs were shaken to pieces. Although he was extremely angry, he could only bow to Yang Mucheng. Now he only wants to save his own life, and then return to the headquarters to dispatch more powerful beings to kill Yang Mucheng. Is it? Then go to H.L. Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng fell down. Before Leng Yi could recover, he stepped on his chest, and his whole heart was completely crushed. Snort! Glancing coldly at Leng Yi's body, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with coldness. He would never show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. If you let him go today, you may not know what kind of strongmen Lengfeng Pavilion will send to deal with him in the future. Now that we've already broken up, we can only see who can't spare whom. My cold eagle beast was blown to pieces by them. To be able to catch up so fast on this cold night, I must have some more advanced flying magic weapon. Yang Mucheng's heart moved, and he immediately started groping around Leng Yi's body. As expected of the young master of Lengfeng Pavilion, he actually has so many good things. Yang Mucheng found a large number of spiritual stones, a star map, a thumb-sized dragon-shaped flying boat, and several other things from Leng Yi's body. He immediately recognized that this dragon-shaped flying boat was the latest developed flying puppet. When used, it looked like a flying dragon, which was really majestic. Without thinking much, Yang Mucheng directly drove the flying boat and flew away from the star. Only Leng Yi, whose chest was trampled to pieces, and Lengfeng Pavilion, which was razed to the ground, were left. It wasn't until more than half an hour after Yang Mucheng left that a flying puppet landed. An elder of Lengfeng Pavilion landed on this commercial star. When he saw the Lengfeng Pavilion that had been razed to the ground, and the dead Leng Yi, his face turned pale in an instant. Oh my god, the eldest young master. He this? Then, a burst of mournful wailing resounded throughout the commercial star. Something big has happened in Lengfeng Pavilion. Send someone to tell the headquarters immediately. The eldest young master has been killed, and the Lengfeng Pavilion branch has been trampled to the ground. Oh my god! Something big has happened! What should I do? Chapter 1316 Mysterious Golden Stars. Yang Mucheng no longer knows what happened behind him. The speed of this dragon-shaped airship was several times faster than the cold eagle beast he used before, and it had already flown away from this galaxy in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the space in this flying boat is also quite large, and there is also a place for people to rest. Let me see what good things I got from Leng Yi. A map of the stars. Yang Mucheng opened it directly. Suddenly, above this picture, a miniature starry sky slowly stood up. It's really high-end. This map is many times more detailed than the one I had. Yang Mucheng raised his brows, with a hint of joy in his eyes. His map could only simply tell the direction and the danger level of each star. But this map is too detailed, not to mention very helpful to someone like him who has just entered the starry sky. First, notes are added to each star. For example, some stars are marked barren, which means that the star is completely barren and has no value. Some stars are marked with fire, which means that most of the stars are volcanoes. Some stars are marked with water, which means that the star is completely covered by the sea. This is not like the previous map. You can only know the specific situation of that star when you fall on it. Lengfeng Pavilion has been looking for the second mineral star. This map is far more detailed than the one sold on the market. Arsenal looked at the display of the map as if he had found a treasure. In the vast starry sky, being able to get such a detailed map is equivalent to an extra life. That's right. This map should be an internal secret of the Lengfeng family, and only core members can possess it. With this map, I can better find things of chance. Yang Mucheng nodded. Huh? Arsenal stared at the map and suddenly pointed at a star on the edge of the map and exclaimed, Look! What is going on with this star? It has no markings at all. It is different from other markings. Instead, it is marked in gold. Represents the entire star. The root of this star is in the due east. You can go and take a look this time. Yang Mucheng was secretly moved. Although, this map has been slightly changed, but the danger level of the stars is still represented by different colors. Green represents safety, red represents danger, and the darker the color, the more dangerous it is. What is this golden star? Could it be a treasure? Anyway, it was a smooth journey, and there was no need to change the route. In about 7 or 8 days, he would reach the golden star. See if there's anything else. Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng began to look through Leng Yi's remaining items. However, most of these things are weapons and magic weapons, which are not too valuable to Yang Mucheng. Therefore, He simply absorbed the sharp energy from these things to strengthen his body. As for the martial arts that Yang Mucheng wanted to see most, they were still quite lacking. Just as Yang Mucheng rushed towards the location of the Golden Star, hundreds of flying boats came from the distant starry sky, besides hundreds of huge eagle-shaped flying puppets. The most obvious one was the leading sky demon. This celestial demon is like a mad dragon, covered in fiery red scales. Whether it is the dragon head or the dragon horns, at first glance, people will mistakenly think that this is a real fire dragon. However, what is regrettable about this dragon is that there are no strong and powerful dragon claws under its body. Just stunted chicken claws.
Xiaoyan Jiao.
Many people on Commercial Star recognize the identity of this sky demon almost at a glance. Although it doesn't look powerful. In fact, it is a terrifying celestial demon that has surpassed the realm of Nirvana. And even more amazing is, standing on the head of this Xiaoyan Jiao was a middle-aged man with a cold expression.
The second elder of Lingfeng Pavilion. Why is he here?
Nonsense.
The eldest young master of Lingfeng Pavilion was killed. How could Lingfeng Pavilion just let go of such a big thing? If Lingfeng Pavilion hadn't been expanding to the extreme, in my opinion, Lingfeng Pavilion might have mobilized its entire army.
Boom! The huge Xiaoyan Jiao suddenly fell down, and the pressure radiated by the heavenly demon in the heavenly saint realm immediately made everyone in the Lingfeng Pavilion branch tremble with fear. They knelt on the ground obediently, unable to even speak. Complete.
Second elder, you are here, the eldest young master. I know.
The cold man looked at Lung Ye's body on the ground and frowned slightly.
The person who committed the murder was a very physically strong opponent. He did not have enough power to completely crush the heart of a Nirvana strongman. Tell me, who did it? He is a boy who is halfway to Nirvana.
One resorted to boldness.
You're lying.
The second elder closed his eyes and kicked out the attendant who was speaking, breaking his heart and killing him on the spot.
Lung Yi possesses the cultivation level of Nirvana, and Mr. Chow, who follows him, has reached the late stage of Nirvana. How could he die in the hands of a boy who was only half stepped into Nirvana and couldn't even escape? The second elder is true. When that kid showed off his power, I saw a lot of heat.
These attendants saw the second elder kicking one of them to death without blinking. They were so frightened that their pants almost got wet, and they cried out in a panic. How dare you hide even a little bit? I wish you could tell what happened like a bamboo tube pouring beans.
The other party's name is Yang Mucheng. Like the eldest young master, he is a genius in the trial stars. The eldest young master was frightened by his glance, so he was angry and wanted revenge. Several assassinations failed, but the young man was alerted and launched a counterattack against us. When the eldest young master learned that Yang Mucheng had come to the star, he came with Mr. Chow. But unexpectedly, he was no match for the other party. Instead, he was killed by him.
As the attendant spoke, the second elder's expression became colder and colder. No doubt, the reason for this incident was entirely due to the cold night. However, Lingfeng Pavilion has been devouring its power since its rise. Now others have bullied them to the point of not only killing their eldest young master, but also leveling one of their branches. If this matter is not handled properly, it will only make others think that Lingfeng Pavilion is easy to bully. And even more so, it will have a great impact on the rise of the family.
Is that Yang Mucheng?
The second elder put his hands behind his back, and a chill suddenly flashed in his cold eyes.
Challenging our Lingfeng Pavilion is the biggest mistake in this life.
Chapter 1317 Meeting Old Acquaintances Again. When the entire Lingfeng Pavilion launched a decisive killing order against Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng has already arrived at the golden star marked on the map. This golden star is not big, only about 1/10 the size of a normal star, and it is not conspicuous. It is like a star meteorite floating randomly in the starry sky. Even the star map that Yang Mucheng originally carried did not record this star. But Yang Mucheng still came to this star cautiously.
What a rich spiritual energy!
Putting away the flying puppet, the moment Yang Mucheng entered the stars, he couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. After soaring in the starry sky for so long, he gradually understood some things. The richness of a star's aura represents the strength of the residents on that star. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the higher the strength of the star residents, and the lower the concentration of spiritual energy. The opposite is true.
I'm afraid there will be many powerful people above Nirvana on this star.
Yang Mucheng included Axianu in Juzeling. Before you know what's going on with this star, it's best to sneak in secretly. If this is one of Lingfeng Pavilion's bases, wouldn't it be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap if you break it openly?
But soon, Yang Muchung knew that he was wrong. This is not the base of Lingfen Pavilion, but a wild star that has never been explored before. The entire star is a vast forest, with no trace of development. The most striking thing is a giant tree that towers into the sky. I wonder if there is any treasure in this formation. A star with such high aura must have some heaven-level treasures of heaven and earth. My current cultivation level is still half-step to nirvana. It is really too dangerous. Once the flying boat is shot down, I will fall into the starry sky alone and have no choice but to passively wait for death. Although, this star is not big, but at least it is a star. If we search one by one, we don't know how long it will take. Buzz, without any hesitation, Yang Muchung directly let go of his spiritual thoughts. The water-like spiritual thoughts spread rapidly and swept out quickly. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Every part of the ground was explored one by Yang Muchung. Of course, with his huge spiritual mind, how could there be any mistakes? After searching like this, he really found a lot of spiritual treasures. However, most of them are low-level gadgets, all of which are yellow level or even below the spiritual level. But Yang Muchung felt that it was normal. After all, no matter how high the concentration of spiritual energy was in the stars, there would not be heaven-level spiritual treasures everywhere. The spiritual thoughts advanced slowly, heading directly toward the giant tree that looked like Optimus Prime. However, the moment his spiritual thoughts came into contact with the giant tree, a shocking roar spread wildly. Which little thief dares to touch your uncle's things? Tongue! In the silent mountain forest, the horrifying roar was like rolling thunder, and countless birds were frightened and flew away. And among the rolling flock of birds, a huge creature suddenly appeared. He is thousands of feet long, which is no less impressive than Yang Muchung's encounter with the sky demon serpent on the trial star. But what shocked Yang Muchung even more was that this existence was actually a dragon. A real golden dragon. Antlers, snake body, turtle eyes, fish scales, eagle claws. This is not a dragon. What else could it be? If the only shortcoming is that it is slightly weaker in breath. It is only in the middle stage of nirvana. But the pressure this golden dragon exerted on Yang Muchung was even more terrifying than the previous existence in the later stages of nirvana. At the same time as this golden dragon appeared, it already let out a shocking roar, and profound and mysterious dragon language spat out from its mouth. With every word appearing, one can see that the clear dragon language is actually condensed into runes in the void. And this rune contains terrifying dragon power. Wow! Under the power of the dragon language runes, the originally peaceful ocean beneath Yang Muchung's feet suddenly became violently turbulent. Countless seawater quickly gathered and transformed into two huge dragon claws, which suddenly closed up and pinched Yang Muchung quickly. This is entirely a gathering of demonic power. Even a strong nirvana man here will be crushed alive by it. Is this why the star marked on the map is golden? Yang Muchung couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Of course he can feel it. This terrifying existence hidden in the forest was not the big snake, dragon, Jiao King or other monsters he had dealt with before. Break! He shouted loudly, pointed his finger like a sword, and slashed swiftly. A golden sword energy struck out quickly, and struck hard on the dragon claw. The dragon claw was torn into pieces in an instant. But this golden dragon's attack was extremely ferocious. As soon as its claws shattered, the second blow had already arrived. It roared low, and the seawater with broken dragon claws turned into a circling dragon sucking water under a strange force. During the continuous rotation, it quickly transformed into a huge water dragon. At the same time it formed, then he rushed towards Yang Muchung like lightning. Break again! Yang Muchung tiptoed, retreated quickly, and slashed out a golden sword energy again. The water dragon actually collided with the golden sword energy and died together in midair. Roar! The golden dragon let out a roar, and the scales on its body stood up piece by piece. And the billowing demonic energy surged directly into the void at this moment. The entire sky was colored by this terrifying evil spirit. The terrifying demonic energy swept across most of the sky almost instantly. I don't care if you are a dragon or something. If you dare to block my way, I will kill you! Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. Boom! The next moment, his long hair flew up, and his clothes made a rustling sound. The energy all over his body surged rapidly, reaching its peak in an instant. The extremely dense darkness turned into thousands of strands, and gathered in his palm to become the Xinyuan sword. At the same time, Demon god sacrifice was also used in horror. The violent demonic energy swept across all directions crazily. The demonic energy that Yang Muchung erupted was no less than that of the other party. Just when the atmosphere between the two parties was extremely depressed, the golden dragon who felt Yang Muchung's overwhelming demonic energy flashed a look of disbelief in its huge dragon eyes. It looked at Yang Muchung blankly and cautiously probed.
Boss? It's you?
Hearing this familiar title, Yang Muchung was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He didn't expect that the mad dragon he had been fighting for a long time was actually an old acquaintance.
Didn't you go to the demon clan with Ming-Chi? Why are you on this star? And how did you become a dragon?
Chapter 1318 Ancient Dragon. If the other party hadn't spoken first, Yang Muchung never imagined that the golden dragon in front of him was actually the sky-swallowing dragon rat that he rescued from the ancient tomb before. However, with its current appearance, it might be more appropriate to call it the Tian-swallowing Dragon King.
Boss!
Golden Rat. The golden dragon rushed up, almost with tears and snot, and told what happened after it left Yang Muchung. Just as Yang Muchung imagined, after it left Jojo, it directly entered Ming-Chi's clan. Then he was taken to the Huolong Pond in a daze, and all the mixed bloodlines in his body were eliminated. After leaving the Huolong Pond, he turned into a golden dragon. Then, it became the next leader of the clan, and was then thrown to the star.
That old thing asked me to practice on this star, and I can only leave after getting 3 things. One of the things is on the towering tree. So your spiritual mind touches the tree. I only then can you feel it.
Looking at Yang Muchung's confused eyes, Xiao Jin continued.
They threw me on this star to let me experience. It is said that the leader of the demon clan must have strong fighting power.
I see. Only then did Yang Muchung finally understand why he met the other party here.
What is the Huolong Pond? And are you still the sky-swallowing dragon rat?
Yang Muchung asked the doubt in his heart.
The Huolong Pond is a large formation for refining blood. To put it bluntly, in the Huolong Pond, my dragon bloodline can be refined to its purest form. The rat bloodline in me is almost completely eliminated by the Huolong Pond. Swallow them all. So, I am now a serious dragon.
Xiao Jin patted his chest.
Now our nickname is the Sky-Swallowing Dragon King. What do you think of this name? Boss, how did you come to this star?
Looking at Yang Muchung's half-smiling expression, Xiao Jin trembled and quickly asked business. Yang Muchung briefly talked about Mr. Yaya, and that he was training to join Shinzong.
It was a complete coincidence that I came to this star. Presumably, the people from Lengfeng Pavilion came here by chance and discovered your existence.
Jin Long looked at Yang Muchung. His eyes suddenly lit up, and said,
Boss, you came at the right time. That old demon ancestor trapped me on this star and asked me to take 3 things. But I haven't taken any of them so far. Come on. Please help me. I don't want to be stuck here for 800 years. I still want to be happy. Well, since you don't want to be the leader of the demon clan, I will help you.
Yang Muchung released Arsenal. Since there is no danger here, it would be a waste not to let her practice with such a high concentration of spiritual energy. After finishing some trivial matters, Yang Muchung took Xiao Jin and walked towards the giant tree. This tree. It was slightly different from the trees Yang Muchung had seen before. It stood straight upward and extended to the clouds, without any branches or leaves. Yang Muchung swept it away with his spiritual thoughts, and found that the tree was 36,000 feet tall, with a crown covering several kilometers in radius. There is a very secret and powerful aura transmitting on the tree, which seems to be some kind of monster, giving people a cold feeling.
Boss, the first item is on the tree. This is called the Fusong tree. There is an ancient dragon guarding the tree. Whenever I get close, this dragon attacks me. But it is stronger than me, and I can't deal with it.
Jin Long secretly hated it.
Isn't this ancient dragon from your clan?
Yang Muchung was surprised. The golden dragon shook his head and said,
The demon clan is not a piece of iron. Although some ancient monsters are powerful, they have not yet developed their intelligence and are regarded as aliens by many demon clans. This is the case with this ancient dragon. Although it has a body, he has the blood of the dragon tribe. But his intelligence has not yet been developed. He is only smarter than a beast at most. He relies on instinct to fight. Those guys don't know what restrictions have been set for this ancient dragon to guard the treasure chest. Once it gets close, it will be attacked by the ancient dragon. Attack.
When the ancient dragon was mentioned, the golden dragon almost broke its teeth. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot in the hands of this ancient dragon. Besides, this guy has hard scales and is very fast. I can't take it down at all. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He and Jin Long had fought against each other once before, and the opponent's speed was not too slow. This ancient dragon was able to receive such an evaluation from Xiao Jin, so its strength was obviously extraordinary. I'll try. Yang Mucheng spoke out. Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng tiptoed and shot toward the void like an arrow from a string. The rapid speed swept away the surrounding clouds at this moment, and a sharp and powerful wind resounded through the nameless star. The golden dragon stood under the tree, looked again and again, gritted his teeth, shrank his size to about a foot long, and flew towards the top of the Fusong tree after Yang Mucheng. Just when he was about to approach the top of the tree, Yang Mucheng simply waved his right hand. Phew! The strong wind stirred. In an instant, a hurricane swept out, directly blasting away the vast sea of clouds covering the canopy of the hibiscus tree. After the clouds dissipated, all we could see was the huge hibiscus tree crown circling and condensing, like a smooth road. In the center of the tree crown, there was a shining treasure box, and bursts of huge spiritual energy came from the treasure box. It seems that is the first item. Yang Mucheng searched with his eyes, and found the ancient dragon on the side of the treasure box. This dragon is about 200 to 300 meters long, and is not much different from ordinary dragons and snakes. But the aura it exudes is quite astonishing. It nestled there quietly, like a sleeping beast, giving people a very terrifying feeling of depression and intimidation. The scales all over his body were extremely dark. Pieces of black light continued to streak across its scales. Each scale seemed to be made of black gems, without any variegation. It's not like Xiao Jin, who has all the characteristics of the dragon clan. It only has dragon horns and claws, and looks like a dragon, but more like a dragon. The huge aura that Yang Mucheng sensed earlier was released by it, and the aura it faintly released has reached the late stage of nirvana. No doubt, it is the ancient dragon mentioned by Jin Long, and it is also the existence that guards this hibiscus tree. Laugh. When Yang Mucheng looked at the ancient dragon seemed to have feelings at this moment. That steady breath suddenly became violent. The patches of black light outside its body suddenly burst out, and the area around it seemed to turn into a huge black hole. At the same time, the sleeping ancient dragon also quietly woke up, and its two huge demon pupils shot directly towards Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1319 Battle with the Ancient Dragon. Hisses. A cold light burst out from the eyes of the huge ancient dragon, making the air crackle. At the same time, its entrenched body was completely stretched out at this moment. Its body of more than 300 meters, coupled with its scales shining like black stones, made it appear even taller than when it was sleeping before. Divine Horse. The terrifying demonic energy swept out from its body. Boom! The demonic aura of the ancient dragon suddenly rose to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, turning the entire sky into a terrifying pitch-black color. Almost at the same time as this demonic energy was released, the ancient dragon directly launched an attack on Yang Mucheng. Here we go! The boss is going to fight this ancient dragon. No, the boss is only half a step into nirvana. I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with this powerful being in the late stages of nirvana. The golden dragon stared at the top of the hibiscus tree. When it saw Yang Mucheng directly fighting the ancient dragon, it was suddenly shocked. The difference in strength between the two sides is really huge. According to the original plan, the two of them should work together to kill this ancient dragon. However, Jilong discovered that Yang Mucheng, who had only half-stepped towards nirvana, was no weaker than this ancient dragon in battle. In the sky, on the hibiscus tree, Yang Mucheng was fighting with the ancient dragon. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. He had already used the demon god's sacrifice, took out the Xinyuan sword, and almost used all his strength. But he still couldn't suppress this ancient dragon. The strength of this ancient dragon has exceeded his imagination. Call out! Call out! Call out! Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng grabbed his right hand, and thousands of long swords quickly emerged from his body. These long swords are completely made of demonic energy, with golden sharp energy attached to them. Then, these long swords slashed towards the dragon. Roar! Facing Yang Mucheng's attack, the huge ancient dragon let out a roar that sounded more like a dragon than a dragon. A snake but not a snake, and violently rushed into the sky. At the same time, it opened its big mouth and spit out a torrent of water. Black Evil Spirit. This surging black demonic energy actually shattered Yang Muqing's sharp sword. The terrifying black light continued unabated and penetrated towards Yang Muqing.
Not good!
Facing this black light, Yang Muqing closed his pupils and directly used Void Transcend to avoid it. If he were shot by that black light, even with his mature Qilin body, he would be seriously injured on the spot. Seeing Yang Muqing retreating, the ancient dragon slowly put away his body and swam back to the Fusang tree. Obviously, just like what Xiao Jin said, this ancient dragon was restricted by the power of the demon clan and could not leave this Fusang tree and could not pursue them.
What a terrifying ancient dragon! I once killed a warrior in the late stage of Nirvana on a commercial star. The warrior in the late stage of Nirvana was not even worthy of carrying shoes for this ancient dragon. Not only is the body strong, but the demonic aura is even more terrifying.
Yang Muqing looked at the ancient dragon that had fallen asleep again, with a hint of fear in his eyes. According to the strength of the ancient dragon, even if he and Xiao Jin join forces, they may not be his opponent.
Practice. If I can reach the realm of Nirvana, I can join forces with you to kill this ancient dragon. I need enough heavenly and earthly treasures.
Yang Muqing's eyes flickered.
Boss, I have good stuff here.
Xiao Jin was also very excited when he heard that Yang Muqing was preparing to break through to Nirvana. Yang Muqing, who has achieved half-step to Nirvana, is not inferior to the ancient dragon. What will happen if he reaches the Nirvana state? Thinking of this, it screamed excitedly. Following Xiao Jin, Yang Muqing came to a spring. I saw that this was a small pond only about 1 meter square, and nearly half of the water in it had been consumed. Apparently all consumed by Xiao Jin. If it were any other spring water, it would not be enough for Yang Muqing to absorb. But this was not an ordinary spring water, but an primordial spring with a milky white halo.
Boss, this is the treasure of the demon clan. A drop of Yuan liquid is equivalent to a low-grade heavenly spirit and earth treasure. The old people of the demon clan want me to reach the Tai realm as soon as possible and lead the demon clan. So they take these things out. See if these essence liquids are enough for you to reach Nirvana. Isn't this too precious?
Even Yang Muqing couldn't help being shocked when he heard the value of this Yuan liquid. A drop of Yuan liquid is equivalent to a spiritual treasure. How huge is the total volume of the remaining half of the pond?
Boss, who among us is following whom? If it weren't for you, I would still be trapped in the ancient tomb. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to shed my blood of the rat clan and grow from a sky-swallowing dragon rat to a sky-swallowing dragon king.
Xiao Jin was not pretentious at all. Esmao said.
All right.
Yang Muqing was not that kind of hypocritical person. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, he nodded heavily. When he opened his mouth, 7 or 8 drops of Yuan liquid flew into his mouth. Although there were only 7 or 8 drops, these essence liquids immediately turned into endless warm currents, flowing into Yang Muqing's limbs and bones, and everywhere in his body. At this time, all the pores on his body seemed to be stretched, and his whole body felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Not only was the fatigue from the previous battle with the ancient dragon wiped away at this moment, but his internal energy even increased a lot. It is indeed the treasure of the demon clan.
Good. With this half pool of Yuan liquid, I will definitely be able to achieve Nirvana.
Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with excitement. He can finally break through the shackles and reach the state of Nirvana. Immediately sitting down cross-legged, Yang Muqing pinched a magic formula, and immediately the ancient heaven-swallowing technique started to work. The next moment, the calm Yuan boiled violently, and countless Yuan liquid jumped drop by drop, transforming into the purest power, and quickly shot towards Yang Muqing's dantian. Boom! At this moment, Yang Muqing's breath was like the tide breaking through the embankment, rolling and surging desperately. Xiao Jin also started to tumble immediately, and kept hovering in midair to warn. Although this star is a training place prepared for it by the demon clan, Yang Muqing is now in a critical period of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. It would be terrible if someone breaks in. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yang Muqing was in this crazy cultivation state. But strange, however, Yang Muqing's aura was stuck at the critical point, about to break through the Nirvana realm. No matter what, he had no intention of improving. Not even a little bit of growth.
Did it fail?
This weird thing made Xiao Jin, who had reached Nirvana cultivation, very puzzled. Even, it believes that Yang Muqing's breakthrough failed. However, on the 7th day, everything changed. Chapter 13:20 Fight again. 7 full days of training. Just see. The yuan liquid in the entire yuan huan, and most of the aura on the stars were rolling towards Yang Mucheng like an ocean. Above Yang Mucheng's head, a huge cyclone with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters was almost formed. The infinite spiritual energy was visible to the naked eye. And it was even condensed enough to drip water. Look from afar. This area looked like there was a storm.
Nirvana is another watershed. If you reach Nirvana,
you can transcend the stars. If you fail to achieve it, you will be reduced to a mortal forever.
Jin Long looked at Yang Mucheng worriedly. There are great laws and great restrictions in the starry sky. Warriors below the Nirvana realm cannot freely enter the starry sky and can only rely on flying magic weapons. Once the flying magic weapon is knocked down, the warrior who falls into the starry sky is like a drowning person who cannot swim and falls into the sea water. Only by reaching the realm of Nirvana can one survive in the void under the great laws and restrictions. If an ordinary immortal sect family has the backing to break through to the realm of Nirvana, it would take 3 or 5 years to just prepare. There will even be several powerful people escorting you to ensure everything is safe. But for someone like Yang Mucheng to break through on his own, even Xiao Jin didn't have any details. Boom. Just when Xiao Jin thought that this 7th day would end just like before, the huge cyclone suspended above Yang Mucheng's head suddenly converged. In the cyclone, a terrifying vortex was inserted downwards, and endless cyclones were rolled in along with the vortex. Jin Long's eyes widened, feeling incredible that Yang Mucheng actually opened his mouth and swallowed the cyclone above his head like a whale sucking water. Boom! This scene lasted for a full quarter of an hour, until that infinite spiritual energy was swallowed up by Yang Mucheng. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's aura seemed to have broken through the chain. No one could contain his presence anymore, and he exploded crazily. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with shock. He could feel that at the same time that he had reached Nirvana. A certain restriction in the void suddenly lost its effect on him.
Finally reached the state of Nirvana.
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. During the trial of the stars, he had already reached the half-step of Nirvana. Now 5 or 6 months later, one can imagine how difficult it is to go from half-step to Nirvana, although it seems to be only 1 step away. The 3 realms of Nirvana. Nirvana realm, Heavenly Saint realm, Cave Heaven realm. Nirvana is the first state of the Nirvana stage. Therefore, this period is named Nirvana. It is because, when you reach this state, you can be like a phoenix rising from the fire and reborn from Nirvana. If you don't reach this state, you will be a mortal bird forever. But Yang Mucheng looked neither happy nor sad at this moment, because he knew that he still had a long way to go. Ding! The host has reached the state of Nirvana, and the task of top of the list has failed. Ding! Trigger task. The request of the Heaven-Swallowing Dragon King. Help the Sky-Swallowing Dragon King leave this star and pass 3 levels. After passing 3 levels, you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be startled by the sudden prompt sound from the system. Although he returned to Kyushu, he was busy with the unification, so only the last task of the top 4 rankings was not completed. Although it is a bit regretful, there is nothing we can do. And since he left Kyushu, he has not triggered another mission. It was not until he came to this star and reached the realm of Nirvana that he belatedly triggered a mission. It seems that because my cultivation was stuck at the half-step of Nirvana, I had already left Kyushu, so I have been unable to trigger the relevant tasks. Now that we have reached Nirvana, system tasks should be much more normal. Yang Mucheng stood up slowly, crackling. As he slowly stood up, all the muscles and bones in his body made an astonishing sound at this moment. After practicing hard for 7 days, Yang Mucheng felt that he finally had the strength to fight the ancient dragon. Let's start. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Brothers worked together to break the metal. Xiao Jin saw Yang Mucheng's determined gaze, and he knew that Yang Mucheng was going to fight the ancient dragon again next. In these 7 days, not only did Yang Mucheng's cultivation reach the Nirvana state, but his own strength also greatly improved. Next, it's time to test the results of these 7 days of cultivation. This time, we must defeat this ancient dragon. Call. In the void, Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin stood in the void, looking at the top of the Fusang tree. After reaching the level of Nirvana, Yang Mucheng's aura became more and more calm, but his fighting spirit was burning like crazy. 7 days ago, he tried his best, but he could only fight to a draw with the ancient dragon. There is even the danger of being killed by the ancient dragon. Now, 7 days have passed,
and he will challenge this ancient dragon again. Good. We two brothers. Let's kill this ancient dragon right now. Yang Muchung nodded. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying internal energy that reached a height of 3,600 meters surged out of his body. At this moment, when Yang Muchung's speed reached the extreme, he grabbed the Shen Yuan sword from the void and slashed it in the air. The monstrous sword light surpassed the sky and the earth, as if it spanned the void. Then he chopped it down in the air and struck hard at the ancient dragon. Roar! Since this ancient dragon in the late stage of nirvana can be set to be Xiao Jin's first round of tests, how can it be that its strength is average? Just when Yang Muchung attacked it, its huge body violently writhed, and it opened its big mouth with exposed fangs on the spot, spitting out a shocking black beam of light. This black beam of light was the terrifying attack that previously destroyed Yang Muchung's thousands of sharp swords. Now this ancient dragon has taken it out again. Boom! In an instant, the sword energy was once again shattered by the black beam of light. However, the broken sword energy also severely crushed the black beam of light at the same time. A shocking explosion sounded, and the terrifying air wave cloud ring completely exploded at this moment. The strong hurricane even violently blew away the ancient dragons. However, the ancient dragon was not shocked when it was thrown away. There was a trace of incredible ecstasy in its huge eyes. Whoosh! I saw that it retracted its body and shot towards Yang Muchung Cave like an arrow from the string at the next moment. The blow just now actually shattered the restrictions of the ancient dragon, allowing it to break away from the Fusong tree and move freely. Now that the ancient dragon had escaped from the restriction, it directly targeted Yang Muchung. It wants to kill this talented young man who has provoked him several times. Chapter 1321. The sword rises and falls. Boom! The speed of the ancient dragon that escaped from the restriction reached an astonishing extreme at this moment. The billowing black demonic energy quickly transformed into an extremely terrifying hurricane around it. It was like a world-destroying black tornado that instantly hit Yang Muchung. Roar! However, right now, Xiao Jin did not hesitate to let out a roar. And suddenly a golden aura burst out from its body. This boiling demonic aura was no less than that of an ancient dragon. Then, it controlled this terrifying momentum, soared into the sky, and charged crazily towards the ancient dragon. Then, the golden demonic energy and the black demonic energy that split the sky into two parts collided violently in an instant. Boom! 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 The shocking collision caused the void to be crushed. The huge stars all trembled inexplicably at this moment. The volcano in the distance was also infected and erupted wildly. The bombardment of this dragon and a dragon seemed to trigger a shocking scene of annihilation. Xiao Jin, who was in the early stage of nirvana, was no match for this ancient dragon. In this terrifying impact, the shocking demonic energy it condensed was directly smashed into pieces, and its body was also directly hit from the sky by the other party, and even smashed a hole in the earth, a terrifying pit measuring thousands of feet. On the other hand, the ancient dragon only retreated slightly in midair, and was still suspended in midair. In this collision between bodies, the ancient dragon showed absolute power, and this confrontation of pure power inspired the ferocity of the ancient dragon. Roar! Looking at Xiao Jin, who was hit by it from midair, the ancient dragon let out an exciting roar, and then it burst out with frightening power again and rushed down from midair, as if it was going to bombard Xiao Jin, like being smashed to pieces. However, just when the ancient dragon charged toward Xiao Jin, Yang Muchung had already used Void Transit to come to Xiao Jin. The terrifying aura of the ancient dragon brought endless pressure. Amid the strong wind, it cut towards Yang Muchung like thousands of knives. However, Yang Muchung had no intention of retreating. On the contrary, facing the charging ancient dragon, the shocking internal energy in his body exploded at the same time. Boom! The shocking internal energy swept up to a height of thousands of meters, even compared to the ancient dragon in the late stage of nirvana. When this internal energy reached its peak, Yang Muchung's whole body exploded, and he fiercely attacked the ancient dragon that rushed down. Boss! Xiao Jin was stunned at the scene. Yang Muchung, who was in the early stage of nirvana, actually chose to go head-to-head with the ancient dragon in the late stage of nirvana. That's an ancient dragon. It is the body of a demon. Xiao Jin quickly reminded him loudly. However, Yang Muchung's eyes were firm, but he had no intention of evading. Instead, he charged towards the ancient dragon with a more violent attitude. Boom! Under Xiao Jin's shocked eyes, These two forces that could destroy the world collided fiercely. However, the ancient dragon that knocked Xiao Jin from midair to the ground and showed its absolute physique and strength was actually knocked back thousands of meters by Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, only retreated slightly in midair, but was still suspended in midair. In this most intuitive force bombardment, Yang Mucheng actually had the upper hand. Roar! Not only Xiao Jin couldn't believe it, but the ancient dragon that was knocked away couldn't believe it either. It let out a roar, and the dim demonic energy that was hit by Yang Mucheng started to stir again. It was even more solidified and more violent than the previous demonic energy. Obviously, this ancient dragon was angered. Boom! After this demonic aura reached its peak, the ancient dragon charged towards Yang Mucheng again. The speed and power of this impact were faster and more powerful than before. Time! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. He activated the demon god's sacrifice, and the surging inner energy suddenly transformed into a torrential demonic energy. Under this terrifying demonic aura, the ancient dragon's huge demonic aura was crushed by Yang Mucheng's overwhelming demonic aura and began to shrink. The ancient dragon charging towards Yang Mucheng showed a trace of fear in its eyes when it felt the terrifying demonic energy. However, just when it was stunned, Yang Mucheng rushed up and violently crushed the ancient dragon. After two superpositions of power, Yang Mucheng not only blasted the ancient dragon out of midair this time, but also blasted its body directly from midair to the ground. Boom! The terrifying bombardment caused the ancient dragon's falling body to create a huge crater in the entire earth. But this time, the ancient dragon that climbed up from the pit did not get up again and rush towards Yang Mucheng like before, but chose to escape. This scene simply made Jin Long couldn't believe it. Under the bombardment of this body and strength, this ancient dragon actually became afraid of Yang Mucheng and did not dare to continue fighting with Yang Mucheng. Whoosh! The ancient dragon got up and burst out with even more amazing speed. But it was used to deal with Yang Mucheng before. But now it is used to escape. It's not that easy to leave! Seeing that the ancient dragon was actually trying to escape, Xiao Jin immediately roared angrily. A low roar, as vast as rolling thunder, came directly from its throat. The next moment, a shocking force quickly passed through the field. For an instant, the clouds all over the sky surged down from the void and transformed into a huge palm. The moment the big palm was formed, it burst out crazily, grabbed it directly from the void, and grabbed it towards the escaping ancient dragon. This big palm covers an area of hundreds of feet, as if it controls the entire void. Boom! There was a vast sound. The escaping ancient dragon was immediately caught tightly by this terrifying sky-holding palm. This terrifying scratch even caused its scales to explode. Roar! The unwilling ancient dragon struggled crazily, and its rolling demonic power had exploded to a shocking extreme. Under its mighty struggle, the cloud palm condensed and Xiujin's whole body actually crackled and shattered, as if it could break free and escape at any time in the next moment. Boss! I can't control it anymore! Xiao Jin shouted loudly. However, as soon as it finished speaking, Yang Mucheng had already raised the Xinyuan sword and dropped the sword with his hand. Chapter 1322 The Cunning Flame Sea Monitor Lizard. This moment, the void of heaven and earth completely stopped. In the eyes of the ancient dragon, only the sword energy that penetrated the heaven and earth remained. There is no language that can describe the sword light of this sword. In the vast sword light, it seems that the world can be split in half. Yang Mucheng pushed this sword to the extreme, and the sharp energy in the sword light was enough to cut through the void. Hiss! Under the sharp edge of this sword, the ancient dragon let out a shrill roar. Under the terrifying pressure of the sword, its hard scales were crushed by this terrifying force and made a crackling sound. Countless blood quickly flowed down the gaps in the scales. At this moment, it could no longer struggle, and the demonic energy billowing in its body was directly released, condensing into demonic essence that was dozens of meters thick. Chang! This shocking sword light was like drawing a knife to cut through water, easily breaking through the overwhelming tide of evil energy on the ancient dragon's body. The terrifying demonic element that could withstand the full blow of the Nirvana strongman was easily torn apart by Yang Mucheng's sword. At the same time, his sword struck directly on the ancient dragon's body. The dragon, which had survived for who knows how many years, was suddenly cut into two pieces by this sword. Hiss! The ancient dragon let out a heart-rending roar. The dragon's head and body were broken into two parts, and suddenly fell from the sky, causing the whole earth to tremble. Shocking blood spurted out from the fracture, and the wound was as smooth as a mirror. This ancient monster guarding the Fusong tree was actually beheaded by Yang Mucheng.
Ha ha. I passed the first level.
Seeing the ancient dragon that fell to the ground, Xiao Jin let out a burst of cheers and quickly rushed towards the top of the Fusong tree. Obviously, it wanted to take a look at what was guarded by the ancient dragon on the hibiscus tree. Yang Mucheng slowly let out a breath. This task was easier than he imagined. After taking the ancient dragon's energy and blood into his body, he immediately rushed forward and appeared directly on the Fusong tree. But at this moment, Xiao Jin had already opened the box, and the spiritual energy accumulated in the box suddenly spread out like a tide.
This is?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. But see, the wooden box actually contained a very simple piece of armor.
Is this the first item?
Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows and handed it to Yang Mucheng.
Boss, this is armor. Do you want to try it? This is something belonging to your demon clan.
Yang Mucheng decisively refused. Whatever he wants, he can extract it from the system. What's more, this armor has some strong repelling power against him.
Then I would be disrespectful.
Xiao Jin chuckled and put on the armor. This armor is big and stupid. It looks like a turtle SHL when worn on the body. It does not affect the movement much. Yang Mucheng also tried to knock on it, and he found that the hardness of the turtle SHI was beyond his imagination, and even spiritual thoughts could not penetrate it. Obviously the defense doesn't seem to be too weak.
This must be the SHL of a certain big turtle. Okay. What is the second item?
Yang Mucheng gathered his thoughts and looked at the other party.
Boss, come with me.
Under the leadership of Xiao Jin, one person and one dragon came to a volcano this time. This volcano is 800 feet high, with smoke billowing and heat waves billowing. Standing on the crater, you can even see the roaring flames. In the rolling magma, there is a huge shadow like a swimming fish, constantly swimming in the magma that can burn gold and boil iron. In the center of the magma ocean, there is a huge stone pillar floating.
That's the stone pillar,
Xiao Jin said.
That's the second item. It's guarded by a flame sea monitor lizard.
Yang Mucheng looked quickly. The huge stone pillar has an ordinary appearance, but its whole body is bound by chains, preventing the turbulent spiritual energy from being released. But what is more eye-catching is the giant thing swimming in the magma. Its aura is weaker than the previous ancient dragon, and it seems to be easy to deal with. Seemingly sensing Yang Mucheng's doubts, Xiao Jin spread his hands and said helplessly,
This flame sea monitor is so damn cunning, hiding in the magma and unable to come out. And it also controls a strange fire that can burn through my demonic energy. I fought with it several times, and it burned my skin to pieces. I failed to kill it, and it was about to turn me into a roasted dragon. Have you found a way to deal with it?
Yang Mucheng asked.
No. This magma sea is its home field. If it can't defeat you, just hide in the magma. It's harder to kill him than to reach the sky, let alone get the stone pillar.
Xiao Jin also felt itching with hatred. Although the flame sea monitor was slightly inferior in strength, it still had a deeper memory than the ancient dragon. Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and looked towards the magma. He flicked his finger.
Puff puff.
Suddenly, 3 fingers were blasted out by him. And with each finger, the magma exploded and flames rolled. The turbulence of the flame sea immediately aroused the alarm of the flame sea monitor lizard. It roared and jumped out of the magma.
Your uncle. Get out of here.
Xiao Jin stood on the crater and yelled. Although the flame sea monitor lizard had not yet developed its intelligence, it also knew that Xiao Jin was scolding him. A trace of anger flashed in its eyes. Just when it was about to jump out and fight Xiao Jin, it caught a glimpse of Yang Mucheng on the side. He suddenly grinned, and without thinking, he straightened up like a carp and dived back into the magma again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jin seemed to have expected it, but Yang Mucheng couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Obviously, the flame sea monitor knew that with its strength, it could only compete with Xiao Jin. If it had more helpers, it would not be able to defeat him. So it simply hid under the magma. Although this flame sea monitor lizard has not yet developed its intelligence, it is still so smart. If you have spiritual intelligence and know how to practice, you may not know how powerful you will be in the future.
Boss, what do you think we should do?
After almost exhausting all methods, the flame sea monitor lizard refused to fight. At first, Yang Mucheng could vaguely see the opponent's shadow, but later he couldn't see anything at all. Yang Mucheng, who was standing in the crater of the volcano, could still vaguely hear the rhythmic snoring of the flame sea monitor lizard. Apparently he didn't know how to get there. Where did Yanhai go to sleep? Why don't I go down and catch it? When it shows up, give it a fatal blow.
Xiao Jin immediately became furious and prepared to rush into the sea of flames.
What's the use of you going down? It's hiding so leisurely in the magma. It obviously has something to rely on, and it's not afraid of us going down at all.
Yang Mucheng stopped Jinlong, raised his eyebrows, and sneered.
His biggest reliance is this piece of magma. Let's see if I can completely dry up this piece of magma, and then I'll see where it can hide.
Chapter 1323 The Body of Suzaku. Swallowing magma. Xiao Jin couldn't recover. Just when he wanted to ask, Yang Mucheng had already sat down cross-legged. He turned his right hand and formed a strange magic formula. In the suddenly rolling magma, a red-hot breath could be faintly seen rising up like a gurgling stream, and it was swallowed by Yang Mucheng like a long whale sucking water.
This?
Xiao Jin's face was full of surprise. How could it not know that what Yang Mucheng absorbed was the essence of the scorching fire in the magma? Although this kind of fire essence is not as good as the strange fire possessed by the Flame Sea Monitor, it is not something that can be swallowed at will. If an ordinary person inhales it, it will be burned to ashes. Even if a warrior swallows it, it will damage the internal organs and leave inflammatory poison in the body. But Yang Mucheng was different. He swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, he felt a hot flame welling up from his lower abdomen, even down his throat, and spurted out directly from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose.
Refining?
Yang Mucheng endured the pain of being burned by the flames and fiercely made a magic formula. Suddenly, this violent flame, which had previously thought of completely engulfing Yang Mucheng, was now swallowed and absorbed by it obediently.
I previously obtained the
Suzaku body training technique,
which uses flames to train the body. I just couldn't find a suitable fire. And now this volcano is just the perfect place for me to practice.
Yang Mucheng said to Xiao Jin.
You watch the crater for me. Seal the Flame Sea Monitor inside, and don't allow it to come out. When I completely drain the essence of fire from the magma, it will be like a dragon swimming in the shallow water and a tiger falling on the plain. If I try to kill it again, it's also a breeze. Good.
Xiao Jin nodded heavily and guarded the crater. Yang Mucheng breathed a sigh of relief.
The pain of the
Suzaku body training technique
is not much greater than that of the
Qilin body training technique.
But at least my Qilin body has matured, so this small pain is bearable. I wonder if the essence of fire in the entire volcano will allow me to cultivate the Suzaku body to a small degree in one fell swoop.
Yang Mucheng pinched the seal. A strange force passed through the magma layer, and the boiling and rolling magma suddenly jumped up like a dragon. Countless fire essences visible to the naked eye turned into a torrent and quickly rushed towards Yang Mucheng's body. At first, the Flame Sea Monitor lizard was not aware of it, but within half a day, it discovered something was wrong. The temperature of the magma, which was enough to burn gold and boil iron, dropped by half. The astonished Yanhai Monitor looked upwards and saw Yang Mucheng sitting cross-legged in the crater, swallowing the essence of fire, as his hands continued to form seals in front of him. It could be seen that his body seemed to be wearing armor made of condensed red flames.
Roar!
Although the Yanhai Monitor didn't know what was going on, he could guess that the changes in the volcano must be related to this human being. Rumble. It let out a roar, jumped up from the magma lake like a fish, and pressed hard towards Yang Mucheng like a dragon out of the sea. But Xiao Jin had already been waiting for its arrival. Whenever the Flame Sea Monitor lizard comes up, it will explode with attacks and knock the opponent down. As for Yang Mucheng, he was devoted to cultivation and ignored what was going on outside the window.
Suzaku body training technique
and
Qilin body training technique
are slightly different. After the Qilin body was cultivated to perfection, the sharp energy exploded from the inside out, condensing into a piece of golden armor. This golden armor is the strongest defense. But the body of Suzaku is exactly the opposite. From the outside in. When you first practice, you will condense a piece of flame armor outside your body. With a deduction, this armor will be integrated into your body, not only getting enough protection, but also gaining unparalleled explosive power. That's it now. The fire essence of the entire volcano was swallowed by Yang Mucheng, and then sprayed out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. The flames almost condensed into substance and condensed around his body, forming an extremely illusory flame armor. This armor seems to be composed of countless pieces of dragon scales. Each piece is extremely red. The style is simple and majestic, and it is extremely magical. But the magma in the entire volcano is naturally limited.
It can only push Yang Muching's Suzaku body to the entry level. But it is not enough to continue to grow. After all, no matter how terrifying the magma fire is, to a warrior it is just a mortal flame. What is truly valuable in this volcano is the fire controlled by the Flame C monitor. The Suzaku body has reached the entry level. It can only condense flame armor. And the body cannot gain explosive power. If we can kill the Flame C giant lizard and obtain the fire, we will definitely be able to push the Suzaku body to a small level. With this in mind, Yang Muchung looked towards the volcano again. However, they saw that the volcano was no longer as hot as before. Countless magma had already solidified, and the Flame C monitor lizard was anxiously wandering below, raising its head to look towards the crater from time to time.
Boss, have you finished practicing?
Seeing Yang Muchung wake up, Xiao Jin's eyes were filled with joy.
This Flame C monitor tried to charge up countless times during this period, but I knocked it back. Now that you wake up, we will go down together and kill it. Don't take it lightly. This Flame C monitor has become a trap beast. Be careful as it fights to the death.
Yang Muchung frowned.
Kill its shit first, and then talk about it.
Xiao Jin let out a roar, and his whole body rose up quickly, charging towards the Flame C monitor. The Flame C giant lizard's eyes widened angrily. He took in a sharp breath, then opened his mouth and spit it out. A massive column of condensed fire surged out and shot toward Xiao Jin like lightning, hitting Xiao Jin's body in an instant. Suddenly, Xiao Jin felt as if he was enveloped in red flames. He let out a scream and quickly retreated out of the crater. Looking at the body again, most of the scales on its body had been burned and cracked, and it looked like the skin was torn apart. On the other hand, the mysterious tortoise SHL on its body, whose texture was unknown, was not damaged at all by such terrifying wrathful flames.
I didn't expect this guy to have a trick up his sleeve.
Xiao Jin stared at the eye monitor, but he didn't expect that the trap beast would stumble at the last moment.
Ha ha. The fight between trap beasts is particularly fierce. You are not completely sure. Be careful. It will fight to the death.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly and walked forward.
Roar!
When it saw Yang Muchung, the Flame C monitor's eyes suddenly widened. Its scales stood up one by one, and its muscles tensed to the extreme. It was obvious that it had seen its enemy. How could it not know that Yang Muchung had absorbed the essence of fire in the entire volcano, causing it to be reduced to this state? Why wouldn't enemies be particularly jealous when they meet now?
Roar!
With a roar, the Flame C monitor lizard opened its big mouth again, and suddenly a flame that was several times more violent than before was spit out from its mouth. Chapter 1324 Wandering Dragon Halberd. Boom! The red flames rolled and were superimposed by the fire, which was extremely lethal. Almost instantly, it rose up, carrying the terrifying momentum of burning everything, and headed towards Yang Muchung.
Again?
The little golden monster screamed and hid far away. The flame dragon's flame has a strange characteristic. Once it is contaminated, it will act like tarsal maggots and will not stop until it burns you to ashes.
Well done!
On the contrary, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with joy when he saw the flame sweeping towards him. He strode forward, and just as the flames were coming, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Suddenly, faint whirlpools were visible in the air, and endless flames were swallowed up in front of him like a whale sucking water.
These flames are indeed different.
Feeling the heat inside his body, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He secretly made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the red flame armor outside his body surged, as if it was being completed. Originally it only covered the upper body, but now it extends downwards like armor from gods and demons. The patterns on the armor are even more visible, and a surging atmosphere is also exuded at the same time.
Roar!
The eyes of the Flame C monitor lizard flashed with shock. It didn't know why its strongest moves had no effect on this human warrior, so it took another deep breath in shock and anger. This moment, it was as if there was a wind eye in the belly of the Flame C monitor lizard. The belly became transparent, and a flame like a candle was faintly visible floating in its belly. The strange flame, as the air poured in, was like adding fuel to the fire, and it suddenly exploded. Clearly visible flames gush out from the belly of the Flame C monitor, turning into a huge wave of fire that sweeps across the world.
This guy is going to fight hard.
When Xiao Jin saw the flames, he was so frightened that he was about to hide back again. When he saw Yang Muchung's composure, he stopped immediately.
Receive!
Yang Muchung laughed and picked up the seal again. Suddenly, A sea of fire that was enough to burn the sky swept up again, and was swallowed by Yang Mucheng again. As the flames entered, the piece of armor outside Yang Mucheng's body quickly covered it from top to bottom. Like golden scales blooming, the dragon from the head finds its feet. It was also at this moment that a scorching flame breath quickly poured into the body along the armor. The body of Suzaku has been completed. Feeling the power conveyed by the armor from the inside out, Yang Mucheng was surprised at first, and then quickly came back to his senses. Such an easy achievement was beyond Yang Mucheng's expectation. Roar! After exhausting various methods, they were unable to kill the human being in front of them. Instead, they allowed the other party to swallow up their own flames. The Flame Sea Monitor lizard let out a roar, and its huge body slapped on the magma. The next moment, it looked like a dragon. General swept over. Hee hee. Without the flames, is it possible that I can still be afraid of you? Xiao Jin looked at the Flame Sea Monitor lizard, who was helpless and even prepared to compete in physical strength, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It was about to take action, but was stopped by Yang Mucheng. My Suzaku body has been completed. Let me try the explosive power of this Suzaku body. Looking at the Inhai monitor, Yang Mucheng shouted in a deep voice, and stepped suddenly with the sole of his foot. Boom! This kick felt like the earth was shattering, and most of the towering volcano collapsed immediately under this kick. Under the collapsed volcano, a huge footprint measuring dozens of feet appeared. With the help of this terrifying explosive force, Yang Mucheng shot out with terrifying speed, shattering the air in front of him, and arrived in front of the Flame Sea Monitor in an instant. Roar! The Flame Sea Monitor lizard's eyes flashed with shock. Apparently it had not yet reacted to Yang Mucheng's sudden attack in front of him. But the next moment, Yang Mucheng's fist hit quickly and violently. Boom! This punch was mainly based on the explosive power of Suzaku's body, and it directly hit the body of the Flame Sea Monitor lizard. Under this punch, the scales of the Flame Sea Dragon lizard that could withstand the slashing of the divine weapons were directly shattered by this punch. Then, this terrifying power quickly spread throughout the body, and there was only a crackling sound, and the huge body of the Flame Sea Monitor fell directly from the air, as if it was falling apart. Yang Mucheng's shocking punch not only penetrated its scales, but also shattered its bones, meridians, and internal organs. No matter how strong it is, it will die instantly. Ha ha! As expected of the boss, I killed this guy with one punch. If I take action, I will have to tremble with it for a while. Xiao Jin couldn't help cheering as he looked at the Flame Sea Monitor that was completely killed with one punch. Let's go see what this second item is. Yang Mucheng slowly retracted his fist, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The power of his punch is just as powerful as the Mad Sword style. It should be noted that the Mad Sword style is a sword technique driven by internal energy, and this punch was completely produced by the power of the body in an instant. The body of Suzaku has only become a small success, so the effect will be, if it reaches a great success, how terrifying will it be then? Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng also slowly landed in front of the second item, but he saw the little golden dragon grabbing the stone pillar directly from the magma with his claws. The simple stone pillars were engraved with complex patterns, and were tied up layer by layer with chains. As long as Yang Mucheng got closer, he could feel the strong repulsive force coming from the stone pillars. Obviously, this stone pillar is also something belonging to the demon clan. It is set up in this way, maybe because it is afraid that others will take it away. Right? Thinking in mind. But he saw that Xiao Jin had already broken the chains outside the stone pillar one by one. There was just a crashing sound, and after the stone SHL shattered, a square-shaped painted halberd appeared. Fong Tian's painted halberd shone with cold light, and even cloud patterns floated from top to bottom, giving people a sense of silence and solemnity. Just standing next to Fong Tian's painted halberd, you can feel the terrifying sharp edges constantly emerging from Fong Tian's painted halberd, and the cut skin is slightly painful. And the handle of Fong Tian's painted halberd is also engraved with a name, Wandering Dragon. Holy crap! I have a weapon too! Wandering Dragon halberd. Xiao Jin grasped the dragon's halberd and danced it. With a cold light, Yang Mucheng also raised his eyebrows. He could feel that there was something not simple about this dragon-painted halberd. But now is not the time to think about this problem. 2 of the 3 items have been obtained. What is the last one left? I wonder, are they weapons or other objects prepared by the demon clan for Xiao Jin? Where's the last item? Yang Mucheng asked. The last item is there. Xiao Jin quickly pointed towards the distance. Isn't it? Seeing clearly where Xiao Jin was pointing, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but frown. Chapter 1325 The Weapon Spirit Girl. The location Xiao Jin pointed to was a tall tower. This tower is more than 10 feet high and looks extremely ordinary. But, in the martial arts world, everything cannot be underestimated. Since this small tower can serve as the final test, there must be something extraordinary in it. I have never entered this tower. The ancestor of the demon clan told me that I can only enter the tower after I obtain the weapons and armor. Presumably, the test in this tower will be more difficult than before. Hear the words. Yang Mucheng became more and more curious. As the two approached the small tower, a strange stream of light quickly burst out from the tower. A fierce bright light immediately emerged from the original simple and broken small tower, and the closed door suddenly opened. Then a strong air current directly involved Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin into the ancient pagoda at the same time. Is this the ancient pagoda? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The entire ancient pagoda seems to have only one floor, although the tower looks only 10 feet in diameter from the outside. The space inside the tower seems to be endless. There is a mottled and brilliant space under your feet. As long as you step on it, patches of light will flash out. However, the space in this tower is slightly distorted and has a strange feeling. 1 day outside the tower. 1 month inside the tower. The ancestor of the demon clan said that once you enter this tower, you can only leave after defeating the tower spirit. Xiao Jin suddenly remembered something and said quickly. It seems that it is precisely because of this difference in the flow of time that the entire time and space is distorted. Yang Mucheng looked around, and he couldn't help but feel relieved at the time difference inside and outside the tower. According to what Xiao Jin said, you can go out when you defeat the tower spirit. Obviously, the strength of this tower spirit is very powerful, and it may be more terrifying than the previous ancient dragon and sea giant lizard combined. If he was not careful and was trapped in the tower for more than 10 years, wouldn't it mean that Shinzong's trial would be ruined? The spiritual energy in this ancient tower is several times stronger than outside the tower. Even if we can't defeat the tower spirit, we can still practice in this ancient tower. But what exactly is a tower spirit? Yang Mucheng secretly looked around. Xiao Jin was already walking towards the depths of the tower. The next moment, a powerful aura quickly gathered and surged in the ancient tower, and countless misty clouds quickly gathered above the head, and more gathered. What happened? That is? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. However, he saw that the misty clouds and mist in the void quickly gathered, and finally formed the figure of a petite girl. Xiao Jin also looked towards the other party with a surprised face. Towards the girl's figure formed by the gathering of clouds and mist. Is she the tower spirit? Yang Mucheng also had speculations in his mind. I saw. The girl's figure slowly gathered together, until finally, her beautiful eyes opened. I am the spirit of this ancient tower. If you want to leave this ancient tower, you have to defeat me. Just when Xiao Jin and Yang Mucheng were guessing about the girl's identity, the other party took the initiative to speak. Xiao Jin was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and wiped them vigorously. Because this girl is so fragile. She seems to be about to fall to the ground if a gust of wind blows. There was no inner energy or evil spirit in her whole body, as if she were just like an ordinary woman in the mortal world. But the more this happens, the more Yang Mucheng can feel the extraordinary power of the weapon spirit. Oh, it's you. Can you get out as long as I defeat you? Take a hit from me. When Xiao Jin heard this, his previous shock turned into ecstasy. It didn't expect that this last level would be so easy. Tongue! His body quickly turned over, like an arrow from the string, and he rushed in front of the girl in a flash. The dragon halberd in his hand brought out a burst of sharp edges, and slashed out from top to bottom, facing Xiao Jin's dragon wandering halberd. The weapon spirit girl slowly stretched out her small white jade fist, and smashed it lightly. Just hearing a dang sound, she actually blocked the blow of the Yulong war halberd. I don't believe it! Xiao Jin's eyes narrowed, and the second blow was already struck quickly. It flicked its claws, and the dragon wandering halberd let out a dragon-like roar, and stabbed at the vital points of the weapon spirit girl's body like lightning. But the palm of the weapon spirit girl is no better than the magic weapon, and even the flying dragon's halberd isn't scathed. At the same time, the weapon spirit girl also began to fight back. She punched it, shattering all Xiao Jin's attacks out of thin air, and hit its armor with one punch. Even though the old turtle armor relieved Xiao Jin of 70% to 80% of his power, he was shot out on the spot and fell to the ground hard, grinning in pain. So powerful! Seeing the strength displayed by the weapon spirit girl, Even Yang Muchung was shocked. He never thought that this seemingly weak girl could actually beat Xiao Jin until he was unable to fight back.
Let me give it a try.
Yang Muchung took one step forward and directly used Void Transcend to appear in front of the Weapon Spirit Girl. Without any hesitation, he punched it directly. The Weapon Spirit Girl still punched with an expressionless face.
Boom!
The terrifying power exploded in an instant. Yang Muchung only felt that the opponent's fist actually contained a power that was not inferior to his own. In this violent collision, Yang Muchung and the Weapon Spirit Girl each erupted.
Huh?
As if she was very shocked that Yang Muchung was able to burst out such terrifying power. A hint of shock flashed in the eyes of the Weapon Spirit Girl. Obviously, she did not expect that the stronger Golden Dragon was knocked back by her with one punch. But Yang Muchung, who was physically thin, could actually be on par with her. Suddenly, the Weapon Spirit Girl looked at Yang Muchung, no longer as indifferent as before, but full of interest. Boom! The petite Weapon Spirit Girl tapped her toes, and a terrifying force that did not match her size suddenly erupted, and she shot towards Yang Muchung in an instant. Facing the approaching Weapon Spirit Girl, Yang Muchung didn't dare to show any signs of neglect. Thousands of sharp swords burst out of his body, and he pointed forward fiercely. In the next moment, these tens of thousands of sharp swords that could destroy everything were already rushing towards the Weapon Spirit Girl.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
A terrible scene appeared. Facing the sharp sword that could split gold and cut jade, the Weapon Spirit Girl didn't even think about evading, and just used her body to attack directly. He relied on his physical body to defeat this powerful and sharp sword.
What? How can she be so strong?
Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. The physique of the Weapon Spirit Girl is comparable to his Deshang Qilin body and Xiaoqing Suzaku body. The last level set by the ancestor of the demon clan is indeed terrifying. Chapter 1326 Bet. In Yang Muchung's shock, the Weapon Spirit Girl had already rushed in front of Yang Muchung, and the two sides immediately started fighting. Facing the Weapon Spirit Girl, Yang Muchung not only used the body of the red bird and the body of the unicorn to the limit, but also released the demon sacrifice at the same time. It can be said that he has used all his methods, but he still cannot suppress the Weapon Spirit Girl. On the contrary, he is suppressed by the opponent. Seeing the inextricable battle situation, Xiao Jin immediately joined the battle group waving the dragon halberd. In order to suppress the Weapon Spirit Girl, both Yang Muchung and Xiao Jin desperately unleashed their strength at this moment, hoping to crush the Weapon Spirit Girl in this fight. But the Weapon Spirit Girl's strength is constantly improving. Even as Yang Muchung and Xiao Jin exploded with all their strength, they emerged with a more ferocious attitude. Even Yang Muchung and Xiao Jin, who had used all their strength, could not suppress the Weapon Spirit Girl.
Crazy sword style.
Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. All the power was poured into this sword, and a domineering aura surged rapidly, reaching its peak at this moment. Xiao Jin on the side also opened his eyes angrily, with scales on his body standing up, and the billowing demonic aura surged to the extreme. Obviously, in order to deal with the Weapon Spirit Girl, both Yang Muchung and Xiao Jin used all their strength at this moment. It is even more necessary to suppress the opponent severely in this blow. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. The Weapon Spirit Girl, who thought she had reached her limit, actually exploded with aura once again. At this moment, he swept out.
Void Transient.
Yang Muchung closed his eyes and hurriedly retreated. In an instant, he was dozens of miles away. Although he dodged in time, the terrifying aura still rolled in and hit him, making him unable to hold back a surge of energy and blood.
Puff!
Although Xiao Jin was protected by a tortoise SHL, it was obviously unable to mobilize all the protective power of the tortoise SHL. There was still a lot of power blasted into its body along the tortoise SHL, causing it to vomit blood and fly out. It can be said that this time, the fight was completely suppressed by the Weapon Spirit Girl.
If you want to kill her, you may have to use the Stone Dragon Mountain Range. As soon as the Shurlong Mountain Range comes out, no matter who she is, she will be killed in an instant.
Yang Muchung, who fell back to the original place, kept adjusting his breath and blood, while secretly calculating. But immediately, he gave up this plan. Of course, using the Stone Dragon Mountain Range, the Weapon Spirit Girl can be killed in an instant. But the Shurlong Mountain Range is his biggest life-saving means after all. Once used, it will take a long time before he can use it again. What's more, the spiritual energy in this ancient pagoda is so rich, and the flow of time is slower than the outside world. which is an excellent opportunity for cultivation.
I don't believe it.
Xiao Jin, who was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, really couldn't bear the fact that he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a weak girl. Even if the opponent was the weapon spirit of the ancient pagoda. This was unbearable. Just as it was holding up the dragon's halberd and roaring towards the weapon spirit girl, it was stopped by Yang Mucheng.
Xiao Jin! Stop being impulsive. With our current cultivation levels, there is no way to deal with her. She hasn't shown her full strength yet.
Xiao Jin, who was ready to fight to the death, was stunned when he heard these words. He looked at Yang Mucheng stupidly, and then looked at the weapon spirit girl in disbelief. He did not expect that the weapon spirit girl was already so terrifying. But he hasn't even shown his full strength yet. The weapon spirit girl looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. A look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she didn't expect Yang Mucheng to be able to see her true identity. She nodded.
That's right. I haven't used all my strength yet. If you want to defeat me, you will have to stay in this ancient tower for at least a full 120 years.
The weapon spirit girl was extremely confident. It was obvious that she did not take Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin's cooperation seriously.
120 years.
When Xiao Jin heard this, his eyes almost bulged out. Even if the flow rate in the ancient pagoda is different from that in the outside world, 120 years in the ancient pagoda is also 4 years in the outside world.
It won't take that long.
Yang Mucheng responded lightly. If he really stayed in this ancient pagoda for 120 years, Shinzong's assessment would have nothing to do with him. Naturally, Yang Mucheng would not allow this to happen. He wanted to defeat the weapon spirit girl as quickly as possible.
Oh, how long do you think it will take?
The weapon spirit girl looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile. This physically powerful being intrigued her very much. If it were anyone else, the weapon spirit girl would definitely sneer at it. But if it were Yang Mucheng, it would be different.
3 years.
Yang Mucheng was decisive.
The 3 years outside the tower are the 90 years in the ancient tower. If you can defeat me in the ancient tower for 90 years, it is considered a good achievement.
The weapon spirit girl nodded in approval. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said with a smile.
3 years inside the ancient pagoda. 36 days outside the pagoda.
Hearing this, the weapon spirit girl was shocked. She looked up and down Yang Mucheng carefully, making sure that he was not joking. No matter how high she thought of Yang Mucheng, she could not help but think that Yang Mucheng's words were provoking her. The smile on her face suddenly faded. She looked at Yang Mucheng displeased, then nodded and said,
Okay, I want to see if you can defeat me in the ancient tower within 3 years. If you cannot defeat me within the stipulated time, you must practice in this ancient tower for a full 360 years before you can leave.
360 years in the tower. This is not a small number. And there is nothing in this ancient tower. If it is just for practice, it will undoubtedly be too monotonous. Xiao Jin looked at Yang Mucheng with an almost pleading expression, hoping that Yang Mucheng would not agree to this bet. But Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and nodded.
No problem. I promise you. If I can't defeat you within 3 years, I will stay in this ancient pagoda for a full 360 years.
Oh! Hearing that Yang Mucheng actually agreed to the bet, Xiao Jin couldn't help but scream strangely while holding his head. Obviously, it did not expect that Yang Mucheng would actually agree. Previously, they both joined forces and used all their strength. But they were unable to deal with this weapon spirit girl. Moreover, the other party also hides his strength. How did the two of them defeat her in just 3 years?
Believe me, the two of us can definitely do it.
Yang Mucheng looked at the weapon spirit girl, with a hint of perseverance flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1327 Penance. There was almost no hesitation. Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin started practicing in this ancient pagoda. Just when the weapon spirit girl thought that it would take at least 10 days and a half, or even longer, to challenge again, the two of them launched the challenge again the next day after their strength returned to its peak. Of course, this ending is self-evident. Just like before, no matter how strong the two people are, they are no match for the girl with the weapon spirit. Moreover, the weapon spirit girl was determined to teach Yang Mucheng, an arrogant young man, a lesson, so she left no room for error this time. Although defeated again, but Yang Mucheng was not annoyed at all, but instead became more and more determined to fight.
Fight again! The longer you fight, the more I will be able to discover your weaknesses.
With this in mind, Yang Mucheng became more and more brave as he fought, and challenged the weapon spirit girl once every 3 days. There is no doubt that the weapon spirit girl's strength is simply unfathomable. Finally, after failing the challenge for a month in a row, Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin seemed to have died down. The next day, they did not continue the challenge as usual.
Have you given up? I finally understand that it is impossible to defeat me in just 3 years.
A smile appeared on the corner of the weapon spirit girl's mouth. But at the same time, she looked at Yang Mucheng with a look of disappointment. Obviously, in her opinion, Yang Mucheng's confidence was greatly dampened due to repeated defeats. And he did not dare to challenge her again. But little did they know, Yang Mucheng was analyzing the weakness girl's weaknesses.
It is indeed the final test to restrict Xiao Jin from leaving this star. The strength of this weapon spirit girl cannot be judged by common sense. She is extremely fast and powerful, which is simply beyond my expectations. It is very difficult to win. However, although it is difficult to win, it does not mean that there is no way. The only way is to be faster than her and stronger than her.
After thinking about this, on the 33rd day, Yang Mucheng teamed up with Xiao Jin again and launched a challenge to the weapon spirit girl. For warriors, the fastest way to improve their strength is to fight. Every battle is a training. For Yang Mucheng, this is also a rare opportunity. His cultivation realm has improved too fast, and he has never had the opportunity to hone it. Now he regards the weapon spirit girl as his own whetstone. In every battle, he will never give up until his inner strength is exhausted. And every time the battle resumes, Yang Mucheng's strength will be stronger than before. Xiao Jin didn't understand Yang Mucheng's actions at first, but he soon understood. At the same time, he also joined in the repetitive behavior of constant challenges and continuous improvement. As for the weapon spirit girl, she was completely shocked. When Yang Mucheng said that he would defeat himself within 3 years, she completely scoffed. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is really too big. Even if it and Xiao Jin join forces, they can't beat her. What's more, she hasn't used all her cultivation skills yet. But as Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin worked so hard, she was also a little dumbfounded by such a terrifying improvement speed. At this rate, it wouldn't take 3 years for Yang Mu to defeat her. However, while Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin were practicing crazily in this ancient pagoda, another group of uninvited guests also arrived in the star.
Is this the star where the eldest young master said that golden dragons live? Such a high spiritual energy concentration.
These warriors who came to this star felt all this in surprise. They were the pursuers of Lingfeng Pavilion. In order to catch up with Yang Mucheng, the second elder of Lingfeng Pavilion had already divided his forces into 9 groups since he set out in the commercial stars, chasing Yang Mucheng's footsteps like a big net. One of the teams was chasing after Yang Mucheng. Because I passed by this star, I dropped down to take a look.
Why is there a dragon?
A black-clothed deacon interrupted everyone's conversation.
Perhaps some kind of dragon-like monster appeared, and the young master saw it. So he mistakenly thought it was a dragon.
Everyone looked at the deacon in black, showing a bit of fear. This person's name is Lung Ning. He is the chief steward of the family, and he has always been serious about his words.
2. How can there be any real dragons in the fairy world? Maybe it's some kind of Ian snake, or some kind of Ian dragon.
Everyone whispered. After all, many dragon snakes look like dragons and snakes. At first glance, it looks very majestic. But if it doesn't become a dragon, it will always be just a snake.
Okay, don't talk anymore. This star was discovered by the eldest young master. It is not on the star map. Now only we at Lingfeng Pavilion know about it. After Yang Mucheng is killed, we can explore this star carefully. A star.
Lung Ning waved her sleeves and said calmly,
Let's rest on this star for 3 days. Then set off to hunt down Yang Mucheng. You?
Lung Ning pointed at a few Lingfeng Pavilion disciples.
This star has a high concentration of spiritual energy, and some powerful monsters may appear. You guys go and explore the surroundings to rule out danger. By the way, let's take a look to see if there are any monuments or strange places on this star. Yes.
Immediately, several disciples took the order and quickly explored the surroundings of the star. Just when everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion came to the star, in the ancient pagoda, 2 years and 364 days have passed, and only the last day is left, which is the 3-year appointment between Yang Mucheng and the weapon spirit girl.
Boom!
Jilong, who had been practicing, trembled violently. The suppressed momentum burst out quickly, like a blowout.
Middle stage of nirvana.
Jilong stood up slowly and looked at the weapon spirit girl with firm eyes.
Last chance.
Yang Mucheng, who was only one step away from reaching the edge of early-stage cultivation, slowly stood up. Although, he really wanted to break through to the middle stage of Nirvana, and then fight the weapon spirit girl. But it is a pity that today is the last day of the 3-year agreement. If they cannot defeat the weapon spirit girl today, then they will have to stay in this ancient pagoda for a full 360 years. After glancing at the golden dragon, the other party nodded heavily. Obviously, it also understood the importance of this battle.
Is it finally starting? This is the last challenge of the 3-year agreement. If you still lose this time, then you will have to stay here according to the bet. And this time, I don't know if you can force me to show my true strength.
The weapon spirit girl stood up slowly, and her expression became serious at the same time. She understands that the next battle will be extremely difficult. Chapter 1328 Failure? Call. Yang Muchung, who was standing in the void, looked at the weapon spirit girl and took a deep breath. Although the last challenge put a lot of pressure on Yang Muchung, it made the fighting spirit in his eyes burn endlessly. Although, there are only 12 short days outside the tower, but they in the tower have been practicing hard for 3 years. He said that he would defeat the weapon spirit girl within 3 years. And now he must fulfill this promise.
Boom!
In an instant, Yang Muchung's body burst out with a surge of inner strength. This inner strength extended to a terrifying range of 7,200 feet, almost enveloping the entire ancient pagoda. Demon Festival. Shin Yuan Sword. Yang Muchung took out all his trump cards. On the other side, the golden dragon also burst out with billowing demonic aura. It was holding the wandering dragon halberd, and it was obviously preparing to join forces with Yang Muchung to completely defeat this weapon spirit girl. Brush. Yang Muchung and Jin Long looked at each other and struck quickly without any hesitation. This terrifying speed even caused a burst of thunder to pierce the void. A distance of several hundred feet. One person and one dragon quickly crossed over in an instant, approaching the weapon spirit girl.
Poof! 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 Poof!
Facing the attacks from both sides, the weapon spirit girl did not panic at all. She smiled faintly, grabbed her right hand forward, and suddenly burst out 180,000 long swords condensed with demonic energy, heading towards Yang Muchung and Xiaojindong. Shooting. Obviously, facing the last challenge from Yang Muchung and Jin Long, the weapon spirit girl also showed terrifying strength that she had never shown before.
I'll block these attacks!
The golden dragon shouted loudly, facing the demonic sword. It took a deep breath. Its chest swelled high, and then it opened its mouth and spat out. A torrent of condensed demon energy rushed out quickly. Wherever the torrent passed, countless demon swords were torn apart. At this time, Yang Muchung had quickly approached the weapon spirit girl.
Crazy sword style!
Facing the weapon spirit girl, Yang Muchung directly took out the most domineering and unparalleled second form among the Hades sword techniques, and quickly and fiercely pressed towards the weapon spirit girl with an attitude of cutting through the void.
Boom!
A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the weapon spirit girl. Although she knew that this time the attacks from both sides would be very terrifying, she did not expect that the opponent would force her back in the first round. With her toes pointed, she was like a swan flying across the water. Her arms spread out like wings.
Open!
Yang Muchung shook his right hand, and the domineering and unparalleled mad sword style suddenly bloomed at this moment. Like a piece of flower extending, the sword light exploded like a bright star. At this moment, it pointed at her whole body. The key points all over the body are up and down.
Boss, I'm here too!
When Jin Long saw this scene, he screamed with joy. I saw it throwing out the dragon wandering halberd in its hand, and the dragon's claws pinched fiercely in front of it. The wandering dragon halberd with a cold light suddenly split open in midair and turned into 9 dragons that chased and intercepted the weapon spirit girl. Both Yang Muchung and Jin Long's attacks were absolutely fatal.
1.
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung and Jin Long's eyes flashed with a hint of ecstasy. Obviously, their 3 years of hard work were not in vain, and they finally defeated each other. At this moment, the weapon spirit girl has no way to avoid or hide. However, she was particularly keen to capture the joy in the eyes of Yang Muchung and Jin Long faced with the attack that could kill them in an instant. The weapon spirit girl actually laughed.
Do you think it's so easy to defeat me?
Boom! With a little tip of her toes, her whole body quickly flew into the sky. At the same time, the extremely terrifying demonic energy started churning crazily once again. In this soaring demonic aura, 2 huge wings appeared behind the weapon spirit girl. These 2 terrifying wings spread out to a terrifying height of 1,200 feet. Enough to completely cover the entire sky. Under these huge wings, the body of the weapon spirit girl became extremely small. However, the terrifying demonic energy contained in her body shocked both Yang Mucheng and Jin Long. I didn't expect that you could force me to use all my strength. But that's all. You will definitely be defeated today. Just stay in this ancient pagoda and practice in peace for 360 years. As the weapon spirit girl spoke, she quickly waved her huge wings. As soon as his wings spread, the infinite demonic energy poured out, crisscrossed in midair, and transformed into two sharp giant blades that slashed through the void fiercely. Clang! The mad sword style that had always been invincible was actually shattered to pieces by this terrifying giant blade. The 9 dragons flying in the air were also cut off by the giant blade, and turned into dragon halberds in the gathering of infinite light. They roared in midair and crashed down in an instant. Boom! Boom! Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin, who were in midair, were severely shaken back by this terrifying bombardment, and were swept away directly. They looked at the weapon spirit girl in front of them with shock in their eyes. They had no idea that even though they had used all their strength, they were still no match for the opponent. This level was really terrifying. Could it be that 3 years of hard training are really going to be ruined? Do they really have to be imprisoned here and undergo hard training for 360 years? Boom! Yang Mucheng, who had already reached the edge of breakthrough, was stimulated by the weapon spirit girl's ultimate terrifying power, which stimulated his fighting spirit at the same time. Unconsciously, the ancient heaven-swallowing technique was used with great force, and a terrifying suction force emerged from his body rapidly. You know, in the past 3 years, Yang Mucheng and Xiao Jin have been practicing in this ancient pagoda, and have been absorbing the endless spiritual energy in this ancient pagoda. But it is not that easy to reach the middle stage of nirvana. Yang Mucheng had wanted to go all out and break through countless times, but he always stopped at the last step. Now that the weapon spirit girl has used all her strength, Yang Mucheng has also been stimulated with endless fighting spirit. The realm that he has not been able to break through for a long time has finally been broken through at this moment. Boom! It was like the shackles of imprisonment were cut off. This violent energy is like the erupting magma, suddenly reaching a supreme state. No matter how hard it is, it can't be stopped. Her long hair was raised and her robes rustled. Under the demon god's sacrifice, Yang Mucheng's inner energy transformed into a monstrous demonic energy, which filled the air crazily. This insanely enhanced aura was even comparable to that of the weapon spirit girl. As for the weapon spirit girl, when she felt that this rising tide had even surpassed her own terrifying aura, her originally confident expression finally became solemn at this moment. Chapter 1329 Victory or Loss. Boom! Yang Mucheng stood there like an invincible demon god. The terrifying turbulent weather even caused the surrounding space to crackle as it was crushed. Looked at Yang Mucheng. The weapon spirit girl's eyes showed shock, and she couldn't help but nod. What a powerful force! No wonder you are so confident that you can defeat me in 3 years. But unfortunately, you have lost today's bet. Laugh. Her eyes widened angrily, and 2 rays of light actually burst out from the clear pupils of the weapon spirit girl, and even the air burst by the bombardment. What happened? Her aura has improved again. It's over. I really can't defeat her this time. Feeling the weapon spirit girl's increased strength and terrifying energy, Xiao Jin jumped up. The weapon spirit girl who released her wings was scary enough, but I didn't expect that she actually had hidden strength. Facing Yang Mucheng, who had reached the middle stage of nirvana, she used all her strength. Boss, what should I do? Feeling the power of the weapon spirit girl, Jin Long's eyes were full of shock. 360 years. If we are going to lose, we have to practice here for a full 360 years. It doesn't matter. No matter how much her strength improves, I still have the means to deal with her. Yang Mucheng looked at the weapon spirit girl. He also has the Stone Dragon Mountains, although he didn't want to use it at this juncture. But if he really loses, then he will be trapped here for 360 years. What? Hearing Yang Mucheng's confident words, the weapon spirit girl was completely shocked. She did not expect that Yang Mucheng, who had been fighting for so long, also failed to show his trump card. Boom! Clenching her teeth, the weapon spirit girl flapped her wings and shot directly towards Yang Mucheng. Her billowing demonic aura did not burst out, but quickly converged around her and turned into a terrifying demonic Yuangang shield. The whole person was more like a silver meteorite, shooting directly towards Yang Mucheng cave. Boom! The terrifying demonic energy. The shocking speed. The shocking wind. Even tore the space apart at this moment. The sound of space being torn apart was deafening. Tongue! The golden dragon bites its teeth and turns into a golden light at the same time. Although the weapon spirit girl's strength is far higher than it. It is confident that it is not weaker than the opponent in terms of physical strength. The blood refined by the Huolong Pan makes it have no mixed blood in its body. And it is a complete true dragon body. Every time you advance to a higher level, your physical fitness and strength will be greatly improved. Boom! In midair, the two sides collided fiercely. The terrifying power exploded to the extreme at this moment. The space exploded. The demonic energy surged inside. And the entire space in the tower was in chaos. The golden dragon that rushed forward was hit hard by the weapon spirit girl's unobstructed impact from midair, and hit the ground hard. Click! This terrifying impact made the golden dragon scream in agony. And all the bones in its body seemed to be broken. The weapon spirit girl who rushed towards Yang Muchung only stagnated for a moment, and then rushed towards Yang Muchung again. However, faced with the weapon spirit girl's leap, Yang Muchung did not choose to avoid it. He, who had just broken through to the middle stage of Nirvana, faced the impact of the weapon spirit girl. And like the other party, he withdrew the surging momentum. It should be noted that Yang Muchung, who had just made a breakthrough, was at the moment when his momentum was released. However, he suddenly restrained his breath. Like a balloon filled to the limit. Woo! He let out a muffled groan. And under the crushing force of this terrifying aura, Yang Muchung's entire expression was completely distorted. However, he tightly sealed the breath of catharsis, stepped on the sole of his foot, quickly rose into the sky, and slammed into the weapon spirit girl. Boom! The loud sound, which was far more terrifying than the previous impact, resounded rapidly. If it weren't for the restrictions set in the ancient pagoda, the entire ancient pagoda might have been exploded in an instant. Jin Long's eyes widened, and he quickly looked into the air. It wanted to see who had the upper hand in this terrifying collision. However, it's okay not to look at it. But when I look at it, I can't help but take a breath of air. The unstoppable weapon spirit girl, who was like a falling meteorite, was knocked back thousands of meters by Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, relied on his accumulated momentum and only took half a step back. Boom! 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 However, without any hesitation, the next moment, Yang Muchung attacked fiercely with a more ferocious attitude than before. The weapon spirit girl, who was knocked out, was also extremely shocked, as if she had not recovered from the fact that she was knocked out by Yang Muchung. But after seeing Yang Muchung charging towards her again, anger burst out in the eyes of the weapon spirit girl. Some things can be done once, twice, but not again. After I was knocked back by you once, I will never do it a second time. Boom! In a frenzied cry, the two sides collided again. At this moment, the golden dragon's heart almost reached its throat. It widened its eyes and stared at the two people in midair. The entire space of the ancient pagoda was divided into two halves by the auras of both sides at this moment. The aura between the two parties, and no one is afraid of the other, both burst out in a crazy manner. Bang! 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 The terrifying power between the two sides squeezed each other crazily, causing the surrounding space to explode. Blow it up for me! Eyes widened angrily. The shocked Yang Muchung let out a hysterical roar. At this moment, the dragon pattern between his eyebrows actually emitted a boundless light. Under this horrifying light, a hint of unspeakable fear flashed in the eyes of the weapon spirit girl. After being blessed by the dragon pattern, Yang Muchung's almost exhausted power actually burst out again. This force, in an instant, was like a great river flowing eastward, carrying a destructive attitude, directly and completely overwhelming the power of the weapon spirit girl. The shocking power is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Boom! The weapon spirit girl in midair completely lost her balance under the sudden surge of power. She fell directly from midair and fell hard to the ground. Boom! Just when the weapon spirit girl was unwilling to get up and continue fighting, Yang Muchung shot down like an arrow from the string, hitting her directly and heavily. The sharp Shen Yuan sword was pointed directly at the slender throat of the weapon spirit girl. You are defeated. Chapter 1330 Special Reward. You lost. These three simple words made the girl, who was about to stand up, suddenly startled. She looked at Yang Muchung, with unconcealable shock still in her eyes. Obviously, she still couldn't believe that she was defeated at the hands of the other party. The dragon pattern in Yang Muchung's eyebrows jumped crazily. shaking with terrifying power. If the other party does not admit defeat, and wants to force them to practice here for 360 years, then he will directly move out of the Shurlong Mountains and kill the weapon spirit girl. You win. After a while, the shock in the eyes of the weapon spirit girl slowly faded away. He simply and decisively admitted the war situation. I really didn't expect that you could really defeat me in 3 years. According to the plan of the ancestor of the demon clan, it will take you at least hundreds of years to come out, but it only took you 3 years. And the outside world only took 12 days. The weapon spirit girl slowly stood up. She flapped gently, and the huge wings behind her turned into nothing and disappeared quietly. At the same time, she also made a seal, and the surging spiritual energy in the ancient pagoda seemed to be commanded, pouring down quickly and attacking towards the two of them. A trace of vigilance flashed in Yang Muqing's eyes. Don't hide. This spiritual energy is used to heal your injuries. Just when Yang Muqing and Jin Long were on guard, the words of the weapon spirit girl rang in their ears. Suddenly, the two stopped dodging and stood still. The surge of spiritual energy poured into the bodies of the two of them, and it was like nectar and jade liquid pouring into their bodies. The fatigue from the previous battle completely disappeared. Even the bodies that exploded when they collided with the weapon spirit girl crazily. He recovered quickly after being injected with spiritual energy. In almost an instant, Yang Muqing had returned to his peak level. At this time, he was even more powerful than the moment he broke through the middle stage of Nirvana. Okay, you have defeated me and can leave here. The weapon spirit girl held up a seal in her right hand, and the distorted time and space around her suddenly returned to its original state. Obviously, the flow of time in the ancient tower at this moment has connected with the outside. Didn't you say that you need to obtain 3 items before you can leave this star? Seeing Jin Long preparing to leave happily, Yang Muqing suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. The 3rd item is my approval. The weapon spirit girl glanced at Yang Muqing and continued. If you defeat me, you can not only leave this ancient tower, but also leave this star. According to the original rules, there is nothing else, but if you can defeat me in such a short time, I will give you something. Ding. The weapon spirit girl flicked her finger. Suddenly, a bracelet flew out of her palm and came to Yang Muqing. This bracelet is an item I got by accident, but I can't deduce its function. However, I had a premonition that it was very extraordinary, so I gave it to you. Yang Muqing took the bracelet, and a trace of ecstasy suddenly flashed in his eyes. Obviously this bracelet is the dragon's tail bracelet. Counting the one given to him by the weapon spirit girl, he has collected 4. With a thought, he put it into the dragon pattern space. Immediately, the stone dragon mountain range let out a low roar, and another dragon pattern lit up on his body. 108 dragon patterns. Only 4 have been lit up now. I wonder where the rest are. Thinking in his mind, Yang Muqing looked at the weapon spirit girl. Can you tell me the origin of this bracelet? The weapon spirit girl calmed down and seemed to be thinking hard. The time distance is too long, and I don't remember it very clearly. When I first got it, it was in the Black Rock Galaxy. Black Rock Galaxy? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. It's too far. Even if I take a dragon-shaped flying boat, it will take at least more than 10 years to get there. I originally planned to stop by and take a look if that area was relatively close. But with such a long distance, we can only give up. After all, each dragon tail bracelet can light up a dragon pattern. And as the dragon pattern lights up, the strength of the Shurlong mountain range continues to increase. Yang Muqing is confident that even a strong man in the realm of Heavenly Saint can completely kill the stone dragon mountain range with the 4 dragon patterns here in an instant. However, as the power of the Shurlong mountain range increases, the cost of Yang Muqing's use of it will also be extremely high. The previous 3 dragon patterns can be used again in up to half a year. But now, his spiritual thoughts will also receive a lot of backlash at the same time. Therefore, after understanding the enhanced power of the Stone Dragon Mountain Range, Yang Muqing secretly decided that he would never use the Stone Dragon Mountain Range unless absolutely necessary, and let it sleep in his dragon pattern space. Do I have any reward items? Seeing that Yang Muqing got a bracelet, Jin Long looked over expectantly. You have not. The weapon spirit girl glanced at the golden dragon and snorted coldly. You have given me 2 treasures of the demon clan. What else do you want? What kind of treasure is this? I can't protect you from your attacks, and I can't defeat you. Jin Long shouted, with an expression that said, don't think I haven't seen this treasure before. The reason why it's not powerful is that you haven't mastered it yet. If you master it completely, even the Tai Strongman can kill him. Even the Tai Strongman's attack can be blocked.
The weapon spirit girl glanced at the golden dragon and said. He looked like he hated iron, but couldn't turn it into steel.
The origins of these two treasures are even more extraordinary. They are just incomplete parts. If you can complete this piece of armor and the wandering dragon halberd, let alone the starry sky, even if you reach the previous plane, you will not be able to do it. No one is your opponent.
Jean Long looked in disbelief.
So strong? Of course.
The weapon spirit girl sneered at Jean Long's petty attitude.
These two things are the sacred objects of the demon clan. The ancestor has put all his hopes on you. You must master them as soon as possible. Now that you have defeated me, my mission has been completed. The ban imposed on you by the demon clan has been lifted, and you can enter and exit this star at will. And I should also return to the demon clan to resume my life.
The weapon spirit girl glanced at Yang Macheng and Jean Long, nodded, and then her body swayed and became transparent, completely integrating into the entire ancient pagoda.
Boom!
At this same time, a powerful repulsive force surged in, directly pushing Yang Macheng and Xiao Jin out of the ancient pagoda. In the shocking eyes of the two people, this huge ancient tower burst out with a burst of light, soared directly into the sky, and disappeared in front of their eyes in an instant, and even disappeared above the star. Chapter 1331, Kill Through the Ancient Tower.
Finally walked out of the ancient tower. Although I have been cultivating in the ancient pagoda for 3 years, to the outside world, only 12 days have passed, and my cultivation has also reached the middle stage of nirvana. By the way, if you help Golden Dragon pass 3 levels, I will get a chance to draw a lottery. I don't know what I will be rewarded this time.
Seeing the ancient tower rising into the sky, gradually disappearing into the depths of his eyes, and even flying away from the starry sky, Yang Macheng came back to his senses. Although he defeated the weapon spirit girl this time, he also exposed his shortcomings. Attack technique. Due to gaps in Kyushu's skills, he had no way to obtain more advanced skills. Although he had obtained the Hades sword technique before, he still could not use the last move of the sword technique. The final killing sword power contains almost all the essence of the Hades sword technique. If used forcefully, it will completely drain the inner energy from his body. It is precisely because of this. In the previous battle against the Aura Girl, Yang Macheng would rather use the Stone Dragon Mountain range than use this last
killing sword style. I don't know what I can give you this time. Lottery!
I thought silently in my heart. The turntable immediately started spinning. But in the end the pointer did not land on the martial arts Yang Macheng was looking forward to, but on the magic weapon in the next row.
It's actually a magic weapon.
Yang Macheng, who was about to show a trace of regret in his eyes, suddenly became excited and suddenly started to look forward to it again.
If it's an attack magic weapon, it can make up for my lack of attack methods.
When leaving Jiuzhou, Yang Macheng handed over all the magic weapons on his body to Xiao Rong and Lu Yaoer. To put it another way, even if he brought them with him, these magic weapons would probably be of too low a level to be of much help to him. As for defensive magic weapons, Yang Macheng really doesn't need them. After all, whether it is the body of Qilin or the body of Suzaku, his physique has been enhanced to the extreme. Even when facing an opponent as terrifying as the weapon spirit girl, he can be physically strong. And defensive magic weapons are simply useless to him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heaven-level high-grade magic weapon. 3 handles of the Fire Dragon Mark. Yang Macheng picked it up and took a look. This Fire Dragon Mark looks like a dragon, like a hidden weapon and a flying knife.
It's actually a one-time magic weapon.
His eyebrows were raised secretly. But the power of the Fire Dragon Mark made Yang Macheng quite satisfied. Using this Fire Dragon Mark, he can kill the strong men in his 3 realms. In other words, even if Nirvana is complete, he can kill with 1 strike. Of course, as the strength increases, the power of this Fire Dragon Mark will also increase. Even after reaching a certain level, even the powerful ones in the Heavenly Saint realm can be killed.
It can be considered as another way to save life. If you suddenly throw this kind of magic weapon during a fight, no matter how strong you are, you will be caught off guard.
Nodding with satisfaction, Yang Macheng put away the Fire Dragon Mark. On the other side, Jean Long also carefully looked at his dragon halberd and old turtle armor to confirm whether they were mortal objects.
I'm going to the east to find my chance thing next. Are you going back to the demon clan? Or?
Yang Macheng asked. Now that I have helped it pass 3 levels, it is natural to leave here.
Boss, since you want to go to the east to look for things of chance, then I will accompany you, Jean Long said quickly. I don't know the demon clan. Those old stubborn people are really annoying to me. They're in my ears all day long, talking about it. Especially the old turtle in the sky. He can talk about a trivial thing for a whole day. Okay, if that's the case, then come with me to the east. Yang Mucheng laughed. However, as soon as the laughter ended, the smile on Yang Mucheng's face suddenly froze. What's wrong? Jean Long asked. It seems like there are people coming to this star, and there are many people. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Since his spiritual consciousness increased greatly, he has made it a habit to cover it up wherever he goes to prevent anyone from hiding in the dark. Now he discovered that 3 people were hiding not far away. Hiding in the dark. Sneaking around. Get out of here. Yang Mucheng's eyes burst out with a cold light. He waved his right hand, and 3 figures flew out of the grass. These 3 figures flew over heavily and landed at Yang Mucheng's feet. Who are you? Yang Mucheng held his fists and looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly. Facing this evil god, how could they dare to hide anything? They revealed almost everything like pouring beans into a bamboo tube. These 3 people were the 3 disciples sent by Archdeacon Lung Ning to investigate the entire star. These 3 people were originally sent out, but they didn't care. Although they only have Shinto cultivation, they can feel that there are no powerful monsters on this star, and there are no traces left by humans. So I relaxed and expanded my search scope. However, when they came to this plain, they discovered the ancient tower standing in the center of the plain. But before they could go in to find out what was going on with this ancient tower, the ancient tower soared into the sky, disappeared directly into the plain, and flew out of the starry sky. And the ancient pagoda that flew away actually left 2 figures behind. One is Yang Mucheng, whom they dare not forget even to death. Yang Mucheng is wanted in Lingfeng Pavilion. The portrait of this young man has been passed to almost everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion, and almost everyone has a copy. And the other one is actually a dragon. Although they couldn't believe it, they wiped their eyes several times before finally confirming that the person standing in front of Yang Mucheng was a real dragon. Before they had time to send the news back, Yang Mucheng had already discovered them first. I didn't expect Lingfeng Pavilion to be so fast. They have already caught up here. In that case, let's solve it easily. Yang Mucheng looked at the 3 people kneeling in front of him, trembling, with murderous intent blooming in his eyes. Boss, what's wrong? Jean Long asked. I met some enemies, but I didn't expect that they would chase me all the way here. Yang Mucheng said with a smile. The boss's enemy is my enemy. I want to see what kind of existence is actually chasing my boss. Jean Long Yolong's halberd pointed at the 3 people kneeling in front of him and said in a cold voice, Take us to Ling Ning's place together. Otherwise, I will destroy your bones. These 3 people are only the lowest level of Shahai cultivation, in front of Yang Mucheng and Jean Long, who have reached the realm of nirvana. They dare not put up any resistance and can only lead the way obediently. Chapter 1332. Entering the camp. Dozens of miles away from the ancient pagoda was the camp where Lung Ning and the others were. After all, long journeys into the stars make many people very tired. The temporary residence on this star is partly to replace the spirit stone on the flying puppet, and partly to explore this star. As for the second elder led by Lingfeng Pavilion this time, except for some strong men who were left to guard the family, almost all the elite troops had already accompanied them. The condensation that landed in this star is one of them. Although it is only a temporary camp, a small town has been set up here, and there are warriors patrolling around it. In front of the town, there were 2 warriors standing there, their vigilant eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, inspecting for possible dangers. Brother Xiaoxue, you said that we people have traveled so far to hunt down Yang Mucheng, but we haven't seen that kid yet. Did he run away and hide somewhere? The speaker was a peak person from the Divine Sea's children. The Xiaoxue in his mouth had reached half-step of nirvana. He was considered to be a higher status being among this group of people. He glanced at his companion who was speaking. Zhou Cheng. When Lingfeng Pavilion was rising, a young man was killed. Lord, another branch has been demolished. If we don't get it back, what dignity will I, Lingfeng Pavilion, have in the future? Even if I am a poor man in the blue sky or a poor man in the underworld, I still have to kill this kid to prove the majesty of my Lingfeng Pavilion. After hearing this young man's words, Lungfeng obviously didn't intend to give up. Zhou Cheng, who had spoken before, shook his head and muttered, The other party is just one person. How dare he use so many of us? This time, The family dispatched a total of 12 deacons. And even the second elder was dispatched. Killing must be done at the root without leaving any consequences. What do you know? Just do what the higher-ups tell you.
Xiao Xue snorted coldly.
This is inevitable. However, in my opinion, that boy Yang Macheng has probably hid in the corners of the starry sky for a long time. And I am afraid he will never dare to come out again,
Zhou Chun said with a smile. Wow. Suddenly, there was a sound of mandarin ducks flying and grass growing. The two people who were chatting immediately looked over when they saw the three companions who had been sent out to investigate returned. However, before they could say lo, the two figures who appeared next made them completely stunned.
Yang Macheng.
When they saw each other's faces clearly, Xiao Xue and Zhou Cheng couldn't help but exclaimed. If this wasn't Yang Macheng, whom the entire Lingfeng Pavilion had spent a large amount of money to hunt down, who else could it be? Everyone thought that in the face of Lingfeng Pavilion's pursuit, Yang Macheng should be like a bereaved dog and keep scurrying away. But he actually appeared in front of him. However, before the two men could draw their weapons and attack Yang Macheng, Jin Long had already taken action. The dragon's halberd swept swiftly, and two stunned heads suddenly flew up and hit the ground heavily.
Bah! You guys dare to hunt down my boss?
Jin Long looked at the corpse lying on the ground and sneered with disdain on his face.
Tongue!
However, just as Jin Long was killing people and the body fell to the ground, a Lingfeng Pavilion disciple who was in charge of investigation and controlled by Yang Macheng took the opportunity to escape, and even screamed loudly while escaping.
Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! It's Yang Macheng!
The deafening sound instantly spread throughout the entire camp. There was only a pinging sound from all directions in the camp, and countless people quickly jumped out from every corner.
This boy!
A trace of anger flashed in Jinlong's eyes. It didn't expect that just because of its negligence, it would allow the other party to escape. Just when it was about to step forward to kill the opponent, Yang Macheng stopped it.
Let him scream. He will call the person out, which just saves me the time to look for them one by one.
What?
It's Yang Macheng.
Tongue! 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 The disciples of Lingfeng Pavilion jumped out one by one, and they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Yang Macheng. Some people even wiped their eyes vigorously. They did not expect that the man who was being chased by Lingfeng Pavilion actually appeared in front of them openly, and even swaggered into his camp.
How dare you break into our camp? It's true that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will have no choice but to fall into hell.
Angry shouts came from the crowd. I saw the crowd splitting up, and a cold expression on his face striding forward. He was full of momentum, and walked directly to the front. When he saw the golden dragon, he couldn't help but show a hint of shock.
Ha ha! What a good luck! I didn't expect that not only would I be able to catch the little bastard who was fighting against me in Lingfeng Pavilion, but I would also encounter a dragon. If I can capture and tame you, I will be greatly improved in Lingfeng Pavilion in the future. And even becoming an elder is not without problems.
His condensed gaze kept scanning back and forth between Yang Macheng and Jin Long, with a look of ecstasy in his eyes difficult to conceal. This is a great achievement. Just appearing in front of him made his whole body tremble with excitement.
Get him! Anyone who can catch Yang Macheng and Jin Long will become the key disciples of our Lingfeng Pavilion and will be rewarded with heaven-level weapons, heaven-level spiritual treasures, and heaven-level skills.
Brush! 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 Following Leng Ning's words, everyone in the camp drew their weapons and completely surrounded them from all directions. Under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. Such generous rewards are enough to allow people with average qualifications like them to be directly promoted to the core of Lingfeng Pavilion. Not to mention Yang Macheng standing in front of them. Even the current demon god would turn their backs without hesitation under such a generous reward.
Old guy, you actually want to tame me? Do you think it's possible?
Jin Long's expression suddenly turned cold after listening to Leng Ning's words. For the demon clan, the most shameful thing is to be domesticated and driven like a dog. Now that Leng Ning actually mentioned it to his face and wanted to tame it, how could the golden dragon just give up? A hint of rage flashed in its eyes, but it still held back the anger that was about to burst out. Looked at Yang Macheng and asked in a low voice,
Boss, what should we do with these guys? Kill, of course.
Yang Macheng slowly raised his head, with a stern sneer on his lips.
As long as you can catch me, you will be rewarded with heaven-level weapons, heaven-level spiritual treasures, and heaven-level skills. You, Lingfeng Pavilion, are really generous. Since you have chased me here, let's put an end to it completely. Facing the Lung Feng Pavilion disciples who surrounded him from all sides like iron barrels, Yang Macheng was extremely angry and laughed instead. He secretly swore in his heart that he would completely destroy Lung Feng Pavilion in the future. Chapter 1333. Let's put an end to it. Let's end it. Are you a little bastard worthy of it? If I want to kill you, I can easily crush you to death with one hand. Lung Ning looked at Yang Macheng. His face darkened. Yang Macheng sneered. Leave this old guy to me, and leave the others to you. Tongue. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Macheng rushed out first. Clang. 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 The disciples of Lung Feng Pavilion standing in front of him quickly grabbed the weapons in their hands and charged towards Yang Macheng to surround and kill him. These people are extremely fanatical for the reward from Lung Feng Pavilion. As long as they can catch Yang Macheng, their lives will be endlessly beneficial. Facing the warriors who were coming towards him, Yang Macheng's face was solemn. He had no intention of avoiding it, but directly grabbed it with his right hand and swept away. Shang! The terrifying murderous intention swept across 100 feet in an instant. In an instant, dozens of swords formed in front of Yang Macheng, and then penetrated forward, directly killing the disciples of Lung Feng Pavilion. Poof! 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 The dazzling sword light burst out with unparalleled power. These Lung Feng Pavilion disciples, who came to kill Yang Macheng, had their heads chopped off on the spot. Heads flew up one after another, full of shock and disbelief. Then, the head suddenly hit the ground. 7 or 8 headless corpses fell to the ground like felled trees. Those who dared to stop Yang Macheng were directly killed by Yang Macheng on the spot. Now you? After the sword energy killed the warrior in front of him, it continued to attack Lung Ning with unabated force. However, Yang Macheng moved his right hand, and in an instant, dozens of sword energy merged into one, turning into a beam of light that dominated the world, and swept towards Lung Ning crazily with a terrifying attitude that penetrated everything. You little bastard! The person who killed me! Lung Feng Pavilion! Today, I will let you know how to write the word death! Looking at the light heading towards him and the fallen corpses on the ground, Lung Ning opened his eyes angrily and burst out with all his momentum. The tidal aura surged away and rushed to all directions in an instant. The space in front of him suddenly flashed, changing into endless ripples. Clang! A crisp sound resounded, and the light that could penetrate everything was actually blocked by endless ripples. At this time, the golden dragon had already killed him. Its cultivation level, which has reached the middle stage of nirvana, is almost incomparable to these ordinary warriors. None of these people can be his enemy. Shang! The golden dragon clenched its claws, and the dragon's halberd burst out with thousands of powers. Under the vast roar of the dragon, it swept away suddenly, sweeping thousands of armies like a mat. The rolling demonic energy turned into shocking ripples, like flames all over the mountains and plains, and swept out quickly, wherever they passed. The corpses of all the warriors were separated in an instant, and their heads rolled to the ground. Whether it was buildings, rocks, or trees, they were all turned into powder in an instant under the sweep of this monster wave. Stop it! After a burst of shouting, more and more warriors rushed over quickly. The 3 people who bore the brunt were particularly conspicuous. They were seen holding compasses and stepping forward in one step. The 3 people made a seal, and the strange compass suddenly rose into the air, and bursts of light burst into the sky, sweeping towards the golden dragon. Snort! The golden dragon snorted coldly, swung the dragon's halberd and slashed it away. A strange scene appeared. The light was like the mist and rain in the south of the Yangtze River. It was extremely sticky. After being cut off, it turned into threads and wound towards the golden dragon again. There were only 3 rays of light at first, but they turned into thousands of rays under the attack of the golden dragon. These lights are endless! When Yang Macheng saw this, he frowned and warned. Hearing this, the golden dragon suddenly realized that it no longer fought with these rays of light, but soared into the air, chanting the sealed Ju. As the low dragon language resounded through the void, 3 thunderbolts suddenly struck down quickly. Snapped! There were bursts of explosions, and the 3 compasses exploded almost in no particular order. At the same time, those strange lights also quietly disappeared. Without any resistance, the golden dragon rushed into the crowd again and started killing. Fight with me! How dare you distract yourself from other things? Seeing this, Lung Ning's eyes became even more angry. He moved his steps and came directly in front of Yang Macheng as if he had shrunk to an inch. With stern eyes, he raised his right palm and struck it down hard, hitting Yang Mucheng's head. This palm is enough to split Huashan Mountain and drive gusts of wind. The warriors around him were blown away by the wind whipped up by this palm. Lung Ning was confident that under his palm, Yang Mucheng would definitely die.
Humph. You are just an old dog at the peak of nirvana. What qualifications do you have to dare to act rampant in front of me?
Yang Mucheng snorted disdainfully and struck with his right hand. In the eyes of others, that palm was almost unstoppable. But he opened it casually. At the same time, he took a step forward and counterattacked with extreme speed. If Lung Ning and the others had come 12 days earlier, Yang Mucheng and Jin Long would not have entered the ancient pagoda to practice, and would only be in the early stage of nirvana. At that time, it must be quite difficult for them to deal with condensation. But now, condensation is just a matter of death.
You?
Lung Ning was furious. But he was even more shocked. Yang Mucheng's attack was like mercury pouring down the ground. Every attack from the opponent was extremely powerful. The terrifying power was so shocking that all the bones in his body crackled and almost fell apart. He didn't even have a chance to fight back.
I don't believe how arrogant you, a little bastard, can be.
Letting out a roar, Lung Ning gritted his teeth, and his violent inner energy surged to the extreme. At this moment, the surging power poured into the limbs and bones, and smashed towards Yang Mucheng. In front of countless people, he was actually repelled by a young boy. How could he endure this? He wanted to kill Yang Mucheng with one punch and regain his position completely.
Get away!
Yang Mucheng shouted loudly, and waved his fist at the same time. The two fists suddenly collided together. The next moment, Lung Ning's arrogant and domineering expression suddenly turned into shock. An unstoppable force emerged directly from Yang Mucheng's fist, churning like a tide, and rushed directly into his body. Wow! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lung Ning flew backwards. When he got up again, he was the last person left in the huge camp. Yang Mucheng and Jin Long surrounded him from left to right. At this moment, the condensed expression on his face was extremely hard to see. Chapter 1334 Destroy Lung Feng Pavilion.
Yang Mucheng, do you really want to go against our Lung Feng Pavilion?
Lung Ning wiped the wound at the corner of her mouth fiercely, and looked at Yang Mucheng, who was slowly approaching. He was just ordered to hunt. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Yang Mu was, with his cultivation at the peak of nirvana, it was more than enough to kill him. But who would have thought that after this shocking confrontation, they would realize how terrifying the opponent was. The strength shown by Yang Mucheng has surpassed the average nirvana peak, coupled with the addition of a golden dragon whose strength was only slightly inferior to that of Yang Mucheng. Lung Ning knew that he was doomed this time, so he could only use words to confuse him.
It's not that I have to go against your Lung Feng Pavilion, but that your Lung Feng Pavilion wants to kill me at every turn.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and sneered. Are you afraid now? Late. In the beginning, who sent someone to ambush him, and in Shaoqing near the meteorites and stars? Who is it that wants to surround and kill him in the commercial star? This is all what Lung Fengge did. Yang Mucheng is not the kind of saint who repays kindness with evil. If you offend him, then the only way to go is to fight to the death.
Stop talking nonsense. Since your Lung Feng Pavilion wants to kill me at every turn, then I won't make it easy for you, Lung Feng Pavilion. You sent 9 teams to kill me. After I kill you first, I will kill the other 9 teams one by one, so that you, Lung Feng Pavilion, know the price of angering me.
Boom! Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Lung Ning took a few steps back in disbelief. He didn't expect that this boy would dare to compete with Lung Feng Pavilion on his own.
What an arrogant boy! Are you worthy of contending with our Lung Feng Pavilion? This time, the second elder has been ordered to kill you. He is a strong man in the realm of Heavenly Saint. The Qiuyan Jiao he is riding is also a half-step Heavenly Sage. Holy demon! You want to fight him and kill him?
Lung Ning was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and roared fiercely. This time, in order to kill Yang Mucheng, Lung Feng Pavilion dispatched almost all the elites. The rising Lung Feng Pavilion will never let anyone stop it.
There is no need to explain anything to a dying person like you.
Yang Mucheng looked at the almost hysterical condensation, snorted coldly, and slapped him hard with his big palm.
It's not that easy to kill me. It's still unclear who will win.
Looking at Yang Mucheng's big palm, Lung Ning let out a terrifying roar, and the suppressed momentum swept out in an instant. At this moment, his long gray hair was raised high and his robes rustled. The rising inner energy turned into a terrifying palace of ice and snow behind him. Boom! 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 This shocking momentum swept across all directions. And I was the only one to dominate. You little bastard! Try my Lung Feng Pavilion's special skills. Lung Ning blasted out with a palm. His momentum, which had reached its limit, seemed to have found an outlet at this moment, and it surged towards Yang Mucheng fiercely. However, Yang Mucheng's expression remained unchanged. The ice and snow palace that had just been a star turned into powder in an instant directly under his fleshy palm, and even fell down in the eyes of Lung Ning, who couldn't believe it. Boom! How huge is the power of internal energy and physical body? This palm hit Lung Ning's chest directly, not only breaking all the bones in his body, but also blasting his internal organs into pieces. He was already dead on the spot, and could not die anymore. At this point, there was no one left in the entire camp. At this time, the practicing Asianu also heard the sound of fighting, and rushed over after hearing the news. Being so smart, she immediately understood what was going on when she looked at the costumes of these people. Clean up the battlefield. Yang Mucheng waved his sleeves lightly. Xiao Jin, you heard it too. The people from Lung Feng Pavilion sent out warriors from the Heavenly Saint realm this time. They also had a powerful heavenly demon who was half a heavenly saint. We couldn't compete with our strength. This is my grudge. I don't want to get you involved. The strong men in the Heavenly Saint realm are really terrifying. And this is Yang Mucheng's business alone. He doesn't want to involve irrelevant people in his grudges. Boss, this is not your business alone. Jin Long grinned, pointed at the condensed corpse and said, This old guy said before that he wanted to capture me and tame me. How can I bear it? Young master, I am a golden dragon. If I don't kill all the people in Lingfeng Pavilion who will inherit the power of the demon clan in the future, how can you swallow this? Besides, no matter who we are, your business is my business. Yang Mucheng was moved. In the face of a powerful enemy, he had seen too many people running for their lives. He knew that the other party was a huge force capable of sending out powerful heavenly saints. And yet, he dared to contend with the other party. This was not something that only courage could do. Good. If that's the case, then we'll kill them one by one. First, completely surround and kill their other teams, and then deal with the second elder of the Heavenly Saint realm. At this moment, everyone set off directly from this unknown star and rushed towards the other teams. Yang Mucheng gained a lot from the battle with the unknown stars, in addition to obtaining a large number of spiritual stones. The rest are many weapons. These powerful sharp auras made his Qilin body stronger. However, equivalent to the growth of the Kirin body, it is not that easy to raise the Suzaku body to another level in a short period of time. After all, the evolution of the Suzaku body requires fire. This kind of powerful fire is very difficult to find even in the vast starry sky. At this time, Yang Mucheng had completely felt the benefits of the physical training technique. Although there is still a long way to go before the 5 elements spirit body is formed, and the 5 elements have only obtained 2 of them. But this is the only way to feel its power. I still have the green dragon body training technique of the wood type, the white tiger body training technique of the water type, and the Xuanwu body training technique of the earth type. Among the remaining 3 bodybuilding techniques, White Tiger's bodybuilding technique is the most difficult to practice, while Qinglong and Xuanwu are easier. But nowadays, these 3 techniques are not so easy to obtain. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. After all, the 5 elements spirit body has been lost for too long. Although it is powerful, the cultivation process is cumbersome and extremely difficult. However, it has become a stumbling block for many people who want to practice it. Coupled with the endless body training methods, the cultivation method of the 5 elements spirit body gradually disappears in the starry sky. It seems that if you want to get the remaining 3 bodybuilding techniques, you can only go through the system, or have powerful forces in this starry sky and send people to find them. Yang Mucheng thought secretly. What gave him some peace of mind was that after killing Ling Ning, another mission was finally triggered: destroy Lung Feng Pavilion. Chapter 1335 Revenge begins. On an unknown star. It was silent and peaceful. The thin spiritual energy meant that there were only some low-level monsters here. But this peaceful atmosphere did not last long, and an embarrassed figure broke it. In an instant, all the birds and beasts in the forest were scared away. The person who rushed out of the jungle was actually a warrior in the late stage of nirvana. He was wearing the deacon robe of Lung Feng Pavilion. With his status, he was a high-ranking presence wherever he went. But now, he was so unbearable. Not paying attention to the damage he caused, the deacon of Lingfeng Pavilion burned almost all his longevity and ran away crazily. Occasionally he looked towards the dark forest behind him in horror. The terrifying appearance was like a beast being followed behind him. Like wild beasts. After running for a distance again, the deacon saw the flying puppet hovering in front. And a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. As long as he can step on the flying puppet, he can escape from the damned stars, and no longer have to be afraid of the death-like boy. However, at this moment, the space in front of him surged, and the young man who had been chasing behind him walked out of the void without any warning. A hint of horror appeared on his face. Before the deacon could turn around and escape, a black shadow flashed out from behind, and the powerful wind-breaking energy kicked him away.
Run? Should I let you run again?
The one who kicked the deacon away was the golden dragon that came quickly. It cursed and looked at the deacon, who was blown away by it, and couldn't help but feel angry.
Although this old guy is not very strong, he didn't expect that he was still good at escaping. He actually made us chase him for more than half of the stars. Don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you enough reward to buy my life.
Looking at Yang Muchung standing in front, and looking at Jin Long appearing behind, the deacon's eyes flashed with a trace of despair, and he knelt down to beg for mercy desperately. Before he finished speaking, Jin Long punched him in the chest fiercely.
Boom!
The dull sound made the deacon's eyes suddenly shrink, and his body was shot backwards, hitting the ground heavily. Looking indifferently at the deacon whose breath had completely disappeared, Jin Long grinned and said,
Since you have started to hunt others, you must be mentally prepared to be killed by others. This is already the third team.
Yang Muchung slowly raised his head, looked at the proud Jin Long, and warned aloud.
With our actions like this, Lung Feng Pavilion must also be alert. As long as we don't meet that guy, no one in Ling Feng Pavilion can handle our joint efforts.
Jin Long patted his chest.
Which team shall we deal with next?
Yang Muchung took out a scroll from his arms, and looked at it carefully. When he destroyed the previous team, Yang Muchung obtained the distribution of personnel for this troop dispatch from those people. According to this list, the most powerful ones now are the second elder Lung Yu and his Chiu Yin Jiao. Below him, there is an acting elder who has achieved nirvana. Except for these two people and one demon, no one in the huge pursuing army could compete with Yang Muchung single-handedly. Glancing at the deacon lying on the ground, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes.
No matter how many ordinary members are killed, Lung Feng Pavilion will not feel anything. Even if a few of these deacons die, it will only cause them pain. In this case, then why not make a big deal and kill the acting elder directly?
There are a total of 12 elders in Lung Feng Pavilion. Those who can become elders are core members of the family. The acting elder has made great contributions to Lung Feng Pavilion. If an acting elder dies, it will definitely be a huge blow to their morale.
Assholes! A bunch of trash!
After learning from the communication stone that 3 teams had been killed in the hands of Yang Muchung, the second elder Lung Yu fell into a rage. He led 9 teams and enveloped him like a pocket. He originally planned to tear Yang Muchung into pieces in one go. But who knew that the other party had sneaked into their midst unknowingly, and even killed 3 teams.
In just 7 days, so many people in our Lingfeng Pavilion have died. If this continues, won't all of us in Lingfeng Pavilion be completely dead?
Holding the communication stone, Lung Yu temporarily landed on a star. He was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. The other 6 teams listened to the elder's scolding and unanimously remained silent. No one wanted to touch the second elder's bad luck when he fell into a rage.
Yang Muchung is really awesome.
One of the deacons leading the team coughed dryly and said bravely,
Whether it's Lung Ning or the other 2 teams, as long as they encounter Yang Muchung and can't even send out a distress signal, they will be completely killed. Moreover, we also sent people to explore the stars where the battles took place, and found that those who died were all killed with one strike.
Hisses. After hearing the news of the battle report, although the other teams tried their best to hide it, their gasps could still be heard. According to the original expectation, their army swept out directly, and no matter what kind of monster Yang Muchung was, he would be killed without mercy. But the situation now unfolding in front of everyone is exactly the opposite.
Isn't this kid only half a step into nirvana?
The second elder couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. Back on the commercial star, so many pairs of eyes saw that the strength Yang Muchung showed was only half a step towards nirvana. With a bitter smile, the deacon said helplessly,
Based on the traces of battles on the stars, we deduce that the boy's cultivation has probably reached the middle stage of nirvana. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to connect with the deacons in the late stage of nirvana.
They can all be killed easily. Hearing this, the second elder's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. It has only been a short time since he stepped into the stars. Even less than 3 months. And the other party's cultivation level has actually been improved by 2 levels in a row. Isn't this speed too terrifying? Such terrifying potential. The second elder understands. Such geniuses must not be offended. Once someone is offended, they can only do everything possible to kill them. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Pass my order and gather all the teams together. I will cast a dragnet to kill him. The second elder tightened his grip on the communication stone and said fiercely, Yes. Where is the acting elder Lungley? Nodding slightly, the second elder asked immediately when he found that there was no answer from the acting elder in the sound transmission stone. It wasn't until a moment later that a deacon said cautiously, Acting elder Lungley discovered a star with a lush forest, where he absorbed the breath of immortality and cultivated his body of a blue dragon. With a twitch in his mouth, Lung Yu cursed angrily. This fool. Just because he has become the acting elder, he does not take me seriously, and dares to lead the team away without permission despite orders. After Yang Machung is killed, I must deprive of his title of acting elder. Chapter 1336 The body of the blue dragon is cold and fierce. The faint moonlight shines on this nameless star. This is a star made entirely of forest. Among the rustling wind, there is only the sound of the forest, and there is no sign of any birds or animals. And among the stars, there is a big tree that towers into the clouds. However, this big tree was completely dead. Around this big tree, there were several faint bonfires, which appeared particularly conspicuously in the night. Standing on a treetop, Yang Muching squinted his eyes and looked forward. With the help of the cover of heavy branches, both Yang Muchung and Jin Long were able to clearly see the opponent's camp. Same as what was reported. There are more than 100 people in total, and it is the largest team among the 9 teams. At the same time, the strength of the warriors in this team is also higher than that of the other teams. Jin Long stared at the camp carefully and introduced in a low voice. Yang Muchung nodded secretly. But unfortunately, he did not see the so-called acting elder Lungley in this team. The reason why he came to deal with Lungley was partly because of his extraordinary status, but also because he had practiced the Qinglong body forging technique. His strong physique allowed him to step by step from an ordinary disciple to become an acting elder today. Lungley is indeed not here. After watching for a moment, Jin Long also shook his head. Do you want to do something? Do it now! Yang Muchung nodded heavily. Whoosh! With its body flying rapidly, the golden dragon turned into a golden lightning and shot out quickly, heading towards the camp. Tongue! 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 Almost as soon as it flew out, it was already shaking the dragon's halberd in its hand. Suddenly, in the dark night, rays of light quickly flashed out, and only the sound of flesh tearing was heard. And then the warriors in the camp fell to the ground. In the huge camp, there was still one guard guarding the gate. When he saw the golden dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him, he was immediately frightened out of his mind. Although, they had already received a warning from the second elder to be careful that Yang Muchung would sneak up on them. But these warriors believed that if they followed Lungley, they would never dare to come and cause trouble with Yang Muchung's cultivation level. Say, where is Lungley? Yang Muchung slowly squeezed his right hand and lifted the warrior, who was half-stepping into nirvana like a chicken. On this tree. After struggling to spit out a sentence from his throat, Yang Muchung closed his fingers, and there was a clicking sound. Suddenly, the warrior's throat had been pinched by him. Standing in the camp, looking at the giant tree above his head, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel 2 auras on this tree. One was the terrifying demon aura originating from this ancient tree. Apparently, this ancient tree had become a tree demon after being immersed in aura for a long time. The other one is the aura of a warrior. Now these 2 breaths are disappearing and growing. That guy Lungley seems to be absorbing the evil spirit of this ancient tree. The golden dragon's complexion changed slightly, and it was obvious that it also felt the changes in these 2 auras. Yang Muchung nodded and said, Yes, Lungley practices the Qinglong body forging technique of the wood system. For him, the purest demonic energy of the tree demon is his greatest nourishment. I don't know if he will use the Qinglong body forging technique. How far has your cultivation gone? It's not good. While talking, Yang Muching's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that the aura originating from Lungley had expanded to the extreme, like a volcano about to erupt. If it was not completely suppressed at this time, he would be in great trouble in dealing with it next. With almost no hesitation, Yang Maicheng shot toward the top hole of the ancient tree like an arrow from a string. Boss. Although Jin Long didn't know what happened, he saw Yang Mucheng's solemn expression and understood that the matter was urgent. For Yang Maicheng, the ancient tree with a height of tens of thousands of feet lasted only a moment. Almost instantly, Yang Maicheng flew to the top of the tree and saw his target, Lung Li. This acting elder is at a critical moment in his cultivation. The infinite essence in the ancient tree turned into a surging torrent, rushing towards his body. And his skin is crystal clear, like ice jade crystal. And you can even see the white marble-like skeleton in the other person's body, and even the silvery blood. Obviously, this is the Qinglong bodybuilding technique that is close to perfection. Yang Maicheng practices Suzaku and Qilin bodybuilding techniques, so he naturally knows to what extent his strength will increase every time he advances to a higher level. If Langley could reach the perfect level of Qinglong body, although he might not be more powerful than the second elder in the Heavenly Saint realm, he would definitely be very terrifying. Clang! His eyes turned cold, and Yang Maicheng grabbed it with his right hand. Suddenly, hundreds of golden swords completely condensed with sharp energy appeared outside his body. Then, he shot towards Lingli Cave. Lung Li, who was practicing Shening, was after all a ruthless character who licked blood all the time. This sudden murderous intention made his skin suddenly tighten, and his eyes suddenly opened, and he violently shot backwards. Bah! Countless cold lights quickly enveloped it. Although Lingli escaped this sudden bombardment, Yang Maicheng had no intention of stopping. Instead, he suddenly made a seal with his right hand, and the tumbling sword force suddenly turned into endless killing intent towards Lang Li's overwhelming force. Swept away. After two superimpositions, the speed of the sword reached its extreme speed, and it shot directly in front of Lung Li in a blink of an eye. The next step was Lung Li, who also made a shocking look. He actually waved a pair of fleshy palms and slapped forward. There was only a crackling sound, and the sharp sword with enough power to cut off everything was actually resisted by him with his body. Boss, I'm here. At this time, the golden dragon also rushed up quickly. Yang Maicheng? Seeing the golden dragon, and then looking at the young man in front of him, Lung Li, who was still in shock, suddenly came back to his senses. The frightened expression gradually turned cold and terrifying. After all, no matter who it is, if their progress is interrupted during practice, they will be extremely angry. What's more, this is still related to whether he can become an elder of Lingfeng Pavilion. I am only one step away from the perfect blue dragon body. It's all you damn little bastard who interrupted all my deployments. Since you are anxious to die, then I will send you all the way. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and landed on the ancient tree. Suddenly, with a click sound, this ancient tree that had survived for unknown tens of thousands of years exploded, as if it had been split open by a giant axe. Chapter 1337 Peak Body. Boom! Lung Li took one step forward, and the remains of the tree demon were crushed to pieces by his foot. It seemed that the entire star was trembling at this moment. I saw that he had already shot forward explosively, making a crackling sound that hit the air out of thin air, as if nothing could stop him from moving forward. He suddenly arrived in front of Yang Maicheng. This kind of speed is definitely not something ordinary Nirvana can achieve. He relied entirely on his own terrifying impact. Yang Maicheng waved his right hand and immediately punched him. Boom! The remains of the tree demon, which had been shattered in the air, were completely torn into pieces by the tremendous force of the two men's terrifying power bombardment. This bombardment between the two was actually evenly matched. The body of Qilin. The body of Suzaku? Feeling the turbulent power in Yang Mucheng's body, Lung Li looked stunned. He has always been proud of his powerful physique, but now the young man in front of him has a physique that is not weaker than his. How can he not be shocked? Lung Li smiled instead of being angry. He looked at Yang Maicheng, the green light in his eyes skyrocketing. Ha ha! God is really helping me. The 5 skills of the 5 elements spirit body have long been scattered and separated, and it is extremely difficult to find. I have been thinking about how to find the other skills if my Qilong body is perfected. I didn't expect you to deliver it to your door yourself. Lung Li was in a good mood. Originally, his cultivation was interrupted, and he was only one step away from perfecting his body. Don't underestimate this step. There is always a long way to go before the dragon becomes a dragon. So Lung Li wanted to tear Yang Maicheng alive. But he suddenly became proud when he discovered that Yang Maicheng had actually practiced 2 other bodybuilding techniques. Hand over the Qilin body training technique and the Suzaku body training technique. And I will consider sparing you. Do you think it's possible?
Yang Muchung smiled and shook his head.
If you are willing to use the Azure Dragon body forging technique and abolish your cultivation, I can let you leave this star alive.
Boom. These words immediately made Lung Li's eyes burst with cold light. And the surging power of qi and blood suddenly swept in all directions, making the surrounding space crackle. Just when Yang Muchung was about to take action, the golden dragon on the side jumped out.
Boss, leave this Lung Li to me. I have recently mastered the turtle armor to a new level, and I want to try my hand on this guy.
Yang Muchung's eyes moved.
Okay.
After all, the golden dragon has tortoise SHL protection, which is enough to ensure safety even if it is not an opponent. And I can also take advantage of this opportunity to take a good look at the body of the blue dragon at its peak level.
Whoever comes here will die,
Lung Li shouted loudly. And Howren took action. Boom! He took one step forward, and his whole body shot forward like an arrow from a string. The golden dragon also took away the dragon's halberd and rushed towards Lung Li with a strange cry. Just hearing a crackling sound, the two sides were already fighting together, and the air around them exploded with every punch and kick.
The explosive power of Qinglong's bodybuilding technique is obviously not as good as that of Suzaku. Its hardness is also not as good as that of Qilin.
Watching the battle between the two sides, Yang Muchung quickly made an evaluation. After all, the cold and fierce Qinglong body training technique is only one step away from reaching a perfect body. If Yang Muchung's Qilin body and Suzaku body reached this level, he would be able to kill a strong Nirvana person with just his fists.
However, the power of Qinglong body training lies in its recovery power. The blue dragon body forging technique, even for beginners, is enough for a warrior to break through the ordinary lifespan.
This is what I am thinking about. Yang Muchung continued to look forward, relying on the body of the green dragon and his super high cultivation level. Lung Li had already seized the battle in his hands almost at the moment of the fight. The golden dragon was beaten back and forth, but it only relied on its tortoise SHL to hold on. Otherwise it would have been defeated long ago.
Wow, wow, wow.
The golden dragon screamed strangely. The turtle SHL on its body has grown dozens of times from the size of armor, covering the entire body of the golden dragon. Every time Lung Li struck with his palm, the tortoise SHL trembled violently, and a burst of light erupted. The tortoise SHL was forcibly removed with great force, and Qinglong's cold counterattack had no effect. The most powerful thing about the Qinglong body training technique is that as long as his vitals are not injured, he can recover in an instant. If one practices to the extreme, even a dying body will still have a chance to survive.
I don't believe it anymore.
From the beginning of the war, Qinglong was beaten coldly and harshly, and Qinglong could no longer bear it. Using its tortoise SHL to block Lung Li's attack, the golden dragon roared. It opened its mouth, spit out the dragon's halberd, and prepared to fight. At the same time, the demonic energy rolled and turned into a world-destroying hurricane that suddenly crashed towards Lung Li.
Snort!
Lung Li snorted disdainfully, his body tumbling and sweeping. And at the same time he burst out with shocking power and slammed into the golden dragon. The two hurricanes, which could tear everything apart, suddenly collided violently. Boom! The shocking power completely tore apart the surrounding space. In this terrible explosion, the golden dragon's world-destroying hurricane was severely torn to pieces on the spot, and its whole body was directly smashed down from the sky, blasting the entire earth into 1,000 pieces. 100 feet deep pit.
Holy shit!
The golden dragon, which was knocked to the ground, bared its teeth and screamed, although the tortoise SHL absorbed part of the damage for it. The cold and stern blue dragon body was only one step away from perfection, and its power was also extraordinary. With a curse, Qinglong picked up the dragon halberd and prepared to kill again, but Yang Muchung stopped him.
No need to do it. You can't kill him.
Yang Muchung shook his head.
He has the body of a peak blue dragon. If you don't blast his vitals, it won't be enough to kill him. Of course, even if you have a tortoise SHL to protect you, he may not be able to kill you. If you two fight, there will be no solution.
Hearing this, the golden dragon raised its brows and glanced at the wandering dragon halberd in its hand unwillingly. Obviously, with its current strength, it is still far from being able to deal with Lung Li. If it can master one more point, it can kill Lung Li.
If you want to kill him, you can only use the fire dragon mark to kill him with one hit.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and touched the magic weapon in his arms.
But after thinking about it again, he let it go. I don't know how far behind my small Suzaku body and Dishang Jilin body are compared with his peak Azure Dragon body. Oh, do you want to compete with me in physical fitness? Seeing Yang Muqing's actions, he raised a cold brow. And then he sneered and shook his head. You haven't reached the peak of your physical training skills. And you still don't know how terrifying it is. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Chapter 1338 Spiritual Body Fighting. Although it is not the kind of explosive physical training, the power of a body that has been cultivated to the peak is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Lunli took one step forward, and the ground trembled violently, and an invisible force smashed out a huge hole hundreds of meters long. And this hollow is surprisingly the shape of a foot. Looking from top to bottom, this area looks like a giant walking through it. And Ling Li's whole body shot out like a cannonball. Boom! There was a crackling explosion in the void. The sound was like vast rolling thunder. Deafening. And this is the spectacle of smashing into the air and detonating. Boss! Jin Long lost his voice when he saw this. Without the protection of the tortoise SHL, it would never dare to take Lung Li's blow on its own. Although it knew that Yang Mucheng was also a strong man with the same tempered body, it was still unknown whether he could compete with Lung Li. He looked forward with fear in his heart, seeing only a distance of thousands of feet. Lung Li crossed it almost instantly, and his speed was no less than that of the void. This, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with shock, and he immediately activated his energy and blood to the extreme, and then punched forward. Boom! The fists collided, and billowing air waves erupted in the void. Yang Mucheng, who was in midair, was directly knocked to the ground from midair by this punch. Boom! This terrifying fall to the ground blasted a deep crater into the entire earth. Terrible cracks spread densely along the crater, and mushroom cloud-like dust erupted above the crater. Boss! Jin Long was extremely worried and waved his claw away, immediately dispersing the dust. But when they saw Yang Mucheng, who had been knocked down from the sky, his feet dug into the ground. His face couldn't help but flash red. Hey! He's not dead? Lung Li was surprised, but he quickly realized what he was doing. The Qilin's body is indeed the toughest among the 5 element spirits. If it were anyone else, they would have been completely blown away by my punch. However, no matter how tough they are just a passive sandbag in front of me. That's all. Jin Long was horrified when he heard this, and quickly looked at Yang Mucheng. The two of them came to kill Lung Li, but if they failed to kill each other, they would get themselves involved instead. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. His energy and blood turned, and his complexion returned to normal. But don't forget, I have also practiced the Suzaku bodybuilding technique. I don't believe it. My 2 bodybuilding techniques combined are not as good as your imperfect blue dragon body. The 5 exercises of the 5 elements spiritual body each have their own strengths. Suzaku and Qilin mainly attack. Qinhuang, the Lord recovers. Xuanwu, the main defense. White Tiger, main and assistant. Although it is said that any body training technique is not far from the same when practiced to perfection. In fact, there are still some differences. If Lung Li was practicing Qilin and Suzaku bodybuilding techniques, the previous punch would have been enough to kill Yang Mucheng. After all, whether it is the explosive power of Suzaku or the indestructible sharp power of Qilin, they are both extremely powerful. However, the body of the green dragon at its peak also surprised Yang Mucheng. Humph! You dare to speak harshly even when you are about to die. When I trample you under my feet, I'll see if you can still laugh. After Lung Li finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. He raised his fist and struck forward again. The speed and power of this punch were even more terrifying than before. After images flashed out in the void and rushed towards Yang Mucheng like lightning. He even pulled out a white air wave that was hundreds of meters long, just like the huge waves caused by the Sea Dragon King when it swept across the water. Boss! Be careful! Seeing this scene, Jin Long shouted hurriedly. It pinched the seal Jew, and the tortoise SHL on its body quickly came out, preparing to block this shocking blow for Yang Mucheng. But Yang Mucheng moved faster. Like Lung Li, he didn't move much. He just stamped his feet and rushed forward with a bang. Boom! 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 Moment. The terrifying power held by Yang Mucheng and Lung Li collided directly, and a shocking explosion resounded throughout the stars. In the explosion of power, a violent wind visible to the naked eye was set off. This violent wind went out wildly and completely tore everything nearby into pieces. under this huge wave. Even the golden dragon couldn't help but retreat towards the rear. Then, it looked forward again. When they saw that Yang Muchung had resisted the punch, their eyes suddenly widened. Blocked! I blocked such a terrifying punch. Boss is mighty! Looking at everything torn to pieces around him. Looking at the mess around him. And then looking at Yang Muchung, who barely retreated from Lang Li's shocking punch. Jin Long let out a burst of cheers. This kind of physique is really too strong. Of course, the most shocking thing was Lang Li. He originally thought that his punch could kill Yang Muchung, but he didn't expect that the other party actually resisted. And his face suddenly darkened. I don't believe how long you can resist. His pupils narrowed slightly. Lang Li let out a low roar. His body spun like a top, and his right leg, that had accumulated enough strength, slashed down like a giant axe. Lang Li was certainly confident that this blow could kill Yang Muchung, but he didn't hold back at all. And his fists and kicks were already coming like mercury pouring down the ground. Jin Long was stunned by this scene. It secretly speculated that if it faced Lang Li, without the protection of the tortoise SHL, the opponent's first kick would be enough to blow out its dragon brain. If you want to survive, you can only retreat and avoid the sharp edge temporarily. But with such physical strength, it couldn't take a single blow, and could only rely on its tortoise SHL to resist. But Yang Muchung stood there and easily blocked all Lang Li's attacks. What? Lang Li was shocked. He didn't know that when Yang Muchung was cultivating the 5-element spiritual body, his body was beyond ordinary and terrifying due to various heavenly and earthly treasures. Dragon blood and phoenix blood. It's like a sword move used by a martial arts master. It's more powerful than an ordinary person. Now, Yang Muchung is the martial arts master, and Lang Li is an ordinary person. Sure enough, the body of the blue dragon is the main recovery power, and strength and explosive power are not strong points. It seems that you can only go so far. Yang Muchung looked at the other party with a smile. However, after you hit me so many times, it must be my turn to fight back after all. With a faint smile, Yang Muchung slowly closed his fist. Crackling. At this moment, the virtual space was shaken by the surging energy and blood. This is the embodiment of the Suzaku body, and the Qilin body operating to the extreme. In an instant, his cold expression turned ugly. Even if you win or lose the 2 bodybuilding techniques, so what? Even if I stand here, you may not be able to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung's fist came crashing down. Chapter 1339, Mysterious Cemetery. Boom! The space trembled from this punch, and a white airwave cloud ring could be clearly seen spreading rapidly along Yang Muchung's fist. This is a spectacle of the air being blown away. Lang Li's eyes narrowed, and he immediately moved his palms to protect his chest. But the speed of Yang Muchung's punch was too fast. Xiao Cheng's Suzaku body almost exploded to the extreme, making the speed of this punch beyond Lang Li's reaction. Then, in Lang Li's shocked eyes, it crashed down and stamped heavily on Lang Li's chest. Boom! This punch made all the bones in Lang Li's body crackle, and his chest was immediately dented. A terrifying punch mark protruded from his back, and Lang Li was hit like a meteorite. Fall. This force is too strong, even more powerful than Lang Li's imagination. He was directly blasted out of the air, and even his entire body was blasted into the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the dust, a rapid coughing sound could be heard. However, Lang Li's pale face recovered in an instant. Even his sunken chest and broken muscles, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lang Li looked at Yang Muchung with lingering fear. The explosive power of Suzaku's body also exceeded his imagination. According to the original prediction, Yang Muchung should be a sandbag. But now it is just the opposite. Lang Li, I'm afraid you don't know that the 5 elements of spirit bodies can complement each other. Although the levels of the 2 spiritual bodies I cultivate are relatively low, when they complement each other, they will be stronger than you in terms of explosive power and strength. Although you have cultivated the body of the blue dragon to the peak, and you are only 1 step away from perfection. But how many times can you withstand the previous attacks? Yang Muchung looked at Lang Li calmly. The body of the blue dragon is indeed powerful. But so what? The exercises will have the greatest effect only if they are placed on the right people. Lang Li did not have powerful attack methods, even if he had extraordinary resilience. He was just a sandbag passively beaten in front of Yang Muchung. Tongue! With the tip of his toes. Lang Li immediately increased his speed to the extreme. However, Lang Li was used to attack before, but now it is used to escape. bringing up an afterimage. His whole body quickly exploded towards the distance.
Humph. Stupid.
Yang Muchung looked at Lung Li, who was escaping, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. If the other party gets up to compete with me, there is no telling who will win and who will lose. But unfortunately, Lung Li was frightened by Yang Muchung's performance. Call. Seeing Lung Li running away, Yang Muchung took a deep breath. Crackling. At this moment, the energy and blood in his body almost boiled. The spine on his back was roiling like a dragon, and the muscles and bones in his body were crackling at this moment. Infinite power is gathered in the fist, and Yang Muchung's whole body, from head to toe, was tense like a bow. And his fist, which was full of strength, was the angry arrow that was ready to be fired.
Call!
When this force reached its extreme, Yang Muchung smashed it out directly. When he punched out, he was still there. But when he landed, he was already behind Lung Li. Just hearing a dong sound, Lung Li's chest was punched directly. The violent power spread along his chest, to his body, limbs, and head like lightning. At this moment, destructive power swept through his body.
Puff!
A mouthful of blood spurted out. This arrogant acting elder fell from midair like a kite with its string broken. He stopped breathing before he hit the ground. And Yang Muchung also fell down at the same time. Phew! He gently exhaled a breath of turbid air to restore the consumed energy and blood. The punch he used to kill Lung Li had pushed both the Qilin's body and the Suzaku's body to the extreme. It is his most powerful attack except killing sword style and stone dragon mountain range. After a while, Yang Muchung's energy and blood recovered, and he began to search the items on the opponent's body. As expected of an acting elder, Lung Li had many more treasures than other deacons, including numerous spiritual stones, spiritual treasures, and weapons. Of course, I also found the blue dragon body forging technique that Yang Muchung needed most.
That's great. It's on him as expected. Now, with the addition of the blue dragon body training technique, I have gathered together 3 5-element spiritual body cultivation techniques. And there are only the last 2 left.
The 5 elements of spirits complement each other, and each time one is practiced, the power will increase geometrically. Lung Li, who has cultivated the Qinglong body to its peak, is strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have become the elder of Lingfeng Pavilion. But because Yang Muchung has practiced 2 body-building techniques, otherwise, he would not be able to deal with the opponent at all.
There are some tree demons on this star. With their demonic energy, I should be able to cultivate the body of a blue dragon to the entry-level level.
Yang Muchung looked around, and when he saw a forest of tree demons, he nodded secretly, put away the skills, spiritual treasures, etc. Squeak. At this time, Jilong, who had been bending down and fiddling with something, seemed to open something.
Boss, come here quickly.
Jilong's voice was full of surprise and disbelief, as if he had discovered something. Yang Muchung showed a hint of surprise and hurried forward, only to find an open bronze door appeared under the golden dragon's feet.
What's going on with this door?
Yang Muchung looked down and saw a long stone staircase leading down from the bronze gate, which seemed to lead to the center of the entire star. Oncoming was turbid air and dust, as if this door had not been open for a long time.
Boss, this door is under the tree demon,
Jilong quickly explained. It turned out that the previous battle between Yang Muchung and Lung Li had completely shattered the tree demon's body and even uprooted it. So Jilong discovered the bronze gate suppressed by the tree demon. Narrowing his eyes and looking inside, Yang Muchung discovered that it was a tomb.
I see. This star has been made into a cemetery, and this bronze door is the entrance to the tomb. Because I don't want others to know the location of my tomb, I planted a tree demon at the entrance. And this tree demon has also guarded it faithfully for countless years, growing from a little tree demon to what it is now.
Yang Muchung speculated. Jilong's eyes flashed with excitement, and he couldn't help but said,
If you can take the entire star as your own and make it into a cemetery, how many funerary objects should there be? Boss, let's go down and take a look.
Certainly. Yang Muchung nodded. He also wanted to see what the cemetery behind the immortal sect looked like. Chapter 1340 Bone Crown. Rows of crystal lamps were inlaid on both walls of the silent steps going down. Every time Yang Muchung and Jilong took a step, the crystal lamps a few steps away would naturally light up, illuminating the path under their feet. The golden dragon, who had been clamoring to come down to explore, held the dragon's halberd in his hand, rotated the tortoise SH L to the extreme, and stared at the surroundings with a pair of dragon eyes. Even the slightest disturbance will startle it. Yang Muchung simply released Arsenal. Above the tomb and below the tomb are two completely different worlds. The upper part is full of vitality and spiritual energy, but the lower part is filled with a strong sinister aura like a netherworld. With such a strong evil spirit, I'm afraid many people died in this tomb. Axianus spoke cautiously. The status of a person who can hollow out an entire star to make a cemetery is absolutely extraordinary. Of course, such a person will also bring many people to be buried. Yang Muchung nodded. He knew this well. Emperors in ancient times would order their concubines to be buried alive after their death, for fear that these people would confuse the harem and interfere with the government. As for the burial situation on this star, Yang Muchung didn't know what the situation was. However, such a strong evil spirit will inevitably lead to the emergence of powerful ghosts. Buzz. When the three of them stepped on the last stone step, everyone felt like the world was spinning and moving. When they came to their senses again, they appeared on a barren mountain of bones. In front of the three people, there is a huge continuous palace. Blue sky. White clouds. If it weren't for the dense white bones that can be seen everywhere, no one would know that this is actually a cemetery. How many existences have been killed by this? Jin Long stared at his feet with his eyes widened. These piles of bones include humans, monsters, and some races it doesn't recognize. Axiana looked around, squinted his eyes and said, I'm afraid it's not just the people who were buried here. I also saw the corpses of many races in the starry sky. I guess there were also many grave visitors who were trapped and died here after they came in. All races in the starry sky? Yang Muchung showed a trace of doubt. That's the dwarves. Axiana pointed at a skeleton. The skeleton looked very short, like a child's, but the bones are extremely thick and very strong. That's the elf tribe. Axiana pointed at another skeleton. The skeleton is somewhat normal, but far more slender than ordinary people. Following Axianu's direction, Yang Muchung saw a lot of existences. Some of these skeletons in front of them are 7 or 8 meters high and look like giants. Some have normal body shapes, but they have 2 heads. I don't know how many years these bones have been buried here. When you step on them with the soles of your feet, they immediately make a crunching sound, and the bones explode into pieces. There is nothing in this area. We can only go to where the palace is to take a look, Jinlong said. Wait a minute. I think this space seems a little weird. Maybe we all guessed wrong, and this is not a cemetery. Yang Muchung frowned. I'll send the war slave out to take a look. Axiana made a seal. Boom! A white light flashed in the void, and a huge bone dragon suddenly appeared. Due to being exposed to the light of Xenu, this skull dragon has also reached the nirvana state, and its size has shrunk again, reaching about 10 meters. But its skeleton has become more and more crystal clear. After flying out, feeling the strong evil spirit, the war slave suddenly cheered happily. Then, it flapped its wings and flew towards the palace. Along the way, John's slave had no intention of hiding his figure. The moment it flew out, it let out an earth-shattering roar, and at the same time it flapped its wings rapidly. The surging ghostly energy quickly formed 2 huge gray sharp blades under its wings, directly shoot forward. Boom! Boom! 2 irresistible gray blades flew across the ground, blasting terrifying ravines into the earth and tearing countless bones into pieces. It bombarded the palace wall with unabated force. And with 2 clang, bang sounds, a terrifying cross-shaped mark was blasted out of the wall. What are you doing? When Jin Long saw this scene, he almost jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Shouldn't we sneak in secretly? If you do this, you will alert the enemy. Yang Muchung looked at the war slaves who had flown above the palace, squinted his eyes and said, After we entered this space, we have already alerted the snake. This palace is really weird. Instead of letting the other party hide in the dark, it is better to make a little noise to lure the opponent out. After all, the poisonous snake hiding in the dark is far more terrifying than the lion in front of you. Call. While speaking, the war slave had already flown above the palace. It took a deep breath, opened its mouth and drank. Roar! The shocking sound spread out, causing the space to vibrate and become distorted. The rolling ripples spread rapidly towards the surroundings, causing everyone's vision to become distorted and blurred. However, the huge palace was also silent, without any movement. No response. Ashian Nu raised her eyebrows, and she made another sealed Jew. John Nu's 10-meter-long body suddenly twisted and shrank again. It swooped down in midair and penetrated into the palace. After a while, The war slave flew out of the palace complex and flew back to the crowd. This is surprising. Yang Mucheng and Jin Long looked at each other for a while. Is there nothing in such a huge palace? The war slaves said that something was watching it in the hall of the palace. It had already exited before it dared to enter the hall. After glancing at Zhang Nu, Xian Nu said slowly, "Hall? That is? Let's go take a look." Tongue. They come. The security. Having entered this space, it was natural to explore it thoroughly. Yang Mucheng happened to also want to know what was in this palace. Walk! The three of them looked at each other and quickly rushed towards the palace filled with bones. This eerie bone palace is extremely huge, and it has an eerie and strange appearance everywhere. Whether it is the bonfire that has long been extinguished or the pillars made of giant leg bones, it is unbearable to look at it at a glance. My scalp feels numb. However, the most heart-stopping thing in this palace is a skeleton wearing black robes with white bones on top of it. On its head is a crown made entirely of bones, just like that sitting quietly on the throne, looking at everyone. Chapter 1341 Bones and Skeleton. Look! Yes. Although this white bone skeleton sat there quietly without any breath, it revealed a terrifying and weird aura everywhere. Everyone standing in the hall felt a sense of being given by this skeleton. The illusion of staring. Looking at the white bones, Yang Mucheng's heart trembled, and he suddenly shouted, "No! I fell into a trap! Get out quickly!" Boom! 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 Although they didn't know what was going on, Yang Mucheng's voice quickly made Xianu and Jin Long alert in an instant. With almost no hesitation, the three of them quickly shot out towards the outside of the palace. TSK. However, at the moment when the three people retreated quickly, they saw that the deep-set eyes of the white-boned skeleton that had been silent suddenly lit up with two red lights, and a solemn voice sounded in the void at the same time. "Ha! What a powerful body! Where can you escape?" The white skeleton sat on the throne and slapped the throne heavily with both palms. Boom! With its majestic shot, the whole palace seemed to tremble violently, and countless white bones jumped up in shock. Under a strange force, it quickly condensed into shape in midair and turned into a terrifying big bone palm, which fiercely swept towards Yang Mucheng. Call. This palm brought up infinite wind, and flew Xian Nu and Jin Long away on the spot. To the bone skull, it seemed as if their existence was completely dispensable, and what he wanted most was Yang Mucheng. "Get out of my way!" Yang Mucheng shouted loudly, opened his eyes angrily, and gathered all his strength to blast forward. This punch reached its absolute peak, just like the cold and sharp blow that killed him. Yang Mucheng almost exerted his power to the absolute extreme, and struck hard on this shocking giant fist. Boom! Yang Mucheng's fist was as small as an ant under this terrifying bone palm, but his punch shattered the giant bone-white palm into pieces. Okay! 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 Seeing this scene, the skeleton smiled instead of being angry. The horrifying sound continued to come as it stared at Yang Mucheng. "Finally! I have a physical body. Although your body is still far from my peak. You are only in the nirvana state. If you train a little bit, you may be able to surpass my former body." Boom! The words of the bone skull immediately made Yang Mucheng, Jin Long, and Xianu stunned. No one thought that this skeleton would covet Yang Mucheng's body. "If you want to take my body away, can you do it?" Yang Mucheng's face also became ugly at the same time. He grabbed his right hand, and thousands of sharp swords suddenly appeared in front of him, and then shot forward. However, the white-boned skeleton smiled faintly, stretched out its cracked palm, and patted it slowly, only to hear a jingling sound, and those sharp swords were lightly swatted away by it. This scene shocked Yang Mucheng. He secretly poured the flame-explosive power of the Suzaku body into it. If the opponent took it forcibly, he would be torn apart by the explosive power poured into it. But who would have thought that the other party would block his attack so lightly? Not bad. Not bad. What a body! The stronger Yang Mucheng showed his strength, the brighter the eyes of the skeleton became. To outsiders, his physical body was just more handsome. But in fact, he cultivated two five-element spiritual bodies, and the explosive power of his physical body alone was enough to kill Lung Li, who had reached nirvana. This shows how powerful his body is. Not to mention, if he cultivates into the body of a blue dragon, he will have strong recovery power, which will be even more perfect. How could a body like his not be coveted by a being like a skeleton? "If you bow your head now, maybe I can let your soul live. Dream." Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's face hardened, and he shouted angrily. It seems that you are planning to fight to the death. In this case, don't blame me for being rude. The white bone skeleton snorted coldly, and slapped it with its right hand. Immediately, the white bone palms that had been shattered by Yang Machung suddenly rose up in the wind again, clattering together in midair, forming a bone dragon waving huge wings. The appearance of this bone dragon is similar to that of a war slave, but its size is dozens of times larger than that of a war slave. It was almost just a face-to-face meeting, and the war slave, who was guarding everyone, was torn into pieces. War slave! Axiana cried out. Damn it! Yang Machung closed his eyes, and without any hesitation, he quickly grabbed the fire dragon mark in his arms, and threw it forward fiercely. Roar! The fire dragon mark shot out, and a burst of angry dragon roars erupted. It was only the size of a palm at first, but when it was blasted out, it swelled in the wind and expanded in an instant. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. A shocking high temperature burst out from the fire dragon mark, and countless skeletons were burned into a vacuum at this moment. And the bone dragon, which was thousands of feet in size, was swallowed up by the fire dragon mark at that moment. And the fire dragon mark continued to attack the skeleton with all its strength. What? The bone skull obviously did not expect that the fire dragon mark thrown by Yang Machung would be so powerful. With a roar, countless white bones flew up quickly forming a huge bone shield in front of him. This bone shield is crystal clear, as if made of jade, and it looks extremely extraordinary. Boom! The terrifying explosion resounded in horror. The fire dragon mark directly tore the bone shield into pieces. In a burst of splashing fire, the remaining power hit the white bone skeleton hard, and its body was directly blown into pieces. However, what appeared in the remaining half of the skeleton body was an even more shocking picture. Inside the broken bones, countless talismans were seen fluttering and tumbling in the air, and a soul was tightly imprisoned among them. Roar! The dark soul struggled wildly, as if it was about to break away from the white bones at any time. But every time he tried to break free and hit the talisman dancing in the air, he would howl as if he was electrocuted. And that terrifying talisman seemed to have some kind of terrifying restriction on the soul, making it impossible for him to break free from the white bones. He's not dead! Yang Machung also didn't expect that the skeleton's reaction was so fast, and that it could block his counterattack at the critical moment. However, just when he was about to use a fire dragon mark to completely kill the skeleton, the other party reacted quickly. It let out a roar, and was blown into pieces with cracks. Its arms full of burn marks slammed hard on the throne, and roared crazily with a low and terrifying voice. Catch him! Chapter 1342 Grey Willow Valley. Catch him! This horrifying sound seemed to be filled with a terrifying magic power. Countless bones quickly gathered at this moment, forming a ferocious skeleton. In just a moment, a terrifying army of bones appeared in the empty hall. Under the roar of the bones and skeletons, it turned into a white wave like an ocean and swept over quickly. Damn it! Yang Machung turned his eyes and looked forward again, but found that his sight had long been blocked by the layers of white bones, and he could not see the bones and skulls on the throne. Retreat! Clenching his teeth and cursing secretly, Yang Machung could only give up his plan to completely kill the opponent, and quickly rushed out of the palace with Golden Dragon and Axianu. Boom! Almost as soon as they rushed out of the palace, the army-like wave of terror behind them swept out quickly and rushed toward their location crazily. The narrow palace gate seemed to have transformed into a terrifying H.L. gate at this moment, and an overwhelming army of bones emerged in an instant. In addition to the army riding skeletal horses and holding weapons, there were also some waving white bone wings. Huge white bone creatures that looked like bone dragons also soared rapidly at this moment and flew towards the three of them. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world here was rendered white. Quick! Holding the golden dragon in one hand and Ashian Nu in the other, Yang Machung directly used void transmutation and completely disappeared above the bone palace. At this time, a huge spiritual thought spread quickly from the bone palace. When the other party felt that Yang Machung and the others had already disappeared nearby, he suddenly became furious. Catch that little beast! I'm going to pull out his soul and let him know what it means to live worse than death! Shocking sounds quickly came from the palace, and the shocking space shook inexplicably. Even the side of the palace became blurred and distorted at this moment. Boom! In an instant, the army of bones gathered in the sky above the bone palace spread out. What exactly is that? The golden dragon couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he listened to the vast roar and looked at the army of bones scattered in all directions.
I don't know either. There seems to be a soul bound in that white bone.
Yang Muchung recalled the scene when he blasted the opponent's skeleton with the fire dragon mark before, and slowly spoke out his guess.
It should be bound by the bones. Unable to escape. Or unable to leave.
Axiandu pondered for a moment, but then expressed her speculation. This is most likely the prison of the Ghost Clan, or the treasure land of the Ghost Clan. As for that soul, it is very likely that it was a warrior who came to hunt for treasure, or a powerful being who was broken up and finally sealed in the skeleton. And for some reason, it couldn't leave the throne or the palace at all.
This speculation is very close to the facts.
Yang Muchung nodded.
If it could really move freely, it wouldn't send those crappy guys here to catch us, but would take action personally.
Jin Long looked at Yang Muchung with great anticipation and asked,
Boss, what should we do next?
Yang Muchung frowned and said,
My fire dragon Mark failed to kill him the first time. When I fight him again, he must be alert and able to defend.
Glancing at the army of bones that was slowly spreading, Yang Muchung condensed for a moment and continued.
Now that it's here, let's make peace with it. Since this space has been blocked by the tree demon, there must be some other things inside that you don't want people to know. There may be some secrets. How can we enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed? Then let's leave quickly.
Jin Long stood up quickly.
Although these bones' army is not strong, if we are entangled by them, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Master, look over there.
Arcel points into the distance. But I saw that in that valley, the evil spirit was swirling and surging, so strong that it was almost dripping with water.
With such a strong evil spirit, there must be heavenly and earthly treasures in it. Let's go there and have a look.
Yang Muchung took a look and said. Immediately, the three of them set off. This space is the interior of the entire star, and the inner universe is set within it. Although the stars are not big, it is like a small world here. It took Yang Muchung and the other two people a full day to reach the valley. Standing above the valley, the more you can feel the intensity of the evil spirit in this valley. Standing above, you can have a panoramic view of the valley. There is a huge lake in the valley, and in the center of the lake is a central island. The island is not big, with a huge gray willow tree growing there, and under the willow tree grows a strange spiritual treasure. The evil spirit that enveloped the entire valley was emitted precisely because of this strange little flower.
Ha! I found the treasure.
Seeing Ling Bao, Jin Long's eyes lit up, and his face was filled with excitement.
Wait a minute.
Yang Muchung grabbed it, pointed to the lake at his feet, and said,
Look what's in the lake.
Jin Long looked around in surprise, and saw that the lake was so clear that he could see the lake bed. Under the lake bed, there were densely packed white bones. One of the bones was lying on its back, looking up at the sky. The golden dragon happened to be eye to eye with it, and couldn't help being startled, and quickly took a few steps back.
It seems that there is something strange about that willow tree.
Jin Long's thoughts changed, and he quickly understood the reason. It picked up the wandering dragon halberd and squinted its eyes to look left and right at the willow tree. Although the willow tree looked harmless to humans and animals, the numerous bones under the protective lake still made people feel numb. His eyes rolled even more. And then he said,
I'll go up and take the lead. If the situation is not right, don't fight to the death.
Yang Muchung did not stop him. After all, the golden dragon has a tortoise SHL to protect its body, so even if it is defeated, it will not be in any danger. But even so, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked forward with vigilance. Once Grey Willow goes berserk, he will definitely take action. Jin Long took a deep breath. This time it learned the lesson, and did not howl and fight away, but carefully moved forward step by step, obviously testing the warning range of the Grey Willow tree. Paw! When he took the 17th step and entered the valley, the Grey Willow tree that had been silent and unresponsive suddenly seemed to wake up from a deep sleep. Chapter 1343 Ghost Tree Demon. Wow! At this moment, the hanging willow suddenly woke up, and countless gray lights spread slowly along the willow tree. The terrifying wicker branches soared hundreds of feet into the sky, as if they were furious. The golden dragon that sneaked closer was stunned for a moment. Seeing that he had awakened the willow tree demon, he simply stopped cowering and rushed forward.
Puff puff!
In a flash of lightning, dozens of wicker sticks shot into the golden dragon's body.
Cut it off!
Seeing that this willow tree demon, with thousands of willow branches, only separated a few dozen of them to deal with himself, Jin Long suddenly snorted coldly. Boom! In an instant, Billowing demonic energy erupted from its body. The golden dragon released infinite demonic aura, and its aura was raised to the extreme at this moment, causing the void to explode. Finally, it brandished the dragon's halberd and slashed downward swiftly. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the dragon's halberd slashed hard on the willow branches. Only a few of these fragile willow branches were cut off, but clusters of dazzling sparks were splashed out. Seeing this scene, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, showing a hint of shock. This willow tree demon must have been affected by the spiritual treasure. Now it has become like this. It has become a ghost tree demon. Axiana narrowed her eyes. As a ghost, she naturally knew all this better than Yang Muchung. With the strength of the golden dragon, it is still somewhat difficult to fight against this mutated ghost tree demon. Really? As soon as Axiana finished speaking, the golden dragon's painless attack actually angered the ghost tree demon. Wow! Its huge body twisted rapidly, as if it was furious. The gray evil spirit, like the flash of fireflies, quickly passed over every willow leaf, tree trunk, and wicker, making it look extremely weird. And those tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of willow branches started to dance crazily. In an instant, there were more than thousands of willow branches, fiercely shooting towards the golden dragon. Not good! Every wicker is filled with power that can penetrate everything. Jinlong's expression changed, and he quickly retreated backwards. But these willow branches obviously didn't intend to let it go. Instead, they swung around and snatched the wandering dragon halberd from its hands. Even after taking away the dragon's halberd, his remaining power remained unabated, and he fiercely swept forward, as if he wanted to pierce the golden dragon. Boom! Seeing that the situation was not good, Yang Muchung stepped forward without any hesitation. Facing the wicker that even the dragon warrior halberd could only cut off, he quickly pushed his body to the extreme, and even used a pair of flesh palm grabbed it. Snapped! Immediately, the hundreds of willow branches were tightly grasped in his hands. Wow! His own branches and leaves were grabbed tightly by others. And the ghost tree demon immediately swayed his body and struggled continuously, as if trying to break free of all the willow branches. But the power of the unicorn body is so powerful. The ghost tree demon is swaying left and right, but it is not able to break free even a bit. Suddenly, thousands of willow sticks shot out fiercely. Snort! Yang Muchung clutched the wicker with no intention of letting go. Instead, he released his spiritual thoughts in an instant. Buzz! The surrounding space suddenly shook, and thousands of long swords shot out in an instant, fiercely attacking the wicker. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the long sword collided with the ghost tree demon's wicker. In this exchange of bombardments, more than 30% of the wicker branches that could even be chopped off by the dragon's halberd were actually cut off by this terrifying sharp sword. In this fight, Yang Muchung completely gained the upper hand. Obviously, the ghost tree demon ignored Yang Muchung's strength and fell into a disadvantage. Call! 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 The next moment, the ghost tree demon quickly swayed his body. The terrifying aura was churning crazily at this moment, and the gray light on the wicker became particularly dazzling at this moment. After an instant, the ghost tree demon blasted all the willow sticks at Yang Muchung. Even the willow sticks it used to catch the wandering dragon's halberd were released at this moment. They all mobilized and attacked and killed Yang Muchung together. Wow! The terrifying gray wicker turned into a gray ocean at this moment. Boss! Let me help you! With a thought from the golden dragon, he immediately recalled the wandering dragon halberd. The dragon's eyes opened angrily, and the demonic energy all over his body boiled and boiled, and it exploded to the extreme on the spot. The billowing demonic energy turned into a roaring dragon, quickly pressing hard towards the endless wicker. Axiano on the side was not idle either. She also burst out with all her momentum at the same time. Although the billowing ghost energy is not as huge as the golden dragon, it is extremely pure. Holding the Xianming battle spear, she raised her momentum to the extreme and blasted out the Xianming battle spear. In an instant, her terrifying aura exploded out as if it had found an outlet. Yang Muchung, who was on both sides, also opened his eyes angrily at the same time. Tongue! He stood upright. His long hair suddenly stood up, and his big black robe also fluttered and danced at the same time. Zhang! 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 As his breath surged, a long sword formed from the power of explosion, and sharp energy was formed around his body. The number of these swords has even completely overwhelmed the large number of wickers. Then, The combined attack of the three people was like a torrent, crushing the wicker fiercely. From a distance, it looked like two oceans of different colors colliding hard together. Bang! 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 Terrible explosions resounded throughout the valley. Even in the valleys and lakes, terrifying water columns hundreds of feet high were shaken out. And under this shocking water column, the combined attack of the three people actually intercepted the crazy attack of the ghost tree demon. Boom! The terrifying air wave generated during the explosion directly pushed Yang Maicheng, Axianu, and Jin Long away. Look ahead again. The ghost tree demon also appeared in an extremely embarrassed state at this moment. 80 to 90% of the original tens of millions of willow branches had disappeared. Although the remaining willow branches were large in number, they were extremely sparse. In addition, its trunk showed terrible cracks, which were obviously left from the previous attack. The ghost tree demon was completely silent, as if he couldn't believe that he was actually suppressed by Yang Maicheng and the others. After a moment of silence, this ghost tree demon completely exploded. Chapter 1344 Kill. Wow! The erupting ghost tree demon shook wildly, and the roots that were deeply rooted in the ground rolled like a dragon at this moment, and were pulled out of the ground one after another. At the same time, those roots rushed towards Ling Bao quickly. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the evil energy in the entire valley was rushing towards the ghost tree demon like a whirlpool. As the ghost tree demon frantically absorbed the spirit treasure's breath, he saw a flash of gray mist, and the willow branches that had been cut off by the three people actually grew again at this moment. What? This scene actually shocked everyone. They didn't expect that this ghost tree demon could recover at such a speed. If this continues, then they won't be able to deal with each other at all. After finally finding a heavenly spirit and earthly treasure, can we just watch it but not get it? Boom! The moment after the ghost tree demon recovered, its ghostly aura reached its extreme level again, and it quickly stirred up the restored infinite wicker branches, and once again pounced on the three of them with a horrifying attitude. And more willows among them were blasted towards Yang Maicheng. It naturally knew that Yang Maicheng's strength played the greatest role in the previous three attacks. Retreat! Yang Maicheng shouted immediately. Seeing the golden dragon and Axiana retreating quickly, the ghost tree demon simply gathered all the willow branches and swept towards Yang Maicheng. Transient! With one step, Yang Maicheng disappeared directly. This is the void transient that he is good at. However, this ghost tree demon seemed to know Yang Maicheng's whereabouts to use void transient. The willow tree that was chasing after him in midair turned around quickly in the void, and then shot towards Yang Maicheng fiercely. The reaction of the ghost tree demon made Yang Maicheng very surprised. For a long time, many existences have no solution to his sudden changes in the void. If you want to curb his void transience, you could only use space confinement. But he didn't expect that this ghost tree demon could predict where he would land next. Tongue! With a secret movement in his heart, Yang Maicheng took another step forward. The ghost tree demon, without any warning, suddenly turned the endless willow branches and swept them towards Yang Maicheng. At this moment, the ghost tree demon followed Yang Maicheng as quickly as a tarsal maggot. Jin Long and Axiana have already withdrawn from the valley. They stared wide-eyed, watching Yang Maicheng disappearing in the surrounding sky and suddenly appearing again, looking at the ghost tree demon, who seemed to have the ability of a prophet, and could always judge the foothold of the opponent's strength. What are you doing? Axiana couldn't help but ask. She knows. Every time Yang Maicheng uses void transit, he needs to consume a lot of internal energy. It was clear that Yang Maicheng could leave the valley if he had a thought. But why did he choose to fight with this ghost tree demon? I don't know either. But the boss never does meaningless things. He may be looking for a loophole in the ghost tree demon. Jin Long narrowed his eyes and said, Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed that the ghost tree demon was beginning to get tired of such a crazy chase. Its thick trunk swayed crazily, and bursts of violent turbulence suddenly erupted. What's more, as the ghost tree demon broke out, the tens of millions of restored willow branches swept directly in all directions. Almost instantly, this terrifying wicker completely covered the space in the valley. Not good! Seeing this scene, Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but completely lost their voices. Obviously, no matter where Yang Maicheng appears in the valley next, he will let this ghost tree demon know immediately. And next, I am afraid that I will face a fatal attack from the ghost tree demon. Ha ha! I was fooled. However, at this time, Yang Maicheng's laughter appeared in the void. His body flashed, and he suddenly appeared directly above the ghost tree demon. Shen Yuan Jin didn't know when it appeared in its hand. At this moment, He pushed his sharp energy to the extreme, and the infinite power was poured into the Shin Yuan sword quickly. And then he slashed from top to bottom. Clang! A sword beam that crowned heaven and earth suddenly slashed down. Wow! Feeling the power of this sword, the ghost tree demon immediately reacted, shaking its body violently and swaying crazily. The scattered willow sticks were quickly gathered together at this moment, trying to resist Yang Muqing's crazy sword that slashed down with horror. But it's too late. Yang Muqing was waiting for this moment, waiting for it to disperse all the willow branches. After fighting this ghost tree demon for so long, he didn't know why the ghost tree demon relied on these willow branches. Whether it was for attack or defense, it was indispensable. But a single wicker will not suppress Yang Muqing at all. Now, in order to capture Yang Muqing, the ghost tree demon found his location immediately and spread all the willow branches. This was a huge mistake for the ghost tree demon, but for Yang Muqing, it is an extremely rare opportunity. Chang! The sword light that reigned supreme in the world fell down quickly, and only a burst of devastating explosions could be heard. The ghost tree demon, who suppressed the three of them with his own strength, was actually chopped into pieces by Yang Muqing's sword. Two halves. Boom! The broken tree trunk of the ghost tree demon crashed to the ground. That's the nascent soul of the dryad. And in the trunk, a gray seed the size of a palm and shaped like an almond trembled with fear and was thrown towards the ground at this moment. Jilong's sharp eyes saw the seed at a glance and shouted quickly. How could Yang Muqing not know? Looking at the seed that was about to escape, he grabbed it with his left hand, and a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. In an instant, the seeds that fell towards the ground were directly collected by Yang Muqing into his hands. Here you go! Seeing the coveted look on Jilong's face, Yang Muqing chuckled and threw the ghost tree demon seeds to it. Devouring the nascent soul can also allow the golden dragon to improve its cultivation. At the same time, he retracted his right hand, took out the heavenly spirit earth treasure growing at the feet of the ghost tree demon, and threw it to Xian Nu. This is a heavenly and earthly treasure that is completely condensed from the Yin evil spirit. Although it can improve cultivation by absorbing it, it is far more effective than the ghost body of Xian Nu. As for Yang Muqing, his target was on the severed trunk of the ghost tree demon. These two tree trunks can be used to make gun bodies, sword hilts, or piano bodies. They are all good carriers. If you put it on sale, you can get a high price. After all, ghost tree demons are very rare, and if they are made into a musical instrument, they can also have a bewitching effect. However, Yang Muqing wants to use it to practice, activate the Qinglong body, and make his body stronger. Chapter 1345 The Body of the Blue Dragon. Jilong and Xian Nu immediately sat down cross-legged and quickly absorbed the treasure in their hands. Although it is impossible to absorb all the power in a short period of time, the power in this spiritual treasure will be stored in the body and slowly released, which will also be of great benefit to future cultivation. As for Yang Muqing, he is not so troubled. He stood next to the chopped-up ghost tree demon and squeezed the seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the huge tree trunk withered rapidly at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it transformed into pure energy and poured directly into Yang Muqing's body. Crackling. After this pure wood energy was injected into his body, Yang Muqing's bones immediately vibrated. Comfortable! His eyes lit up. Originally, Yang Muqing thought that the forging of the Azure Dragon body would be as painful as the previous Kirin body and Suzaku body. But little did he know that not only was there no pain at all, but it was extremely comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. This immediately made Yang Muqing, who had been preparing to temper his body bit by bit, suddenly let go of his courage, and immediately used the wood energy to quickly operate according to the Qinglong body forging technique. As this power circulated, Yang Muqing felt unprecedentedly comfortable, and even felt relieved. This blue dragon body is indeed the body-building technique with the most powerful recovery power among the 5 elements of spiritual bodies. Just by activating this technique to the beginning, I can feel the hidden wounds left in my body. I recovered a lot in this moment. Yang Muqing had a lot of hidden wounds. Generally, a warrior would need to recover from his injuries after a battle, ranging from 3 to 5 months to several years. If the muscles and bones are injured, it will take even longer. All along, Yang Muqing relied on his strong body to suppress his hidden injuries. Although these hidden injuries are very few, if they accumulate to a certain extent, they will be like a landslide, and the earth will fall apart unstoppably. Now, this green dragon body has solved all hidden dangers. Kakaka! Trying to clench his fists, Yang Muchung could not help but show a proud look as he felt the roaring power of blood in his body. As expected, the 5 elements of the spirit body are weak at first and then strong. Every time a skill is completed, the power of the body can be increased several times. This is entirely because the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and interfering with each other. There are only 3 techniques. If you complete the 5 techniques, how terrifyingly powerful will it be? Yang Muchung nodded secretly. Call. Call. Phew. At this moment, bursts of howling wind came quickly from the distance. Jinlong and Axianu, who were practicing, couldn't help but woke up and quickly looked forward. Just saw, from the sky and the earth, a large army of bones, sweeping in like a tide. Obviously, it was the previous news of everyone fighting with the ghost tree demon that attracted these guys. Fight with them? The golden dragon swallowed the ghost tree demon's nascent soul, and felt that its strength had increased a lot. It stirred up, picked up the dragon's halberd, and was about to fight out. We just happened to kill the lair. Dig out the white bones and skeleton and beat it into ashes. Don't be impulsive. We are not the opponent of the skeleton at the moment. Yang Muchung glanced at Jinlong and said, although their strength has increased, it is obviously still difficult to deal with the skeletons. Even if he uses the remaining 2 fire dragon marks, he may only be able to seriously injure the opponent. If the bone skull has other means, then once they enter the bone palace, they will fall into a trap. What's more, this world of bones is so big, there may be other heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. If you can improve your cultivation by 1 level, you will be more confident in dealing with the bones and skeletons. Then these things. Axiana pointed at the overwhelming army of bones and asked in a low voice. Ignore them. They are too slow anyway and can't catch up with us. The golden dragon carried the dragon's halberd and planned to turn around and leave. I'll try. Yang Muchung was eager to give it a try. Although he only cultivated the Qinglong body to the entry level, it also has a great effect on the advancement of the 5 elements spiritual body. He wanted to try it out to see how much his strength had improved. After speaking, Yang Muchung stepped forward. He took a deep breath and calmed down his inner energy. But the fighting spirit in his eyes was extremely strong. The muscles and bones all over his body were crackling, and the spine on his back was rolling like a dragon at this moment. Boom! A wave of air visible to the naked eye emerged along Yang Muchung's body, and an awe-inspiring force was generated from it. The eyes of Jinlong and Axianu were filled with shock when they saw each other. Can physical strength alone possess such power? Boom! When this power reached its extreme, Yang Muchung took action suddenly. At this moment, the endless accumulated power seemed to find an outlet and burst out immediately. Boom! The air in front of Yang Muchung paused for a moment, then expanded violently. A clear ring of air waves swept forward quickly. From a distance, it looked like a hurricane turn-tide, overwhelmingly slapping forward. Everywhere it passed, bones were torn into pieces on the spot. Fragments. Yang Muchung slowly withdrew his fist, and the army of bones in front of him was wiped out by 70% with this punch. So strong! Jinlong exclaimed in surprise. However, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, and it was clear that the power of this punch had not reached his expectations. It seems that the body of the blue dragon has only reached the entry level and has little effect on the advancement of the 5 elements spiritual body. The next step is to find a way to improve the state of the body of the blue dragon and reach a small success as soon as possible. And this punch. It also made the overwhelming army of bones seem to be stunned in midair. One moment, he was still fierce, but the next moment, he stopped in fear. Let's go! After glancing at Jinlong and Axianu, Yang Muchung spoke slowly. These bone armies are all puppets summoned by the bone skeleton using magic. They are inexhaustible. Instead of entangled with them, it is better to improve your cultivation level as soon as possible and kill the bone skeleton when the time comes, so that you can leave here. Good. Jinlong and Axiana glanced at the army of bones that quickly organized their formation and rushed forward again, and quickly caught up with Yang Muchung. Although these skeleton army discovered the traces of Yang Muchung and others, they were unable to catch up due to lack of strength. They could only watch the 3 people leave helplessly. Just when Yang Muchung and others completely disappeared from the sight of the bone army, an extremely angry roar came from the bone palace. Chapter 1346 Skeleton Chaser. Asshole! An angry roar came from the broken body of the skeleton. The shocking sound caused the space to be distorted in shock at this moment. As the master who controls the army of bones, he naturally understands that although these armies of bones appear to be powerful, in fact, they have no effect at all on the powerful people above the Nirvana realm. Damn it! If I could escape from this body of bones, if I could escape from this palace, how would you be able to survive? I've captured you long ago to seize your body. Calm down the extremely angry mood. The white bone skull became condensed, and after a moment, a trace of pride suddenly flashed in its eyes. Humph! Let's see where you hide this time. His broken hands quickly started dancing in front of him. Suddenly, in the void, streams of condensed evil energy surged toward the throne like a whirlpool. In the tidal wave of sinister aura, sections of white bones were baptized and turned crystal clear. After pinching out a seal, two skeletons quickly took shape. One was a mage-like being, wearing a cloak and holding a scepter made from the skull of an unknown beast. The other one is a warrior-like white skeleton, carrying a white bone giant sword and wearing a black warrior uniform. Although it's done, there's still one last step left. In that case, let me inject my soul into you. The white bone skeleton looked at the two white bone warriors in front of him, condensed for a moment, and flicked his right finger. Duo! Duo! Like candles being lit. Two balls of soul fire suddenly lit up in the empty heads of the two skeletons. Owner! The two skeletons' soul fire lit up, and they immediately knelt down towards the skeleton and shouted respectfully. The skeleton waved its right hand, and suddenly the void swayed, and three figures emerged one by one. None other than Yang Machung, Axianu, and Jin Long. Catch this young man and capture him alive. I want his body. This ghost girl persuades her to surrender and become my maid. If she doesn't complain, I will disperse her ghost body and make her never reincarnate. This golden dragon is captured. I want to use its dragon blood to temper my body. Yes! The two skeleton warriors responded and quickly flew away from the palace. Boy! The skeleton looked at Yang Muching's figure with a trace of resentment in his eyes. In order to catch you, I used up the last two souls. However, after I seize the body, I can leave this bone palace and have as many souls as I want. Tongue! 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 Yang Machung, Axianu, and Jin Long, who left the valley, continued to shuttle through the entire world of bones. It has to be said that this area is really a treasure land, with almost all heavenly and earthly treasures. But what makes Yang Machung regretful is that there are very few that can provide the body of the tempered blue dragon. After all, he also knew in his heart that the body of the blue dragon must be tempered by the tree demon, and the tree demon itself was extremely difficult to produce. As for other trees, although they can also be tempered, the effect is only a drop in the ocean. But in this space, the cultivation realm of the three people has been greatly improved. Yang Machung and Jin Long have both reached the edge of improvement, and Asian Nu has already reached a small level. The three people who once again killed a ghost demon and obtained the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure sat down and rested. Boss, your cultivation will reach the late stage of Nirvana soon. When we reach the late stage of Nirvana, we will go to the Bone Palace and smash the guy into powder. The golden dragon chewed the ghost demon's nascent soul fiercely. Yang Machung also smiled and nodded. The number of heavenly and earthly treasures in this space is beyond my expectation. But this area is the last treasure land. I used my spiritual mind to explore it before, however. All the heavenly and earthly treasures in this space should be taken away by us. However, the one who gained the most from the three of us is actually Axianu. Yes, even though she is a ghost. Jin Long couldn't help but nodded. In this space, the evil spirit was originally extremely nourishing to her. What's more, the spiritual treasures in this space are all spiritual objects produced by the evil spirit. They are poisons to ordinary warriors. But for the ghost-like Asianu, they are several times more effective. Therefore, Asian Nu, who was obviously the lowest in cultivation, is now the first among the three to reach the late stage of Nirvana. By the way, have you noticed that the army of bones that has been following us these past few days seems to have disappeared? Arsenal is very alert and discovered the changes in the past few days. I guess that Skeleton should also have expected that its army of bones will not be able to stop us at all. Yang Machung replied calmly. Nowadays, they have already passed the stage where they can be overwhelmed by numbers. Even if you have thousands of troops, one punch from me is enough to shatter your bones into pieces. Of course, it is precisely for this reason that wars involving hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people are common in the mortal world. But in the martial arts world and even the immortal world, it is almost difficult to see them. That's because when your strength reaches a certain level, You can kill them no matter how many people you come to, or what methods you use. It will only take some time at most.
Hey, my strength has skyrocketed recently, and I was just thinking about training with those bones. Unexpectedly, they didn't dare to come.
The golden dragon grinned, and it looked at Yang Muchung and said,
Boss, after we enter the Palace of Bones and crush the skeleton, we will find a place to break through to the late stage of Nirvana. Tongue!
Before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung stood up abruptly. Ji Long and Axiana were shocked, but they saw Yang Muchung getting up, frowning slightly, and looking into the distance. But on the horizon, two huge auras appeared faintly. Almost as soon as they appeared, they were already blasting from the horizon quickly. Ji Long and Axiana suddenly stood up from where they were and looked forward.
The visitor is evil,
Ji Long said. Boom! Boom! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, two powerful auras shot out like arrows from the string, landing in front of Yang Muchung, Ji Long, and Axiana with almost no gap. The terrifying force of the fall shook the entire earth violently, as if it had triggered a small earthquake. But what they saw were two white bones, different from the previous ordinary bone army. One was carrying a huge bone sword, and the other was holding a bone staff. And their aura was so strong that it even faintly overwhelmed Yang Muchung's trio.
Finally found you!
Looking at Yang Muchung, the two pale bones slowly raised their heads and grinned at the three of them. Chapter 1347 Fusion. The sudden appearance of the two skeletons immediately raised the alarm in Yang Muchung's heart to the extreme. However, Ji Long has not yet reacted. It grinned, carrying the dragon's halberd, and looked at the skeleton in front of it with a smile.
Ha ha. Good time. Sir, I was worried about not being able to find an opponent for the trial. But you two guys came. Where's the guy in the Bone Palace? Careful.
At this moment, Yang Muchung suddenly spoke up. But the speed of the sword skeleton was already extremely fast. It took one step and appeared in front of the golden dragon as if teleporting. The flickering white shadow made Jin Long suddenly shudder, as if he was being pinched in the throat. As soon as his pupils closed, he quickly picked up the dragon halberd in his hand and slashed at the head of the skeleton with the big sword.
Chong!
The big sword skeleton had a stern face, facing the golden dragon's attack. It twitched its right hand, and the white bone giant sword behind it came out of its sheath with a burst of eerie white light, and swept out like 1,000 troops. This sword came later but struck first, striking the dragon's halberd with a clang. The golden dragon only felt a huge force coming out crazily. It was so shocked that its hands went numb, and its whole body lost its balance at this moment. It couldn't help but shoot towards the back. Its feet skimmed the ground, and it was thrown violently. There was a trace of a deep depression on the ground.
So strong!
Seeing this scene, Arsenal's whole body tensed up in an instant. Yang Muchung even planned to take action.
The master wants to temper the body with this dragon's blood. If it dies and its blood becomes cold, the effect will be greatly weakened.
At this time, the staff skeleton, which had not spoken yet, spoke. Upon hearing this, the sword skeleton immediately stopped pursuing the attack. But he saw the staff skeleton taking 2 steps forward slowly, and his eyes fell on Axianu.
You are a member of the Ghost Clan just like us. If you are willing to surrender to your master and be his maid, we will spare your life. Dream.
Ashianu's eyebrows were raised. He took a step forward and shouted angrily. The staff skeleton smiled coldly.
You are an ungrateful thing. In this case, I can only break your ghost body so that you will never be reincarnated. Did your master mention me?
Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked quietly at the 2 skeletons in front of him.
You? You are honored to be chosen by the master to take over the body. If you obediently offer up your body, the master might even let your soul suffer less. You know, the master has too many ways to make life worse than death.
The staff skeleton said slowly. When talking about life being worse than death, the staff skeleton seemed to recall something and couldn't help but shudder.
Boss, leave it to us.
Jin Long sneered, a cold light bursting out of his eyes.
You actually want to capture me and use my dragon blood to temper your body? Look how I dismantle your skeleton and feed your bones to the dogs. Master, this staff skeleton has also been handed over to me.
Axiana didn't say much, but he showed his firm attitude. The 2 white skeletons looked at each other. The big sword skeleton nodded and said,
Okay, let's deal with these 2 miscellaneous fish first. After all, this kid is the body that the master wants to seize. If something goes wrong, we will have to be punished again. Dare you call me a bastard?
The golden dragon was furious when he heard this. It took a step forward and turned into a golden lightning bolt, shooting towards the sword skeleton. The wandering dragon halberd in his hand caused a shocking dragon roar. He raised it high and slashed down suddenly. This shocking slash tore apart the space. The skeleton with the big sword raised the bone sword in his hand and held it in front of him. Then he received the angry blow from the golden dragon. Collapse! There was a loud sound like a mountain collapsing and the ground cracking. The ground under the feet of the sword skeleton was already cracking inch by inch at this moment. The terrifying power spread in all directions, tearing the ground apart into terrifying cracks. Although Xiao Jin has not yet mastered the wandering dragon war halberd, it is a dragon body. Every time the strength increases by 1 point, the physique, strength, and demonic aura will all improve. With his strength, if he wants to deal with this big sword skeleton, not too difficult. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. Sure enough, as soon as he finished his thoughts, he saw the golden dragon dancing the dragon halberd with both hands, bringing up an afterimage of the blade, whizzing away, slashing in succession. The big sword skeleton could only parry, being beaten back by the golden dragon. Where's Arsenal? Yang Mucheng turned his eyes again and looked to the other side. If the battle between the golden dragon and the great sword skeleton is a battle between swords and shadows, then the battle between Arsenal and the staff skeleton is a battle between strategists to win. The moment it was released, the staff skeleton had already formed a seal, and countless white bones gathered behind it, forming 2 huge wings in an instant. With the wings, the staff skeleton shot out backwards. At the same time, he shook the bone staff in his hand and heard a sharp whistling sound. Boom! 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 In an instant, dozens of terrifying bone spears were fired fiercely towards the Asian new cave. Asiana was also well prepared. She directly summoned the war slave and crushed it crazily with the force of dark clouds. The Xianding war spear in his hand shot forward quickly. A chill surged, and in an instant the void turned. The bone spear shot from the hole was already struck by this terrifying chill before it even reached him. The condensed ice quickly turned into a huge lump of ice and hit the ground heavily. It's not that bad. Yang Mucheng saw the battlefields on both sides and secretly shook his head. Although these 2 white skeletons are quite powerful, if they were sent out to hunt them down as soon as they set foot here, they might actually be able to succeed. But today, their strength has been greatly improved and they are no longer effective. Boom! 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 The terrifying sound of battle continued to resound. Under the attack of Jin Long and Axianu, the 2 white bones were suppressed. Even the crystal-clear skeleton was full of cracks, as if they would be completely destroyed at any time, generally broken. Seeing this result, Jin Long and Axianu were immediately overjoyed, which showed that they had a winning chance. At this time, Yang Mucheng did not show any joy. He looked at the 2 white skeletons full of cracks and suddenly frowned. Get back quickly! A warning sign suddenly occurred in his heart, and Yang Mucheng immediately shouted, What's wrong? Although it was only 1 strike away from killing the skeleton, both Golden Dragon and Ashian Nu chose to trust Yang Mucheng at this moment and gave up the final attack on the skeleton. Roar! However, the moment they left the battlefield, the 2 white bone skeletons let out an angry roar, and a strong light burst out from the crystal-clear skeletons. In the shining light, the 2 white bone skeletons, they actually merged together in an instant. Chapter 1348, A Desperate Blow. Click! 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 The terrifying sound resounded loudly, and during the surge of light, the 2 skeletons merged rapidly in a strange manner. Under the surprised gazes of the 3 people, the size of the terrifying giant suddenly increased to 4 to 5 meters. Along with a sudden increase in size, the opponent's aura suddenly increased several times. This terrifying momentum even blasted terrifying deep pits into the surrounding ground. These 2 skeletons actually merged with each other on the verge of death. Roar! The fused white skeleton let out a harsh roar, and the frightened sound tore the air apart. What happened? The 2 skeletons actually merged? Moreover, the aura has increased several times compared to before. The strange changes in the 2 skeletons made both Jin Long and Axiana widen their eyes. Only Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. This unheard-of method is simply appalling. It must be the guy from the Bone Palace, Yang Mucheng said solemnly. Although it can't leave the Bone Palace, it can learn about our situation through some means. No matter what the method is, just kill him. Jin Long grinned and snorted, and his body turned around. Tongue! He took 1 step forward and rushed out. It turned into golden light, and suddenly shot in front of the fused skeleton. The wandering dragon halberd in his hand was slashed down with even greater swiftness than before. This cut is like a mountain-breaking axe. Even if Qingtian Mountain is here, it will be chopped in half by the golden dragon. However, the fused skeleton blocked this terrifying attack with just a casual block. The golden dragon closed its eyes. It didn't expect that after the fusion of the two skeletons, its strength would actually rise to such a level. However, it is no longer the kind of rookie who misses the target and loses consciousness in shock. Immediately, the wandering dragon halberd in his hand turned into a bright light and shot forward. In an instant, infinite light enveloped the fused skeleton. But the fused skeleton stood there and blocked all the golden dragon's attacks with just one hand. Until now, how could Jin Long not understand the gap between the two sides? If the master hadn't needed the dragon's blood to temper his body, I would have executed you by Ling Chi right now. The fused skeleton sneered. It stamped its feet violently. Rise! Wow! The calm earth suddenly shook. Like an earthquake. Countless bones gathered together and crisscrossed. Like a large closed net. With a pinch of its right hand, the big net suddenly closed up, directly tying the golden dragon into it. Holy shit! The golden dragon wanted to use its hard dragon scales to burst the big net. But the big net was extremely hard. Instead of being able to rush out, the golden dragon was strangled by the big net, and its scales were exploded. It was so painful that it clenched tightly with a grin on its face. Into the tortoise SHL. Let it go! When Axiana saw this, he shouted loudly. However, before she finished speaking, the eyes of the fused skull narrowed. It grabbed it with its right hand, and a bone spear quickly formed in its palm, and then shot out. Collapse! The terrifying loud sound resounded loudly. In an instant, Ashian Nu and Zhan Nu were nailed to the ground. From the fusion of two white bones to the defeat of Golden Dragon and Xenu. This just happened in a flash of lightning. How? The fused skeleton looked at Yang Machung with a sneer. Now that you have no help, you are even more helpless. Instead of resisting, you might as well follow me and go back to see the master. If the master is in a good mood, he might even release your soul and leave you a way to survive. The fused skeleton looked at Yang Machung with confidence. Jilong, Axianu and Yang Machung are all in the middle stage of nirvana. Now 2 out of 3 have been defeated by it. The remaining Yang Machung is naturally unable to survive alone. I didn't lose. Unexpectedly, Yang Machung smiled faintly. Humph. I have seen many unrepentant people like you. If that's the case, then I'll beat you until you admit defeat. As long as you damage your heart, the master's strength can repair it. The fused skeleton looked at Yang Machung with a sneer. Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, it roared loudly and rushed towards Yang Machung with an awe-inspiring attitude. When it stepped in front of Yang Machung, it bent its right hand into a claw and grabbed Yang Muching's shoulder. It planned to destroy Yang Muching's limbs first, making him unable to resist, and then brought him back to the Bone Palace to revive him. Tear! The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this claw. Countless strong winds were brought up in the void, and traces of the void being torn apart could even be seen. If you are caught by this claw, your arm will be broken and scratched to pieces. But Yang Machung stood there without any fear. Instead, he smiled coldly, raised his right hand, and struck forward, looking for death. You actually dare to fight with me? The two who are in the middle stage of nirvana have already been defeated by me. Who do you think you are? The fused skeleton snorted coldly, feeling disdainful. Boom! In an instant, fists and claws met. At this moment, the expression of the confident fused skeleton suddenly changed. He only felt a surging and huge force sweeping in crazily. This unstoppable force was almost overriding it. Collapse! A burst of crackling sound resounded quickly. Although the opponent was already a powerful being formed by the fusion of two white bones, its right arm was still shattered by Yang Muching's punch. The powerful force even sent Yang Machung flying backwards. Just because you want to compete with me? Yang Machung put his hands behind his back and said coldly. With a hook of his right hand, the big net that restrained the golden dragon broke completely. The bone spear that held Axianu in place also turned into powder at this moment. Seeing this scene, the fused skeleton that originally wanted to rush forward and fight to the death with Yang Machung suddenly retreated a few steps backwards. Yang Machung defused all his attacks with ease. Boom! The fused skeleton showed a hint of fear in its eyes, and its eyes immediately turned blood red. Obviously, it thought about the possible punishment if the task was not completed. It retreated violently, stopped quickly, jumped up violently. A huge aura burst out completely. And the terrifying momentum also increased rapidly at this moment. During this huge momentum, the space around the fused skeleton was distorted and rotated by the terrifying aura. And even terrifying cracks were blasted out of the ground. According to the Master's order, I will definitely take you back to the Bone Palace. Even if it spins all it has, it will still capture Yang Muchung. After the aura reached its peak, the fused skeleton surged into the sky and turned into a hurricane of bones on the spot, crushing it with a terrifying gesture that could destroy the world. Ignorant of repentance! Looking at this scene, Yang Muchung sneered and shook his head. Chapter 1349 Cultivation Breakthrough. What? The fused skeleton, which was attacking with all its strength, became furious upon hearing Yang Muchung's words. At this moment, a horrifying killing intent arose in its heart. When facing Yang Muchung, it even pulled out the power from its soul and poured it into this terrifying blow. However, Yang Muchung slowly took a step forward and grabbed the Xinyuan sword. Shang! There was a sword cry that resounded throughout the world, and the hurricane of bones that swept through the world was quickly disintegrated by this extremely domineering sword at this moment. What? The fused skeleton, which had exhausted all its strength and even poured the power of its soul into it, was suddenly stunned. It never thought about why Yang Muchung was so much stronger than Jinlong and Asianu. Even though they were both in the middle stage of nirvana, this moment, it no longer had the slightest idea of resisting Yang Muchung. And without any hesitation, he quickly flapped the huge white bone wings on his back. And the whole person turned into an extreme light on the spot, and rushed towards the Bone Palace regardless of everything. Master! Save me! When it rushed out, the miserable cry came from its throat. But how could Yang Muchung let it escape? Seeing the embarrassment of the fused skeleton escaping, Yang Muchung slowly shook his head and slashed towards it with the Xinyuan sword in his hand. Call! A sharp sword roar filled the sky and the earth. And the fused skeleton that was escaping rapidly was completely cut off on the spot under the sword. The body directly turned into countless powder in midair. Among the broken bones, a floating soul flame was extremely conspicuous. This is the soul of the Bone Clan, and it is also the core of strength. The ball of soul fire trembled in the void, and suddenly let out a shrill howl, and shot out into the distance. Receive! Yang Muchung smiled faintly, opened his mouth, and directly used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to the extreme. At that moment, no matter how hard he struggled or begged for mercy, Yang Muchung took the soul flame into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! Almost at the same time as he swallowed this soul fire, Yang Muchung's cultivation realm also became turbulent at this moment. Without any hesitation, he quickly sat down cross-legged. This is it? Jin Long was stunned. The Master's original cultivation level has already reached the middle stage of nirvana, and he is only one step away from breaking through. Now that he has swallowed the soul fire and completed his cultivation level, now is the critical period for breakthrough, Axianus said quickly. Yang Muchung was also overjoyed. With his current strength, he only has a 40 to 50% chance of winning against the guy in the Bone Palace. Now, if we can reach the late stage of nirvana, we have an 80% chance of winning against it, coupled with the 2 remaining fire dragon marks. Even if the opponent has the most powerful strength, he will not be able to turn things around. With his mind at this point, he drove out all distracting thoughts from his mind and concentrated on making a breakthrough. Practice! 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 Hold the seal with both hands. Immediately, the power in the soul fire quickly spread within the body, poured into the limbs and bones, and then gathered in the Dantian. The cultivation level that was originally just short of the finishing touch immediately followed the infusion of this power. As if a powder keg was ignited, huge and vast power burst out quickly, sweeping across in an instant. However, Yang Muchung did not end his training immediately, but continued to stabilize his realm. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, suddenly, Yang Muchung's body shook, and the endless evil energy between heaven and earth turned into thousands of strands, pouring back in a whirlpool shape, and finally poured into the sea of qi. It wasn't until he completely absorbed the evil spirit that poured in that Yang Muchung opened his eyes, and stood up slowly. As his eyes opened, the silver cross stars shining in his pupils also flashed away. Finally reached the late stage of nirvana. Although it took some time, it was enough. Nodded. Although it takes an extra 2 or 3 days, it's all worth it. Yang Muchung raised his big hand, and his inner energy came out of his palm, whipping up a shocking gust of wind. Countless white bones were swept by the gust of wind, sweeping away like a wild dragon. Then, he clenched his right hand, and terrible power suddenly poured in from the sky and the earth, directly tearing the dragon like hurricane into pieces.
Get ready, let's go to the Bone Palace next,
Yang Muchung said secretly. At that moment, the three of them headed directly towards the location of the Bone Palace. Everyone originally thought that this journey would be very bumpy, or at least they would face more armies of bones. However, what was unexpected was that not even a single rat was seen along the way, let alone half a skeleton, which really surprised the three of them.
Maybe when we get to the Bone Palace, that skeleton is kneeling at the gate waiting for us. Not only will it kowtow and beg for mercy, but it will also take out all the treasures it has hidden and give them to us.
Jin Long looked at Yang Muchung, because Yang Muchung's cultivation breakthrough also gave them something to rely on, and they had great confidence in dealing with the white skeleton. Axena pondered for a moment and said,
I'm afraid it's not that simple. I think this is like the calm before the storm. Maybe that white skeleton is brewing some new method to deal with us.
Yang Muchung said calmly.
However, the tranquility these days has also proved that the bones and skulls know that other means may not be able to cope with us. So we will have a tough battle in the future.
While talking, everyone had arrived in front of the Bone Palace. This huge palace of bones was as silent as when they first arrived. From a distance, it looks like a sleeping beast, as if it will jump up at any time to choose someone to eat.
You are finally here.
When he stepped into the palace, a dull sound immediately sounded. At the same time, the closed door slowly opened. The white skeleton on the throne looked towards everyone. His stern gaze made the air crackle, and Yang Muchung and others also looked at it. However, they saw that half of the opponent's body that had been blasted by the fire dragon mark had already been repaired, and he seemed to have stepped down from the bone throne, as if he had been waiting for a long time.
You were able to kill my last two attendants.
The skeleton slowly raised its head and looked at Yang Muchung.
I am dooming your body. At the same time, your soul is also doomed to endure eternal torture. Just you?
Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked at the bones and skeletons in the palace.
If you want to take my body away, you won't even be able to get out of this palace. Right.
The white bone skeleton sneered, slowly raised his right hand, and then suddenly retracted it. Suddenly, the three people standing outside the palace felt a strong suction force erupt, and they were involuntarily drawn into the palace. Boom! As the three people were admitted into the palace, the open door suddenly closed at this moment. Chapter 1350 Let Go. Boom! The closed door was like a vicious beast closing its mouth, swallowing the three of them directly. The huge bone hall is not dim. The braziers hanging on the huge bone pillars dance with white flames, giving people a numbing feeling. In the flames, there seemed to be countless fierce ghosts, constantly screaming. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly, and he found that the bones and skeleton were a little different from those a while ago. Obviously, during this period of time, in addition to his improved strength, this white bone skeleton has also made great progress.
It seems that you have also discovered it. I am able to step down from the throne, thanks to your gift. If it weren't for your one-target kill that broke my shackles, I would not have been trapped on this throne. For many years, I couldn't even walk down.
The white bone skeleton slowly walked down from the throne with his hands behind his back, chatting and looking excited.
Oh, so you don't want to take over the body anymore?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows.
How is it possible? I will decide your body. This time, even if you don't come to me, I will take the initiative to find you.
The bone skeleton laughed.
Although I can step down from this throne, I can't step out of this palace of bones. How can I get out without the help of your body? Besides, a body like this makes me tasteless. So what's the use of keeping it?
He burst out with force and snorted coldly.
How do you know how many years I have been imprisoned here, and how much pain I have endured?
Captivity? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. But I heard the white bone skeleton's face shrink, as if falling into memories, and slowly spoke.
I was once a gold-touching captain. I originally came to this star with my companions, and only used it as a transit point. But I didn't want to accidentally discover this secret realm of the Ghost Clan. The secret realm of the Ghost Clan!
Axena cried out. The skeleton nodded and said,
Yes, this is the secret realm of the Ghost Clan. And the crown on my head is the most valuable treasure in the entire secret realm. None of us can see through this treasure. It is placed on the throne. In order to fight for it, a group of us are willing to kill each other just to get it. People die for money,
and birds die for food," Yang Muchung said lightly. In the face of huge wealth, not many people can remain calm. In order to compete for the throne in the dynasty, even father and son would turn against each other, and brothers would kill each other. Not to mention these people who were originally gathered together because of interests. The skeleton glanced at Yang Muchung, snorted coldly, and continued, "In the end, I got this crown. But I didn't expect that this crown would be the beginning of my nightmare. It is the treasure of the Ghost Clan, and any living being who wears it was dissolved in an instant. My body was completely dissolved, leaving only this white skeleton. Although there are only these white bones left, my soul is imprisoned in the skeleton. I have always lived like this, neither human nor ghost. I thought about escaping all the time, but I was oppressed by the crown and could not. So, I began to understand the power of the crown. And then I initially mastered it. The fire dragon mark you used before made the seal on my skeleton bigger. Minus. Now I can finally borrow the power of this crown." Its pupils closed fiercely, and a cold light bloomed. "In order to thank you for helping me understand the crown, I take possession of your body in return." After saying that, the bones of the skeleton stepped on the soles of its feet, spread out two huge wings of bones from behind, and shot out like arrows from the string. It hit the front of Yang Muchung without any hindrance, and almost rushed in front of him. It suddenly closed its hands. Boom! The bone-white floor of the palace was stirred up by this terrifying power, and two huge palms formed in the vast space, slapping them in the middle. These broken and exploding white bones were actually condensed by it. This power was already many times more powerful than before. "Back off first." Yang Muchung closed his eyes, intending to avoid its sharp edge. He grabbed the golden dragon and Ashian Nu, and used void transmutation to prepare to leave here. But after taking one step, he was still in the same place. "Ha ha! You want to escape? My bone palace has been banned by me for a long time. If you want to get out, you must kill me." The bone skeleton laughed and grabbed the void with both hands. The two giant palms that were closed were grabbing at Jin Long and Axiana respectively. "Get away!" The golden dragon swung the dragon's halberd, and the demonic aura surged up and swept away immediately. There was only a sound of dang, dang and dang, and 3 fingers of the giant white bone palm were cut off. But the bone skeleton sneered, and the giant palm recovered again, grabbing at it again. Yang Muchung wanted to rescue him, but with a thought from the white bone skeleton, thousands of bone spears shot out of the hole in an instant. As a last resort, Yang Muchung could only bite the bullet and fight. But in the battlefield, things were changing rapidly, and the restored white bone giant claws had already arrived in front of the golden dragon and grabbed it directly. "If you want to catch me, you have no way," the golden dragon yelled, stopped attacking, and put its head and limbs back into the turtle SHL. "Huh?" The white bone skeleton screamed in surprise, and quickly struck it with a big palm. However, the tortoise SHL on the golden dragon's body seemed simple and vulnerable, but in fact, it was extremely hard. It struck with a palm, but it didn't move at all. Instead, it shattered the bone-white palm. "Humph! Hiding in the turtle SHL? Do you think I can't do anything to you? Wait until I succeed in seizing the body. Then I will attack you." The white bone skeleton snorted coldly, and squeezed it with his right hand. The transformed white bone giant claw suddenly melted like liquid, and contracted rapidly at the same time, like a birdcage, directly shutting the golden dragon in it. While grabbing the golden dragon, the bone skull grabbed it again with his left hand and reached towards Ashian Nu. "Since you don't want me to be a maid, I will destroy you, break up your ghost body, and make you never reincarnate." How could Arsenal be the opponent of this skeleton? He kept retreating, seeing that he was about to be caught by the skeleton. Yang Muchung frowned and released the Juzi order. Boom! The big white bone hands that closed together didn't grab anything. Instead, they crushed the bone pillars supporting the bone hull into powder. Letting go of his big hand, the skeleton looked at Yang Muchung with a smile. "You have become a turtle in my urn. If I want to catch you, I can do it with just a raise of my hand. And one of your companions was captured by me, and the other was beaten by me until he couldn't keep his head. Is it?" Yang Muchung smiled faintly and put the Juzi ling away. He looked at the dumbfounded skeleton and said, "Now without them, I can just let go without any scruples." Chapter 1351 Fierce Fight. "Can you let go? Well, I'm going to stand here and see how you let go of your hands and feet." Hearing Yang Muchung's words, the skeleton laughed dumbly. In his eyes, Yang Muchung has become a turtle in an urn, and he can catch the opponent with just a touch of his hand. He proudly put his hands behind his hands and looked at Yang Muchung, his eyes full of disdain. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung took a step forward. At this moment, the entire bone hall suddenly trembled, and he left a terrifying footprint on the ground of the hall. I saw that his whole body had shot out like a cannonball, creating a wave of air in the hall, acting unscrupulously and domineering wherever he passed. The strong wind brought up crushed everything around. What? Seeing this punch, the bones of the skeleton lost all expression. The calmness on his face was gone, replaced by unimaginable shock. It waved its hands, bringing up a pale evil aura, protecting it in front of it, and then forcefully resisted Yang Muchung's punch. Boom! This explosive punch caused the skeleton to lose its balance on the spot, and it involuntarily jumped out. It hit the bone pillars in the main hall, and even hit a bone wall. A huge humanoid mark was blasted out of the wall. Boy! The skeleton's body trembled, and he screamed and struggled away from the wall. He stared at Yang Muchung, obviously unable to believe that he was knocked back by Yang Muchung's punch. You underestimate me too much. Yang Muchung smiled and shook his head. This palace was too small, and with Jin Long and Ashian Nu at his side, it was impossible for Yang Muchung not to be distracted by this. Now that Axiano has been included in the Juicy Order, and the Golden Dragon has hid in the Turtle SHL, Yang Muchung can take action without any scruples. Since I dare to come and kill you, I will naturally have enough means to kill you. The white bone skull's expression condensed, and he was extremely angry. It took a deep breath and roared fiercely. In an instant, a wave of sound was spit out by it. At this moment, the air waves flew up and danced like ocean waves, slamming towards Yang Muchung. At this moment, this sound wave seemed to turn into real sea water. Wherever it passed, it was extremely domineering, crushing everything, and swept in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. Snort! Yang Muchung shook his head slowly. If you want to seize the body, do you have the ability? Since you have been trapped in these bones for countless years, let me transcend for you. Let your soul fly. Soul, disintegrate. After Yang Muchung finished speaking, there was a sword in his hand. He grabbed it with his right hand and slashed it forward in the air. Hula. The huge wave that was so arrogant that it could crush everything was actually split in half in front of Yang Muchung at that moment. Just like the monstrous tide, it divided into two streams in front of the reef, and the current emerged. How can it be? The bone skull exclaimed. However, Yang Muchung's sword not only chopped up the terrifying sound wave, but also cut out a sword light that reached the sky. It gritted its teeth, grabbed a bone war spear from the void with both hands, and blasted it into the air repeatedly, then chopped the sword light into pieces. Before it could breathe a sigh of relief, a long sword in the exploding sword light had already stabbed at it. Boom! This sword first hit the bone war gun in its hand, and then the weapon it transformed into with pure evil breath exploded and turned into clouds that filled the sky and escaped in all directions. Bones and skeletons retreat. A pair of bone wings spread out from its back, like an antelope stepping on its feet, or like a dragonfly touching the water, and it quickly flew towards the rear. Little beast! Until the skeleton retreated violently and avoided Yang Muchung's sword. Its heart was already filled with ice and ice, and it was extremely angry. The first time it was repulsed. I thought it was because Yang Muchung made a sudden move and it underestimated the enemy. But at this time, the killing sound wave was chopped into pieces by Yang Muchung with a sword. How to prevent it from being shocked and angry? It seems you are still dissatisfied. In that case, I will let you be completely freed. Yang Muchung's eyes turned cold. After saying that, he took another step forward, and the void instantly came directly in front of the skeleton. The Xinyuan sword in his hand was raised directly, and then slashed down with great force. Boom! This time, the bone skeleton was prepared. It knew that the opponent's physique and sword skills were extremely powerful, and it did not intend to fight Yang Muchung head-on. He tipped his toes and quickly shot backwards to avoid the blow. At the same time, it quickly circled its hands in front of its body, bringing up a condensed evil spirit, and smashed towards Yang Muchung like a mountain holding up the sky. In its view, Yang Muchung was only in the late stage of nirvana. Although he was physically strong, he was definitely not as good as himself in terms of internal strength. I used my superiority in cultivation to crush him, and not give him any chance to make a comeback. Oh! Change the strategy? Unfortunately, This is still useless to me. Yang Muchung shook his head. No matter how many changes you make, I only have one sword. This terrifying and huge pressure came crazily, blasting terrifying cracks on the ground. However, before this force could reach Yang Muchung, he was struck by a sword. Just hearing the sound of tearing, the huge mountain was suddenly chopped into pieces, and a sword light that could cut everything fell from the sky. The white-boned skeleton retreated again, its complexion turning livid. It thought it could easily crush Yang Muchung by changing its strategy. But unexpectedly, Yang Muchung still killed him with one sword. A clear sword mark appeared on the white bones on its chest, almost spanning the entire frame. If it hadn't escaped so fast just now, Yang Muchung's sword in the air would have cut it off from head to toe. The bone skull looked at the ground again, and the entire bone palace seemed to be split in half by this sword. With your little cultivation, you still want to seize my body? Yang Muchung slowly shook his head with disdain on his face. The skeleton clenched its teeth and stared at Yang Muchung. The aura of its whole body was boiling to the extreme, and even the evil energy around it was forcibly plundered. And its posture could be described as extremely domineering. And at the same time, the bones of the skeleton were filled with a ghastly ghostly aura, which was also constantly churning, crackling, like an earthquake. The entire white bone hall shook at this moment. Countless mottled cracks spread rapidly and covered the entire hall in an instant. Yang Muchung's face turned slightly pale. Previously, he and the bone skeleton were fighting like that, but they were not able to tear the palace apart. Now, the momentum of the bone skeleton has shattered the palace. You can imagine how terrifying the opponent's posture is. Boss is mighty! Holy shit! The golden dragon got his head out of the turtle sh. Ellen cheered when he saw Yang Muchung pressing down on the bones and beating the skull. But feeling the churning ghostly aura of the white bone skeleton, the golden dragon screamed and retracted its head. Feeling the momentum of the white skeleton, Yang Muchung also narrowed his eyes. And at the same time, the surging inner energy surged out. Chapter 1352 The Mysterious Crown. The shocking ghostly aura emanating from the white bones and skeletons. The powerful inner energy surged from Yang Muchung's body. The momentum of both sides almost filled the entire bone palace. The violent power swept out wantonly. There was only a crackling sound, and huge cracks spread crazily, spreading out like lightning. This is going to hacking bury us alive! The golden dragon held its head, and the huge white bones in the sky suddenly fell down under the torn force of this terrifying force. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the palace could no longer withstand this powerful force, and it collapsed with a burst of shattering explosions, and the huge palace burst into pieces. But at the moment when the palace collapsed, the bones and skeletons took action first. It roared and rushed away. The ghostly aura churning on its body turned into a huge skull head and fiercely rushed towards Yang Muchung. The power contained in the skeleton completely crushed the surrounding areas, and the cracks in the turbulent space were even visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the skull head, which could crush everything, rushed in front of Yang Muchung. At this time, Yang Muchung's face turned grim. He clasped his right hand, and a fire dragon mark immediately appeared in his palm. He threw it forward fiercely. At this moment, the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured in rapidly, and in a burst of shocking dragon roars, it transformed into a terrifying fire dragon, and then rushed towards the skeleton. The terrifying flames turbulent on the fire dragon even burned the air into a vacuum. Even the golden dragon hiding in the turtle sh. I can feel the terrifying flames on this fire dragon. There was even a drop of sparks that shot to the ground, burning a deep pit in the earth. Then, the attacks between the two sides collided with each other in shock. Boom! 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 The terrifying storm generated by the explosion swept across the wilderness in all directions. Even Jin Long couldn't help but stick his head out and watch the battle. I saw the roar of the fire dragon, and it actually tore the skull's head apart. At the same time, the remaining force of the bombardment came out, swallowing up the entire skeleton. This terrifying flame, which was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea, directly burned it to ashes. Phew! In the void where the flames were churning, a shadow suddenly slid down from midair and hit Yang Muchung's feet. Huh? Yang Muchung looked in surprise. His fire dragon mark burned all the bones and skeletons to ashes. What else could survive? At this glance, he suddenly realized that this was the mysterious crown of the skeleton. Boss, did you kill that white skeleton? Is this the Ghost Clan's treasure? The golden dragon hurriedly ran over, looking at the flame slowly dissipating in the air and looking at the bone crown on the ground. His eyes suddenly lit up.
Don't touch it. Do you also want to be like that person whose bones were melted and imprisoned in the skeleton for endless years?
Yang Mucheng immediately shouted. Thinking of the appearance of the skeleton, Jin Long couldn't help but shudder, and quickly shook his head.
I don't want it anymore.
Looking at the bone crown, Yang Mucheng cautiously approached it with his spiritual thoughts. But as soon as he touched the crown, he felt a very powerful force rushing towards it quickly. At the same time, following his spiritual thoughts, they spread rapidly like maggots on the tarsal bones. Kick! 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 The horror of the strange crown immediately made Yang Mucheng take a few steps back, and he did not hesitate to cut off the spiritual thoughts entangled by the power of the crown.
Boss, what's wrong?
Jin Long looked at the livid Yang Mucheng and couldn't help but ask.
This bone crown is so terrifying. It can actually corrode even spiritual thoughts. With the power you and I have now, if we take it by force, I'm afraid it will be corroded into bones in an instant.
Yang Mucheng recounted what happened before. When Jin Long heard this, he couldn't help shouting.
Boss, why are you still keeping this crown? Let's destroy it.
As he spoke, the golden dragon raised his hand, the wandering dragon halberd, and prepared to smash it down. Yang Mucheng quickly grabbed him.
Why did you destroy it? Since it is the treasure of the Ghost Clan, why not let Axana give it a try?
Waving the juicy order, Yang Mucheng released Xian Nu. Axana was very interested in the crown. Under the vigilant eyes of Yang Mucheng and Jin Long, she picked up the crown as if nothing happened and put it on her head. At this moment, Axana's originally condensed ghost body became particularly real under the influence of the crown.
My fairy grasses is poison.
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but said when he saw this.
This should be a treasure of the Ghost Clan. If ordinary people wear it on their heads, they will be infiltrated by the ghostly aura in an instant. But if it is worn on the Ghost Clan, it will help the ghost body to condense. It's not a good place to stay for a long time.
Looking at the killed skeletons and the bone crown that had been obtained, Yang Mucheng was also ready to leave. They killed Lung Li on this star. I am afraid that the news has already been known to the people in Lingfeng Pavilion. Presumably, they are rushing towards here angrily at this moment. If they don't leave here quickly, they will be in trouble if they collide with each other head-on. Although the ordinary disciples of Lingfeng Pavilion don't have to worry. The second elder headed by him is a strong man in the realm of Heavenly Saint. And his Qiuyan Jiao is also a half-step Heavenly Saint. With their current strength, if they were to encounter someone, they might not be able to escape.
Where is the next business star?
Yang Mucheng asked.
At the very edge of this galaxy. And the closest to us, there is a huge commercial star.
Axana has followed Yang Mucheng for so long, so she naturally knows what Yang Mucheng is thinking. She quickly looked at the star map, said,
On that star, we can sell all the trophies. We can exchange them for the 5 elements spiritual treasures to provide you with a 5 elements spiritual body. Maybe we can also use the powerful means on the commercial star to find the 2 bodybuilding techniques of Xuanwu and White Tiger. Okay.
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this.
Let's go to that commercial star next.
At that moment, the group of people left this world of bones without hesitation and flew towards the commercial stars in a dragon-shaped flying boat. However, less than half a day after Yang Mucheng and the others left, hundreds of huge flying puppets quickly landed from the sky. The leader was the second elder Lung Yu, who was riding the Qiuyan Jiao. When he saw the mess in the entire star, as well as the Lingfeng Pavilion camp that was completely razed to the ground, his expression suddenly became extremely gloomy.
Yang Mucheng, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human being.
The roar resounded throughout the nameless star. Chapter 1353, Meeting Fire Again. Naturally, Yang Mucheng and others could not hear the roar on the nameless stars. At this moment, they had already arrived at this huge commercial star with the help of the dragon-shaped flying boat. This commercial star is not like the commercial stars Yang Mucheng passed before, but a commercial galaxy, on top of a huge main star, surrounded by dozens of smaller secondary stars. This is the largest commercial market in this star field. As long as you have money here, you can buy whatever you need.
It's so spectacular.
Yang Mucheng walked on the main star in the center and looked at the huge secondary star suspended above his head. Here, you can see the spectacle of 9 stars in a row every other month. If it were in Kyushu, it would be a rare sight in 1,000 years.
What is this?
The golden dragon hid in Yang Mucheng's sleeve and muttered quietly. The golden dragon at this moment has lost all the characteristics of the dragon clan. From the appearance, It looks like a celestial demon serpent in the middle stage of nirvana. After all, in this business star, there is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. When the golden dragon appears in its original form, there must be some people who want to take advantage of it, adhering to the principle that doing more is worse than doing less. Yang Muchung simply let the golden dragon hide in his sleeve. As for Arsenal, he followed behind him. The crown, which is the most precious treasure of the Ghost clan, was also hidden by her. Originally, Yang Muchung thought that taking Axianu into the commercial stars would cause a sensation. After all, the other party was a heavenly ghost in the Nirvana realm. But when he actually came in, he realized that he had thought too much. There are many races on the huge commercial star. There is a two-headed giant who is 7 or 8 meters tall and has 2 heads. Every step he takes causes a small earthquake. He is doing hard work carrying heavy objects. There are also ghosts who are only half a body, flitting back and forth. There are also some people who regard the demon clan as their riding pets, and they travel together openly and openly. Arsenal's beauty also attracted some people's attention.
Let's find a place to sell the loot first.
Yang Muchung's eyes turned and landed on the largest store in the entire main star. Tianqing Pavilion hangs on the door of the shop. Today, Tianqing Pavilion is the largest business alliance in the starry sky. It is many times more powerful than the newly rising small force like Lungfeng Pavilion. There are their shops on almost every commercial planet. In their shops, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. It even includes some rare items. But if that's the case, you have to pay more.
Young gentleman, who are you?
As soon as I stepped through the door, a waiter greeted me warmly.
I plan to sell some things,
Yang Muchung said.
Come this way.
The waiter did not show contempt for Yang Muchung because he did not buy anything, and led him to another attic.
Sir, please wait a moment. The appraiser from the store will be here soon.
There were quite a few people in the attic, obviously like Yang Muchung, waiting to buy or sell things. These people gathered together in 2s and 3s and kept talking. The group of mercenaries leaning against the window were obviously some kind of mercenaries, discussing how many monsters they had killed and what heavenly and earthly treasures, demon pills, and demon babies they had obtained. There are also some people who want to take some of their treasures to sell on consignment because their families are in decline and cannot make ends meet, so that they can get better resources to support their cultivation. However, what surprised Yang Muchung was that these mercenaries would continue to look for some weak stars, attack them, and then sell the stars to other people in need. But among these people, the one who intrigued Yang Muchung the most was a dandy. He was holding a wooden box in his hand. Based on the conversations around him, Yang Muchung learned that the dandy young man owed too much gambling debts, so he could only steal some treasures from home and sell them to repay the debts. But the contents inside the box gave Yang Muchung a sense of intimacy.
My friend, could you open your wooden box and let me see what's inside?
Yang Muchung's heart moved and he walked over.
Anyway, the things in your wooden box are going to be sold. If I am satisfied with the items, I can give you a suitable price. Good.
The dandy young man was probably driven crazy by his gambling debts, so he didn't refuse and immediately opened the wooden box. I saw a crystal clear luminous pearl lying inside the box. Circles of red light emitted from the luminous pearl spread out like a tide.
Tender!
Yang Muchung's heart skipped a beat. He needs fire to temper his Suzaku body. How can he not be excited when he sees this fire?
I'm willing to spend 100 spiritual stones to buy it. I wonder if you are willing to sell it to me?
Yang Muchung said quickly.
100 spiritual stones? Hee hee. You can do it if you want it. But it only costs 500 spiritual stones. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss anything.
The young man realized that Yang Muchung was very eager for this kind of fire, and he immediately sat down and raised the price.
Hee!
Yang Muchung smiled coldly and was non-committal. The night pearl and this kind of fire are not valuable, but they are extremely needed for Yang Muchung. But it doesn't mean that the other party can just open his mouth.
Is it too expensive?
The dandy young man looked at Yang Muchung and said immediately.
You know nothing. This night pearl is a treasure. It was passed down from my ancestors. If it weren't for the decline of my family, I wouldn't sell it for 500 spiritual stones. Here it is. Even if you cry and beg to buy it later, even if you double the price, I won't sell it to you. How dare you be rude?
When Axiana saw the handsome young man talking to Yang Muchung like this, his eyebrows suddenly stood up, ready to step forward and teach him a lesson. At this moment, the closed attic door suddenly opened.
I kept you waiting for a long time.
Following a burst of energetic voice, An old man with white beard was seen walking slowly from outside.
I've met the elder.
The people in the attic stood up and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Axana frowned slightly and gave up the idea of continuing to teach the young man a lesson. The dandy young man also knew that his rude words had angered Yang Machung, so he did not dare to neglect him. He quickly rushed to the elder with a wooden box in his arms and shouted loudly,
Elder Lei, please help me appraise the value of this luminous pearl.
Ma Hao, it's you again. What treasures did you bring to sell this time?
Elder Lei obviously knew the young man well. He smiled and sat down. He immediately took the night pearl from the young man and began to appraise it. But after just one glance, he couldn't help but frown and snorted.
Ma Hao, this luminous pearl is not worth anything.
This sentence immediately shocked everyone in the attic. At the same time, it also made Yang Machung raise his eyebrows. Chapter 1354 Red Flame Spiritual Fire. It is worthless. Elder Lei's words immediately shocked everyone. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Ma Hao. He thought that after being appraised by Elder Lei, the price of the night pearl would be higher. But who knew it would end up like this? You know, although Elder Lei is not a man of gold, his identity as an appraiser can determine the price of an item. After he said that the night pearl was worthless, no one would spend money to buy it again.
Elder Lei, it's impossible. There was someone who wanted to spend 100 spiritual stones to buy my night pearl.
Ma Hao shouted.
What idiot would spend 100 spiritual stones?
Elder Lei laughed and said,
This night pearl is just more beautiful. If placed in the mortal world, it can be regarded as a rare treasure. But for us warriors, tell me. But it's worthless. Tell me, who is the idiot who wants to buy your night pearl?
It's him. Ma Hao pointed his right hand and landed on Yang Machung. His intestines were almost turning green now, and he wished he could give himself a slap. If he had known this, he would never have said anything like a lion, but agreed to Yang Machung.
Oh, he turns out to be a young boy.
Elder Lei glanced at Yang Machung, and when he saw that Yang Machung was so young, he couldn't help but express contempt. He smiled faintly and said,
In the appraisal industry, you need to rely on your eyesight and experience. I, Lei Wanqing, have appraised countless treasures in my life.
Ma Hao sighed, as if his parents had died. He originally wanted to use the night pearl to sell the money and pay off his gambling debt. But now everything was completely ruined.
Wait a minute. Ma Hao, I want this bead.
Yang Machung said expressionlessly.
Really? 100 spiritual stones?
Ma Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted quickly.
One piece.
Yang Machung looked at him leisurely.
The price difference is too big. Just now you offered a price of 100 yuan. But it only lasts for one meal. So you reduced it 100 times.
Ma Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he forgot that it was he who told Yang Machung before, even if you cry, shout, kneel and beg me. I won't sell it to you even if the price is doubled. Seeing Yang Machung's indifferent expression, Ma Hao couldn't help but sigh, gritted his teeth, and said with determination,
Okay, I agree.
Immediately, pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. Yang Machung took the night pearl as if he had found a treasure. Through the night pearl, he could clearly feel the pure fire energy, which was constantly being swallowed by his body.
Humph. The idiot is indeed an idiot. I have already appraised the worthless things, but I still spent a piece of spiritual stone to buy them.
At this moment, a sarcastic voice came again. Yang Machung raised his eyebrows and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see that it was Elder Lei who was speaking.
Elder Lei, you are highly respected. You have appraised more treasures in your life than some people have ever heard of. Naturally, you can distinguish right from wrong and decide what is true and what is false,
said a mercenary.
Yes, there are some boys who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. How do they know that you are highly virtuous and well-spoken?
Another mercenary flattered with a smile. Some people shook their heads secretly and mocked.
This kid really doesn't know how to appreciate praise. Elder Lei once said that this luminous pearl is worthless, but he actually spent money to buy it. It's just nonsense. Listening to the noise all around, Ma Hao jumped back a step, fearing that Yang Machung would regret it and take the spiritual stone back. Amid the sarcasm, Yang Machung's expression became colder and colder, until finally he burst into laughter.
Why are you laughing?
Elder Lei asked.
I laugh at you for being blind. There is a treasure in front of you, but you can't tell it apart.
Yang Machung sneered.
Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to teach me a lesson?
Elder Lei snorted coldly, his face full of anger. My eyes can distinguish right from wrong. I don't know how many treasures I have appraised. This night pearl is just more beautiful. As soon as Elder Lei finished speaking, everyone in the attic suddenly began to ridicule. Some people laughed at Yang Mucheng as a young boy, while others laughed at Yang Mucheng for wanting to use this method to get Elder Lei's attention. They all looked at Yang Mucheng with mocking eyes, as if they were sizing up an idiot. Yang Mucheng secretly shook his head. The reason why he was able to see the extraordinary nature of this night pearl was also because he had cultivated the 5-element spirit body. The fire hidden in Yi Mingju directly resonates with his Suzaku body. But how can others see through all this? How could Yang Mucheng just let it go if he didn't have the ability but still ridiculed others like this? Elder Lei, I wonder if you dare to make a bet with me. Yang Mucheng sneered. What bet? Elder Lei asked. Bet on this luminous pearl. I bet that this luminous pearl is worth 100 spiritual stones. If I lose, I will pay you 100 spiritual stones. If I win, how about you lose to me? Yang Mucheng said. Good. Elder Lei stood up directly, his face full of teasing. Boy, I am not the only appraiser of Tianqing Pavilion. In addition to me, there are also Elder Zhao, Elder Wang, Elder Yi. You can pick one at will and let them identify the night pearl. If you have doubts, you can call all the appraisers over and ask them to identify the price of this luminous pearl. Obviously, in his mind, he has already won. The people around him all had expressions of watching the excitement. But unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, No need to invite anyone. Then how to identify it? Elder Lei asked blankly. Keep your eyes open. Yang Mucheng squeezed it with his right hand. And with a click, the fist-sized luminous pearl turned into powder on the spot. Almost instantly, the red light in the night pearl turned into substance at this moment. Infinite flames, like seawater, poured out crazily from the night pearl in an instant. A terrifying heat wave swept out on the spot, burning the surrounding space with a crackling sound. How is this possible? Elder Lei cried out. This luminous pearl, which he judged to be worthless, actually contained a kind of fire. Fire is actually a fire. On the market, every fire is worth at least 100 spirit stones. This is the red flame spiritual fire. It is considered the top grade of fire, worth at least 500 spirit stones, shouted a mercenary. Even Elder Lei didn't see the value of this fire. How did this kid see it? Looking at the flames that continued to emerge from the night pearl, another mercenary cried out, and Yang Mucheng stood in the middle of the flames. He couldn't hide his excitement either. Originally, he thought that what he met was just an ordinary fire, but he did not expect that it was a red flame spiritual fire. This fire alone is enough for his Suzaku body to reach great perfection. Chapter 1355 Appraisal of the Treasure House. Quiet. In the huge attic, there was no sound other than the faint sound of fire being devoured. Under a large number of shocked eyes, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and looked at Elder Lei with a sneer on his face. At this moment, Elder Lei's face was already red, as if he had received a loud slap. Elder Lei, is the fire in this night pearl worthless? And you didn't notice the fire in it? Are you blind? Hearing this, Elder Lei was stunned for a moment, feeling even more ashamed and angry in his heart. How could he see things from a distance and see the fire in the luminous pearl? Just before, he had vowed to mock Yang Mucheng unceremoniously. But only a short while later, it was his turn to be slapped in the face. The guests in the attic also exploded at this moment. How is it possible? Elder Lei actually lost his sight? Fire! This is not an ordinary fire. If this fire were placed on the market, it would be worth at least 1,000 spiritual stones. But that kid actually bought it with only 1 spiritual stone. It's such a huge profit. Why couldn't I see it? No one can figure it out. Why did a veteran appraiser like Elder Lei have no items that he could identify, but let Yang Mucheng see them? Among everyone, the one who regretted the most was Ma Hao. He sold the treasure worth 1,000 spirit stones to Yang Mucheng at such a cheap price. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Elder Lei with a complaining face. Humph! Look at what I did. Didn't I also miss the point? Elder Lei waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Boy, if you win, I am willing to admit defeat. I will have these 100 spirit stones given to you right away. Yang Mucheng chuckled and was non-committal. The sensational attic quickly returned to calm. Some mercenaries, who came to consign items, wanted to let Yang Mucheng go over them before taking them to Elder Lei for appraisal. However, Yang Mucheng ignored it and ignored it at all. The reason why he fought back against Elder Lei before was just because the other party's words were too excessive. If it were to be appraised again at this time, it would naturally be tantamount to provoking a behemoth like Tianqing Pavilion. What's more, these mercenaries didn't have anything he could appreciate. Soon it was Yang Muqing's turn. After fighting Lung Feng Pavilion for so long, he also got a lot of supplies. After the appraisal is completed,
Sir, this is your spirit stone.
Elder Lei handed over to Yang Mucheng the spiritual stones he exchanged for the items he peddled, as well as the spiritual stones he lost in bets. Yang Mucheng checked it and found that there were more than 1,000 in total. Don't underestimate the number of more than 1,000 spiritual stones. It is considered a huge sum of money in the starry sky. The entire Lung Feng Pavilion's annual income only amounts to more than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones.
Little sir, please wait a moment.
Just when Yang Mucheng was about to leave, Elder Lei stopped Yang Mucheng.
Anything else?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Tianqing Pavilion has always maintained a good reputation in the starry sky. But because of the previous incident, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel a warning sign. Even Ashian Nu was on guard, with a cold light blooming in his eyes.
It's like this. The young gentleman was able to identify the luminous pearl that I couldn't see through before. So I want to ask you for help. Tianqing Pavilion has also accumulated a large number of unknown items in recent years. If you can identify it, we will give you a generous reward,
Elder Lei said.
Oh!
Yang Muqing's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and nodded.
Please follow me.
Elder Lei led the way. Following Elder Lei, the two of them walked towards the interior of Tianqing Pavilion. There were many guards along the way. Some of the guards immediately wanted to stop Yang Mucheng when they saw Yang Muqing's unfamiliar face. But under the leadership of Elder Lei, they said, okay. A moment later, after opening a triple protected door, we arrived at our destination. Yang Mucheng looked around, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Behind the gate is a place similar to a treasure house. There are shelves around the huge stone chamber, and the shelves are filled with exquisite goods. And these goods are also all kinds of strange. According to what Elder Lei said before, these goods should be items that even appraisers like them cannot identify.
Elder Lei, why are you coming back so slowly? Who is this?
When Elder Lei stepped into the room on the inner floor of the treasure house, there was a hearty greeting. The speaker was a bald old man, who was drinking impatiently. When his eyes fell on Yang Mucheng, he was stunned and asked in surprise,
Didn't you say that you won't accept disciples?
Several other people in the room suddenly showed a look of surprise. Elder Lei has always had a bad temper and can't stand the tricks of young people. So he has never planned to accept a disciple. Now that he brings a young man in, why will people be confused? Several other young people in the room also cast envious glances at Yang Mucheng. Although Elder Lei has a bad temper, there is no doubt about his level. If you follow Elder Lei, you will definitely learn more.
Ashamed. Ashamed. This little brother is not my disciple, but the one I invited to help us appraise the items. When I went to the attic earlier, I missed a luminous pearl and even talked to this little brother. There was almost a conflict.
Elder Lei told the previous story with a red face. When he said that Yang Mucheng crushed the night pearl and released the fire, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone looked at him with surprise and shock.
Were you invited here for appraisal just like that? It's just good luck. Can you still identify it like this? He is too young. Even if he identifies the night pearl, he may not be able to identify other items.
After telling the reason of the matter, the young people suddenly changed from envy to doubt. After all, although the appraiser profession is not as well known as warriors, it still plays an extremely important role in major trading houses. Being able to quickly identify the value of customers' goods and see the grade of some rare items requires long-term experience and experience. Therefore, any appraisal master relies on time accumulation. The items here are the savings of Tianqing Pavilion all the time. They are items that many well-known appraisers cannot identify. How can this young boy identify them?
Elder Lei, are you confused? This kid just identified an item, and you brought him here?
This sentence immediately stunned Elder Lei. The bald old man from before also waved his hand impatiently and said to several other young people in the treasure house,
Kick this kid out.
Chapter 1356 Ancient Bell. Elder Lei was stunned. No one expected that things would turn out like this. He looked at Yang Mucheng with an apologetic look on his face. At this time, several other young people had also gathered around, with teasing expressions on their faces. Yang Mucheng glanced at them and saw that these young people only had the cultivation level of Xianhai and Jin Dan, and they were like ants in front of him. Let me come! I'll come! Let me get out! I'll get out! What do you think I am?
Yang Muchung snorted coldly. Boom! An aura swept through him crazily. And at this moment, he released his cultivation almost without any reservation. The terrifying gust of wind erupted directly from Yang Muchung's body, sending the young people surrounding him flying away on the spot.
The late stage of nirvana! Is this boy so highly cultivated?
After sensing Yang Muchung's momentum, several elders couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. However, the bald old man still shouted sternly.
Boy! What do you want? Don't forget, this is Tianqing Pavilion. If you dare to do anything to us, Tianqing Pavilion will make you have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth.
Yang Muchung snorted coldly.
You were the ones who asked me to come here for the appraisal. And you were the ones who drove me away. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't even care about Tianqing Pavilion.
Boom! Yang Muchung's words immediately stunned everyone present. This young man is so crazy that he doesn't take Tianqing Pavilion into consideration at all. Moreover, he was full of murderous intent and was obviously no longer joking with him.
Elder Yi, why don't we let this little brother do the appraisal? I invited him here, but you drove him away indiscriminately. It's really too much.
Elder Lei also came to his senses and immediately shouted. The bald elder immediately borrowed the donkey from Poxia and said quickly,
Okay, let this kid identify it. If you can identify it, I will naturally apologize to you. If you can't identify it, get out of here. Okay.
Yang Muchung looked cold and calmed down. Others present also breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself why this kid was so moody. And if he was angered, he would kill someone. Even if you have a great background, he won't care. At that moment, the bald elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and carefully took down a bell from the shelf.
Little brother, look at this object. This is an item that a powerful heavenly saint brought to Tianqing Pavilion 376 years ago. Although I took it over, many appraisers at the time failed to see the grade of this item. In the end, Heavenly Saint the strongman got impatient and threw the bell to us. If you can identify it, I will be convinced.
Yang Muchung looked immediately. The bell was stained with rust. When I picked it up and shook it, there was no sound at all. When the mind sweeps it away, it is also an ordinary item. But when Yang Muchung used the Emperor's chi-gazing technique to look at it, he found that there was a cloud of gas gathering on the bell. It was obviously a magic weapon. And it was also an earth-level magic weapon.
How can this kid identify it?
A young man looked at the bald elder Yi flatteringly, and said with a smile,
In Tianqing Pavilion, many masters who appraised have seen this bell. They think that the strong heavenly saint has misjudged it. This is just a bell.
Ordinary bells. Yes. Which of the items placed in this treasure house cannot be appraised by 3 or even more appraisers?
Said another apprentice. Tianqing Pavilion has a rule. All items placed in the treasure house must be jointly appraised by at least 3 appraisers. In fact, if an item cannot be appraised, more appraisers will inspect it. So some items have even passed through more than 10 appraisers.
Elder Yi, are you really asking this kid to appraise the items will kill you? But you kicked him out indiscriminately, angered him, and almost cost us our lives.
The appraiser said with lingering fear.
Yes, it was Elder Lei who invited him after all. He is so young and has reached the late stage of nirvana. So he is naturally extremely arrogant. You want to drive him out without saying a word. Why is he not angry? Just take out an item. Wouldn't it be better to let him appraise it and let him get out of here in despair?
Another elder said.
How do I know this kid has the late stage cultivation of nirvana?
Elder Yi was also shocked. Although there are countless stars with high concentration of spiritual energy in the starry sky, nirvana strong men are not just cabbage on the street. Especially young nirvana experts like Yang Muchung are very rare. However, if you take a step back, what if you were a strong man in nirvana? How many of them dare to make trouble in Tianqing Pavilion? But unfortunately, this young man didn't care about anything. His previous attitude was obviously very obvious. If you don't give him a reasonable explanation, he will definitely kill someone in anger.
Can this kid be identified?
At this time, the doubts of an appraisal apprentice attracted everyone's attention. But he saw Yang Muchung standing there quietly holding the bell, as if he was in some kind of difficulty.
Little brother, can you identify it?
Elder Yi looked with a teasing look on his face.
If you can't identify it, then admit defeat.
Although Elder Yi wanted to laugh at Yang Muchung, when he remembered that this young man had the courage to kill someone in anger before, he still swallowed back all the ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Machung exhaled a breath and slowly put the bell back in his hand.
Identified.
Yang Machung said,
This is a mid-level Earth-level magic weapon, capable of both offense and defense. However, the attack method is a bit monotonous, with only sound-killing attack. As for defense, it couldn't be simpler. Just increase its size and block it in front of me. However, because this magic weapon is too old, even though it is a middle-grade weapon, it cannot be used 3 or 4 times.
Hearing these words, both the master appraisers, Elder Lei and Elder Yi, and the young apprentices in the treasure house looked at Yang Machung with shock on their faces. Isn't this kid too exaggerated? Not only did he tell the function of this item, he even told how to use it. Elder Yi was stunned for a moment, and then said,
Little brother, you have to understand one thing, and there is no basis for what you say. You said that this bell is a middle-grade magic weapon of the Earth level. Is it true? You must at least show us the evidence.
Look. Elder Lei on the side also said quickly,
Our profession is of course appraisal, but you must also provide convincing evidence. If this bell is really a magic weapon, you must at least provide proof. Prove it. It's easy.
Yang Machung smiled faintly. He had known for a long time that this would be the result. So he spent some extra time to unlock the mark on the bell.
Watch it.
With a squeeze of his right hand, a seal suddenly appeared, and the rusty bell standing quietly in front of everyone suddenly flew into the sky. Chapter 1357 Master Yang. Call! The rusty bell suddenly flew into the sky, and under the seal, the traces of rust slowly peeled off like a SHL. A magical light suddenly emitted, but on the rusty surface, you can clearly see the cracks. This scene made several elders widen their eyes. They originally thought that the crack was just the texture of the bell, but before they could react, they saw Yang Machung squeezing it again with his right hand.
Ding!
The crisp sound resounded quietly. The sound turned into ripples and spread quickly. At this moment, everyone present felt their hearts tremble, and their energy and blood surged uncontrollably.
This is the offensive method. Next is the defensive method.
Yang Machung squeezed again with his right hand. Suddenly, the small bell erupted with a burst of glittering golden light. Under the light, the bell suddenly grew in size. In an instant, it transformed from the size of a fist to a copper bell the size of a door panel. This sudden change squeezed the space. Got to crackle.
Receive.
Pinch it with your right hand. Yang Machung's tongue was like a lotus flower, and he drank in a low voice, and the huge copper bell returned to its previous appearance of a small bell. When everyone looked again, there was actually another crack on the surface of the bell.
Do you believe it now?
Yang Machung looked at everyone with a smile. At this time, both the appraisers present and several apprentices were completely dumbfounded. What Yang Machung said before was absolutely correct. Not only did it tell the level and function of this magic weapon, but it even indicated the number of times this magic weapon could be used. This method is beyond their ability to judge. Hearing Yang Machung's words, Elder Yi suddenly came back to his senses. He hugged his fists and bowed respectfully to Yang Machung.
May I ask your name? Sir? Yang Machung.
Elder Yi bowed again.
I met Master Yang, and I scolded him earlier because I was short-sighted. Please don't take it to heart.
Everyone also quickly bowed to Yang Machung. The eyes of several apprentices almost popped out of their heads. The attitude of the elders clearly meant that they regarded Yang Machung as a master appraiser among their peers.
Are you going to drive me away now?
Yang Machung said with a smile.
Don't dare.
Elder Yi shook his head quickly.
You were invited by Elder Lei, and your identification methods have been approved by us. So naturally you can stay. However, I have a question. How did you see that is the bell a magic weapon?
As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yi felt that he had made a mistake. Every appraisal master has his own method, and asking him like this is tantamount to asking for other people's secrets. Yang Machung smiled and did not explain. He first used the Emperor's Qi watching technique to see the level of the bell, and then used his spiritual thoughts to forcefully break open the seal in the bell. You know, some of these items have been sealed for too long, or have been put aside for too long, and they are like antiques that have lost their original origins. And Yang Machung used his spiritual power to forcefully open it. Just like opening a lock. It was a matter of course. Of course, this method cannot be used by others, because other people's spiritual thoughts are not as condensed as Yang Machung's, let alone as powerful as Yang Machung's.
Master Yang, I also have an item here. I wonder if you can take a look at its origin.
For a time, Many elders were excited. They took out all the items they had accumulated over the years and wanted Yang Macheng to identify them.
Wait a moment. When Elder Lei invited my master to come over, he wanted to give me a reward. Now, how do we calculate this reward?
Seeing the elders coming one after another, Axianus suddenly spoke. This sentence immediately made everyone stunned.
Yes. When Elder Lei invited Yang Macheng to come over, he promised to pay him. According to the original plan, at most they would just give him some spiritual stones to pass on. But now it is obviously not okay anymore. And Yang Mucheng's appraisal level is here. Elder Lei pondered for a moment and said,
How about this? You can take 3 of the items in the entire treasure house. How about that? This.
After hearing Elder Lei's promise, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Although it is just a matter of picking 3 things, who knows what good things are among them? In other words, Elder Lei has almost opened the entire treasure house, allowing Yang Macheng to take it. And Yang Macheng can even obtain the 3 most valuable treasures.
Okay. Deal.
Yang Macheng nodded and agreed without hesitation. For him, this is naturally a business that makes money without losing money. What's more, using his spiritual thoughts in this way can also train the intensity of his spiritual thoughts.
I'll go first.
Elder Yi took the lead again, but saw him secretly taking out a book from his arms. The whole book looked quaint and ordinary, with the outside locked and incomprehensible runes written on the pages.
Master Yang, this book is an object I collected from a group of gold-touching captains before. It cost me 50 spiritual stones. But after I took it back, I have never been able to understand the origin of this book. I don't know. Can you tell?
This is the benefit of an appraiser. They often buy some strange and weird things, which can often be sold for a lot of money as soon as they are resold. For example, this Elder Yi once bought a rusty ancient sword from a warrior whose family was in decline. Because the formation was sealed, the ancient sword looked like it was only of the mystic level. However, after the formation was unlocked, it turned out to be a heaven-level high-grade sword, and its value suddenly increased by more than 1,000 times.
I wasn't sure about this book at the time, but Captain Imogen swore that this book was stolen from the tomb of a heavenly saint, and it wouldn't be sold unless it cost 50 spiritual stones. A wordless heavenly book.
Yang Macheng picked up the book and looked at it, then snorted coldly.
Heavenly saint? This book is completely forged. Have you ever seen any powerful heavenly saint use such ordinary animal skin paper? The locks on this book are real. However, they have become rusty and have lost their function. You were fooled.
As he said that, Yang Macheng squeezed his right hand, and with a bang, the book lock was broken by him. Suddenly, Elder Yi's face turned pale. Although for him, 50 spirit stones are still a considerable amount of wealth. But for him, the most shameful thing was that a dignified appraiser was deceived by a gold-touching captain.
Cough, cough, cough. Master Yang, come and take a look at this thing of mine.
Elder Lei couldn't let go at first, but when he saw this scene, he immediately squeezed in. He carefully took out a long sword from his arms.
This is a sword I bought when I passed by the market town a few days ago. At the time, I just thought it was extraordinary. But afterwards I felt that I had been fooled, because I could not find out the details of this sword anyway.
Yang Macheng looked around casually, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1358 Big Profits. What Elder Lei took out was a wooden sword, completely black, with cold tentacles and very heavy. It doesn't look like a wooden sword, but looks like weapons made of extremely rare metals. This time, Yang Macheng saw the origin of the other party without using his spiritual thoughts.
This is the trunk of the Tai Realm Tree Demon. It can be regarded as a top-grade weapon at the heaven level.
Yang Macheng felt a little regretful. If this sword was made from the core of a tree demon, it might even surpass the heaven level.
This sword is as natural as it is made, and it has not been modified too much. So not everyone can tell it apart.
Elder Lei's face was filled with surprise. He originally bought this sword with only 3 spirit stones. If he sold it according to the grade of this object, he could earn at least several thousand spirit stones.
Where is this knife of mine? Where's my clock? Master Yang, where is this object of mine?
Seeing Yang Mucheng's appearance, he actually analyzed all of Elder Lei's objects. Immediately, the appraisers present took out the objects one by one and rushed to give them to Yang Macheng for appraisal.
This compass is used to set up the eye of the magic circle. It is not a good object, but for some magicians, it is an extremely important thing. They can use this compass to patrol mountains and explore clouds. As for the compass, The cracks are just innate texture and do not affect the use. It is not a big profit. This sword of yours has a very strong evil spirit, but there is still a long way to go before it can become a magic weapon. However, even if you take 10,000 steps back, it will become a magic weapon. This sword, the value of the knife is not too high. After all, its original level is not too high. This bell is not a good item. It is just an ordinary magic weapon. The value is not too high, but it can be used normally. It is better than the previous bell. Bringing items one by one, Yang Macheng picked them up at random and explained their levels and functions one by one. At first, several appraisers had doubts about Yang Macheng's appraisal level, but gradually they became convinced. Soon, all the objects in the treasure house were identified. Yang Macheng also chose 2 items. One is a piece of innate sacred wood, which also comes from the tree demon of Tai realm. But it is the core. Although most of the spiritual energy has dissipated due to the passage of time, the aura contained in it is enough for Yang Macheng to elevate the body of the blue dragon to a minor level. The other item is a gourd. This is no ordinary gourd. What's inside is Tianxian sinking water, which is similar to fire. It doesn't have much effect on ordinary people, and is only used by some blacksmiths to temper weapons. However, this Tianxian Shinshui can be reserved for future use in cultivating the body of the white tiger. As for the rest, Yang Macheng didn't like it. Master Yang, you can also choose another item, Elder Lei said respectfully. I don't want this last item. Yang Macheng naturally knew that it was not appropriate for the lion to open his mouth. Besides, he had other things he wanted to ask these people for. So naturally it was not appropriate to go too far. As soon as he said this, several elders couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, everything Yang Macheng took from the treasure house had to be taken from their pockets. Immediately, whether it was Elder Lei or other elders, their favorability towards Yang Macheng increased significantly. I have something to ask you. Yang Mu became enlightened. Master Yang, please speak, Elder Lei said hurriedly. I wonder if you know the 2 techniques of Chuanwu body training technique and White Tiger body training technique. Yang Macheng said. Now that I'm here, I naturally have to take this opportunity to ask. Moreover, these people are backed by Tianqing Pavilion, and are stronger than him in terms of connections and backgrounds. So if you want to find these cultivation techniques, you can rely on the power of these people. Practice the skills? Elder Lei was stunned, suddenly patted his head and said, if you want to practice the skills, you can go to Hunshao Star to have a look. There is an auction going on there recently. It collects many strange things, including heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, and cultivation techniques. Maybe you can find them there. However, the tickets for Hunshao Star's auction have long been sold out. If you want to go, you can follow us old guys, Elder Lei said again. We were invited by them to appraise the items. If you follow us, there will be no problem. If you like something, we old guys can shamelessly buy it for you through the back door. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Yang Macheng was overjoyed. This was an outcome he didn't expect. If he could really enter the backstage of the auction, he would be able to get the items he wanted firsthand, which would save him a lot of trouble. It's up to us old guys to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to identify all the treasures that Tianqing Pavilion has accumulated for so many years. Of course, there are some items in the auction that we can't identify. I need your help. Mr. Lei cupped his hand and said with a smile, when can we go? Yang Macheng couldn't wait. 3 days later. Confusion Star. Elder Lei said, as long as you go there, someone will pick you up. Good. Yang Macheng stood up, thanked everyone, and then left Tianqing Pavilion. After leaving Tianqing Pavilion, Yang Macheng felt extremely moved. He didn't expect that he would make a fortune by accident. He obtained the Tianxian Shinshui and the innate sacred tree, cultivated the Suzaku body to great perfection, and got the opportunity to enter the backstage of the auction. There are still 3 days left. I will absorb this innate sacred tree and raise the body of the blue dragon to a small level. It's better to find a place to live first. Yang Macheng's eyes turned and landed on an inn not far from Tianqing Pavilion. After practicing for 3 consecutive days, Yang Macheng walked out of the inn. After receiving the innate sacred tree, he almost followed the flow and cultivated the body of the blue dragon to a small degree. Now paired with the Deshang Suzaku body and the equally Deshang Jilin body, it is finally possible to show some of the 5 element spirit body. However, the 5 elements have not changed yet. and it is less than 1% of the true power of the 5-element spirit body. But even so, with Yang Muqing's current cultivation strength, he would not be timid in the face of the Nirvana Grandmaster.
If we can get the
White Tiger body forging technique
and
Chuanwu body forging technique
this time, then it will really be worth it. The time has come. Elder Lei and the others must have been waiting for me for a long time.
Looking at Confusion Star, Yang Mucheng was looking forward to this auction. Chapter 1359, Stopped. Confused Star. Yang Mucheng and others arrived in front of the auction, but were stopped by the guards at the door. A group of warriors stood in front of the door. In other places, people were coming and going, but almost no one came near this area before the auction. Even if someone wanted to take a closer look, they would be driven away.
The auction will not start in 7 or 8 days. During this period, we will not accept guests. Please leave quickly.
A warrior came forward and said very politely,
I'm looking for Elder Lei. Go in and report.
Yang Mucheng said calmly. The guarding warrior looked at Yang Mucheng's extraordinary demeanor and couldn't help but hesitate a little. He asked cautiously,
Elder Lei did say that a friend would come to him today. Who are you? I am that friend.
Yang Mucheng said.
Elder Lei's friend is a master appraiser. Where did you come from to cause trouble? Get out of my way.
The guard's expression changed after hearing this, and he scolded him unceremoniously. Yang Mucheng thought that after he said it, the other party would let him go obediently. But who knew that the other party would turn him away with a cold face? And his face suddenly darkened.
What happened?
At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the auction. As he passed by, everyone around him saluted. Obviously his status was extraordinary. Many people call him Deacon Wu. At this moment, Deacon Wu was frowning slightly and asking what happened. When the guard saw Deacon Wu, he quickly stepped forward to explain. They said that Yang Mucheng was a wild boy who appeared out of nowhere and wanted to use Elder Lei's reputation to sneak into the auction. But they stopped him at the gate. Upon hearing this, Deacon Wu looked towards Yang Mucheng and immediately sneered.
Elder Lei did say that a master appraisal master will come to him today. Could it be that that master is you?
Exactly. Yang Mucheng nodded.
Elder Lei and I made an appointment 3 days ago. He invited me to appraise some items at the auction for him. It's ridiculous. Which one of the master appraisal masters doesn't have a white beard and a long beard? And which one doesn't have high moral standards? You, a young boy, are also a master appraisal master, and were invited by Elder Lei?
Upon hearing this, Deacon Wu immediately sneered, and with a long sleeve, he brushed his hand and shouted,
I will force you to leave quickly. If you disturb the master, I will make you walk around without food. Wouldn't you know if my master is the master invited by Elder Lei? If you go in and ask, you will know?
A hint of anger flashed in Axiana's eyes. The king of L is easy to deal with, but the devil is difficult to deal with. When she arrived at the door of the auction, she was stopped by a butler, which naturally made her furious. Deacon Wu sneered.
What a joke. Who do you think you are? And what qualifications do you have to let me disturb Elder Lei's great work? If Elder Lei blames me, can you afford it?
After he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold and terrifying. Come here.
Get rid of this troublemaking little bastard.
Yes. When the deacon spoke, the warriors guarding the door would naturally not be polite. Especially the previous guard, who clenched his fists and walked towards Yang Mucheng with a sneer on his face.
Boy, if you don't leave if I tell you to, it's too late for you to leave now.
As he spoke, his big hands were already grabbing Yang Mucheng's shoulders. This whistling claw brought up strong winds. If it were caught on the shoulder, the bones would be broken at least. Just when his claws were about to touch Yang Mucheng, Axiana moved. She grabbed it with her right hand, and the evil energy gathered quickly, slashing down like a knife. The sound of tearing sounded loudly. The guard's right hand was immediately cut off at the wrist, and blood gushed out. The bone-chilling pain made him wail in pain.
Boy, you are so brave. You actually dared to cause trouble in this place. Open your eyes and see where this is.
Seeing this scene, Deacon Wu was stunned for a moment, and then anger quickly crawled onto his face. The other guards were also shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble in front of the auction.
What's going on? You actually cut off the guard's hand? This kid is in big trouble if he gets hot. Is the auction a behemoth that he can shake?
The situation here originally attracted a lot of people's attention. The current incident has caused many pedestrians to look over. Some passers-by who knew the details of the auction couldn't help but turn pale when they saw this scene, and were secretly worried for Yang Maicheng. To know, this auction is run by the top management of Tianqing Pavilion, and is even more valued by the top management of Tianqing Pavilion. Now that you are causing trouble in front of someone else's door, how can they let you go? However, what shocked everyone was that Yang Maicheng slowly raised his hand and waved downwards. Snapped. A clear slap sounded. Then, Deacon Wu, who was shouting angrily, was suddenly slapped hard, and the powerful force even hit him hard on the ground. Half of his body was embedded in the ground. Seeing this scene, there was a sudden silence outside the auction. Everyone stared at Yang Maicheng with wide eyes. This guy even beat up the deacon? He's going to stab God. Everyone around was completely stunned and shocked. Some excited guards had quickly returned to the auction, obviously preparing to move reinforcements. You are the first one who dares to insult me like this. Looking at Deacon Wu, who was hit hard by him on the ground, with a bruised nose and swollen face, and blood coming from his mouth, Yang Maicheng smiled coldly. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and Deacon Wu, who was immediately knocked to the ground, felt a surge of force sweep over him, as if a pair of invisible hands were pinching his neck and lifting him up. What do you think we should do? You dare to kill me? Although Deacon Wu's face was full of horror and shock, he still shouted with an expression of anger. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely end up in heaven with nowhere to go. Yang Maicheng smiled coldly, stared at Deacon Wu, and said in a cold voice, You dare to threaten me when you are about to die? Just when there was chaos outside the auction, everything was peaceful backstage at the auction. If someone enters the backstage, they will definitely be shocked. Because Elder Lei, Elder Yi, these beings all stood respectfully in front of an old man. This old man is currently the big boss of Tianqing Pavilion and is an absolutely powerful figure. However, few people have seen him. As for Elder Lei, as a master of appraisal, he has seen the other person before, so he will definitely not remember him. Elder Lei, why hasn't the young man we agreed with you arrived yet? The old man slowly took a sip of tea and asked lightly. However, this question made everyone in Elder Lei tremble. They had no idea that the other party was actually coming for Yang Maicheng. Chapter 1360, The Mysterious Mr. Zheng. Although this old man is smiling, you must know that he has an absolute presence that shakes half of the starry sky every time he stamps his feet. No one expected that the other party was actually coming for Yang Maicheng. Elder Lei and the others suddenly trembled with fright, and fell to their knees one by one, trembling. Get up, the old man said calmly. I've been very restless these past few days, so I came here to patrol the commercial stars. Someone happened to report to me what happened in the treasure house that day. I'm just curious about this boy and want to see it with my own eyes. Call. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Zheng, although Master Yang is young and has a certain level of appraisal, how can such a young man allow you to register? Elder Lei couldn't help but be confused and asked cautiously. Elder Zheng glanced at Elder Lei, and Elder Lei suddenly trembled with fright, but heard him say calmly, Of course, if he just has a higher appraisal level, he is not worthy of my concern, because he is still a late-stage Nirvana warrior. Do you know his name? His name is Yang Maicheng. But is there a problem with the name? Elder Lei asked hurriedly. There's nothing wrong with the name. I sent people to check his details these past 2 days. It's very interesting. He rose from the bottom, a star with declining spiritual energy, but he has supreme talent. On his own, he dared to confront Lung Fengge, and even killed Lung Fengge to the point of being devastated. Such a young man will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. I'm just here to make a good connection, Mr. Jin said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. You know, for ordinary people, even if they want to see Mr. Zheng, it is difficult for them to reach the sky. But Yang Maicheng actually asked Mr. Zheng to take the initiative to put aside his status and come to make good friends. You can imagine how much he valued Yang Maicheng. Certainly, Mr. Zheng would naturally not tell outsiders about certain important matters. By the way, logically speaking, Yang Maicheng should have arrived too. Mr. Zheng raised his eyebrows. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in a panic and shouted, Elder Lei, what's wrong? There's a wild boy outside causing trouble. Deacon Wu has been restrained by him. If he doesn't stop that boy, he might start a killing spree right away. Tongue! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room jumped up. Elder Lei looked towards Elder Zheng subconsciously, fearing that the big boss would be angry. But who knew? Mr. Zheng smiled faintly.
It's exactly what the rumor said. Let's go outside and see what happened.
At that moment, a group of people walked out of the auction. But seeing that Yang Mucheng was surrounded by many warriors at this moment, he still looked indifferent. In front of him, Deacon Wu's feet were dangling in the air, as if his throat was being strangled by a pair of invisible hands, and he was suspended in midair. His face even turned pale due to lack of oxygen.
Elder Lei?
Yang Mucheng naturally saw Elder Lei and others walking out of the auction. And then he threw Deacon Wu heavily out of the crowd and landed at Elder Lei's feet.
This guy didn't allow me to enter the auction. I told him that I was the appraiser you invited. Not only did he not believe me, he even made rude remarks. I betrayed you to save face, so I didn't kill him. He seems to have some prejudice against me. I asked him to ask you, but he still refused. Instead, he asked people to drive me away.
Deacon Wu was gasping for air. He felt like he was walking in front of the gate of H.L., and he was almost out of his mind. However, he was still in shock. And then his face turned completely pale.
Master Yang is the distinguished guest I invited. What do you mean by stopping him?
Elder Lei said calmly.
Elder Lei, is this little bastard really your friend? Is he really an appraiser?
After hearing what Elder Lei said, Deacon Wu could hardly believe his ears. This boy was actually invited by Elder Lei. How can it be? Elder Lei looked at Deacon Wu, who couldn't believe it, and shook his head secretly. He thought to himself, Yang Mucheng is not only a distinguished guest I invited, but also a young man whom Mr. Zheng likes. Of course, he would not say this directly, but waved his hand and said,
Someone, drag Deacon Wu down. I never want to see him again. No.
Elder Lei's words were understated. But Deacon Wu's heart fell directly into the abyss of the Nine Netherworld. If he doesn't want to see him again, what does it mean that he doesn't know what it means? Several guards, who had recovered their senses, rushed forward like wolves and tigers, and dragged Elder Lei down. At this time, everyone around was completely dumbfounded. You know, they all thought that Yang Mucheng was doomed. After all, the grass on the grave of anyone who dared to make such a fuss before the auction is already 10 feet tall. Unexpectedly, this young man was really a distinguished guest invited by Elder Lei. For this young man, Elder Lei even hesitated to kill a deacon to appease him.
Master Yang, I'm making you laugh because my subordinates don't have eyesight.
Elder Lei quickly apologized with a smile.
No problem.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand. The one he offended is already dead. So what else can he do?
That's good.
Elder Lei secretly rubbed his hands and introduced Elder Zheng, who was silent on the side.
My old friend. He heard about your appraisal level and wants to get to know you. His surname is Zheng. Just call him Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zheng.
Yang Mucheng looked over suspiciously, but his heart skipped a beat. But I saw that this old man had a calm face. But he had a demeanor that was difficult to match. He was obviously of extraordinary status. And judging from the restrained appearance of Elder Lei and others, they must be high-level officials of the auction. Moreover, when the other party looked at him with a smile, his eyes were extremely deep, as if just by looking at him, he could not help but feel dizzy, and he could not help but feel like he wanted to kneel down and surrender. This feeling is as if it comes from birth, and I can't control it at all. However, just when Yang Mucheng's knees gave out, the dragon pattern between his eyebrows suddenly exploded, and a shocking dragon roar resounded in his mind. In a moment, that weird and wonderful feeling disappeared, as if it had never appeared.
Master Yang, you are indeed a young hero.
Seeing Yang Mucheng's expression of surrender, and then suddenly awakening, this change was almost instantaneous. Even Mr. Zheng was very surprised. As if he didn't expect it, he raised his hands and said with a smile,
Earlier, I just made a little joke with Master Yang. To express my apology, I just have a book of exercises here for you.
Zheng Lashao took out a book of exercises from his arms. Yang Mucheng only glanced at it and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat and become excited. What the other party took out was one of the 5 element spirits.
Xuanwu bodybuilding technique.
Chapter 1361. The army is coming.
Thank you so much. Mr. Zheng, I'm sorry for the disrespect. Today I took your
Xuanwu body forging technique,
and I will definitely return this favor to you in the future.
Yang Mucheng is not a hypocritical person, since others have given it to him. If he refuses it, it will be too artificial. Furthermore, he really needs the
Xuanwu body forging technique.
After getting this skill book, The only skill left for the 5-element spirit body is the White Tiger body training technique. Okay, I'll wait. Mr. Zheng nodded with a smile. These words shocked Elder Lei and others on the side. You know, as Mr. Zheng, there is no need to agree to Yang Muqing's words. He didn't even care about Yang Muqing's so-called favors. However, Mr. Zheng agreed for the first time. After Yang Muqing accepted the technique and looked up again, Mr. Zheng was gone. This old man must be an expert, to be able to leave without me noticing. I'm afraid your cultivation level is much higher than mine. Yang Muqing looked forward in surprise, and found that Elder Lei and others had normal expressions, as if they had expected Elder Zheng's sudden disappearance. At the same time, what Yang Muqing didn't know was that outside the stars at this moment, hundreds of flying puppets were already approaching outside the commercial stars. The leader is Lun Yu, the second elder of Lingfeng Pavilion. The half-step heavenly Saint Qiu Yanjiu at his feet was soaring among the stars and meteorites, extremely domineering. Second elder, our spies reported that Yang Muqing appeared on the commercial star a few days ago. Now he is a guest at the Confusion Star auction. A deacon of Lingfeng Pavilion reported Yang Muqing's whereabouts. Now, our Lingfeng Pavilion army has surrounded the Confusion Star, and even mosquitoes can't fly out. As long as we wait for that kid to appear, we can attack him in groups and capture him. The deacon shouted loudly. Lun Yu snorted and said, What are you waiting for him to come out for? Just go in and catch that kid on the spot. He dares to kill my young master Lingfeng Pavilion, and he dares to flatten my Lingfeng Pavilion branch. If he doesn't kill him, how can I show off the power of my cold wind? The deacon was shocked and quickly advised. Second elder, Confusion Star is the auctioneer of that existence. If you offend him, it's just Yang Muqing. So what can he do? It's impossible for that being to stand up for a kid like Yang Muqing. Besides, if you kill Yang Muqing, I will apologize to that being, Lun Yu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lun Yu's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. He waved his right hand and shouted in a cold voice. Kill! Call! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, a crazy roar resounded rapidly. Thousands of flying puppets, with a horrifying attitude, desperately shot towards the position of the Confusion Star. Roar! The loud and shocking sound of the Qiu Yanjiao resounded loudly. Second Elder Lun Yu's cultivation in the Heavenly Saint Realm was also released without any cover-up at the same time. This terrifying aura and this astonishing picture immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone on the Confusion Star raised their heads in horror and looked toward the sky. What on earth is going on? Oh my god! That's a strongman from the Heavenly Saint Realm. Why would such a terrifying strongman come to the Confusion Star? If it's correct, they should be from Lingfeng Pavilion. Is Yang Muqing here? Some well-informed people had already known about the conflict between Yang Muqing and Lingfeng Pavilion. When they saw the second elder of Lingfeng Pavilion appearing here with thousands of troops, they naturally thought of Yang Muqing. Boom! Lun Yu, who was riding the Qiu Yanjiao in the sky, slid down from the horizon almost instantly, and appeared above everyone's heads with almost no gap. The terrifying momentum was released without any reservation. Come out. At the same time, the half-step Heavenly Saint's Qiu Yanjiao was glowing with terrifying flames. This shocking high temperature almost burned the surrounding air into a vacuum. Facing the Qiu Yanjiao, countless passers-by's expressions instantly changed. He couldn't help but retreat towards the rear. As for the thousands of troops and horses that followed, the huge flying puppets were like thick clouds, almost covering the entire Confusion Star. Even when someone raises his head and looks upward, he cannot see the sky above his head. Lun Yu, who soared into the sky, rushed above the auction almost instantly, and his angry shouts resounded throughout the Confusion Star. Yang Muqing, get out of here! This moment, the countless shouts also sounded at the same time. Yang Muqing, get out of here! This Lingfeng Pavilion is really becoming more and more courageous. Mr. Zheng, who was about to leave Confusion Star, frowned slightly and stopped after hearing the deafening shout. This is his territory. If Lingfeng Pavilion comes to arrest people in his territory, it means they don't take him seriously. Mr. Zheng was about to turn around and had the idea of stopping him. But then he stopped again. I wonder how a guy like Yang Muqing should face people like Lingfeng Pavilion. Thinking of this, Mr. Zheng suppressed his thoughts of blocking and stood in the distance again. Yang Muqing, I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Amid Mr. Zheng's attention and the shock of countless people, Lungfeng's shouts became louder and louder. In fact, the chorus of voices was like an overwhelming force. shocking some warriors with lower cultivation levels, making their blood boil and turbulent. In the auction, Yang Muchung, who was appraising the items, also heard the shocking roar and walked out with a look of surprise on his face. Brush! Almost the moment Yang Muchung stepped out, the eyes of nearly 10,000 people in Lingfeng Pavilion all fell on Yang Muchung. Lung Yu opened her eyes angrily and made a loud sound like thunder and fire. Yang Muchung, you finally showed up! You killed my young master of Lingfeng Pavilion, destroyed my Lingfeng Pavilion shops, and offended my Lingfeng Pavilion's prestige. I will definitely kill you today. The huge sound made the entire star shake and tremble, and countless warriors looked horrified and covered their ears. Lun Yu? The young man in black robe looked up, and his eyes fell on the second elder riding the Qiu Yinjiao. Green light shone in his eyes. You are actually chasing me. Ha! I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Lung Yu closed her eyes and laughed. The Qiu Yinjiao at his feet took a deep breath and exhaled violently. Suddenly, a burst of wrath descended from the sky, crushing toward Yang Muchung like a meteorite. Doomsday-like heat swept across the world, and for a moment, the entire Confusion Star seemed to be plunged into a sea of fire. Chapter 1362 Show Off Your Power. Boom! The Qiu Yinjiao opened its mouth and spit out a ball of flame. In an instant, the entire Confusion Star seemed to be plunged into a sea of fire. I saw this terrifying flame sweeping in as quickly as a wave, covering the sky and the sun, setting off a huge wave, as if it was going to burn everything to ashes. Seeing this huge wave of fire, everyone's faces turned extremely pale. This time, Lung Yu not only wanted to kill Yang Muchung, but he was also afraid that he would completely destroy the entire star. Chang! A burst of sword sounds resounded. Yang Muchung slashed with his right hand, and the monstrous flame suddenly split into two halves from in front of him. The rolling sea of fire flowed down and adhered to the ground, burning the earth with a crackling sound. There were harsh sounds and billowing smoke everywhere. Your cultivation has increased again! Seeing Yang Muchung's flame splitting the Qiu Yinjiao, Lung Yu's eyes narrowed. When Yang Muchung killed the young master of Lingfeng Pavilion, he was only half a step into nirvana. In just a short time, he had reached another level and reached the late stage of nirvana. This terrifying aptitude made him tremble with fear, and at the same time, the murderous intention in his heart not only did not diminish at all, but actually grew higher and higher. Lung Yu narrowed her pupils, and the light in her eyes was so bright that it made the air crackle. Yang Muchung, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you will still die. Lung Yu, it was you, the young master of Lingfeng Pavilion, who first provoked me, and then used your Lingfeng Pavilion's power to deal with me. I killed him just to protect myself. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and faced Lingfeng without fear. Yu's gaze and two spiritual thoughts immediately collided in midair, making the air tremble. But you, the Lingfeng Pavilion, have been chasing me, and now you are here to kill me. Do you really think that I, Yang, am easy to bully? When I kill you, I will completely destroy you. The Lingfeng Pavilion. How presumptuous. Do you want to fight against our Lingfeng Pavilion? Lung Yu's eyes shined again. In front of our Lingfeng Pavilion, you are just an ant. If I want to kill you, you can only kneel down, stick out your head and wait for death. Lin Yuhan said in a cold voice. Do you still think you can survive today? He suddenly suppressed his smile, and his eyes gleamed with coldness. Today is the day you die. After he finished speaking, the army behind him surged in like a tidal wave in the next instant. This terrifying posture, overwhelming, is no match compared to the previous monstrous force of the Sea of Fire. Yang Muchung, accept your fate. Come and die. The burst of sound resounded throughout the world at this moment. Seeing this ferocious momentum, the faces of countless onlookers turned extremely pale in an instant. Almost instantly, those people retreated towards the rear with horrified expressions. However, in the face of this terrifying momentum, Yang Muchung showed no fear at all, and his face became more and more grim under the strong wind. Chung! As soon as he grabbed it with his right hand, 1,200 long swords immediately appeared in front of him. These swords were attached with the power of Suzaku, Shilin, and Azure Dragon. The moment they were formed, they were already shooting towards the hole in front. Call out! Call out! Call out! Countless long swords whizzed past, tearing the air apart. The warriors in Lingfeng Pavilion could only see a swift flash of light passing in front of their eyes, and then these swords pierced through their bodies in an instant. For a moment, The corpses in the sky fell like dumplings, and the blood even dyed the entire sky completely red.
Yang Muchung, stop being so arrogant.
A roar resounded from the crowd. But standing next to Ling Yu, a middle-aged man shouted violently, and the shocking sound was like a sound attack, rushing in all directions. Even the gaze and sight of the past became distorted at this moment. Tang! As soon as the roar ended, he took a step forward, clasped his hands together, and pulled hard, as if he had grabbed a war gun from the void with both palms. Then, like an arrow from the string, it shot towards Yang Muchung cave. I saw his hand shaking, and the war spirit in his hand danced like a spiritual snake, forming a vacuum around him. The flying swords that were shot were actually shattered by his spear one by one, making it impossible to get close.
The strongest man at the peak of Nirvana.
Seeing the middle-aged man taking action and feeling his terrifying aura, the people around him couldn't help but lose their voices in shock.
Although Yang Muchung is powerful, the one who takes action this time is a peak powerhouse. His strength is a level higher than him. I'm afraid he is powerless and unable to save himself.
For a moment, everyone present could not help but think in their hearts. However, facing this middle-aged man, Yang Muchung closed his eyes and made a seal with his right hand. In an instant, dozens of flying swords merged into one with a clang sound, and immediately turned into a golden light, which shot out quickly. Just hearing a swish sound, it hit the middle-aged man in front of him.
Not good.
The middle-aged man was horrified. He also reacted very quickly. He quickly swung the spear in his hand, and the internal energy surged through his body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones like a tide. When the golden light came, he suddenly gathered all the strength in his body and poured it into the spear. He was confident that even if he was not Yang Muchung's opponent, he could still withstand Yang Muchung's sword. But who would have thought that Yang Muchung's sword would shatter the spear in his hand inch by inch?
And without losing any force, it would blast directly into his chest, and then shoot out from the back of his heart. Kill him on the spot. Before the sword penetrates his body, he has completely died. All the warriors who saw this scene couldn't help but take a breath of air. This is a strong man at the peak of Nirvana. He can't even resist a single move in front of Yang Muchung. Is this guy too strong? At this moment, even Lung Yu's eyes turned completely cold.
Lung ran. Go kill him,
Lung Yuhan said in a cold voice, his eyes bursting with anger.
Kill with one strike. No mercy. Yang Muchung, you are so cowardly.
As soon as the words fell, the man named Lung ran beside Lung Yu roared out. As the sound resounded, the deafening sound shook the world.
Puff! Puff!
Some warriors with lower cultivation levels were shocked by the terrifying sound, and their blood surged, and they spurted out a mouthful of blood mist. Even the other warriors couldn't help but rush back with horrified expressions on their faces. At the same time, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes.
This is a strong man who has achieved perfect nirvana. The powerful men who have achieved perfect nirvana are already acting elders in Lingfeng Pavilion. Lungfeng Pavilion sent out all the acting elders this time. It's over. I'm afraid Yang Muchung is done this time.
Chapter 1363 Yang Muchung's Terror. The appearance of this nirvana-completed acting elder immediately made many warriors look grim, and they even looked at Yang Muchung sadly. In their view, Yang Muchung had been completely cut off from all avenues of survival after the appearance of this perfect powerhouse.
Boom!
Along with a shocking roar, Lung Ran's terrifying aura swept out in an instant. A crimson wave exploded wildly from his body into the heaven and earth. From a distance, this wave even spread thousands of meters across the sky and earth, dyeing the entire sky red. Boom! 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 Under this momentum, the entire Confusion Star could not help but tremble at this moment. This is such a powerful strength. Even just relying on one's own strength, it caused the entire star to tremble.
Yang Muchung, you little bastard!
And at the same time, Lung Ran's terrifying voice also swept across the world, like rolling thunder coming crazily. All the warriors on Confusion Star could not help but change their expressions. They poured their inner energy into their hands and covered their ears.
It's over!
This time, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. However, at this moment, a burst of rapid shouting resounded.
Presumptuous!
Everyone looked around in shock, only to see that Yang Muchung grabbed his right hand in the air, and in an instant, the 1,200 long sword soaring into the sky merged into one, and turned into a golden thread that crowned the heaven and earth. The moment it formed, he suddenly grabbed it and slashed straight down.
This Seeing this golden thread, Lung Ran's eyes flashed with shock. Almost subconsciously, he quickly raised his arms to protect himself. However, the speed of this golden thread was too fast. He almost raised his arms and cut it down in the air. There was just a pop sound, and the golden thread cut him directly from head to toe. In the shocked eyes of countless people, Lung Ran was directly split into two halves. Under the endless blood, the broken body was smashed towards the ground. Quiet. There was dead silence. If Yang Muchung killed the Nirvana peak before, it was still within the acceptable range of everyone. But now he killed the Nirvana perfection with one move, which completely shocked everyone. For a moment, several Nirvanas behind Lung Yu were completed, and several acting elders could not help but tremble. Brush. At this time, the gaze that Yang Muchung looked over caused the Lingfeng Pavilion warriors, who were originally going to kill him, to stop in the void, and involuntarily retreated toward the rear. This shocking scene immediately shocked the warriors on Confusion Star. Scare off the army with one glance. He actually killed the powerful man who achieved Nirvana with just one sword. This kind of existence is simply too terrifying. Originally, these people still didn't understand why Lingfeng Pavilion made such a big splash to arrest Yang Muchung. But now that they saw the scene, they finally understood. When meeting someone like Yang Muchung, there are only two choices. Either try your best to please them, or completely cut off their livelihood, because such an existence is really terrifying. Yang Muchung. Lung Ran was sent out by Lung Yu to kill Yang Muchung. But in the end, Yang Muchung couldn't even catch a move, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face. But now, the other people are all perfect strongmen. With their strength, even if they go up, they may not be Yang Muchung's opponents. On the contrary, they will be killed by the opponent like chopping melons and vegetables. This is what I am thinking about. Lung Yu simply went into battle on her own. He roared angrily and stepped forward. At this moment, the aura of his heavenly saint realm exploded on the spot. This is beyond a big realm. What? This kid is simply... While facing the powerful Tiansheng, Yang Muchung still showed no fear at all. Instead, he took one step forward and chose to take the lead. He clasped his right hand and quickly grabbed the fire dragon mark. Almost at the same time, his surging momentum was released without any reservation and poured directly into the fire dragon mark. In an instant, the fire dragon symbol exploded, turning into a wild dragon on the spot, desperately breaking free from Yang Muchung's hands, and then quickly jumped into the sky. Boom! This crazy fire dragon soaring into the sky even stole the spotlight from the heavenly demon Qiuyan Jiao at Lung Yu's feet, and the high temperature it radiated made it even harder for the Qiuyan Jiao to lift its head. I gave you this blow in return. Wherever the fire dragon passed, it burned the sky and boiled the sea, and the air crackled with fire. Wherever it passed, the warriors of Lingfeng Pavilion were directly burned to ashes. In the eyes of countless people, they only saw a rage that overwhelmed the world. Some people didn't even see clearly what it was. Almost instantly, the fire dragon rolled up into the sky and slammed into Lung Yu. What? Lung Yu was horrified. As soon as he put his hands together, he heard a rumbling sound, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered rapidly, condensing into two big palms and rushing towards the fire dragon. But the fire dragon's momentum was like a rainbow, churning out and directly tearing the huge palm apart. Its speed increased instead of decreasing. There was almost no gap before it rushed forward. It rushed forward, and its huge body enveloped Lung Yu in an instant. Get up. Boom! Infinite angry flames exploded in midair, and terrifying high temperatures swept across the world. Second Elder! Elder! Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yang Muchung could kill even the powerful heavenly saint? At this moment, those Lingfeng Pavilion warriors, who were originally fierce and wanted to kill Yang Muchung, suddenly became afraid. Facing Yang Muchung, they could no longer think of any confrontation, and could not help but retreat towards the rear. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded like crazy. The fire dragon that devoured Lung Yu was directly shattered by a huge force. An endless flame spread in the virtual space. In the shocked eyes of countless people, Lung Yu appeared again. However, at this moment, he did not have the majestic posture of the second elder of Lingfeng Pavilion. His hair was mottled with burns. His whole body was pitch black, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Even the Qiuyan Jiao under his feet was burnt black by the sky-burning flames, and the aroma of meat could be faintly smelled. As expected, Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He is only in the late stage of Nirvana now, And it is really difficult to kill a powerful heavenly saint with this fire dragon mark. Just when Yang Mucheng was shocked, Lung Yu, who shattered the flames, had completely come to his senses. Feeling the pain in her body, Lung Yu completely fell into rage. Yang Mucheng, I will destroy you and this star together. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Lung Yu's eyes widened angrily, and she completely unleashed her inner strength. At this moment, the aura of the powerful heavenly saint reached its peak. Chapter 1364 7-Day Appointment. What? He's crazy! This is the territory of that being. If he destroys this star, that being will never let them go to Lung Feng Pavilion. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they heard Lung Yu's words. Even the warriors from Lung Feng Pavilion stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe it. Second Elder. No! If you do this, we, Lung Feng Pavilion, will be put to death. Lung Yu's anger seemed unbelievable to everyone. But when I think about it carefully, it feels normal. After all, Lung Yu is a powerful heavenly saint, and he will personally lead the team to kill Yang Mucheng. The result was not only no success, but heavy losses. Even he himself was injured. This is simply unbearable for him. Boom! The completely erupted Lung Yu made the entire Confusion Star tremble at this moment. The Confusion Star was not a huge star in the first place, and the warriors present had no doubt that he would really destroy the star together with Yang Mucheng. Now, the warriors present were frantically rushing away from the stars and escaping one after another. Tongue! A golden light shot directly from Yang Mucheng's cuffs. Boss, let me help you! The golden dragon grasped the dragon's halberd, and the billowing demonic energy began to stir in an instant. Although Axiana didn't speak, she quickly stepped out at this moment, and the ghostly aura swept away quickly at all costs. Good! Seeing the golden dragon and Axian knew, the anger on Lung Yu's face did not diminish at all, but became even louder. At this moment, his heavenly saint momentum had reached its extreme, exploding to infinity. Just when he was about to take action, a cold snort quietly resounded between heaven and earth. Second Elder of Lingfeng Pavilion, you are so courageous! Not only did you cause trouble on my territory, but you also wanted to destroy my stars. Who gave you the courage? Boom! This quiet voice seemed to have infinite power. Almost as soon as it appeared, it was like a bucket of ice water poured directly on the second elder's head. His violent fighting spirit and shocking anger were completely extinguished at this moment. Even under this quietly resounding voice, the originally turbulent stars quietly returned to calm at this moment, just like the previous doomsday scene, which was just an illusion before. Mr. Zheng? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. I saw a rickety old man slowly walking out of the crowd with his hands behind his back. There was no power fluctuation in his body, but he single-handedly suppressed the powerful heavenly saint. Zheng, Mr. Zheng. Lung Yu trembled all over. He could hardly believe his eyes. Yang Mucheng, I'm protecting you, get out of here. Mr. Zheng waved his hand lightly. What? Hearing these words, Lung Yu's complexion turned completely pale. Lung Feng Pavilion tried so hard to kill Yang Mucheng. Couldn't it be achieved? Mr. Zheng's status is higher than I thought. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. To be able to make the second elder of Lingfeng Pavilion so frightened by just one sentence. I am afraid that Mr. Zheng's identity is not that simple. After looking at Mr. Zheng and then at Yang Mucheng, Lung Yu almost broke her teeth. He knew that since Mr. Zheng appeared, his attempt to kill Yang Mu had been in vain. But at such a high price, he had to stop. Moreover, Yang Mucheng is still a being with extremely terrifying talents. If he is allowed to leave alive, he will definitely be breeding tigers. Mr. Zheng, even you can't meddle in the private affairs of our Lingfeng Pavilion at will. The whole starry sky already knows what Yang Mucheng did. If you save him, others will probably complain a little bit. You dare to question me? Believe it or not, I will completely destroy your Lingfeng Pavilion right now. When Mr. Zheng heard this, he immediately frowned. A small fourth-tier family, and a small family that had just emerged, dared to bargain in front of him. Yang Mucheng, don't you have the guts to confront our Lingfeng Pavilion? If you have the ability, don't hide behind others. If you have the ability, stand up for me. Lung Yu knew that she could not suppress Mr. Zheng, so she could only set her sights on Yang Mucheng and wanted to use provocation to force him out. You don't have to go out. As long as I'm here, he won't dare do anything to you. Mr. Zheng looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile. To be honest, the strength shown by Yang Mucheng really shocked him. It only takes one move to kill and achieve nirvana. In other words, The current Yang Machang can even compete with the peak of Nirvana. This kind of qualification potential is worthy of Mr. Zheng's special attention. After finishing speaking, Mr. Zheng looked at Lun Yu, and his faint voice continued. People of Lung Feng Pavilion, please listen to me. If anything goes wrong with Yang Machang in the future, I will put the blame on your Lung Feng Pavilion, and I will completely destroy you Lung Feng Pavilion people. Hisses. Mr. Zheng's words immediately shocked everyone. What on earth did Yang Machang do to make Mr. Zheng value him so much? As soon as these words came out, Lun Yu suddenly felt despair. He knew that from today on, Lung Feng Pavilion would no longer be able to attack Yang Machang. Mr. Zheng, thank you for your kindness. Yang Machang frowned slightly. He doesn't like others to interfere in his affairs. Lung Feng Pavilion has been chasing him all the way here, and an undying hatred has been formed between them. Besides that, he doesn't like to be favored, no matter how idiot Yang Machang is. He knows, if he receives a favor from Mr. Zheng today, he will definitely repay his favor in the future. He has already owed it once and doesn't want to owe it a second time. Oh! When Mr. Zheng heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "What do you want to do?" However, Yang Machang smiled faintly, took 2 steps forward, and his cold voice echoed throughout the confusion. Lun Yu, don't you want to kill me? Good. 7 days later, you and I will fight to the death in this galaxy. No one is allowed to interfere until we fight to the death. When Lun Yu heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and immediately a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. He was already completely disappointed with killing Yang Machang, but he didn't expect that the other party actually came to his door and asked him to kill him. Okay, Yang Machang, if you don't take the road to heaven, there is no door to H.L. Just go and throw yourself into it. After 7 days, I will see how you die. I will also see what qualifications you have to fight me to the death. Let's go! Lun Yu waved her hand and turned and left with the people from Lung Feng Pavilion. For a moment, the tense atmosphere of Confusion Star was completely dissipated in this quiet moment. Quiet! There was a dead silence in the Confusion Star, and everyone looked at Yang Machang in disbelief. It wasn't until a moment later that a burst of noise finally broke out. Chapter 1365 Earth's Spiritual Core. Is this kid crazy? He is just a person in the late stage of Nirvana. What qualifications do he have to fight against the powerful heavenly saint? Mr. Zheng protected him, but this kid didn't know what to do. This time he decided to confront Ling Yu. He kept ruining his own future, and even more so, offended Mr. Zheng. All of a sudden, people's comments, ridicules, and disdain came from all directions. In their view, the 7-day appointment between Yang Machang and Lin Yu was simply asking for death. Yang Machang, you are so presumptuous. This moment, even Elder Lei couldn't bear it anymore. Mr. Zheng, I'm sorry. Yang Machang smiled and apologized to Mr. Zheng, whose expression gradually turned gloomy. I'm not used to hiding under other people's wings. This is my own grudge. I want to resolve it myself. I will find a way to return the favor of the Chuanwu body training technique to you within these 7 days? Who would have known that as soon as Yang Machang finished speaking, Mr. Zheng burst into laughter. He couldn't hide his admiration and looked at Yang Machang. You know, he has rescued people like this several times, but every time he takes action, the other person seems to have found shelter. But Yang Machang is not like this. Instead, he has to rely on his own strength to deal with it. Well, that's a lot of heroic courage. It didn't disappoint me. Mr. Zheng nodded. However, in 7 days, are you sure you can defeat Lun Yu? After all, the opponent is a powerful heavenly saint, and he also has a Qiuyan Jiao who is half a heavenly saint. With your current strength, you want to compete with him. There is almost no chance of winning in a confrontation. Yang Machang condensed for a moment. He also knew that with his current strength, it would be very difficult to deal with Lun Yu. But if he was really pushed to that point, he would have no choice but to mobilize the Shirlong mountain range to kill him. But in this case, the starry sky is full of murderous intent. After the Shirlong mountain range is gone, he will lose this most powerful means of saving his life for a long time. Yang Machang, do you know the spiritual core of Earth? At this time, Mr. Zheng looked over with a smile. Earth's spiritual core? Yang Machang raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was the crystallization of Earth power, and because it could provide him with the Chuanwu body forging technique, he paid some attention to it. Mr. Zheng continued with a smile. That is the crystal core of the Stone Demon clan. There is a star outside this confusion star where many of these stone demon clan live. After obtaining the crystal core of these stone demon clan, what will happen to you? Xuanwu body training technique should be of great help. Right? Thank you, Mr. Zheng. I owe you another favor in the end. Yang Mucheng sighed. This information was indeed important to him, and something he couldn't refuse. You don't need to repay this favor. After all, if you hadn't stopped the flames from the Qiu Yanjiao, my auction would have been burned to ashes. I'm returning a favor to you. Yang Mucheng bowed his hand, and didn't stay long. 7 days are very tight. He must rush to that star as soon as possible. Seeing Yang Mucheng leaving, Elder Lei couldn't help but frown slightly. Mr. Zheng, on that star, there is. Mr. Zheng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, the real value in that star lies in the spiritual vein. Send someone to pick the spiritual vein, and the Stone Demon Clan doesn't have to worry about it. If you can do it in these 7 days, to what extent it grows depends entirely on his destiny. Elder Lei sighed and nodded heavily. Yes. In Elder Lei's opinion, Mr. Zheng didn't need to waste such thoughts on Yang Mucheng. He only had 7 days. No matter how powerful he became, he still couldn't defeat Leng Yu, who was in the Heavenly Saint realm. In fact, besides him, many people think so. Have you heard that Leng Yu, the second elder of Lingfeng Pavilion, has found Yang Mucheng on the Confusion Star? In this commercial galaxy, the news has completely spread. Everyone is spreading the word about what happened today. What? That kid must be dead. TSK. 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 A lonely man wants to fight against Lingfeng Pavilion. Another warrior couldn't help but sneered and shook his head. You are wrong. Not only did Yang Mucheng not die, he actually killed many people in Lingfeng Pavilion. Even the strong men who had reached Nirvana were killed by him with one sword. At least tens of thousands of people on the Confusion Star witnessed it. This scene, the two sides even made a 7-day agreement to fight again on this Confusion Star. What? A 7-day appointment? Did Yang Mucheng get kicked in the head by a donkey? What qualifications does he have to compete with the powerful Tiansheng? After Leng Yu and others left Confusion Star, they did not leave, but settled on a nearby star. Second Elder, what are the virtues and abilities of that boy Yang Mucheng? He actually got the favor of that being and even asked him to rescue him. A deacon of Lingfeng Pavilion had an indignant look on his face. Humph. Even if that kid has Mr. Zheng to rely on. So what? Another acting elder snorted coldly. He is seeking death himself and made a 7-day agreement with the second elder. After 7 days, what will happen to the second elder? Can he survive? As the acting elder spoke, he glanced at Leng Yu, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating without saying a word. Others nodded and responded. But at this time, a weak voice sounded from the side. Mr. Zheng is now standing by Yang Mucheng's side. Will there be big changes in these 7 days? Yes. This sentence immediately made everyone stunned. As the saying goes, the nights are long and the dreams are many. There are too many changes in 7 days. No one can predict what will happen. You are worrying too much. At this time, Leng Yu slowly opened her eyes and said nonchalantly, in 7 days, can Yang Mucheng reach the level of Nirvana Grandmaster? Half-step to Heavenly Saint? Or even reach the realm of Heavenly Saint? 7 days? Everyone was stunned and shook their heads quickly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Mucheng's talent is certainly terrifying. But in these 7 days, there may be a glimmer of hope for him to reach the peak of Nirvana. But if he reaches perfection, even a higher master, a half-step Heavenly Saint, or even the realm of Heavenly Saint, that's completely impossible. Huh? It's only 7 days. The time is too short, and there is no way for him to grow too much. Even if he grows, so what? With my cultivation at the Heavenly Saint realm, can't I crush him? The second elder said decisively. This kid is arrogant. When he made a 7-day appointment with me, his death was already destined. In fact, this is also true. 7 days is too short to do anything. Even with Mr. Zheng's help, Yang Mucheng would not have made any big breakthroughs in just 7 days. It's only 7 days. It just lets this kid live for 7 more days. Leng Yu narrowed her eyes and showed a confident smile on her face. No matter what he does during this period, he can no longer change the final result. Chapter 1366 Stone Demon 9 Rock Star. There is an extremely hidden star not far from the Confusion Star. It is hidden around several large stars. If you are not careful, you can easily miss it as an ordinary meteorite. When Yang Muchung stepped onto this star, he immediately noticed something extraordinary. The concentration of spiritual energy in this star was even higher than that of the Golden Dragon. But the strange thing is that everywhere on this star is bare, with no trees, no birds and beasts. Even the simplest flowers and plants are very rare to see.
Is this the star that the old man was talking about?
The Golden Dragon carried the dragon's halberd on his shoulder, and his eyes kept scanning in all directions, looking for something.
This star is too desolate. It doesn't seem like there are beings living here.
Axianu also looked confused.
I am not sure as well.
Yang Muchung also began to have doubts in his heart. This star is not big, and with his strength, he can circle it in just 3 days. When he landed on this patch of stars, he had already released his spiritual thoughts to look for the Stone Demon Clan. The Stone Clan is a very rare race among all the races in the starry sky, because it is transformed from a lifeless rock into a powerful existence. Very few people have seen them in normal times. Now, how can we find the Stone Demon Clan when searching on this star full of rocks?
Boss, in my opinion, we might as well smash the entire rock on the star into pieces and destroy it.
Jinlong's eyes rolled around, and he thought of a way.
In this case, they will no longer be able to disguise themselves. That's a good idea.
Axianu nodded. Just do it. After all, none of the 3 people present had ever seen what the Stone Demon tribe looked like. Apart from this method, they can't think of any other way to deal with it. Boom! Axianu stepped lightly with the sole of her foot, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out from her body. At this moment, the coldness surged and swept in all directions. She only heard a crackling sound, and then she saw that with Axianu as the center, the ground under her feet was quickly covered with a layer of frost. The terrifying low temperature swept across quickly, and huge rocks were quickly frozen, and then quickly exploded. As for the Golden Dragon, it simply rose into the sky, opened its mouth and spat out, and countless balls of flame suddenly fell down, directly burning the rocks to ashes on the spot. Yang Muchung stood there and swept out his spiritual thoughts again, exploring all directions inch by inch. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly interrupted the 3 people's actions. The huge rock that was lying on the ground stood up in shock under the sound of the earth falling apart.
Stone Demon Clan!
Seeing this huge creature getting up, whether it was Yang Muchung, Axianu, or Jinlong, they couldn't help but shout. From a distance, the other party looks like an extremely rough stone statue, but it has all 4 limbs and all 5 senses. It can be seen that the head, body, hands, feet, and even the toes are separated one by one. Among the facial features, the eyes are as clear as gems.
Roar!
This huge stone demon, 7 or 8 meters tall, although its body is thick and rough, its movements are unimaginably dexterous. With a quick turn, it roared, shattering the ice fragments covering its body. It even grabbed a huge boulder with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters and pointed it directly towards the Golden Dragon that was spitting flames in midair. Smash it! The Golden Dragon was staring at the stone demon with its eyes widened and its mouth wide open. Before it could recover, the flying boulder hit its head hard like a meteorite.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and the Golden Dragon fell directly from the air like a kite with its string broken, and the huge rock was smashed to pieces on the spot.
What a powerful force!
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Among all the clans in the starry sky, the Stone Demon Clan is rare in number, but its strength is terrifying. Yang Muchung didn't take it seriously at first, but now he believed it after seeing the Stone Demon take action.
According to legend, some powerful stone demons specialize in hunting sky demons. Even some big sky demons. Although the Golden Dragon is only in the middle stage of Nirvana, most peak Nirvana people are no match for it. This stone demon can knock it down from midair, and it is also at the peak level of Nirvana.
Boom! 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 The stone demon who stood up completely was like a rising mountain, and every step could trigger a small earthquake. It stood up and grabbed another huge rock, which it picked up and threw hard. Seeing this, Axianu hurriedly evaded. This brute force has reached its extreme. No matter how strong your inner strength is, you will still be penetrated by it. Sure enough, the huge rock crashed down, creating a terrifying crater on the earth, and even made the star, which was not that big in the first place, tremble at this moment.
How dare you be so arrogant even if you are a piece of broken stone?
The Golden Dragon that was thrown out quickly turned over and rushed into the sky again. It picked up the Wandering Dragon halberd in its hands and slashed it down in the air. With a harsh sound, It cut off most of the stone demon's head, leaving only one eye on the entire face. But even so, the stone demon still looked as if nothing had happened. Instead, he kicked his leg so hard that the ground exploded, and he rose directly into the sky to grab the golden dragon.
Isn't this too aggressive?
Having seen the terrifying power of the stone demon, the golden dragon did not dare to fight head-on. His body trembled, and he rolled up to avoid the stone demon's grasp. The 5 fingers of the stone demon are like stone pillars. If you are caught by it, you will be seriously injured no matter what. The golden dragon monster screamed and ran away. But Axiano on the side was not idle either. The Xianming war gun burst out with a loud bang. Each bombardment was accompanied by bursts of loud noises, beating the stone monster's body to pieces. The sky is full of sight. With every burst of explosion, most of the stone demon's body would be blown away, and countless rocks would be blown apart and rolled to the ground. Her extremely cold energy was somewhat restrained against these stone demons, freezing them like ice sculptures and slowing them down a lot. Seeing that the stone demon's speed was restricted, the golden dragon immediately shot over and joined the battle. How could the stone demon withstand the combined efforts of the 2 Nirvana masters? After a while, it was forced into danger. The golden dragon even picked up the dragon's halberd and slashed it in the air, splitting it in half. The exploding stone demon let out a wail, fell to the ground, and completely turned into rubble. And among the rubble, a dark, round stone made of gold, silver, copper and iron rolled out. And it is the target that Yang Macheng is looking for this time. The spiritual core of Earth. Chapter 1367 Stone Demon King.
So heavy!
Picking up this Earth spiritual core, Yang Macheng couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. This spiritual core was no bigger than a fist. And even when he picked it up, it looked a little dull. But then I thought about it. It was normal. After all, this Earth spiritual core is the core of the entire stone demon. Its existence is more important than the warrior's nascent soul in Zifu. How can it be simple?
There is indeed a lot of power in it. I wonder how far my Xuanwu body can be achieved.
Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes and grasped the Earth's spiritual core. Suddenly, streams of rich Earth spiritual energy rushed toward his body. There is not much spiritual energy in this spiritual core, and it is swallowed up in almost 2 breaths.
Too little? It seems that more Earth spiritual cores are needed.
Yang Macheng frowned slightly. Just when he was feeling regretful, Jinlong and Axiana discovered another stone demon. With a previous experience of dealing with the stone demon, it was much easier to deal with these 2 people. Axiana simply released the cold air and wrapped the stone demon in layers, slowing down its movements. The golden dragon was the main attack, one close and one far away. The stone demon was unable to fight back at all, and could only chase after the golden dragon desperately. But the speed of the golden dragon itself is not slow. Not to mention that there is extended behind to limit its speed. So no matter how strong this stone demon is, it can only become a sandbag for the 2 of them to be beaten. As for Yang Macheng, it is much simpler. He released his spiritual thoughts and swept them out. When he encountered the stone demon, he violently shook his spiritual thoughts and woke him up from his deep sleep. He smashed them with one palm. Naturally, these stone monsters were either his opponents, or they were all made of rocks. And how powerful the 5 element spirits were. They were smashed to pieces with one palm and turned into countless rocks. As the battle progressed, Yang Macheng discovered the characteristics of these stone demons. To put it bluntly, these stone monsters are just a different kind of monster. But their appearance is a bit strange. Their attack methods are very monotonous. They don't know any magic spells, and they only know how to fight with brute strength. As for long-range opponents, throw some giant rocks as attacks. They are very difficult opponents. But when they meet Yang Macheng, they can only be said to be unlucky, because their proud strength and defense were not enough in front of Yang Macheng. Compared with strength, they are not Yang Macheng, who has practiced 3 5-element spiritual body techniques. As for their rocky bodies, they were like paper in front of Yang Macheng. It only takes 3 or 4 days. Yang Macheng has harvested hundreds of spiritual cores.
That's enough. Achieve the basic level in one fell swoop. In this case, the 4 skills will complement each other, and the 5 elements of the spirit body can also play a part or 2. It's a pity that the number is too small to achieve a small success.
Although it is a bit regretful, once the Xuanwu body reaches the entry level, the 5 element spirit body has 4 of the 5, and its power will be greatly increased. In a pile of rocks, Yang Macheng sat down cross-legged.
Refining?
Yang Macheng picked up a seal. Suddenly, These hundreds of spiritual cores surged into the air, turning into a stream of pure power that quickly poured into Yang Mucheng's body. For a moment, Yang Mucheng felt as if his body was filled with lead at this moment. But this strange feeling went away as quickly as it came. Boom! Suddenly, this powerful force spread slowly downward along Yang Mucheng's skin, like a second layer of skin, quickly from head to toe. At the same time, a powerful force slowly spread, giving Yang Mucheng a feeling of copper skin and iron bones. However, just as he continued to prepare to spread inwards and cover the muscles, the energy in the spiritual core was completely exhausted. Damn! Sure enough, I can barely reach the entry level. Frowning slightly, Xuanwu bodybuilding technique, like several other exercises, is also divided into 5 levels. Entry, small success, culmination, peak, perfection. Its progress is the same as that of Suzaku's body, both spreading from the outside in. After reaching the entry level, one can only let the Xuanwu body cover the skin, and then the muscles, bones, meridians, and internal organs. Only when the internal organs are covered can one be considered a truly perfect Xuanwu body. But for Yang Mucheng, although his Xuanwu body has been able to withstand most attacks after reaching the entry level, you must know that this time the opponent is a strong man in the Heavenly Saint realm. Without Xiao Cheng's Xuanwu body, it is probably impossible. His body will be shattered by the opponent's punch. The body of Xuanwu must reach Xiao Cheng. Only in this way can we have the capital to compete with Leng Yu. If your cultivation can reach the peak of nirvana, you won't be afraid even if you face him head-on. Dark and condensed. Although, in the battle on Confused Star, many Lingfeng Pavilion warriors were killed, and many warriors were devoured. But it is still one step away from the peak of nirvana. As for the spiritual energy concentration of this star, although it is high, it is not enough for Yang Mucheng to easily break through with only 2 or 3 days left. I wonder if there are any other stone demon tribes in this star. If we can meet a more powerful stone monster and devour its spiritual energy, we will not only be able to reach a small level of Xuanwu body, but maybe even be able to reach the peak of nirvana. But it's a pity that in the past few days, the entire star has been searched, and all the stone monsters have been found. Where can there be anything more powerful? Unable to help but sigh secretly, Yang Mucheng could only gather his nerves and prepare to leave. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the distance. Yang Mucheng immediately looked towards the source of the sound, but saw a huge stone statue buried in the ground, with only half of its face exposed. Just one nostril is like a bottomless cave. Jin Long was looking into the cave intently. When he saw Yang Mucheng coming, he turned around with a smile and said, "Boss, do you think the stone statue belongs to the Stone Demon clan?" Axianus smiled and said, "If this stone statue is also from the Stone Demon clan, it will at least be the Stone Demon King." Yang Mucheng shook his head. "I have used my spiritual sense to detect this stone statue a long time ago. It is not a stone demon. We have wiped out all the stone demons in this star, and there will be no more left. We still get out of here." However, as soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, the stone statue whose face was half buried in the ground suddenly opened its eyes, and a substantial beam of light suddenly shot out. Then, a terrifying earthquake shook the mountains crazily, and a huge figure slowly stood up directly from the earth. This is Stone Demon King. Whether it was Jin Long, Axianu, or Yang Mucheng, they were all stunned, staring at this behemoth with their mouths open. Chapter 1368 Jian Cheng. Before the smiles of several people could dissipate, they were completely frozen on their faces. In the eyes of everyone, the huge figure of the Stone Demon King was reflected. It was slowly getting up. Although it was half kneeling, it was still more than 10 meters tall. Standing in front of the Stone Demon King, everyone couldn't help but feel very insignificant. Not even as good as one of the opponent's toes. Boom! As the Stone Demon King awakens, its terrifying aura spreads out rapidly. Half-step to Heavenly Saint. This Stone Demon King is actually a half-step Heavenly Saint. No one expected that they would actually jump up and down on a half-step Heavenly Saint. This is an existence on the same level as that Qiu Yin Jiao. The Golden Dragon felt chills running down his spine. It had killed a lot of stone demons, but those stone demons could not compare with what was in front of him. It was almost overwhelming them in terms of momentum. At this moment, the Stone Demon King was lowering his head, staring into his jewel-like eyes, and his breathing was like 2 huge eyes of the wind. Holy shit! The stone has become a spirit! The Golden Dragon screamed and quickly ran away into the distance. At this moment, It wanted to use all its energy to feed. At the moment when the golden dragon was moving, the stone demon king's movements were even faster. It raised its feet like lightning and stepped down directly. Boom! The golden dragon that was flying rapidly in midair was directly stepped on by this kick that was like the weight of a mountain, and was blasted down in midair on the spot. It was so frightened that it quickly shrank its body into its SHL. Boom! This step caused the earth to shatter. A strong wind whipped up quickly, tearing up the ground all around. Yang Muchung couldn't help but shrink his eyes when he saw this. Although the stone demon's fighting method is extremely monotonous, and he can only rely on strength, but if the power reaches its extreme, the power can only be described as terrifying. Quickly retreat! Yang Muchung shouted. And immediately he and Axiana quickly retreated towards the rear. Upon seeing this, the stone demon king raised his feet and immediately chased after him. It lifted the sole of its foot, and the place where it had previously stepped was deeply sunk, revealing a huge footprint. The golden dragon that shrank into the turtle I was directly trampled into the ground by its kick. Seeing this scene, Axiana's eyes widened angrily, and he immediately burst out with ghost energy all over his body, and a chill quickly covered the stone demon king's body. At this moment, a cold wave visible to the naked eye rolled crazily towards the body of the stone demon king. There was only a click, click sound, and the white frost quickly covered it, spreading quickly along the stone demon's soles, and then spread towards the legs, body, and chest. Great! Freeze it into ice and see how it moves! Seeing this scene, Jin Long directly drilled his head out of the turtle SHL and shouted loudly. However, before Jin Long finished speaking, a surging force suddenly burst out from the body of the stone demon king, along with a terrifying explosion. It actually shattered the large piece of ice. Damn it! Yang Muchung couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. I don't believe it. I can't kill you. Chang! A burst of explosive sword intent quickly erupted. Yang Muchung grabbed it in the air, and 3,600 long swords quickly appeared around him. And these 3,600 long swords quickly gathered into a 3-foot-long sword in his right hand, like 10,000 swords returning. Boom! The moment the sword was completed, Yang Muchung shot out directly, and shot towards the stone demon king's chest. There is the location of the earth's spiritual core, which is equivalent to the heart of the warrior, and the key point of the stone demon king. As long as the place is shattered, this stone demon king can be killed. When Yang Muchung charged forward, he brought up a monstrous hurricane. This gust of wind hit the stone demon king's body hard, leaving terrifying sword marks on his body. The boss took action himself. Feeling the Qitian sword intent, Jin Long's eyes widened. However, the stone demon king's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. It roared, and fearlessly stretched out a finger, pointing forward. Just hearing a bang sound, a wave of air exploded in the void, and the storm that swept the world quietly disappeared. As the strong wind dissipated, the stone demon king's finger actually touched the tip of Yang Muchung's sword. So strong! Seeing this scene, Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but take a breath of air. However, a more shocking scene appeared. The power hidden in this finger also exploded out at the next moment, causing Yang Muchung in midair to tremble and shoot backwards. At the same time, it waved its big hand and struck down suddenly. Oops! Yang Muchung, who was under the huge slap of the stone demon king, had already felt the opponent's shocking power. His expression changed, and he directly used Void Transcend. The next moment, Yang Muchung appeared directly several miles away. The slap that hit Yang Muchung hit a mountain rock hard, causing the mountain to split open in front of everyone, turning into countless rubbles and rolling down. Even if you only have brute strength, when this power reaches its extreme, it is also a very terrifying existence. If I am hit by this slap, I will be injured even if I have already cultivated the 5-element spirit body. Looking at the mountain peak that was shattered by a slap, looking at the huge stone demon king, Yang Muchung's expression became gloomy. Obviously, the strength of this stone demon king has exceeded their expectations. The stone demon king, who is half a heavenly saint, is really too powerful. Its strength should be almost the same as Lung Yu's Qiu Yin Jiao. Roar! After forcing Yang Muchung back with a slap, the stone demon king suddenly let out a shocking roar. His voice seemed to be full of endless excitement, as if he was cheering for him to fight back Yang Muchung. In its mind, it had already won. It has forced Yang Muchung to dare not attack again. No matter how strong you are. So what? I must kill you. Looking at the Stone Demon King who was already declaring victory, Yang Muchung closed his eyes and let out a cold light. Only by killing this Stone Demon King can his cultivation reach the peak of nirvana, and his Xuanwu body forging technique reach a small level of success. Only in this way can he defeat Leng Yu. Boom! As if feeling Yang Muchung's gradually rising fighting spirit, the Stone Demon King who had been cheering quietly calmed down at this moment, and his gloomy eyes gradually focused on Yang Muchung. Hey! Let the second round begin! Meeting the Stone Demon King's gaze, Yang Muchung smiled faintly. At this moment, the infinite darkness quickly condensed in his palm, forming the Xin Yuan sword. The moment the sword was completed, Yang Muchung had already taken action. Chapter 1369 Beheading. Clang! At this moment, the shocking sound of swords resounded throughout the world. The surging inner energy swept out quickly like a flame, burning directly to a height of several thousand meters. At this moment, Yang Muchung seemed to have transformed into a terrifying eye of the wind, with shocking winds rushing out from its body and blasting in all directions. Even under this shocking gust of wind, even the terrifying Stone Demon King was shaken off balance, and was swept backwards by the impact. Yang Muchung, who had reached the peak of his momentum, killed directly in front of the Stone Demon King. At the same time, 99 swords erupted from Yang Muchung's body. Although these long swords are not as numerous as before, each one contains extremely powerful sharp energy and explosive power. At this time, the Stone Demon King also quickly came to his senses, and a hint of extreme anger flashed in its huge gem eyes. It seems that because of this existence, which in its eyes is like an ant, it actually dares to challenge itself. Letting out a roar, the Stone Demon King raised his palm again and slapped Yang Muchung fiercely. The speed of this slap was even more powerful and terrifying than before. It was as if Yang Muchung was going to be completely beaten into pieces with this slap. Boss! Be careful! Seeing the Stone Demon King take action, Jin Long couldn't help but change his expression. The Stone Demon King's slap was earth-shaking, and its power was astonishing. Even standing outside the battlefield, they could feel the hurricane caused by this palm. And how should Yang Muchung, who was fighting against the Stone Demon King, resist this slap? But Yang Muchung didn't show the slightest worry. The 99 swords he summoned earlier seemed to be preparations for this attack from the Stone Demon King. Boom! 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 He made a seal with his right hand. In an instant, the 99 flying swords turned into golden shadows with a shocking sword light. And at a terrifying speed, they struck at the giant palm of the Stone Demon King. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded loudly. The giant palm of the Stone Demon King was actually blown out of a huge hole by this attack. Roar! Under the roar, the body of the Stone Demon King surged rapidly. Countless rocks rolled together, and the holes created by the bombing quickly recovered. As if angry, unwilling, or shocked, the Stone Demon King's slap hit Yang Muchung at an even more shocking speed than before. Zhang! Just when the Stone Demon King's slap was about to hit Yang Muchung, the sound of the sword was already loud. He raised his sword and struck it swiftly. TSK! 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 The huge right arm of the Stone Demon King was actually chopped off by Yang Muchung's sword. Roar! Looking at Yang Muchung and his severed right arm, the Stone Demon King was shocked to the extreme. It let out a roar, and without any hesitation, it turned up its left hand and smashed it towards Yang Muchung. At this time, Yang Muchung's sword power was exhausted, and there was no time to use the second sword. But at this time, Yang Muchung didn't even think about drawing his sword. Facing the shocking palm of the Stone Demon King, he also exploded all the energy and blood in his body to the extreme. Crack! Terrifying power surged rapidly. The surging bones made a sound like fried beans, and even his spine rolled like a dragon. Facing the Stone Demon King's shocking punch, Yang Muchung's muscles tensed up and stretched into a long straight line from head to toe. The moment the Stone Demon King's huge palm struck, he had already punched out his fist. Boom! Yang Muchung, who was like an ant, and the Stone Demon King, who was as big and strong as a mountain. The two beings with very different body shapes came together so fiercely, and there was a terrifying explosion like the impact of a comet. Movement. Boom! However, what shocked Arsenal and Golden Dragon was, after being hit by Yang Muchung, the Stone Demon King's huge left arm, which was 7 or 8 meters long, first shook, and then quickly surged towards his shoulder. Every time the ripple spread upward, its arm exploded, and countless rocks smashed down crazily. until the entire arm exploded. And the huge power of this punch made the Stone Demon King tremble. And he couldn't help but retreated a few steps backwards. Boom! 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 With every step it took, it stepped on the ground with a clanging sound, erupting with a shocking sound. The terrible shock spread everywhere. The Stone Demon King who stopped looked at his broken arm with shock, and then at Yang Muchung, as if he couldn't believe that this kid could smash his right arm with one punch. After a moment, it came back to its senses and let out a roar. If it were other monsters, after their arms were blown off, they might not be able to fight anymore. But for the Stone Demon King, their bodies are the strongest weapons. Amidst this deafening roar, the Stone Demon King raised his feet and stamped madly towards Yang Muchung. Call! Yang Muchung slowly withdrew his fist. A trace of determination appeared in his eyes. Although his punch shattered the Stone Demon King's shoulder, the opponent's powerful countershock also damaged his muscles and bones, and even cracks appeared in his internal organs. After all, the Xuanwu body is just an entry point. It covers the skin and only buffers a small part of the power. The remaining power seeps into the body. Fortunately, the Qinglong body has reached a small level of cultivation, and it can continuously restore strength, quickly injecting it into his limbs and bones, and quickly recovering from his injuries. Watching the Stone Demon King suddenly step on it with all his strength, green light flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes, and 3,000 mysterious hairs rose into the sky, each strand of hair lingering with the pure and ultimate awe-inspiring inner energy. And the Xinyuan sword in his hand also became extremely profound under the exaggeration of this inner energy. It was as if Xinyuan Jian had turned into an infinite black hole. Raise your sword and chop. This sword brought out a sword energy that was unparalleled in the world, and with the power to destroy everything. It slashed at the Stone Demon King, who was suddenly stepping forward. Silently, the Stone Demon King, who was like a mountain, was cut into 2 pieces and chopped into 2 pieces on the spot. Boom! Boom! The cut-off Stone Demon King turned into 2 halves and crashed to the ground, making the entire star tremble. The huge Stone Demon King turned into a pile of rubble under the shocked gazes of Jinlong and Axianu. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, slowly fell from the air and breathed out a breath like a horned dragon. His face was pale, and it was obvious that this sword had consumed a lot of his energy, and even the light of spiritual thought in his eyes had dimmed a lot. But at this moment, he couldn't hide his surprise and walked quickly towards the Stone Demon King. Finally killed the Stone Demon King. This time, there is hope of defeating Lun Yu. Chapter 1370 Crazy Breakthrough. On Jillian Star. After a big battle, it became quiet again. Walking to the side of the Stone Demon King, Yang Muchung's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the corpse that had been completely turned into rubble. I saw a finger-sized spiritual core shining faintly on the broken stone. So small! The golden dragon jumped over. Even though it's small, this spiritual core is condensed with all the power of the Stone Demon King. Yang Muchung picked it up. This thing is not big, but it is extremely heavy. Even Yang Muchung found it difficult to pick it up. And the power contained in the spiritual core is several times greater than others. There is such a powerful spiritual energy around here. Axiana couldn't help but twitch his brows. These spiritual energies are emanating from the body of the Stone Demon King. Yang Muchung picked up the spiritual core and took a breath of spiritual energy. Suddenly, his whole body felt as if he was soaked in a hot spring. Feeling extremely comfortable, the fatigue from the previous battle was also swept away at this moment. Looking at Axianu and Jinlong, Yang Muchung said calmly, "The birth of this Stone Demon King is the same as that of the Tree Demon. They are both formed by the gathering of spiritual energy. The birth of each Stone Demon King does not know how many years it takes, and its body naturally contains incomparably huge spiritual energy. Hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy. If you don't absorb it, this spiritual energy will spread to the surroundings. It won't be so easy to absorb it again." The Stone Demon King had just died, and his aura returned to heaven and earth. Therefore, the concentration of spiritual energy in this area will be higher than that in other places. If it is delayed for a while, it will be like a handful of salt sprinkled into the lake water, and it will soon be diluted without a trace. Upon hearing this, Jinlong and Axiana reacted immediately. Both of their cultivation levels have reached the edge of breakthrough, and they are just missing this last step. Such a high concentration of spiritual energy. If they miss it, they will not have such a good opportunity next time. The two immediately looked at each other, quickly sat down cross-legged, and use this spiritual energy to break through their cultivation. I'd better absorb this spiritual core first. Yang Muchung glanced at the two people who had broken through, and focused on the spiritual core on his palm. Rise! He made a seal, and an earthy yellow aura suddenly emerged from his spiritual core. This aura quickly rose into the sky like a tide, giving off a sense of heavy aura. Yang Muchung opened his mouth and sucked in suddenly. It was too late. But soon, the breath that was about to disperse suddenly turned into a whirlpool in midair, tumbling up crazily, and was swallowed directly into his belly. After this breath, energy was poured into his belly. The Chuanwu body training technique that had been stopped suddenly started again. This powerful force spreads directly along the skin towards the deeper muscles. Once the Xuanwu body reaches a small level, all the muscles in the body will be covered with this powerful force. At that time, no matter how powerful the attack is, it will be buffered by the muscles, and there will be very little left. Boom! Of course, practicing this technique is not that easy. Yang Muchung felt as if the muscles all over his body had been torn apart by a pair of hands, and then resewn back together with the help of this force. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold on long ago. But Yang Muchung started training from the most difficult Qilin body, and this Xuanwu body was within his tolerance. Of course, as the progress increased, Yang Muchung could also feel that his body was increasing crazily at an extreme speed. Call. It wasn't until the last breath of energy transformed the last muscle that Yang Muchung let out a breath of turbid air. Xuanwu's body has reached a small level of success. I feel that my body now is more powerful than the previous Stone Demon King. Clench your fists. Yang Muchung was confident that if he fought the Stone Demon King again, his fist would be able to smash half of the opponent's body with only a slight injury. Now, my Qilin body and Suzaku body have reached great perfection. The Xuanwu body and the Qinglong body have reached a small level of success. 4 of the 5 element spirits have gathered, leaving only the last White Tiger body training technique. However, how can this last technique be so easy to obtain? Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 waves of shocking power surged in quickly. Yang Muchung then looked over and saw that both Axianu and Jin Long had broken through at this moment and reached the late stage of nirvana. Boss! I made a breakthrough! After stabilizing his breath for a while, Jin Long opened his eyes and said excitedly, with the remaining spiritual energy, I wonder if you can reach the peak of nirvana. If you can reach the peak, your chances of winning against that old bastard Lung Yu will increase a lot. I also broke through. Axianu slowly opened his eyes and stabilized his breath. Although the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings was still very high, they still did not absorb any more. Yang Muchung smiled faintly. Although he did not speak, he was extremely moved in his heart. You know, with such a strong level of spiritual energy, I am afraid that no one will give it to others easily, and they will absorb it for a while. After all, even if it is only a quarter of an hour longer, the growth of one's own cultivation will be very huge. But they actually gave up directly, and gave up such rich spiritual energy to Yang Muchung. Without saying anything, Yang Muchung took a deep breath and activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique on the spot. Boom! A terrifying suction force that was several times, even dozens of times greater than before, began to operate quickly. A powerful gust of wind whipped up on the spot, and the endless spiritual energy from the sky gathered at this moment. Even at such a concentration, it condensed into liquid and turned into thousands of strands of energy, rushing towards Yang Muchung's body. This surging breath poured in. Even around Yang Muchung, a hurricane had formed that swept around. Even the Golden Dragon and Axianu in the distance couldn't help but move towards Yang Muchung's location under this terrible hurricane. At the same time, Jin Long and Axianu also felt that the spiritual energy around them was like a dam bursting, pouring out crazily and rapidly decreasing at an extreme speed. It used to feel like I was soaking in a hot spring, but now it's like a desert, and I can't even feel the slightest aura. It's like the water in the entire pond has been drained. After the last spiritual energy was completely absorbed, Yang Muchung's bottleneck that had never been loosened finally broke through at this moment. Finally reached the peak of nirvana. Slowly opening his eyes, a ray of light flashed at his pupils. Lung Yu, in this 7-day appointment, we still don't know whose death date it is. Chapter 1371 Oath. The white horse passed by, and a few days passed by, and it was already the 7-day appointment. When the sky just dawned, the warriors on more than a dozen stars immediately became commotion, and a large number of people poured out from all directions. rushing towards the Confusion Star. This place was originally a commercial star, and the news was extremely well informed. Everyone rushed towards the central battlefield. Even, in order to compete between the two sides, Tianqing Pavilion cancelled the option of Turing Stone and built a huge school ground. For some strong men, it is not that they have never seen a strong man at the Heavenly Saint level fight. They have even seen a lot of cave level existences. But what made them curious was that the person fighting this powerful Heavenly Saint was actually just a kid from the Nirvana realm. Everyone now knows that a young man who has risen from a humble beginning has come into conflict with Lung Fengde, who has been in the limelight recently, in order to kill the son. Lung Feng Pavilion even sent out the second elder, who was cultivated as a heavenly sage. Today is the battle between them. The vast school grounds are already crowded with people. There is only one position on the high platform of the school grounds, and that is Mr. Zheng, the highest being in Tianqing Pavilion. Others are not qualified to sit on an equal footing with him. Beside him, there were still faintly visible the figures of several tiny powerhouses, all of whom were protecting Mr. Zheng.
That Lord Bai Qiuxing. You didn't expect him to be here too? That one should be the leader of the Ling sect. That's a third-tier sect. He actually pays attention to this battle? There are also beings with a higher status than the Ling sect. This battle has not been publicized. It is only known to the people in this galaxy, and their sect is also in this galaxy. The warriors who came to the school grounds carefully looked around at the existence that was rarely seen on weekdays. They didn't expect that such a battle would attract so many big shots. Of course, the most shocking thing was Mr. Zheng, who was sitting alone on the high platform. Even some people didn't dare to look away. Before they even came into contact with that area, they could feel a terrifying momentum approaching crazily. For a while, a vacuum zone was actually formed near the high platform. At this time, the big shots gathered together, and they were also shocked that the other party would come to the Confusion Star to pay attention to this game. Master Zhao, why are you here?
An elder who was obviously a second and third tier sect looked at a middle-aged man with a hint of compliment in his expression.
How could I not come over and take a look at this battle involving Mr. Zheng? After all, I also want to know what kind of genius with Mr. Zheng's strength and status can make him make an exception to rescue him.
The being who was respectfully called Mr. Zhao said with a smile.
But it seems that the boy hasn't arrived yet. But Ling Yu has already arrived.
The elder frowned slightly and looked towards the school grounds. In the huge school grounds, only Ling Yu stood there alone. The huge Qiu Yin Jiao shrunk hundreds of times, lying quietly on his shoulder, and the wanton flames could be faintly seen.
Could it be that that boy doesn't dare to come?
The elder added after taking a look at the sky.
Really?
Master Zhao raised his eyebrows, laughed and shook his head.
If that boy dares not to come, then I'm afraid there will be no place for him in this starry sky in the future. After all, if he dares to violate the 7-day agreement made by Mr. Zheng, he will go to heaven and earth, and no one can save him. I wonder what kind of role that little guy is.
Looking at the empty school grounds, Mr. Zhao felt a little doubt in his heart. If it were an ordinary battle between Nirvana and Tiansheng, he wouldn't be even remotely interested. But the battle with Mr. Zheng's intervention became not so ordinary. Therefore, he wants to make friends with a talent that even Mr. Zheng is optimistic about. In fact, apart from him, many people who came here had the same idea. They wanted to see how virtuous and capable this genius was to win Mr. Zheng's favor. However, as time went by, the other protagonist never showed up, which made many people whisper secretly.
Is that boy going to be timid? Yeah. Why hasn't it appeared until now? Could this kid have escaped long ago by taking advantage of the 7-day agreement? I remember that he had already left this galaxy after making the agreement. Did he really escape without a fight?
As the discussion spread, the warriors watching the battle couldn't help but become suspicious. It's no wonder that they have this kind of thinking. After all, in their opinion, with the cultivation level of Nirvana realm and fighting the Heavenly Saint, there is almost no suspense in this battle. If Mr. Zheng hadn't appeared in it, there wouldn't have been so many people paying attention to this battle.
I remember this kid is only in the late stage of Nirvana. What can he use to fight against the powerful celestial saint? Yes, we have all been fooled. It's just a matter of one move for the powerful Tiansheng to kill him. What can he do in these 7 days? Even if there is a huge growth, can he be able to compete with Tiansheng? Confrontation?
These buzzing voices naturally reached Lung Yu's ears on the school field. Unlike others who were angry at being fooled, Lung Yu raised the corners of her mouth in a sneer. Regardless of whether Yang Macheng will appear today, the result will not change. The only difference is that he cannot kill Yang Macheng with his own hands. After all, Anyone who dares to play tricks on Mr. Zheng will end up more painful than death. At this moment, the people who were talking about each other seemed to have some kind of premonition, and they all looked in a certain direction. And at the same time, waves of voices came.
Coming! Yang Macheng is here. I didn't expect that he would really dare to show up.
The confusion stars that were originally in chaos suddenly seemed to explode, and everyone looked forward. Even Mr. Zheng, who had always lowered his eyes and said nothing, slowly looked around. When he saw Yang Macheng, a mysterious light burst out from his cloudy pupils. But he saw a young man walking slowly in the distance in the void. Beside him, a girl who looked like a fairy followed closely behind her, like a match made in heaven. On the young man's body, there is also a golden dragon flying.
Yang Macheng, I didn't expect you would really dare to come.
Lung Yu, who had her arms folded and a gloomy expression, burst into laughter the moment she saw Yang Macheng.
I was worried before that if you didn't come, I wouldn't be able to kill you with my own hands. Wouldn't it be a great regret in life? Now that you have come in person, I don't have to worry about this happening anymore. Lun Yu.
He looked down like a young man who had stepped down from the stars, with a cold light in his eyes.
You, Lun Feng Pavilion, have been chasing me for so long. Today I want your blood to warn the world that I will destroy Ling Feng Pavilion. Just you?
Lung Yu laughed with disdain. However, as soon as it appeared on his face, he was already stiff. Yang Macheng took a step forward and appeared in front of him without any warning. Suddenly, Lung Yu felt an unprecedented death crisis rushing towards him. Chapter 1372 Crush? Boom! Yang Macheng spoke fashionably, and was still between heaven and earth. When he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Ling Yu without any delay. At this moment, the warriors' onlookers felt as if two Yang Muchings had appeared in the world. Of course, only one of the two figures is real, and the other is because Yang Muching's speed is too fast, and his figure remains in the void.
Not good!
The expression on Lung Yu's face changed instantly. He still had the proud smile before, and his eyes were full of shock.
Boom!
Xiao Yanjiao's body trembled, and the red scales all over his body stood up at this moment, like a cat with exploding fur. Infinite flames also gathered from the erect scales, forming a shield half a foot thick. At the same time, Lung Yu tiptoed and quickly retreated toward the rear.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and the flame shield, which was half a foot thick, was smashed to pieces by Yang Macheng with a punch just as it condensed. In the burst of fire, a crystal clear, white jade-like fist tore through the void and smashed towards Lung Yu in public.
Get out of my way!
In shock and anger, Lung Yu clenched her right fist and punched Yang Muching's fist.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and the verdict was announced. Under the unbelievable gazes of countless people, Lung Yu was knocked out on the spot by this punch. Kick! 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 One foot after another clanged on the ground, and a jagged set of footprints appeared on the newly constructed school field. Quiet! There were hundreds of thousands of people on the huge confusion star, and they were completely silent. They looked at the handsome young man in disbelief, then looked at Lung Yu, who stopped, and all took a breath of air.
I saw that right. Yang Macheng knocked back Ling Yu with one punch. That was a strong man from the Heavenly Saint, and he was actually knocked back by one punch. It seems that this battle is not as boring as we imagined.
After a moment of silence, a burst of explosive cheers suddenly echoed above the stars. In their opinion, this battle that should be over soon has unexpectedly taken an unexpected turn. This sudden change is beyond everyone's imagination.
Interesting.
Zheng Lao's eyes flashed with light.
Lun Yu, old dog. Let's see now. Am I capable of killing you? Am I capable of destroying your Lung Feng Pavilion?
Yang Macheng stood there, looking at Ling Yu, who was knocked back by his punch, with a cold light in his eyes. Flash. Lung Yu looked at Yang Macheng quietly, then burst out laughing after a moment.
No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that in these 7 days, your cultivation has grown to the peak of nirvana. But what about the peak? I am a powerful heavenly saint. It is still easy to kill you. Don't say it's me. Even my horny flaming dragon can easily kill you,
Lung Yu said, and the Qiuyan Jiao suspended in midair suddenly bared his teeth and grinned. The body that was originally thick with arms suddenly swelled at the sight of the wind, directly increasing to several thousand feet in length. Each scale is as big as a door panel, and the rolling flames are tumbling rapidly, burning the entire sky with crackling and boiling.
Old dog, don't forget me.
The golden dragon laughed strangely and swam in front of Yang Macheng. carrying the dragon's halberd. Seeing the golden dragon, a hint of fear suddenly flashed in Qiu Yinju's eyes. It is a dragon after all, and it has blood-based fear for a pure-blooded dragon like the golden dragon. Humph! Little beast, no matter what you do, I will kill you today. Leng Yu suddenly suppressed her smile and revealed a cold light in her eyes. Today, I will kill you to declare to the world that anyone who offends our Lung Foam Pavilion will be killed by me in heaven and on earth. After saying that, Leng Yu took a step forward. He was like a swimming dragon galloping on the sea. He broke through the rocks on the ground and pulled out a long white air wave on the ground. He flashed at a speed that could rival Yang Mucheng. Suddenly, he arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. And at this moment, he punched out his fist at the same time. Boom! At this moment, the air in front of Leng Yu was obviously shaken, as if it had exploded. His punch seemed ordinary, but it was a full blow from the Heavenly Saint Warrior. At this time, the Qiu Yinjiao also overcame the fear in his heart, let out a roar and flew towards the golden dragon in horror. Well done! Yang Mucheng laughed loudly. 7 days ago, he might not have dared to fight so hard with Leng Yu. But today, his 5-element spirit body has gathered into 4 out of 5. And his body is not weaker than the body of Leng Yu, a heavenly saint. He also took a step forward at the same time and punched directly. Boom! The second fist clashed together again in the shocked eyes of countless people. A turbulent cloud ring exploded on the fighting fist. However, this time, it was Leng Yu who was pushed back. What? At this moment, not only Leng Yu, but also all the warriors watching the battle were stunned. You know, when Leng Yu was repulsed earlier, they only thought it was due to Yang Mucheng's sneak attack. If the two sides really open up their stance, Leng Yu will soon be able to use her Heavenly Saint cultivation to overwhelm Yang Mucheng. But who knew that the result of this head-on punch would still be unexpected? Only Yang Mucheng, who was at the peak of nirvana, actually drove away Leng Yu, who was a heavenly sage. The entire school field was divided into 2 battles. One was Yang Mucheng and Leng Yu, and the other was Jin Long and Qiu Yinjiao. The battle between these 2 heavenly demons still attracted a lot of attention. Although this golden dragon has the blood of a true dragon, Leng Yu's Qiu Yinjiao possesses half a step of the cultivation of a heavenly saint. The level is too high. I'm afraid this will be a tough battle. Right. However, when everyone looked at it, their faces were full of shock. The golden dragon holding the wandering dragon halberd was also pressing down on the Qiu Yinjiao. The huge dragon wandering halberd was held in the golden dragon's hand, and every time it was struck, a large piece of scales would be shattered. Every time Qiu Yinju prepared to counterattack, the golden dragon quickly hid in the turtle SHL. This extremely rogue scene immediately made all the warriors watching the battlefield black lines on their heads. No one thought that Yang Mucheng, who was decisive in killing, would be accompanied by such a rogue dragon. But what no one expected was this. Yang Mucheng, who was originally disliked by everyone, actually fought Leng Yu to such an extent with his cultivation at the peak of nirvana. Boom! After being pushed back again, Leng Yu's expression had completely turned gloomy. His face was still as calm as before, and his eyes were full of anger like a volcano erupting. However, at this moment, he was extremely calm, like the calm before the storm. Looking at the Qiu Yinjiao, who was also beaten back in midair, Leng Yu narrowed her eyes. I really didn't expect that you would grow to this extent in 7 days. You are at the pinnacle of nirvana, and you are proud enough to be able to push me to this level. However, you are not a heavenly saint, and you will never know how terrifying the heavenly saint is. Leng Yu slowly raised her head, and her eyes fell on Yang Mucheng. The next moment, his pupils opened angrily, and with a burst of cold light, the aura of the heavenly saint was completely revealed. Chapter 1373 Nirvana Peak vs. Heavenly Saint. Boom! Leng Yu soared into the sky, and an earth-shattering terrifying inner energy quickly surged out of his body, like rolling fire burning blazingly outside his body. Thousands of meters around him had completely turned into a sea of shattering flames. Under this surging power, the entire confusion star trembled and shook. Looking from a distance, Leng Yu in the void was wrapped in a huge red flame, and sensed the master's power. The Qiu Yinjiao also retreated at the same time, and quickly retreated in front of Leng Yu. It took a deep breath, and the bruised body suddenly began to crackle, and the mottled cracks suddenly healed. At the same time, the billowing demonic energy also surged out at this moment. Boom! 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 At this moment, Leng Yu and Qiu Yinjiao completely burst out with their auras, with one person and one dragon at the center. A huge eye of the wind seemed to have appeared, and the infinite momentum turned into a roiling hurricane, bombarding the people watching the battle around and pushing them back towards the rear.
Too strong.
Seeing this scene, countless warriors couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. A heavenly saint and a half-step heavenly saint. With such a powerful cultivation strength, wouldn't it be easy to crush you to the peak and later stages of nirvana?
Yes. There is a huge difference in cultivation level.
Feeling the strength of Leng Yu and Qiu Yanjiao, everyone looked at Yang Mucheng without the previous excitement. After all, with Yang Mucheng's cultivation, he was able to force Leng Yu to unleash his full strength, which was beyond everyone's expectations.
As expected of Mr. Jing's favorite genius, he can actually fight to such an extent with a powerful heavenly saint with his peak nirvana cultivation level.
A warrior narrowed his eyes and shook his head slowly, with endless regret on his face.
But unfortunately,
Mr. Zheng still made a mistake and made a loss-making deal. Yang Mucheng's strength is obviously not enough to fight against Leng Yu. He is a powerful heavenly saint after all.
Feeling the terrifying aura that could crush him, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head, with a somewhat ugly and dejected look on his face.
Yang Mucheng, have you given up?
Leng Yu looked down, her eyes like a proud eagle looking at ants.
What a pity. I want you to play with me for a while longer. With your talent and strength, you can easily reach the level of heavenly saint. And you can reach the cave heaven realm in less than 100 years. If it were then, even our Lung Feng Pavilion could only look up to you. But you should never go against our Lung Feng Pavilion. There are thousands of geniuses in the starry sky, but some of them died midway because they were too arrogant. Numerous.
Leng Yu's eyes were both excited and secretly angry. What is exciting is that Yang Mu can finally be killed. But what was annoying was that a boy at the peak of nirvana actually pushed him to this extent. However, at this level, it would be too easy to kill Yang Mucheng so simply.
Humph. Why don't you kneel down?
Boom! Eyes widened angrily. Leng Yu shouted loudly. The huge sound resounded throughout the Confusion Star, roaring like a huge wind and huge waves. Countless warriors covered their ears in horror and retreated crazily. But when he saw the green light in Leng Yu's eyes skyrocketing, and his spiritual thoughts turned into a mountain peak, Howren began to crush him downwards. Suddenly, the peaceful campus exploded. This terrifying coercion crushed the entire school grounds. The warriors' onlookers all around felt the terrifying power, and all their expressions changed drastically. And they retreated back in horror. Although Leng Yu's burst of power was not aimed at them, the power contained in it still made them feel extremely palpitated.
It seems it's over.
Those warriors who retreated could not help but have such an idea in their minds. A layman looks at the excitement. An expert looks at the door. The warriors under Nirvana watched with fascination. They only knew that the two sides were fighting in darkness, and the whole star was about to burst. How terrifying the scene was. But those Nirvana Grandmasters and half-step Heavenly Saints were trembling in their hearts when they saw it. Is this the strength of the Heavenly Saint? After reaching Tiansheng, no matter how strong you are, you will only be crushed. Yang Mucheng's strength is terrifying enough. His strength is not even comparable to that of some half-step Heavenly Saints, so he can only be defeated. But in front of Leng Yu, a powerful Heavenly Sage, he could only die with hatred. When the dust dispersed, everyone's eyes quickly turned towards the battlefield. From their point of view, Yang Mucheng had already been crushed by this unstoppable force and fell to his knees in complete submission.
Mr. Zheng, it seems that Yang Mucheng has disappointed you.
On the high platform, Elder Lei said cautiously.
Really?
Mr. Zheng shook his head with a smile.
The most exciting part of this battle has not yet begun.
What do you mean? Elder Lei was stunned and looked forward. It didn't matter what he saw, but his eyes widened in disbelief.
What? That is?
The dust gradually dispersed, revealing the figure inside. But I saw Yang Mucheng standing there enscathed with his hands behind his back. He was not crushed to the ground and knelt down as everyone imagined. Nor was he in an extremely embarrassed state, as everyone had speculated. It was as if the previous attack had no impact on him at all.
How can it be?
Of course, the one who was most shocked was Leng Yu. Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and faced Leng Yu, who had an incredible face. He grinned, revealing his teeth as white as LS.
Is this the strength of your Heavenly Saint realm? It seems like it is nothing more than that.
The cold voice resounded through the void, echoing between heaven and earth. But that's it! But that's it! But that's it! In an instant, Leng Yu's complexion became extremely ugly.
I don't believe it anymore. Kneel down. His eyes opened angrily, and a cold light erupted from his pupils. In an instant, an awe-inspiring force burst out, turning into an earth-shaking wave of air in the eyes of countless people, and violently crushed Yang Macheng. This terrifying power swept across all directions, crackling the surrounding space, and even made everyone's gaze blurred and distorted. Is this going to kill Yang Macheng with one blow? Feeling this surge of power, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Yang Macheng stood there, his long hair blown up by the strong wind, revealing a calm face. Facing Leng Yu's awe-inspiring power, he suddenly clenched his fists. In an instant, his pupils opened angrily, and a bright silver cross star flashed in his black and white eyes. This piece of starlight has almost condensed into substance and exploded to the extreme. It is not even inferior to Leng Yu, who is in the realm of Heavenly Saint, and is not weak at all. Yang Macheng's spiritual thoughts exploded and fiercely attacked Leng Yu's power. Yang Macheng, who was at the peak of nirvana, actually competed with Leng Yu, who was in the Heavenly Sage realm, in a spiritual competition. At this moment, everyone could not help but widen their eyes and look forward. However, it didn't matter at this glance. This violent collision made everyone unable to believe their eyes. Chapter 1374 Golden Dragon vs. Qiu Yanjiao. Boom! There was almost no obstacle at all. The two shocking forces violently exploded into the void, as if they were destroying the world. In an instant, they violently bombarded each other. This terrible impact completely exploded the air. The terrifying power contained in the divine thoughts even more dissipated, crushing the surrounding earth with terrifying cracks, and bombarding the warriors, who were watching the battle from a distance and retreated violently. What a terrifying divine thought! Everyone was completely shocked by this violent collision. However, what no one dared to imagine was that the spiritual thoughts gathered by Yang Macheng were like an invincible huge wave, sweeping directly out and crushing Leng Yu's spiritual thoughts attack with a bang. In this majestic impact, Leng Yu, who was in the realm of Heavenly Saint, was violently knocked out, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Yang Macheng, in this violent collision, just turned red and took a few steps back. In this confrontation of divine thoughts, a strong man in the Heavenly Saint realm was defeated by Yang Macheng, who was only at the peak of nirvana. Crushed! It's so powerful. Yang Macheng's divine will actually crush Leng Yu. No wonder he dares to confront Leng Yu. He is so powerful. He is so powerful that he can even suppress the powerful Heavenly Saint. The result of this shocking confrontation made everyone couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't believe their eyes. The onlookers who had previously thought that the battle was about to end now felt their hearts beating wildly as they looked at Leng Yu, who was spitting out blood. They remembered Yang Macheng's previous words. Yang Macheng had previously said that he would use Leng Yu's blood as proof of the destruction of Lingfeng Pavilion. Not many people believed this statement. After all, with Yang Macheng's cultivation and strength, whether he could survive today is a matter of course. Big question. But now, they truly feel Yang Macheng's strength. Maybe, Yang Macheng can really defeat Leng Yu. How can it be? Leng Yu, who was so shocked that she vomited blood and retreated violently, looked at Yang Macheng again. Her eyes no longer looked as confident as before. In order to kill Yang Macheng, he had unleashed all his strength. But he didn't expect that even so, he would still be suppressed by this young man. He has already felt that Yang Macheng is more powerful than him in terms of spiritual thoughts. Old dog, are you qualified to ask my boss to kneel down for you? See how I chop off your dog's head? Looking at Leng Yu, who was vomiting blood, Jin Long shouted loudly and took action frantically. Boom! Its body jumped up and turned into a golden lightning in the eyes of countless people, flying towards Leng Yu at its peak. In this rapid charge, the demonic aura all over his body surged to the extreme. He grabbed the dragon's halberd with both claws and slashed towards Leng Yu's throat like he was sweeping across an army. Your opponent is me! With a loud roar, the Qiu Yanjiao turned into a ball of rolling flames and rushed towards the golden dragon. Faced with this shocking blow from the golden dragon, it actually opened its big mouth full of jagged fangs and bit into it with a clang sound, biting the wandering dragon war halberd alive. The harsh sound resounded at this moment, making everyone scalp numb. At the same time, the Qiu Yanjiao swung its huge tail, and its soaring body seemed to transform into a huge flaming stick under the endless flames, and it smashed directly towards the golden dragon's body. Call! This horrifying swipe completely exploded the space. Die to me! The golden dragon let out a hissing roar. He grasped the wandering dragon halberd with both claws, and poured the billowing demonic energy into it desperately. Just hearing a clang sound, a shocking bright light erupted from the halberd. And at this moment, the air around it was torn apart. This surging light tore the Qiu Yanjiao's mouth open. It was even more painful, and it made a wow sound and quickly retreated towards the back. However, this Qiu Yanjiao did not give up because of this. Instead, it fell even more into rage. And at the same time as it retreated violently, its huge body suddenly trembled. The billowing demonic energy soared into the sky at this moment, even reaching a terrifying level of more than 10,000 feet, and completely swept down the entire sky on the spot. And the shocking demonic energy turned into a flame that was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. When it surged to the extreme, it was already attacking like a fireball with the Qiu Yanjiao. The terrifying flames turned the world upside down. A rolling heat wave falls from the sky. This shocking scene made everyone doubt in their hearts. This crazy Qiu Yanjiao was going to completely burn the golden dragon and the entire star to ashes. Even in the monstrous flames, a few sparks fell into the crowd, burning a nirvana to ashes. The warriors watching the battle looked horrified, and they were all frightened, fleeing crazily towards the distance.
Boss, leave this guy to me.
Looking at the monstrous flames, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and moved his steps. However, when Yang Mucheng was about to take action, Jin Long said without looking back,
I'm going to kill this guy and use its blood to temper my dragon body. Good.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and nodded. But even so, he still looked at Jin Long uneasily. However, facing the golden dragon under the monstrous flames, and under the rolling heat wave, all the scales on its body were burnt black and burst into flames. Even the smell of something being burnt could be smelled all around.
Boom!
Facing this terrifying flame, Jin Long's eyes widened. Not only did its demonic aura not diminish at all, it actually exploded in a more horrifying manner. The rolling demonic energy quickly poured into the dragon's halberd in its claws.
Zhang!
At this moment, the dragon's halberd roared loudly, as if a deafening roar of dragons resounded under the sky. The shocking sound of the dragon's cry, and the dragon's halberd that burst out with infinite aura, made the world dim at this moment. It seemed that in the entire world, there was only that killing light that was the most powerful in the world. Rotate. Sweep. This shocking light swept across the world. The monstrous sea of fire suddenly split into two in the eyes of countless people. And among the surging waves of fire, the Qiu Yanjiao hidden in it seemed to have been cast a body-fixing technique. The killing light that topped the world swiftly passed over its body. Its hard scales were cut off like tofu with a knife under this killing light. Then, in the eyes of countless people, the arrogant Qiu Yanjiao was cut into two pieces on the spot. Chapter 1375 The Heaven-Swallowing Dragon King shows his power. Hiss! The Qiu Yanjiao made a heart-rending cry. Its body, broken into two parts, lost its balance and fell directly from midair, hitting the ground heavily. Splattered blood rose into the sky. This half-step heavenly Saint Qiu Yanjiao was actually split in half by a blow from the golden dragon. Countless warriors changed their colors when they saw this. Is this still the arrogant rogue dragon from before? Beast! Seeing this scene, Leng Yu's eyes were about to split. But, for Qiu Yanjiao, although its body was cut into two pieces, it was not fatal enough. The remaining half of the body struggled and jumped up, frantically heading towards Leng Yu's position, and fled quickly. However, Yang Mucheng secretly shook his head. He has known Jin Long for so long, and Jin Long is not a character who will leave any trouble for him. Sure enough, just when Yang Mucheng's thoughts came to his mind, he saw a sneer appearing on the corner of the golden dragon's mouth. It took a deep breath and opened its mouth suddenly. This shocking scene was like a glutton swallowing the sky and the earth. Its belly was more like an infinite black hole. Not only did it swallow up the sea of fire in that moment, it also completely swallowed the body of the Qiu Yanjiao into its belly. Gudu. A crisp swallowing sound resounded throughout the Confusion Star. The domineering and unparalleled posture of the golden dragon shocked everyone.
My nickname is the Sky-Swallowing Dragon King. Leng, you old dog. Thank you for the late-night snack you gave me.
After devouring the Qiu Yanjiao, the golden dragon raised its middle finger domineeringly toward the astonished Leng Yu. At this moment, Leng Yu was completely stunned. The Qiu Yanjiao, which had been cut into two pieces before, was able to be revived with the financial and material resources of Lungfeng Pavilion. But now, he was swallowed by the golden dragon. How could he have any chance of survival?
Swallowing Heaven Dragon King. This rogue dragon actually has such a domineering nickname? No wonder it dares to be like Yang Mucheng.
Who dares to deal with the Qiu Yin Jiao, who is a half-step heavenly saint with his cultivation in the late stage of nirvana, and even swallows him whole? Listening to Jin Long's proud voice, the confusion star was completely boiling, and everyone looked at Jin Long in disbelief, enjoying the shock, surprise, disbelief, and doubts among the looks from around him. Jin Long couldn't help but grin proudly. My boss is the existence known as Old Demon Yang Ma-chung. However, at this moment, a shocking roar interrupted the Golden Dragon's boastful speech, and the furious voice resounded throughout the world. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and it turned out to be Ling Yu. But at this moment, Ling Yu doesn't have any of the cool and unrestrained attitude of Tianxing. His eyes were blood red, and veins appeared one by one, like earthworms swarming under the skin, appearing extremely ferocious. Shocking power emerged quickly and turbulently, shaking the surrounding void. You can even see countless crazy thunder and lightning snakes jumping outside Ling Yu's body. If looks could kill, Yang Ma-chung would have been completely torn into pieces under Ling Yu's gaze. I don't care whether you are Yang Ma-chung or Yang Lao-ma. Today, I swear to God, I will kill you. The Ling Feng Pavilion was trampled. The young master was killed. The tribesmen were bombarded. The Qiu Yin Jiao was devoured. All of this made the murderous intention in Ling Yu's heart continue to surge. He didn't want Yang Ma-chung to die so happily. But everything that happened was so exciting that Ling Yu wanted to slap Yang Ma-chung to death. Ling Yu, do you think you can survive today? Yang Ma-chung looked at Ling Yu, with murderous intent surging crazily in his eyes. This incident started because of you. Ling Feng Pavilion. Are your lives in Ling Feng Pavilion so precious? You can only kill others, but others cannot kill you. I'm here today, and I want to see how capable you are of killing me. Come on! Let me see how terrifying you, a strong man in the realm of Heavenly Saint, are. I have killed countless people, but I have never killed a strong man in the realm of Heavenly Saint. So let you, Chung Wei, be buried in this, the first Heavenly Saint in my hands. Yang Ma-chung looked at Ling Yu without fear. Boom! And his words shocked everyone, and the murderous aura exuding from his body made everyone tremble uncontrollably. The title of Old Demon seems to be based on the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Mr. Zheng looked at the unafraid young man with a smile, and laughed lightly. He could naturally imagine how many existences this young man had killed before he was called Old Demon Yang by his enemies. It seems that this title will continue to spread in this starry sky. Buzz! Yang Ma-chung and Ling Yu. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. Only then did the terrifying murderous aura completely spread. Such a scene is truly unprecedented. It's not like they haven't seen the Heavenly Sage level warriors fight against each other, but they have never seen the Nirvana Peak and Heavenly Saint level warriors fight against each other. And they can even fight to such an extent. Many of the people present had higher cultivation levels than Yang Ma-chung, but they did not have the courage to speak to a strong man in the Heavenly Saint realm like this. Okay. Ling Yu nodded heavily, the anger in her eyes getting stronger and stronger. He was a majestic Heavenly Saint, but he couldn't even suppress a peak Nirvana man. Moreover, in front of so many people, he only felt extremely humiliated. Yang Ma-chung has become a demon in his heart. If he doesn't kill Yang Ma-chung, he may be haunted by the demons in his heart, and his cultivation will never be able to increase by one set from now on. Boom! Clenching her fists, Ling Yu bit her teeth fiercely, and the terrifying inner energy that had dimmed before suddenly burst out in an even more terrifying manner at this moment. With a surge of power, Confusion Star trembled crazily. Even this shocking power blasted out terrifying cracks on the surface of the stars. Oh no! Ling Yu has completely lost his mind. With his power now, he is probably enough to blow this star into two halves. Feeling Ling Yu's explosive power, the onlookers' warriors had a hint of fear in their eyes. If the previous Ling Yu was the calm before the storm, then the current Ling Yu was a violent storm that was out of control. There was only destruction in his mind, and only the thought of completely destroying everything. Boss, let me help you, Jin Long whispered. No need. Leave this old dog to me. Squinting his eyes and looking at the cold moon in the sky, which had completely released all its power, Yang Ma-chung took a deep breath. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, not only did he not show any fear, but he stepped forward and closed his eyes at this moment. Chapter 1376 I1. Close your eyes? Did he give up? Just when everyone was looking forward to the final showdown, Yang Ma-chung's actions completely shocked everyone. No one knows what Yang Ma-chung wants to do next. Even Ling Yu couldn't help but be stunned. But he quickly calmed down. Yang Macheng, no matter what tricks you play, you will die. He clenched his fists, and the shocking power, like a violent storm, quickly poured into his fists. At this moment, his fists were shining uncontrollably. I will pour all the power of the Heavenly Saint into this blow, and I will completely kill you with this punch. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly waved his fist towards Yang Macheng. Suddenly, the power that had been raised to the extreme exploded out quickly, as if it had found an outlet. The terrifying force exploded to the absolute extreme, and the swooping fist shadow even caused a shocking roar, like the roar of a wild dragon. In the void, a long figure appeared. The distance between heaven and earth seemed to have been completely crossed at this moment. This terrifying energy came to Yang Macheng in an instant with almost no gap. The terrifying punch power changed crazily in the rush. When it came to Yang Macheng, it had transformed into a terrifying mad dragon with exposed fangs. It was opening its big mouth to choose people to devour. At this moment, it not only killed Yang Macheng, he regarded it as a target and swept all the golden dragons in. It's over! Seeing this punch, everyone couldn't help but feel horrified. This is a full blow from the Heavenly Saint. No matter how strong you are, how can you survive this blow? Yes! The power of this punch will probably penetrate the entire star. With Yang Macheng's strength, there is no way he can catch it. Feeling the power and momentum of this punch, everyone shook their heads secretly, as if they had already seen the final outcome. Boom! The fist slammed down with great force, passing through the void, leaving behind a figure like a roaring dragon. The formless air billowed in all directions, forming a terrifying wave. And the center of that wave is Yang Macheng. Just when this overwhelming punch was about to completely devour Yang Macheng, just when everyone was looking towards Yang Macheng, the young man who seemed to be at the center of the world finally opened his eyes at this moment. As his eyes opened, a ray of light was past his eyes, and the dragon pattern between his eyebrows also exploded crazily at this moment. Roar! The shocking roar of the dragon actually emerged from the center of his eyebrows. At this moment, the world seemed to stand still. In the sky and on the earth, there is only this breathtaking power left. When this power reached its extreme, Yang Macheng grabbed it in the air, and the infinite darkness in the starry sky couldn't help but rush towards him at this moment. Gathering in his palm, raise your hand and chop. This sword slashed out a sword light that could tear apart the starry sky, and slashed out a powerful force that could kill everything. With a terrifying sword energy that ignored everything, it directly cut the monstrous fist force into two. It wasn't until this sword strike that the world started to move again. The power that was enough to shatter the entire star was completely eliminated with this sword, as if it had never appeared before. Looking at the dissipated power with a shocked face, looking at Yang Macheng who seemed to be at the center of the entire world, the determination on Leng Yu's face finally turned into endless fear. Laugh! Yang Macheng suddenly raised his head, and his eyes radiating infinite divine light looked directly towards Leng Yu, landing on Leng Yu's pale face. No! At this moment, Leng Yu's scalp was numb, and she felt as if she was being stared at by a wild beast. With almost no hesitation, he flicked his feet and quickly flew towards the sky. Escape! Seeing this scene, the warriors watching the battle all around felt miserable. Who would have thought of this scene as early as the beginning of the battle? Who would have thought that Yang Macheng could suppress this powerful heavenly saint and even force him to escape? When they first learned that Yang Macheng had made a 7-day appointment, countless people laughed at him, mocking him for not knowing how to live or die, and how he dared to fight against the powerful heavenly saint. But now, looking at this scene, who else can laugh anymore? It's not that easy to escape. Today, you will be buried here for me. Yang Macheng opened his eyes angrily. This time, he did not strike quickly, but stood still. Call out! In an instant, the lingering feeling on Shen Yuan's sword suddenly surged, and the originally dark sword suddenly became extremely dark at this moment. Then, Yang Macheng shook his right hand. A sword light that surpassed the world quickly burst out. Countless people saw a sword light rising into the sky, rushing out like a meteor and lightning. There was only a pop sound before everyone could recover. Leng Yu's back. There is already a hole in my heart that cannot be concealed. Leng Yu, who was running away quickly, was hanging in the void. If he tried to escape again, he could no longer do it. He was frozen there, as if he had been given a stabbing spell. How's it going? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but jump up and look towards Leng Yu. But seeing Leng Yu standing there, with her back to everyone, her voice came slowly. Yang Machung, your reputation as an old devil is indeed well deserved. I have already accepted it. Before I die, I beg you for something. I will use my life in exchange for the safety of Lungfeng Pavilion. I wonder if you are willing to agree. Impressed? Yang Machung let go of his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword turned into infinite darkness and disappeared into the sky and earth. He slowly shook his head. Unfortunately, it's too late. It's already a fight to the death between you and me. I said, I will kill you first today, and then use your blood to prove my qualifications to destroy Lungfeng Pavilion. Ha ha. Really? If you give me another chance, I will never provoke you. Lung Yu's voice became smaller and smaller. It's a pity. It's deplorable. It's pitiful. Lungfeng Pavilion, have just risen and I met you. Provoking an enemy like you is the biggest mistake of Lungfeng Pavilion. Before he finished the last sentence, Lung Yu, who had his back turned to everyone, was already seeing blood pouring out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose crazily, and he lost his balance and fell directly from the air. Yang Muqing's sword continuously shattered his heart and everything in his body. If he were an ordinary warrior, he would probably die on the spot. Lung Yu's ability to survive until now is entirely due to his powerful cultivation in the realm of Heavenly Saint. Boom! Lung Yu hit the ground, making the whole earth tremble with a bang. Everyone looked towards the ground and saw that Lung Yu had died and no longer had any breath. Lung Yu, the second elder of Lungfeng Pavilion and the powerful Heavenly Sage, is dead. Died by Yang Muqing's sword? Yang Machung stood with his hands behind his back on the completely destroyed school field and said calmly, I won! Chapter 1377 Greedy Wolf Galaxy. Quiet. The whole place was dead silent. On the huge Confusion Star, countless warriors came to watch the battle, including strong men from various sects. And each one's eyes widened. Yang Machung really killed Lung Yu, and killed this powerful Heavenly Saint. Oh! Won! After a moment, the whole planet suddenly seemed to explode, and everyone let out a huge cheer. What about the powerful Heavenly Saint? Didn't he still die in the hands of Yang Machung? Second Elder! The Lingfeng Pavilion warriors all looked pale, and couldn't believe it. When they first came, they were extremely confident that Lung Yu's strength was enough to kill Yang Machung. But who knew that it was Lung Yu who died? Although there are tens of millions of warriors left in Lingfeng Pavilion. When the young man in the school grounds cast his gaze, no one dared to look at him, and lowered their heads. Some people even felt depressed. Even the second elder had already died in the hands of Yang Machung. If Yang Machung wanted to kill them, it would be like chopping melons and vegetables. Yang Machung, if you dare to kill the second elder, you and I will never live together. An acting elder clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Just you? Yang Machung snorted coldly and swiped his right hand suddenly. In an instant, the infinite wind turned into thousands of knives and swept away. This acting elder, who was cultivated as a master of nirvana, was ripped apart in an instant by this gust of wind, leaving only a white skeleton. Seeing this scene, everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion took a breath of air and felt their whole bodies trembling. When Yang Machung and Lung Yu fought before, they only knew that Yang Machung was powerful, but they didn't have a specific idea. It was like a fight between gods. But now, Yang Muqing's casual wave made them understand. If you want to kill Yang Machung in front of you, you may not be able to do it if you don't have a cultivation level above Heavenly Saint. Get out! Looking at the stunned Lungfeng Pavilion warriors, Yang Machung waved his hand casually. I'm telling you what Lungfeng Pavilion is talking about. When I come, Yang, will kill your sect and destroy Lungfeng Pavilion. After hearing Yang Muqing's words, everyone in Lingfeng Pavilion dared to stay for a long time. They didn't even dare to collect Lung Yu's body, so they fled. Boss, just let them escape like that? Jin Long raised his eyebrows, picked up the dragon's halberd, and prepared to kill all these people. Yang Machung stopped him, shook his head, and said calmly, Let them go. If you kill them now, it will arouse Lungfeng Pavilion's resistance. After all, Lungfeng Pavilion is a fourth-line force in the immortal sect. The death of the powerful Tianxin will certainly greatly weaken their vitality, but it is not enough to shake their foundation. Hearing this, Jin Long nodded in understanding. Yang Machung smiled and said, These people were completely frightened when they saw me kill Ling Yu. If you let them go back, the Lingfeng Pavilion will be in chaos. If you kill them all, it will make them all feel the same hatred. After saying that, Yang Muchung no longer cared whether Jin Long understood or not, but looked at Mr. Zheng. At this time, apart from surprise, Mr. Zheng's eyes were full of joy. To be honest, this ending was something he never expected. He never thought that Yang Muchung would use this method to kill Leng Yu so simply. Well, he is indeed a young genius. Mr. Zheng stood up with a smile and clapped slowly and gently. He knew that after today, this young man's name would spread throughout the starry sky. Yang Muchung walked off the school field. He declined countless people's invitations, and declined countless people's attempts to win over him. There is even an existence known as Master Xiao among them. Yang Muchung knows that with the favor of these people, even if you can't walk around in this starry sky in the future, other forces will have to think carefully if they want to touch you in the future. One time. It's a pity that Yang Muchung doesn't need it. He didn't believe that these beings in the cave heaven realm, or even those who had reached the Tai realm, would stoop down to show favor to a person like himself who is at the pinnacle of nirvana. These people only fancy Mr. Zheng. I want to make friends with Mr. Zheng through myself. That doesn't belong to me after all. Today, these people will value me so much because of Mr. Zheng. In the future, they will also abandon me like a shoe because of Mr. Zheng. Only strength will come first. I will achieve my own glory with my own hands. Therefore, he rejected all invitations and prepared to embark on the path of finding something by chance again. He has delayed long enough in this business star. If he delays any longer, he may miss his opportunity. However, just when Yang Muchung was about to continue looking for opportunities, an accident interrupted his plan. And Xiaoqing, I hope you are okay. On top of the dragon-shaped flying boat, Yang Muchung held a long sword in his hand. This sword was taken out by a family elder who showed his favor to him. Yang Muchung wanted to refuse, but he only took one look and realized that it was in Xiaoqing's sword. When they set out in the starry sky, they had to escape separately due to the sneak attack by Lung Feng Pavilion. For a long time, Yang Muchung thought that In Xiaoqing had escaped, but he did not expect to get In Xiaoqing's sword from someone else. The location where this sword was found was in a 3-no-matter star. It is a constellation of bandits and robbers. Those stars were extremely desolate. Even their aura was extremely barren. And there were few traces of humans. No one in the starry sky would buy such a dilapidated star even if they spent money to buy it. But here is where all kinds of religions and sects are rampant. Only treacherous and evil people would enter it, either to avoid being chased by other forces in the starry sky, or to hide there if they offended some huge force. Why did In Xiaoqing appear there? Is it to avoid being pursued by Lung Feng Pavilion? This sword appears here. Could it be that something unexpected happened to him? Yang Muchung looked at the distant starry sky with a chill in his eyes. Of course, this incident also inspired the mission. But Yang Muchung's heart was completely filled with eagerness, and he didn't pay attention at all. And Xiaoqing, if something happens to you, I will destroy this cluster of stars, and let everyone on these stars be buried with you. This way, Yang Muchung rushed there, and even the flying puppet was completely shattered. Finally, after 20 days and nights, Yang Muchung finally arrived at this cluster of stars. However, he did not swagger directly into this group of stars in a dragon-shaped flying boat. Instead, he stopped on a star far away. He put his hands behind his back and looked into the distant distance. Is this right here? The Greedy Wolf Galaxy. In front. At that time, there was a constellation of dozens of stars, rotating and surrounding each other in a complicated manner. In this cluster of stars, there are countless small mountains of huge meteorites floating all around. This constellation is even larger than Mr. Zheng's commercial galaxy. From a distance, it looks like a pack of wolves that chooses people to eat, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 1378 Rookie. Thousands of miles away, Yang Muchung had already taken the first step to take in all the outlines of the huge galaxy. What shocked Yang Muchung was that this galaxy was not at the edge of the world as he imagined. In fact, there were many people rushing towards this galaxy. There was even a huge team among them. And the flag hanging on this team was exactly what Yang Muchung had seen. Soon, Yang Muchung figured out that this was like a sinful city in Kyushu. A heaven for evil people. This galaxy will not be as simple as the previous ones. On a meteorite star suspended in the starry sky, Yang Muchung looked at Axianu and Jin Long. I went in this time just to save people. You two stay here and gather together after I come out. Jin Long grinned and said angrily, How is this possible? I haven't seen what this Greedy Wolf Galaxy is like. Besides, if you run into trouble, maybe I can help. Axian Nu also hurriedly stepped forward. If the ghost body is not broken, I will not die. Of course I will follow you. Yang Muchung smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Obviously, he had expected this outcome. After letting out a breath of turbid air, everyone rushed towards the location of the Greedy Wolf Galaxy. In that line of sight, the stars gradually became clearer. Even the cities built on the stars appeared in the sight of the three people. Go to this city first. Then, take a closer look at the situation. Looking at the bustling city with constant traffic, Yang Muchung, Jin Long, and Axiana couldn't help but look at each other and prepared to head towards the city. However, before they fell into the stars, dozens of black shadows quickly sprang out from the huge rocks in the sky that looked like cities in the sky. These figures that jumped out quickly suddenly surrounded the three people who were about to land in midair. Damn it! You actually dare to ambush us? Jinlong's eyes narrowed, and he scanned the more than 20 figures, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The cultivation of these guys is generally below Nirvana, and only the leader has reached Nirvana, etc. Yang Muchung stopped the golden dragon, who was about to kill these bandits, and signaled it to be calm. Axianu also narrowed his eyes, and quietly tightened his grip on the weapon. After all, this Greedy Wolf Galaxy is an extremely chaotic place. And if you are not careful, it will completely capsize the ship in the gutter. Even people with only this level of cultivation cannot let their guard down. The three of us just want to enter the Greedy Wolf Galaxy. What do you mean? Yang Muchung glanced at the crowd coldly, and his eyes fell on the gloomy man who led them. What do you mean? The wizened man laughed gloomily. This must be the first time for you three to enter the Greedy Wolf Galaxy. Right. Hey, hand over all your belongings, and I can let you go. If you move quickly, maybe I will leave an arm for you. He won't become completely disabled. Brush. Following the voice of the thin man, the warriors around him all pulled out the weapons at their waists. How do you know that this is our first time entering the Greedy Wolf Galaxy? Yang Muchung asked lightly. Hee hee. Only rookies like you who are entering for the first time will be surrounded by us and ask what we mean. The thin man said with a smile. Little guy, let me teach you today. In the Greedy Wolf Galaxy, don't have too much nonsense. Superior. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny man's face turned cold. The next moment, the bandits around him quickly rushed towards Yang Muchung and the others. Seeing everyone's actions, Yang Muchung laughed. He had always been decisive, but he was still regarded as a rookie because of his talking too much. Kill him and leave him alone. I still have some things I want to ask. Yang Muchung said lightly. Yes. Arsenal nodded. Bang! 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 Before the crowd rushed over, a force of extreme cold quickly swept out of Axiana's body. Suddenly, the faces of everyone present turned pale, and their bodies were directly enveloped by the maggot-like coldness of the tarsal bones, and then exploded with a bang. Come on! In a flash of lightning, more than a dozen of his companions were killed on the spot, and a trace of frightened fear flashed in the eyes of the thin man. However, just when he was about to take action, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The sharp dragon claws directly grabbed his throat, and a sinister voice whispered at this time. If the boss hadn't spoken out, you would have died a long time ago. How dare a guy in the early stages of Nirvana act rampant in front of us? Dare he also rob us? Until then, only then did the skinny man realize that he had hit a brick wall. The rookie in front of him was not as easy to bully as he had imagined, but a fierce tiger. But now it's too late to regret it. Showing a wry smile, the skinny man said very simply, Little brother, I will tell you whatever you want to know, as long as you are willing to let me go. The rapid change made Yang Muchung a little stunned. The skinny man shrugged as usual and said, The Greedy Wolf Galaxy is more cruel than you imagine. I only have the cultivation level of the early stage of Nirvana. In this wolf-like star, I don't even have a place to stay. If we didn't learn to adapt to the situation, we would have been devoured by those people long ago. That's it. Yang Muchung nodded. If this thin man had been harsh, it would have given him a headache. Since the other party was so knowledgeable, it saved him some trouble. If I can get what I want to know, I will naturally let you go. Waving his hand, Yang Muchung signaled Jin Long to release his paw. Feeling the disappearing strength in his throat, the skinny man quickly breathed in the fresh air and looked at the strange looks cast by passers-by. Let's go down first. Also aware of the strange looks directed at them from all around, Yang Muchung frowned secretly, understood what the other party meant, and then fell on the barren stars. Snapped. It wasn't until the four of them landed on the ground that Yang Muchung continued to speak. Go on. Tell me everything you know. If you dare to play any tricks in front of me, I will definitely make you regret living in this world. Don't dare.
The skinny man couldn't help but shuddered when he thought of the previous scene where his companions were almost killed in a flash of lightning. And he quickly said,
Young man must be able to tell everything he knows. And tell him everything.
Chapter 1379 Black Flood Dragon City. The skinny man has a very domineering name. His name is Zhang Yunhao. But his courage does not match his name. And he is as timid as a mouse. But Zhang Yunhao is an experienced veteran who has been around the Greedy Wolf Galaxy for many years. Although his strength is not very good, he is versatile. According to Zhang Yunhao's words, the reason why he wanted to come and rob Yang Maicheng and others was because he saw them face to face. And because they were too young. But who would have thought that this move would lead to complete disaster?
Master Yang, there are a total of 36 stars in the entire Tanlang Galaxy. Only one is the main star. And the rest are secondary stars. Really powerful people will live on the main star. Because there they can avoid the encirclement and suppression of some forces.
When Zhang Yunhao learned that the young man in front of him was Yang Maicheng who killed the Heavenly Saint on the Confusion Star, he became even more cautious.
Oh, is there someone attacking here too?
Axiana raised his eyebrows.
Yes.
Zhang Yunhao nodded.
Basically, some big families or sect disciples come here to practice. The people on the secondary star are used as sandbags to practice. Therefore, there are some stronger people on the secondary star. Those who are bad and those who are truly capable will enter the main star. Doesn't anyone want to completely eradicate this area?
Arsenal asked again.
No. The Greedy Wolf Galaxy is really too barren. And the aura concentration is very thin. Even if it is captured, there is not much oil and water. There are a lot of stocks robbed by those guys in the main star. But don't look at the Greedy Wolf Galaxy's daily life, there is a lot of scattered sand inside. But once they encounter foreign enemies, they will quickly gather together.
Zhang Yunhao explained quickly. As the saying goes, although ordinary forces are jealous of the resources that the Greedy Wolf Galaxy has snatched over the years, they cannot take advantage of it. As for those who can take advantage of it, they look down upon its resources. Therefore, over time, the Greedy Wolf Galaxy has been preserved in this unique way until now.
Master Yang, why are you here in Tanlang Galaxy this time?
Zhang Yunhao asked cautiously.
Looking for someone.
Yang Maicheng said.
Then you have found the right place. Although our star is the last one in the Greedy Wolf Galaxy, the source of information is very well informed. I don't know. What kind of person are you looking for? Appearance, age, family affairs. The more detailed information you provide, the higher the probability of finding it.
Zhang Yunhao breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly. He knew that the more places he was used by Yang Maicheng, the greater his chance of survival.
The owner of this sword.
Yang Maicheng raised the sword in his hand and said,
I got a piece of news that this sword was spread from the Greedy Wolf Galaxy. So, I want to know the whereabouts of the owner of this sword. I understand. Please follow me.
Zhang Yunhao nodded. Under the leadership of Zhang Yunhao, the group entered the only city on the star. Each of the 36 stars in the Greedy Wolf Galaxy has only one city. This city is where the spiritual energy of the entire star gathers. Of course, the beings who can live in this city also have more or less small powers. As for some people whose cultivation level is too low, they are not even qualified to enter the city.
This star is called the Black Flood Dragon Star. So this city is also called the Black Flood Dragon City. Ordinary people have to pay a lot of protection fees when they enter the city. If you follow me, you will save a lot of trouble.
Zhang Yunhao said respectfully.
What's the trouble? If you dare to stop us, you'll probably rush in.
Jin Long snorted coldly.
We came here to look for people, not to kill people.
Yang Maicheng glanced at Jin Long. Jin Long pursed his lips. If others heard this, they would definitely think that Yang Maicheng was soft-hearted. But in fact, this young man who always had a faint smile on his face came out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Soon, the group arrived at Black Flood Dragon City. The entire city is made of countless dark rocks, and the towering city walls give people a very calm and oppressive feeling. The guards on the city wall kept scanning the people entering the city with vigilant eyes. Some poor guys would even be stripped of all valuables by the guards, and then kicked away severely.
These people all escaped hardship.
Zhang Yunhao whispered. He looked at the young man next to him helplessly. You must know that if some people offended certain forces, they would have no way to go to heaven and no way to earth. So they could only escape in embarrassment. Who could be like this young man, who fought all the way,
And even the powerful heavenly saint who was chasing Tian was beheaded by him with one sword. When the group arrived at the city gate, they were stopped by 2 guards.
I blinded you. How dare you stop me?
Although Zhang Yunhao was groveling in front of Yang Maicheng, he immediately became arrogant when facing these guards.
It turns out to be Master Zhang.
A guard recognized Zhang Yunhao. This was not bad. The guards quickly opened the door and respectfully invited him in. Many people even asked him how he was doing. For a moment, Zhang Yunhao couldn't help but feel happy. You must know that although there are many powerful Nirvana people in the starry sky, they are still very few scattered. Therefore, whether it is a family, a sect, or other forces, Nirvana strong men are the most important fighting force. In this greedy wolf galaxy that eats people without spitting out their bones. If you possess the cultivation of Nirvana, you will naturally become a master.
Master Zhang, have you caught something good again this time? This woman can be exchanged for a lot of spiritual stones. When the time comes, don't forget us.
The leader of the guards looked at Axianu. Even though the other person's face was covered with a veil,
it still couldn't hide the trace of surprise.
Snapped.
Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yunhao slapped him away without mercy.
Her identity is something that you and I can covet. Shut your mouth and be careful with your head.
As he said that, when he saw Yang Muqing's indifferent eyes, he suddenly trembled and became even more angry. I serve this evil god carefully, and I don't want to lose my life because of this idiot's words. Just when he was about to teach the talkative guard another lesson, Yang Muqing's impatient voice sounded faintly.
That's enough. Stop being entangled here, and hurry into the city. Yes.
Hearing Yang Muqing's voice, Zhang Yunhao breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. He quickly bowed and stepped forward to lead the way. Yang Muqing nodded, and slowly walked towards the Black Dragon City under the shocked gazes of countless guards. However, when passing by the talkative guard, Yang Muqing stopped and looked over with a faint look.
You know, there are some people who are not of your status and can covet you. Even if you say a few words, it won't do. Reincarnate as a mute in your next life.
Boom. After he finished speaking, Yang Muqing didn't even look at him. The guard was bleeding from all his orifices and died on the spot. Chapter 1380 Looking for Someone. After crushing and killing a guard, Yang Muqing looked indifferent, as if he casually crushed an ant to death. This scene was so frightening that Zhang Yunhao did not dare to say anything, and he carefully led Yang Muqing into Black Dragon City. He knew that if Yang Muqing wanted to kill him, the entire Black Dragon Star would not be able to save him. The strongest person in the Black Dragon Star is only half step to the Heavenly Saint. If he kills the Heavenly Saint with one sword, what does half step to the Heavenly Saint mean?
Where is Mr. Wu?
After turning around the corner, Zhang Yunhao came to a small shop and found a one-eyed lame man. He gave him a scrap of spiritual stone and asked in a low voice.
Opposite door.
The one-eyed lame man pointed across the street and whispered a few words. At this time, Zhang Yunhao turned back and came to Yang Muqing.
Did you find out?
Yang Muqing asked.
Not yet. The only person who knows the whereabouts of this sword is Master Wu from Black Flood Dragon City. He is currently in the arena opposite. It is said that he has been losing all morning and is in a bad mood. Should we wait for 2 more days before going?
Zhang Yunhao asked cautiously. Yang Muqing grinned and said,
Aren't you afraid that I will be in a bad mood?
Zhang Yunhao had no choice but to take Yang Muqing and his party into the arena. The huge arena was full of smoke and smoke. The most eye-catching thing is the huge school field in the center, surrounded by circular stands like animal pens, surrounded by layers of warriors. They shouted excitedly. Pairs of fanatical eyes fell on the center of the arena in unison. Yang Muqing also looked at it, but he saw that the 2 demon kings in the nascent soul realm were fighting crazily. Every exchange of blows can elicit an overwhelming roar.
Master Yang, there are really few entertainment options in Black Dragon City, and the people in the city are either fugitives or criminal thieves. Therefore, this kind of beast fighting is very popular here. This Colosseum is Master Wu's territory. It is Master Wu we are looking for this time.
Oh! Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and looked around. But they saw a shirtless middle-aged man with a river-crossing dragon across his chest. He looked really majestic and domineering. His position is condescending, and the guards around him protect him in the center. Following Yang Muqing's gaze, Zhang Yunhao said quickly,
That's Master Wu. He is the most well-informed person in the entire Black Dragon Star. Sometimes even people from other stars will come to him to buy information. Let's wait here. Master Wu doesn't like others to interrupt him, although anxious in my heart. However, after Zhang Yunhao tried to dissuade him several times, Yang Mucheng suppressed his eager heart. Roar! At this time, an overwhelming voice sounded quickly and violently. Yang Mucheng's eyes were immediately attracted by the scene in the center of the Colosseum. The battle between the two demon kings has reached a fever pitch, and their pupils are also abnormally flushed, apparently because they have been drugged. Under the stimulation of the drug, he fought endlessly. It was obvious that the ape-shaped demon king had a huge advantage, even suppressing the other tiger-shaped demon king and fighting crazily. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were either happy or sad, screaming or shouting. In addition to watching beast battles, people in the city will also set up some gambling markets outside. Master Wu relied on this method to make money and became the talker of the entire Black Dragon City. In this handicap, many people are betting on the tiger-shaped demon king to win. Therefore, once the ape-shaped demon king wins, Lord Wu will make a lot of money. When we find Lord Wu, we will save a lot of trouble. Frowning slightly, although he really didn't want to worry too much about this kind of thing. If the so-called Master Wu could reveal the whereabouts of Xiaoqing clearly and neatly, it would save him a lot of trouble. Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng glanced at Master Wu, who was already showing joy in advance because he had a greater chance of winning the battle. Okay, then I'll wait a little longer. Yang Mucheng sat down slowly. However, time did not pass too long, and another burst of cheers quickly rang out. The situation in the Colosseum has been completely turned upside down. The ape-shaped demon king who originally had the absolute upper hand suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The tiger-shaped demon king who stood up opened his big mouth and tore off an arm. This sudden scene made everyone's eyes widen, and they couldn't help but scream. And at the same time, looking at this scene, Mr. Wu's face became increasingly ugly. If the ape-shaped demon king fails, then he will lose a lot of money. Unfortunately, things did not turn around. The ape-shaped demon king who had one of his arms torn off not only had his fighting power greatly reduced, but also lost too much blood, which slowed his escape. He was thrown to the ground by the tiger-shaped demon king who followed him and bit him on the spot. Broken throat. Damn it! After seeing the ape-shaped demon king twitch twice and lose his breath, Mr. Wu, who looked extremely gloomy, finally exploded. Let me find out who arranged these beast fights today. Yuchi, ask me who captured this ape-shaped demon king and threw him into the snake cave to feed the snakes. The extremely angry Master Wu didn't want to watch anymore. He gave a few instructions to his men, then turned around angrily and walked out. Looking at this scene, Yang Mucheng also frowned slightly. Master Yang, today doesn't seem like a good time to ask. If we go to him like this, he might not even speak. Zhang Yunhao said quickly. Can't speak? Humph. My patience is limited. Yang Mucheng slowly stood up. Even if he has an iron mouth and copper teeth, I will pry his mouth open. I want to take a look. Is it his words that are tougher or my methods that are tougher? When Zhang Yunhao heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. He understood that if he dared to put forward another opinion at this time, he would end up like the city gate guard, and he would be completely wiped out from this world without any courtesy. I know. I'll take you there right now. Zhang Yunhao smiled helplessly and led Yang Mucheng in a hurry towards the location where Master Wu disappeared. After passing through corridors that were as winding as snakes, Zhang Yunhao finally stopped in front of a door. Obviously, this is where Lord Wu rests. Squeak! With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng pushed the door open and entered. At this moment, the bustling box fell into silence, and dozens of pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Mucheng at this moment. Are you Master Wu from Black Dragon City? I have something to ask you. Yang Mucheng's eyes turned and fell directly on the shirtless man with a dragon tattooed across the river.